This dude right here is Seo Jun-ho, also known as Specter. 75 hours ago in Antarctica, the guy had to face sacrificing the whole squad because the final mission only let one person move forward. Thought it'd be a total bloodbath, cause, let's be real, who doesn't want to survive? But Jun-ho's friends, all four agreed to sacrifice themselves so this guy could keep going. So now, carrying everyone's will, Jun-ho goes head-to-head with the Frost Queen. She's a total glitch of a monster, freezing the whole Pacific Ocean with just a wave of her hand. Talk about driving people into despair. And Jun-ho's squad, they were the last ones carrying the world's hope, heading straight for Antarctica. Without hesitating, out comes the sword to end this global nightmare. After trading hundreds of blows, the Frost Queen got the upper hand, blasting an explosion right at him. Luckily, Jun-ho managed to dodge that critical hit. She kept chasing, unleashing thousands of deadly attacks. But hey, good always beats evil, right? So she ended up losing. Seo Jun-ho jammed the sword into her chest, absorbing the Frost Queen's power. But it didn't end there. The price was getting frozen solid until fully absorbing the core. 25 years later, in 2024, the world's at peace, and everyone's honoring the glorious achievements of the 5 heroes, legendary players with the greatest achievements in history. All 5 frozen bodies were turned into a memorial. Suddenly, while the host was talking, Jun-ho's hand started cracking. A sharp-eyed kid spotted it and pointed it out. But nobody believed it. Wasn't until the real deal, Seo Jun-ho smashed through the thick ice, that the host freaked out. Turns out, absorbing the Frost Queen's core was done, so the body got released. But Seo Jun-ho was too weak to even move.
Just seconds later, lights out, total blackout. Tons of articles popped up. Legend awakens from long slumber. Specter wakes from cryo sleep. After 25 years, Specter regains consciousness after Frost Queen battle. The return of Specter.
Greatest player who defeated Frost Queen 25 years ago. Player Association announced, "We are prioritizing the hero's health above all. Donations for the memorial fund skyrocketed. Please share hope on Memorial Day." Sitting in the hospital bed reading hot news about himself, Specter just felt a headache coming on. 25 years, huh? Tried clenching a fist, but the hand just wouldn't stop shaking. Been frozen so long, whole body feels weak. Can't even make a fist. Staring at the open palm, Seo Jun-ho felt pretty bummed. 25 years later and still trembling. Suddenly, the doctor walks in. "Mr. Specter, the Player Association chairman is on his way." Seo Jun-ho turned around, looking totally confused. "Someone I know?" Thinking internally, asterisk, if it's a stranger, I'm kicking him out. Hate being bothered, asterisk. The doc quickly confirmed. "Yes, he always says you're his best friend." Hearing that, Seo Jun-ho looked down, deep in thought. Friend, huh? Not many people call me that, remembering the squad from 25 years ago. Seo Jun-ho's eyes filled with sorrow, but spoke up anyway. "Thanks for letting me know." Asterisk. "Well, guess I'll know when we meet. Anyway, the world really has changed. It's what we all wish for." Asterisk. Asterisk. A peaceful world. Asterisk. Seo Jun-ho, face pale, looked outside and wondered. So, what do I do now? I only know how to fight. Am I unemployed now? Whatever. Then reached up to take off the mask. Don't need this anymore. Suddenly, someone yelled, "Ah, Mr. Specter." Just as Jun-ho turned around in confusion, the doctor flusteredly asked, "Why'd you take off the mask?" Answering calmly, Seo Jun-ho held the mask up high, smiling brightly. "Because it's a peaceful world now. People don't need heroes anymore, right?" Suddenly, the doctor started stuttering. Well, that made Seo Jun-ho totally confused. "Hey, what's wrong?" After a while, the doc could only mumble. "About that. Just then, Sim Deok-gyu walked in and spoke up. "Let me explain." Jun-ho saw him and gasped in shock. "You are?" Taking a moment to calm down before asking, "Sim Deok-gyu?" The doctors standing around cracked up laughing. He awkwardly cleared his throat. "Ahem, I want to talk to him alone." Everyone took the hint, bowed, and left. "Yes, sir." Sim Deok-gyu sighed, looked at him and slowly exclaimed, "Seo Jun-ho, you look exactly the same." Seo Jun-ho laughed, bewildered but touched. "Whoa, that voice. It's really you, Sim Deok-gyu." Then immediately burst out laughing, pointing at his hair. "See, what did I tell ya? I said you'd go bald in an M shape, didn't I?" The guy screamed, totally speechless. "You? Is that the first thing you say after all this time?" Sim Deok-gyu held his head, frustrated. Sigh. This jerk, Seo Jun-ho. "I knew it'd be like this. I was stupid to expect a touching reunion." Jun-ho asked, slightly moved. "You expected that? From me?" Then cheerfully added, "So, even after 25 years, they still haven't cured baldness?" Deok-gyu, pissed off, pulled up a chair and sat down. You haven't changed a bit. Seo Jun-ho replied, seems you're the same too, even if you look a little different now. His gaze suddenly darkened. Jun-ho turned serious and asked, what was up with the doctor's reaction earlier? Why were they shocked when everything should be over? Huh. The sudden question made Sim Dak-gu stutter. Huh. Well, the thing is, Sim Dak-gu had to explain. 25 years ago, the moment you guys cleared the Queen's Nest, every player heard a message. Back to 25 years ago, the system announcement rang out. Congratulations, the Frost Queen has been defeated. Sim Dak-gu was overjoyed, thinking, asterisk, Seo Jun-ho, you actually did it. Asterisk, the announcement continued. Safe zones will now appear across Earth. People all over the world cheered and cried tears of joy. But the world didn't let the joy last even a minute. A dimensional elevator has been established in the Pacific, second floor. You may now proceed to the frontline area. Everyone was furious, screaming, what is this crap? Second floor? You mean the Frost Queen wasn't the end? The game kept reminding them, become strong enough to reach the final floor. After that, players, associations, and politicians all gathered for a massive meeting. After a meeting that dragged on forever, they sent a squad to the front lines. The second floor was basically the land of opportunity. Humanity didn't just score magic and new tech. We also got access to insane resources and knowledge. Seo Jun-ho kept it chill and asked, and then what? Sim Dak-gu answered right away. That's how Earth got so prosperous. Suddenly getting impatient, Jun-ho cut in. That's not what I want to know. The other guy got the hint, 10 floors total. The vibe instantly got heavy. There's 10 floors in the dimensional elevator. Confused, Jun-ho repeated, 10 floors. Then started doing the math. It took the squad 5 years just to take down the Frost Queen. In 25 years, if they cleared 5 floors, they should be on the 7th by now. But aside from our team, the other players were total weaklings. That's why only the 5 of us went to Antarctica. So realistically, they're probably around the 5th floor. Thinking it over, Jun-ho raised a hand to ask. So, what floor are we on? Sim Dak-gu just looked down, silent. Confused, Jun-ho pressed. Hey, why so quiet? Finally, Dak-gu had to spill it. In the last 25 years, humanity only managed to clear up to the 2nd floor. After Dak-gu said that, the room went dead silent. Jun-ho just froze. Eyes wide, he flopped back down, totally disappointed. Jun-ho messed up his hair in frustration, while Sim Dak-gu muttered with his head down. I've got no excuse. Covering his face, he gritted his teeth and hissed. It's been 25 years. 25. Then Jun-ho shot up and demanded, after all that time, you're telling me you guys only beat the 2nd floor. Seeing the mood hit rock bottom, Sim Dak-gu stammered, this might sound like an excuse, but there's a legit reason. Seo Jun-ho cooled down a bit. Fine, I'm listening. Only 'cause I'm curious. He glared, waiting to hear just how stupid this reason was going to be. Sim Dak-gu looked down sadly, then opened his eyes and hesitated. The Frost Queen's nucleus. That answer left Jun-ho looking totally confused. Dak-gu paused for a sec, then kept going. The 3rd floor is a volcanic zone, so only a few players can handle the magma heat and explore. After a long time, we found an altar in the middle of a lava sea. It requires the Frost Queen's nucleus to cool down the environment. Seo Jun-ho stuttered, so, did you find the nucleus? Dak-gu held his head in his hands. I'm sorry. It's embarrassing. We searched the nest countless times, but we never found it. Immediately, Seo Jun-ho's face went pale, and he looked away, thinking, well, duh. That's 'cause I absorbed it. He sighed, put a hand on his friend's shoulder, and reassured him. Man, can't blame you guys. Just bad luck. Everyone makes mistakes. We gotta be understanding. Then he flashed a sunny smile and asked, so if I make a mistake, you'll understand, right? Sim Dak-gu looked up, totally moved, and replied with tears in his eyes. Of course, how could I not? Now Jun-ho felt awkward. Seriously, when should I tell him so he doesn't nag my ear off? He quickly changed the subject. Tell me about your life. How's everything been? Sim Dak-gu answered shyly. Don't make me talk about work. It wasn't until sunset that he stopped and asked, it's getting late. You hungry? Want to grab a bite? Seo Jun-ho shook his head. Water's fine. Then he pulled out a pamphlet and asked about the 5 Sleeping Heroes History Museum. History Museum. Is it really that famous? But Sim Dak-gu just spaced out. Then he stood up to leave. I'm heading down to the lobby. It's swarming with people and reporters. It'll be easier if we go together. Seo Jun-ho smiled and suggested, can't you just sneak out the side exit? Come straight back to the hospital when you're done. Dak-gu insisted. Got it. Finally, Seo Jun-ho made his way to the museum. The system chimed. Confirmation successful. He slowly stepped inside. Looking up at a skeleton, Jun-ho exclaimed, damn, they put this on display. Then he spotted something and headed toward a massive door, muttering to himself.
This must be the place. A moment later, he got the door open and cold air rushed out. Seo Jun-ho walked into the room where 4 ice statues stood. Looking at the 4 of them, he plopped down on the floor and said, "Sorry I'm late."
Imagining them smiling back at him, Jun-ho said, "You know, the world's a better place now. We protected the peace we always dreamed of, so you guys can rest easy." He poured liquor into 5 small glasses. Holding one up, he smiled, "Here, drink up." He downed it in one shot, then lowered his head, looking sad. He looked up at the statues again. Sweet stuff, right? When the only answer was frozen silence, he couldn't help but curse. Ah, damn it. Jun-ho pushed himself up. "You guys are covered in dust." He wiped a thick layer of dust off the statue's head. Suddenly, a system notification froze him in his tracks. Frost skill possession confirmed. Magic stat insufficient. Unseal failed. The info was a total shock. With a Frost skill, you can remove the seal on frozen targets. He couldn't help but shout, "What?" Seo Jun-ho doubted himself. "I can break the seal." He thought, "I can bring them back?" He focused hard on the system interface. Jun-ho frowned and yelled, "What? My magic stat is 18. Are you kidding me?" He stared at his stats, trying to figure out how to save his friends. He analyzed it seriously. "Looks like I can't do it overnight, but it's totally possible." Captivated by the flashing data, he realized something crucial. Shim Daeok-gu always said S rank was the highest. "I'm probably the first one, but the magic stat is the problem." Rubbing his chin, Jun-ho muttered, "Huh, this." He wondered, "Did I get this after icing the Frost Queen?" He paused, finger hovering over the screen. "Wait, all stats increase by 30 every time I go up a floor in the dimensional elevator."
With this effect, he thought, if I can get back to my original level by climbing the floors, I won't just be stronger. I'll be able to use the Frost Queen's power. Seo Jun-ho slowly reached his hand out. And then, he told himself, I can melt the ice and save everyone.
Jun-ho clenched his fist and punched the ice, showing his rock-solid determination. He said firmly, "Just wait a little longer. I'm gonna get you guys out of there." Back at the hospital, a man's voice rang out, "You want to be a player again?" Seo Jun-ho answered indifferently. "Why the surprise? You already knew." "Why the wig, though?" "That's literally the only thing I noticed," Sim Dae-kyu exclaimed, all worked up. "This is too sudden. You used to go on and on about wanting to retire." The reply came back cold. "That was 25 years ago." Dae-kyu scratched his head, looking awkward. "Still, I don't think this is a good idea." Seo Jun-ho looked straight at Sim Dae-kyu and asked, "Why?" Trying to explain, the friend said, "I just want you to rest." Ah. He hesitated a bit before saying, "Because of the fiends." Seo Jun-ho suddenly tensed up. Thoughts raced through the mind, players using awakened powers to commit crimes, killing and terrorizing without hesitation just to satisfy their cravings. Total cancers of society. The vision of a destroyed city, crumbling buildings, and the red glow of a massive explosion lighting up the night sky flashed by. With a confused look, the question came out. They're back? Back in the day, those guys didn't even have room to breathe. Sim Dae-kyu clarified. That was then. Continuing on, there's no CCTV on the second floor. Sim Dae-kyu added, and no country has the means to track them anymore. They're probably partying right now. Slowly adding, and because you aren't here. Seo Jun-ho suddenly spoke up. Sim Dae-kyu, I think I know why you don't want me back as a player. Slowly putting food in mouth, keeping a calm face, Seo Jun-ho asked seriously, they still hate my guts, don't they? Fiends with sinister smiles and knives in hand. Kill Specter. Revenge. Sim Dae-kyu replied with a trembling voice. They go crazy just thinking about killing you. The response was indifferent. Oh, is that so?
Sim Dae-kyu stated firmly, so forget about it, urging Seo Jun-ho on. The only way for you to return safely is to ditch the name Specter and come back as just Seo Jun-ho. But why would you even want to do that? Seo Jun-ho suddenly spoke up. The first floor, smiling slightly, declaring, I have to go there.
Sim Dae-kyu asked worriedly, why? Sitting on the bed, the question came out curiously. You guys still haven't figured out how to get past the lava zone on the third floor, have you? Sim Dae-kyu shared bluntly. Of course not. Seo Jun-ho spoke casually. What if I finished eating? Then calmly asking, what if I told you I know a way? Sim Dae-kyu gasped. What? Jumping up, trying to confirm what was just heard. You have a way? Seo Jun-ho asked quietly. You said you needed the Frost Queen's nucleus, right? Finishing the meal and gently placing the spoon in the bowl, the announcement came. I ate it. Sim Dae-kyu looked surprised. Huh? Oh, you finished the funeral soup?
Jun-ho immediately denied it. Not that. Surprised, the friend asked. Not the funeral soup? Dae-kyu's face twisted in shock and disbelief. Seo Jun-ho looked annoyed, as if to say it definitely wasn't about the soup. You ate the nucleus? Trying to explain I didn't do it because I wanted to eat it, okay?
As soon as I defeated her, it just absorbed into my body. What was I supposed to do? Sim Deok-gu grabbed Seo Jun-ho's shoulders, shaking hard. Why you? Feeling helpless. Oh god, my blood pressure. Am I really friends with this guy? Speaking sheepishly. Anyway, I've got the frost skill now. Sim Deok-gu frowned, asking with a hoarse voice. So you can use it to handle the third floor? Seo Jun-ho replied, probably. Deok-gu's face showed a flash of worry, lips pressed tight, expression full of doubt. He spoke suspiciously. Does the reason you're coming back have to do with your teammates? Seo Jun-ho answered briefly, yeah. Deok-gu stood by the bed, speaking thoughtfully. That's good. Looking up, asking, right? Sim Deok-gu said seriously. Then for now, I'll handle the doctors who saw your face. You're the best, man. Seo Jun-ho cheered excitedly. Sim Deok-gu continued. It's the least I can do. Flopping back onto the bed to relax. Oh, and my powers are sealed, so I'm currently level 1. Sim Deok-gu asked, face tense. Stats 2? Seo Jun-ho snapped fingers playfully. Bingo. My blood pressure. Then, a sudden thought struck. Oh, right. Can you get me a new player license? Sim Deok-gu looked at him and replied, I forgot to tell you. Continuing, the guilds are stronger than the association now. Seo Jun-ho sat up, looking worried. So you can't get me a license? Sim Deok-gu reassured him, no, I can. He revealed that the big guilds created a tradition where you have to take the licensing exam, and you can only get a license by taking the public test. Sim Deok-gu shrugged helplessly. I can't help you there. Complaining. What a drag. Deok-gu spoke calmly. Compared to back in the day, yeah, it is, he continued to emphasize. But this is a good opportunity for you. Sim Deok-gu gestured, explaining. Think about it. If I want to fully support you, I need a valid reason. Asking for an opinion, how do you think we'll get that justification? Seo Jun-ho exclaimed with interest, oh-ho. Calculating internally. In other words, gotta get the best score, so everyone wants a piece of me. Sitting up straight, all right, I get it. Seo Jun-ho's voice sounded eager. I'm looking forward to this test. At the magnificent Player Association building, in the license testing area. In the bright, spacious main lobby where a large crowd had gathered, a staff member handed Jun-ho a card. His number was 75. Thinking that cost a pretty penny, a staff member announced, please wait here for your turn. Seo Jun-ho quietly assessed the situation. The vibe here is pretty average. Sitting down in the waiting area, telling himself it would be a while. Feeling a bit hesitant, should I listen in on what the other examinees are saying? Seo Jun-ho's eyes turned cold, a powerful aura spreading softly as a system notification popped up. Skill Night Watch hearing enhancement activated. Closing eyes to focus on the whispers. Did you see the news? The ancient maze on the second floor finally. They say the proctor today is none other than President Sim Deok-gu. Ha! If I fail again, that'll be the 4th time. Seo Jun-ho smiled mysteriously, pretty peaceful. The screen showed number 1 entering. The system notification on the virtual screen began. Seo Jun-ho looked up with a surprised face. Oh. A man with glasses, arms crossed, commented excitedly, that fighting spirit is pretty strong. He continued to comment, look, the monsters are backing off in fear. He observed intently. Sighing, the voice continued, he'll pass easily. I'm so jealous. Seo Jun-ho remained silent, eyes calm. Who knows? Watching the battle. Giving a commentary, the spear is the best weapon for defending the space around the user. Seo Jun-ho let out a breath, looking pensive. But when the opponent starts closing the gap, swinging the spear around like that won't do any good. The match ended, and the board announced the first candidate failed. Thinking calmly to himself, so the test just keeps going like this. In the arena, the announcement came, finally, number 75. A board member spoke up. We're almost done. Speaking in a bored tone, I didn't like a single candidate today. The other person frowned, looking dissatisfied. They didn't even meet the basic requirements. Sim Deok-gu decided, let's wrap this up. Send the next candidate in. Seo Jun-ho steps into the arena. The 4 judges and Sim Deok-gu just bugged their eyes out, looking totally shocked.
One asks, who's that guy? Carrying a sword, a bow, throwing knives, a dagger, and even a freaking spear. Seriously brought every weapon available. Another crossed arms, skeptical, too skinny, doesn't look capable of taking care of anything.
Head down, eyes cold. Another Specter wannabe. Sim Deok-gu frowned, super tense, thinking, asterisk. Told that idiot to make an impression. Asterisk cold voice goes, well, this is interesting. Deok-gu internally cursed, asterisk. Standing out a bit too much, you bastard. Asterisk. Then a voice boomed from the cabin. Number 75, Seo Jun-ho, ready. Turning back with the bow and sword, gave a nod. The judges announced the test is starting. Stats popped up. Gnomes 130 centimeters, weaker than the average guy. Jun-ho analyzed silently. Asterisk 20 of them. Look way more realistic than expected. Asterisk. Well, no matter how good the copies are. Face lit up with excitement, totally hyped. Missed the old days. Bring it on. Teeth bared, eyes bulging, they charged. Gnomes closed in from all sides, surrounding Jun-ho. Gripped the weapon tight, eyes locked in, ready to brawl. Jun-ho unleashed a lightning-fast spear strike right at the pack. Ones that got hit vanished instantly. The rest got even more aggressive. Jun-ho realized. Asterisk. Take them down and more show up, right? Asterisk.
What's the point of that? Pulled out 3 sharp knives, prepping for the next move, turned around muttering, damn rats trying to sneak attack. Seeing the squad get wiped, the goblin scrambled to run away.
Raised the bow, full of contempt. Asterisk. Running's useless. Asterisk. Thought about the mentor who taught archery. The arrow pierced through right as the thought finished. The famous archer, subconsciously thinking of Rupert Green. A gnome stared back, pissed off and grinding teeth. Seeing them charge again, Jun-ho knew it. Asterisk. Of course, this guy is the last one. Asterisk. Carefully drew the sword, calm and sharp. Metal clanged against the floor as the tip went down. Stood up straight, eyes locked, grip tight. One gnome rushed first. Sparks flew as the blade dragged across the floor. Raised its weapon, charging blindly. A smirk, eyes turning dark and sharp, radiating total confidence. Got slashed instantly, while 2 more charged from the side. Another screamed and stomped the floor. Jun-ho gripped the hilt hard, took a stance, spinning to counter the dive from above. Eyes turned glowing red, a mysterious smile creeping up. Unleashed a storm of slashes, shredding the gnomes. Jaw dropped, looking panicked. The judge announced, number 75, Jun-ho, passed. Congrats, match over. Jun-ho groaned internally, asterisk. Just that, and it hurts like hell. Gotta start working out again. Asterisk. From the cabin, excellent. The one next to them added, I'm speechless. That guy is amazing. Arms crossed, deep in thought. My eyes deceive me. Not just a copycat, others nodded in agreement. Used the spear, throwing knives and arrows perfectly. Sword moves at the end were clean and precise. Weapon skills are insane. Smirked. Didn't think that scrawny body could pull that off. The brunette tilted head, pointing at the profile screen. But look at the profile. The only skill is weapon mastery, and it's just rank D. The muscle guy looked shocked and bummed out. Rank D? Not even a sub-skill. If the only main skill is rank D, training is a waste. Gonna hit a wall when leveling up. Curly hair rested chin on hand, thinking. Combat skills are envious though. But the blonde advised, not worth the investment. Stared at the screen cautiously. Best to avoid losses. No need to take the hard road. Sim Deok-gu calculated, asterisk, no trouble if we recruit into the guild. Asterisk, took an elegant sip of tea. Think we've reached a conclusion. Set the coffee down gently, thinking asterisk sucks to have to fake the profile. Asterisk Jun-ho's fake profile passed safely. Outside the fancy guild building, Sim Deok-gu closed eyes, smiling nervously. Jun-ho lounged on the sofa. Wow, this novel is nuts. Looking at the mess, Deok-gu felt helpless, internally depressed. The world's most famous player everyone respects. Out of the hospital in 2 days. Specter is actually this times guy. Deok-gu tried to hold it back. Asterisk, gotta tolerate it. Gotta tolerate it. Asterisk, deep in thought, heard Jun-ho sounding super smug. Sim Deok-gu spoke with murder in the voice, Seo Jun-ho. Holding back rage, sweat dripping.
What are you reading? Innocently answered, main character is a priest, but fights instead of healing. Sim Deok-gu looked confused. Are you crazy? Still haven't moved an inch? Sat down, chilling out? Anyway, get up. Brought what you asked for, Deok-gu asked.
Why ask about unconquered gates? Not planning to go with that current level, right? Jun-ho declared. That's the plan, obviously. This is sick. Shocked. What? Sim Deok-gu's voice shook with worry. Do you even know what unconquered means? Seo Jun-ho turned, casual. Think I forgot? Started explaining. Gates full of monsters and traps, attacking humans randomly. And some are so dangerous players die without a trace. Added, gates that have never been cleared are called unconquered gates. Seo Jun-ho continued, but those are gates only ghosts can handle. Sim Deok-gu warned. That's why it's even more dangerous. High-level players aren't even allowed in. Trainees go in for the loot, but they all end up dead. Deok-gu was freaking out. Look at you. You can barely stand. Isn't this way too much for you to handle? Seo Jun-ho looked up, shooting back. Why are you stressing? Did you forget who I am or something? Besides, aren't those uncleared gates a massive pain in the neck for the association? Sim Deok-gu reluctantly agreed. Yeah, you're not wrong, he sighed. But I can't just send my best friend into a death trap like that. Seo Jun-ho said his name solemnly, Daeok-gu. Then he cut to the chase. Look, I know this is supposed to be a touching moment, but I'm going anyway. There's a ton of stuff I need to grab from there. Daeok-gu couldn't believe his ears. Grab stuff? Then it clicked. Oh, rewards in a gate stack up over time. A gate left uncleared for years is going to drop a massive amount of XP. Shim Daeok-gu asked one last thing. So, the only reason you're doing this is to level up a tiny bit faster. Seo Jun-ho casually replied. Yep, Shim Daeok-gu shouted, shaking with frustration. Did you forget you literally died once already? Can't you find a safer way to do this?
Jun-ho lowered his head, voice serious. Right now, my teammates are waiting for me to set them free. If they were me, they'd do the exact same thing. Shim Daeok-gu immediately shot back. Even so, that's no excuse to pick the most dangerous option available. Seo Jun-ho cut in seriously. That's not the only reason. His voice dropped low. Since I'm back as a player, I'm gonna clash with those fiends eventually. I don't have time to waste, Seo Jun-ho emphasized. When I face them, I need to be strong enough to crush them. Daeok-gu stood there staring at him, completely torn. He rubbed his temples, looking exhausted, and muttered to himself, I didn't think that far ahead.
Daeok-gu shook his head, blaming himself. I had no idea you were under so much pressure. Jun-ho thought to himself, Asterisk, I wouldn't call it pressure, exactly, but he doesn't need to know that. Asterisk, forget it. Daeok-gu decided to support him. I can't stop you, so I'll find a gate you can actually enter. Then, realization hit Shim Daeok-gu.
Oh crap, there's only one gate you can enter at your current level, Jun-ho asked curiously. Which one? Shim Daeok-gu pulled up the data. It popped up 7 years ago. 142 people tried to clear it. Pointing at the screen, he explained, only level 1 players can get in, so people call it the trainees' graveyard.
Seo Jun-ho assessed the situation. The clear conditions look pretty easy to me. Shim Daeok-gu shrugged, but sounded sure. Well, I'm pretty confident in you anyway. Suddenly, a notification chime rang out from the watch. He announced the news. Ah, your down payment just hit. Seo Jun-ho nodded. Got it. Shim Daeok-gu pointed a finger at him. With that cash, you're officially under contract with the association now. From here on out, you're my subordinate for a whole year. The world-famous Seo Jun-ho is officially my lackey. His eyes went wide. What? Subordinate? Seo Jun-ho's voice turned icy. Fine. I'll show you exactly what a real lackey acts like. Daeok-gu panicked, waving his hands. Whoa. Chill out, Seo Jun-ho. Then Jun-ho casually changed the subject. Can I crash here? The association has housing for players, right? Daeok-gu agreed immediately. Good idea. You'll be safer here. Jun-ho made a demand. Get me a suite room, okay? Daeok-gu didn't even hesitate. Ha, whatever you want. He even added a promise. If you do well, I might just give you the entire floor. Jun-ho teased him. Well, you're the one giving the orders now, boss. Shim Daeok-gu quickly changed the topic. Breathless with excitement. Open it. It's your armor. Seo Jun-ho asked skeptically. Armor? You didn't get me something weird, did you? Why is it in a box? Daeok-gu kept pushing him. Just open it already. Seo Jun-ho lifted the armor out.
It's light, he added, genuinely surprised. And durable? Seo Jun-ho let out a gasp. This is seriously awesome. Where the heck did you dig this up? Shim Daeok-gu giggled confidently. Heh, of course it's awesome. He explained the origin. It was crafted by none other than Kun Noah. Seo Jun-ho was stunned. What? That old geezer is still alive?
He's always pounding his back, whining, Aya, my aching back. Daeok-gu filled him in. He's 98 this year, he added. He handed over Cha Si-yoon to his grandson, but he still works there. Jun-ho replied. Ah. Then Seo Jun-ho stated his plan. If that's the case, I should go thank him in person. Daeok-gu called out his name. Seo Jun-ho. He sounded helpless. You can't do that, Jun-ho asked, annoyed. What? Why not? Shim Daeok-gu replied firmly. We have to stay under the radar for your safety. He asked Shim Daeok-gu straight out. You suspect Kun Noah? Daeok-gu immediately denied it. I don't suspect him. Seo Jun-ho went silent at Daeok-gu's answer. Then he voiced his suspicion. So, they have spies inside Cha Si-yoon. Shim Daeok-gu spoke gravely. Exactly. The fiends know about the connection between Kun Noah and Specter. If you go see him now, you're basically broadcasting your identity. Seo Jun-ho's eyes grew thoughtful, his voice calm. You're right. If a rookie like me goes overseas just to visit the famous Kun Noah, people are gonna talk. Shim Daeok-gu put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I told him I'm sponsoring you, so he'll understand. Seo Jun-ho sounded a bit bummed. Nothing we can do about it, I guess. I'll just have to get stronger and go find him later. He asked Shim Daeok-gu to pass a message. Tell him I said thanks. Okay. Deok-gu agreed cheerfully. Sure thing. Leave it to me. Seo Jun-ho excitedly bent down to dig through the box. What weapon should I use? Shim Deok-gu stood behind him, speaking casually. The warehouse should have some decent gear. Use whatever you want. Jun-ho smiled. I'm looking forward to that. Shim Deok-gu added a warning. Just don't expect anything on Kun Noah's level. All right, then he asked. So, when are you heading out? Seo Jun-ho answered seriously. Well, I wanted to leave right now, but I need to work on my stamina first. He spread his arms, thinking to himself, asterisk, just doing that mana test totally drained me. Asterisk, asterisk, if my stamina sucks, I won't stand a chance against fiends or monsters. Plus, these clothes are swimming on me. Asterisk. Shim Deok-gu stood up straight and asked quickly. Sounds like a plan. How long will it take? A month? Jun-ho gave his opinion. Don't you think that's way too long? Deok-gu looked skeptical. 1 month is too long? He replied confidently. 10 days is plenty. 10 days later, the scenery shifted to the mountains. Namgyong Province, Mount Chianma, chosen for safety reasons. Thanks for the ride. Jun-ho walked slowly, stopping in front of the gate. He smiled confidently. Let's do this. A system notification popped up. Gate. Curse of the Dawn. Clear condition. Survive until sunrise. Seo Jun-ho stood in the middle of a desolate wasteland, strong winds kicking up clouds of blinding dust. He looked up, taking a deep breath. Seo Jun-ho smiled, placing a hand on his chest. Asterisk. It's actually pretty warm. Asterisk. A cracked tombstone stood lonely under the sunset light. He smirked wryly. Asterisk. Thinking this place is warm. I must be losing my mind. Asterisk. Seo Jun-ho focused on the status window. Asterisk. According to the intel, this gate isn't too difficult. Asterisk. He stood there, gazing thoughtfully at the horizon. The objective is simple. I just have to survive until the sun comes up. I got here at the perfect time. Jun-ho started analyzing in his head. Asterisk. After going through the data, I found that the team who entered at dawn survived the longest. Asterisk. He added another thought. Asterisk. And time flows differently inside the gate. Asterisk. Anyone jumping in at noon ain't gonna have time to fix their jet lag. Gotta start swinging right away. Seo Jun-ho made the call. In the end, there's nothing they can do since they're just level 1 scrubs. He smirked, thinking, on the other hand, I've been through it all. Come on, show me what you got. The full moon was bright, casting cold light over the dry branches. Seo Jun-ho sat leaning against a tree, feeling a nasty, creepy vibe like being haunted. Glanced around, totally on guard. Seo Jun-ho grabbed his head, ducking under the tree, thinking, the undead mob might be a pain in the ass. Suddenly, noticed something moving under the thick dirt. A hand popped right up from the ashen soil, fingers shaking, covered in mud. Seo Jun-ho looked down at the zombie crawling on the ground, confident in the guess, knew it, didn't hesitate, swung the sword right down on its head. Seo Jun-ho kept cool, saying, no need to come out, go back to sleep. Rested the sword on the shoulder, thinking, can feel a ton of them around here. Seo Jun-ho activated a skill. Night has fallen. Hunter's Night is active. Stood up straight, eyes glowing in the dark, senses boosted. Seo Jun-ho stood surrounded by zombies, frowning. Damn, that's a lot.
A zombie screamed, rushing forward. Undead monsters are tough for rookies, especially zombies. They don't feel pain. Seo Jun-ho gripped the sword tight, striking hard. Can't take critical hits? Nah. They ignore player damage and just focus on attacking. Sure.
Kill one, and more charge in like maniacs. But the result ain't changing. They all took critical hits to the face. Monster corpses littered the ground. Panic-inducing, perfect for rookies with 0 healing skills. Blood smeared on the face. Eyes tired. Get why they call this the rookie's graveyard now. Just then, one straggler popped up from the ground. Seo Jun-ho spun around, delivering a heavy kick. Spoke with pride. But I'm a newbie twice over, pal. Ain't weak enough to lose to a bunch of trash like you. Suddenly felt something weird behind. Seo Jun-ho sounded shocked. Wait, still too many. Sat panting after the brutal fight, looking a bit pained. Ha. Am I done? Suddenly, a voice from far away. Who's there?
Seo Jun-ho muttered. A voice? Jumped up, calling out, where at? The other person heard the shout and stammered back. A human? Over here. Seo Jun-ho rushed to the sound, heard sobbing under the dirt right at the feet, stood on a mound looking down, saying, down there? A weak voice echoed up. Yeah, here? Asked with concern, why are you in here? The person explained in pain, trusted my friends and followed them in. Except me, they're all dead. Seo Jun-ho just gasped. Oh God. The person kept begging, sob please, get me out of here.
Nodded, replying, got it. But first, can you scream real loud? The person asked, surprised. Scream. Why? Seo Jun-ho gave the reason. Gotta find your exact spot. The wooden board shook violently with a scream from below. Tensed up, saying, so the head is right there, huh? Grabbed a gun, firing repeatedly at the coffin lid, shell casings hitting the ground. Seo Jun-ho looked down coldly. Thought this gate killed over 100 people way too easily. You're the one making this place a rookie's graveyard, right? Yelled angrily, you scammer. The monster spoke up. How did you? In a flash, reached the monster. Before it could finish, slashed its body in half. Came to a conclusion. Impossible for anyone to be alive in an uncleared gate. Seo Jun-ho explained the mechanic. Once the battle starts, the gate won't open even if there's one survivor.
Recalled the past. Previous players probably knew this too, but sometimes folks act without thinking. Seo Jun-ho looked at the dead monster, thinking, no wonder the zombies were easy to beat. It was all because of this scammer.
Interface chimed. All hostile monsters eliminated. Successfully conquered the Curse of Dawn. Nodded with satisfaction, leveled up 4 times. My stats only go up every 5 levels. Not a huge jump, but I should be glad. Seo Jun-ho still couldn't believe it. That's it? For real? Seriously? System reported again. Receive reward. Confession of the Dead. Cheered up, scared me to death. Thought that was really it. So stoked. Thought I'd get a rare item, but got a new skill instead. Interface updated. Confession of the Dead. Rank C. Effect. Allows you to peek at a dead person's memories. Seo Jun-ho looked up, eyes wide. Memory reading skill. If I can only read the dead's memories. Look thoughtful. Got this skill, cause I killed that undead scammer. Conditions pretty specific, but I can use this. Seo Jun-ho clenched a fist, hyping up. This is a new skill I got, not as the Specter, but as player Seo Jun-ho. Looked up at the sky, grinning with satisfaction. Seo Jun-ho was pumped. He sounds way too excited. Sim Deokgu spoke happily. Geez, really? Since you came back, the whole world's been buzzing. Haven't rested a single day. Seo Jun-ho chilled, sipping coffee. You look pretty happy. Sim Deokgu sounded satisfied. Feels good seeing those arrogant guild bastards looking confused. Still haven't found the player who conquered the Curse of Dawn. Seo Jun-ho pondered. Must be great for you. Guilds don't usually handle uncleared gates, so why do reporters care? Sim Deokgu asked hesitantly. By the way, Seo Jun-ho, you really not gonna show your face? Answered flatly, no, not time yet. Warned seriously, if they find out you're the one who swept that uncleared gate, you're gonna have a lot of people looking for you. Seo Jun-ho leaned back, replying calmly, Deokgu, you know why people buy expensive stuff even if it's mass-produced in the same factory. Sim Deokgu guessed. Cause they're pricey? Confirmed firmly. Right. They're special, cause not everyone can buy them. Seem to get it. So you're gonna become a luxury item? Seo Jun-ho replied confidently. Not just normal luxury, an item everyone wants but nobody knows where to find. A legendary limited edition. Sim Deokgu raised an eyebrow, voice sounding a bit surprised. So you're saying you're gonna piss him off? Jesus. Let me get this straight. You serious? Sim Deokgu sat on the desk, sounding helpless. You can be a real jerk sometimes, you know. For real, are you a sadist? Type S, blood. Seo Jun-ho ignored the question. Can't play with him for too long. At this moment, Sim Deokgu spoke slowly. Sharp ones will figure it out. Won't they think this guy shows up at other uncleared gates too? That's what they'll think. Sim Deokgu continued, totally chill. Reporters are gonna show up at those uncleared gates too. Seo Jun-ho looked up, voice full of pride. I don't need to lose my dignity introducing myself like that. The world will catch on eventually. Sim Deokgu pouted, teasing. Geez, since when do you care about dignity? Seo Jun-ho tilted his head, confused. What? Looking away casually. Just explaining it to you. Sim Deokgu changed the subject. Never mind. Wanna eat? Reacted instantly. Just ate. Firm voice. You need to eat more. Seo Jun-ho whispered, exhausted. 70, 71. Trembling, putting weight on arms. 72. Seo Jun-ho trying to finish. Kept counting. 73. Doubled over, face twisted in pain, sweating like crazy. Seo Jun-ho screamed the last number. Totally drained, collapsed on the floor, gasping. System interface beep, strength stat up. Seo Jun-ho let out a relieved sigh. Ha, finally, laying flat on the floor, panting, body wrecked. Seo Jun-ho sat up, leaned against the wall, chugged water, closed eyes, enjoying it. Back to life. Wiped the sweat, tapped the watch. Let's see. Seo Jun-ho sat on the floor, staring at a bunch of big system notifications. Voice calm. Luft's Garden. Seo Jun-ho revealed the info. Popped up a few years ago. Korea's oldest uncleared gate. Explained the mechanics. If a gate's ignored too long, monsters start spilling out. It's got a name. They call open gates. Seo Jun-ho added info about the reward. Government and association put up a huge bounty for clearing loose garden. Everyone across the country jumped at the chance, but narrated it 124 tries, 124 fails. Seo Jun-ho judged it, so they had no choice but to hand it over to other countries. Detailed the situation, they spent a fortune hiring a super rookie from India. Tushar. Seo Jun-ho confirmed the skill. He was a genius with a bow. Looked down, deep in thought, admiring the potential. Must have reached Gilbert Green's level, maybe even surpassed him. Seo Jun-ho concluded, heartbroken. But Tushar failed, and everyone lost hope of clearing Luff's garden. A 22-year-old player with a bright future. Just died like that. Thought regretfully, what a waste. Seo Jun-ho thought calmly, obviously, that could be me. Aware of the danger. So I gotta prepare even better. Seo Jun-ho emphasized he just raised strength by working out. So all stats except magic are over 30. Calmly stated, that's enough. My stats are max for my level. Seo Jun-ho assessed. But if even a rising star like Tushar failed to clear the gate, then couldn't rule out some lurking threats. Thought it through. Gotta consider every possible scenario. Seo Jun-ho stretched arms high, muscles flexing, speaking. But then held up a hand, surrounded by blue magical light. Seo Jun-ho grinned brightly. Since I can use frost skills now, I'm getting the hang of it. Wonder how strong it'll be in a real fight. Stepped into Lu's garden. Seo Jun-ho checked the info, assessing. Clear condition. Defeat all monsters. Focused, thinking. Don't know how many golems will come out, but if a four-man team failed, there's gotta be a hidden trap that got him. Seo Jun-ho gripped the weapon, scanning carefully. Stood high up watching a huge maze, voice curious. What's that? Walk slowly. Should avoid that sketchy area for now. Seo Jun-ho found a spot to lean back. Muttered, golems come out at night, so just chill. Nocturnal monsters. Sat waiting forever. Until late night, total silence. Just the wind. Suddenly, a cracking sound from the ground. Something slowly rising. Two monsters appeared in the middle of the garden. Jolted awake, voice startled. Geez, scared me to death. Least you could do is warn me before popping out. Skill activated, night had come, senses boosted. Seo Jun-ho leaned on a pillar, taunting. Only two so far, smirked sarcastically. Talk about a cold welcome. A monster suddenly attacked. Seo Jun-ho dodged fast, launching into the air, spun around instantly, gripped the spear, threw it with full power at the monster. Eyes full of determination and killing intent. Seo Jun-ho hit the bullseye. Spear pierced right through the monster's body. Landed on the ground, feet planted solid. Picked up the spear, gasping. This? Seo Jun-ho held it up, inspecting. Satisfied voice. Awesome. Frost Queen's power is seriously. While distracted, a surprise attack hit. Stumbled. Almost fell. Seo Jun-ho frowned. Is this a monster wave? Look back to check. Wow, two was way too few. Crouched low, ready to fight anytime. Seo Jun-ho charged the monster's spear high. Struck like lightning. Didn't give him a second to react. 3 monsters down, one by one. Spotted one left behind. Didn't waste a second. Seo Jun-ho ambushed it from behind. Swung the spear, creating flashing lines in the air. Aimed straight at the enemy. Seo Jun-ho looked around, doubtful. Over already? Fast, worried thought. When did they bunch up like that? Gotta be at least double that many. Seo Jun-ho smirked awkwardly, sweat running down his face. Don't tell me they cloned themselves after dying. From far off, a roar echoed, sounding terrifying. Seo Jun-ho gritted his teeth. Damn it. Sprinted forward super fast. Yelled. How many of you bastards are there? The boss monster with a huge mane charged, eyes glowing yellow. Seo Jun-ho leaned just in time to dodge, instantly spun to counter. Hand formed a faint blue light, creating sharp energy streaks. An ice shield formed to block the incoming attack. Massive impact caused a blue light explosion, shattering into sharp energy shards. The ice shield cracked completely, grabbed the debris, turned him into ammo, and chucked him like a maniac. Seo Jun-ho saw an opening, bam, swung the spear. Precision strikes, total power. Monsters were dropped everywhere, total massacre. Sighed out loud, woo, I'm beat. How long's it been? Voice sounded weak as hell. Totally drained, but not dead yet. Could still wipe him out. But one thing's bugging me. Seo Jun-ho limped forward. Got S-rank frost skills, but if this is all the difficulty is. Voice got heavy. 4 people should have been plenty. Seo Jun-ho started listing facts. Over the last 9 years, tons of strong players with crazy potential tried to clear this gate. Wasn't just randoms either. Super rookie Tuso was one of them. Kept analyzing based on the scene. Guy should have been able to solo at least half the mobs. With a squad, should have been a clear, gathered the last bit of strength and rushed the boss monster. Thoughts kept racing while Jun-ho let loose a blue energy streak, ripping through the air. Why'd that guy fail, though? System pinged. You have conquered the Garden of Love. Jun-ho looked at the ruins in the flower field and let out a breath. Whew, saw my life flash before my eyes there. Total relief. Man, as long as I ain't dead, we're good. Seo Jun-ho stood there, lost in thought. Why'd I even come here? Wasn't the plan, and what is this place anyway? Crept into the dark maze, suddenly froze. Looked up, totally shocked. Walked along the mossy cliff wall. Shadows stretched out under the weak sunlight. Looked down, a skeleton clutching a weapon covered in thin cobwebs. Seo Jun-ho sensed it immediately. Could smell the rot. Soldier corpses scattered all over the bloody ground. They tried to run. Ugh, so many squads. Jun-ho thought, looking bummed. The maze just wasted their time. Realize something if you can't stop the wave. This place is just a dead end.
Seo Jun-ho blinked, realizing something. Voice went calm. It's a dead end. Turned to look at a body slumped against the wall. Eyes locked on a glowing item. Seo Jun-ho gasped. That bow stepped closer to check it out. If memory serves, that's Tempest.
Knelt down in front of the dead archer, put hands together and bowed. Showed some respect. Touched the bow and whispered, "Forgive me, Tempest." Seo Jun-ho broke it down. Fire one shot, and the arrow flies around randomly like a butterfly. They say it's like the wind in a storm. Name fits.
Wondered silently. Indian government rented this out to Tusa. So is this him? Spotted a notebook tucked under the body's hand. Seo Jun-ho wondered, who owned this? Opened the notebook. April 7th, 2044, 12:40 p.m. Assigned to conquer the Garden of Love gate in Korea. Tusa grinned, eyes totally locked in. For real? You're asking me? I'm in. I'll do it no matter what. Faceless guy gave a warning. Tusa, think about it. That gate hasn't been cleared in years. Voice was dead serious. You probably won't come back.
Hand on chest, standing tall. The Koreans came all this way to ask for my help. How can I say no? That goes against Vishnu's teachings. Tusa had already made up his mind. I'm level 10. This is my only shot to enter the Garden of Love. Gotta take it. Turned and asked sincerely, "You really gonna come with me?" Zaya smiled soft but tough. "Yeah, obviously I'm going." Looked at Tusa with total trust. "I believe in you, Tusa. Following you to the ends of the earth." Zaya grinned. "If you said you were going solo, I would have just snuck in anyway. Glad you actually asked me along." "Thanks, Tusa." She leaned in, sounding a bit shy. "Besides, gotta protect you." He looked confused. "Protect me? Why you?" Tusa's voice got soft. "Glad you're coming." Totally trusted her. Got no one else to rely on. "You know that, right?" She replied gently. "Of course I know. I'm your partner." Tusa smiled, looking relieved. "Yeah." Tusa and Zaya leaned their heads together. Romantic sunset vibes. Fingers interlaced. "We're gonna conquer this place no matter what." Meanwhile, somewhere else. Nisa ran barefoot across the floor, yelling out, "Daddy." He opened his arms, smiling warm. "Hey, sweetie," little girl asked, all innocent. "Daddy, where you going?" He answered, "Work." Added a quick reminder, "I'll be back real soon, so listen to Grandma, 'kay?" Nisa's face fell, looked kinda bummed, but she nodded like a good kid. "Okay, then we go to the zoo together, promise?" Hugged Nisa and kissed her cheek. "You bet. Listen to Grandma and eat your dinner." Tusa stood in the corner, watching him quietly. Nisa's dad got serious. "Tusa, let's move." Tusa felt guilty as hell. "Sorry, it came to this." The dad reassured him. "First time I've gone on a trip this long, but Mom's here." Nisa's dad smiled, voice all warm. "And I couldn't say no when you asked for help." Tusa really meant it. "Thanks, man." Nisa's dad got hyped. "And since I'm rolling with a famous super rookie, gotta get something good for my kid." Tusa laughed. "Deal. Look forward to it." Cut to New Delhi, Indira Gandhi International. Tusa and Nisa's dad rushed through the crowded terminal, dragging their suitcases. Zaya and Jam were already waiting. Tusa went straight for the handshake. "Jam, long time no see. Thanks for showing up." Guy replied politely. Zaya wouldn't stop asking. April 23rd, 2044, 4:12 p.m. Tusa was training hard. Tomorrow was D-Day. Arrows flew, slamming into the target. 4 of them. Dead center in the bullseye. Not bad today. Looked at the grouping, satisfied. Got a good feeling about this. Jumped to April 24th, 2044, 11:37 a. The notebook entry read, "We have entered the Garden of Love." Tusa's eyes went wide, totally stunned by the view. "Whoa, it's beautiful. First time I've ever seen a gate like this." Suddenly froze. Sweat rolled down the temple. Tusa got serious. "This is a dungeon. Can't get distracted." Told everyone to scout the area for now. Night fell. April 24th, 2044, 8:33 p.m. Monsters with glowing red eyes were lurking in the glowing flowers. 8 of them. Isn't that kinda low? Nisa's dad shouted out. Here they come again. 32 this time, screamed the warning. Watch out. A monster launched a nasty attack at Tusa's squad. Split-second distraction, and Nisa's dad took a heavy hit. Tusa looked back, face full of despair at the scene, barking orders to grab the others and bolt. Zaya was panicking, voice urging, run. Get to that maze. Tusa, move it. Mine's a total mess right now. Every time a wave gets cleared, more show up. Are the numbers seriously doubling every single time? This dungeon is straight up insane. Sun's rising, lighting up the deep blue maze with gold. Nisa's dad is lying there on the ground, covered in blood. Voice just a whisper. Tusa, gasping out last words. Take care of my daughter. A weak, desperate beg, please. The 3 of them gave the guy a proper burial. April 25th, 2044, 5:29 p.m. Everyone's wrecked, total despair. One teammate already died from injuries. Tusa's kneeling by a tree, staring off into nothing. April 25th, 2044, 7:12 p.m. Sun's going down, hands clasped in prayer. Oh great Shiva, show us some mercy so I can write in this diary again tomorrow. Tusa's eyes are empty, staring at nothing. Mijai and Jam are crashed out on the ground, trying to save energy for tonight's fight, opening the notebook to start writing. Tusa's hand is shaking while jotting this down. We beat the 4th wave of monsters last night. Today's wave 5, and there's gonna be at least 120 of them. Scribbling away furiously, we fought for our lives. About 40 left. I can take them all out solo. Glancing over at Zaya sleeping. Tusa's face looks wasted from exhaustion, deep hollows under eyes screaming fatigue. Looking up at the sky, muttering, tomorrow's the day we leave this place. Desperately begging, please, let there be no wave 6. But what's coming is coming. Holding Zaya's cold body close. Pain so bad the tears are silent. Voice choking up. Promise to conquer this place. But what's the point if it's not with you? Jam's expression suddenly shifts, muttering, Tusa. Silence, then out comes a sharp dagger. It's time. A twisted thought pops up in Jam's head. You gotta die. Reflection in the orb on the ground shows Jam charging from behind. Tusa swallows the grief, instantly on high alert. Just barely managed to lean aside, so the blade only grazed the arm. Now standing face to face, tension so thick it's about to snap. Jam gives a wicked grin, holding the bloody knife. You dodged it. True to the name, India's #1 rising star. Staring back, gasping in pain. Those eyes. Jam, you're a freaking demon. Looking at Jam with pure disappointment, screaming in agony. How could you play us like that? How can you be a demon? Zaya brought you here. The guy just smirks, face full of arrogance. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Simple. Because your lover was just as stupid as you are. A mocking smile spreads. Didn't know there'd be this many monsters though. Figured a little help was in order before your friends croaked. They were useless and died way too fast. Almost put me in danger too. Tusa roars in fury, you bastard. Jam smiles like a winner. Thanks for the carry. Tusa, hand over the storm bow now and go join your teammates. Not saying a word, teeth grinding in rage. Freezing in place, sweat pouring down a bloody face. Jam stands tall, smirking. What's with that look? Scared to die. Stomping the ground hard with all remaining strength, turning around and walking away. Not even a backward glance. Voice sounding bored. Wow, didn't think you'd run away. Well, whatever. Jam's voice turns cruel, gonna die from the poison anyway. Turning sideways, red eyes squinting suspiciously, waiting for what's next. Tusa clutches the wounded arm, thinking there's a 6th wave. Head down, running, poison spreading. Damn it, desperate thoughts racing, lost feeling in the arm. Stumbling into the maze. It wasn't supposed to end like this.
Trying to sprint, not daring to slow down even a beat, blood leaving a long trail, dark red drops soaking into the dirt. Maybe too late the maze gate is shut tight, screaming into the void, no, can't go out like this. Head hangs low.
Shadow covers the body, bleeding wound clearly visible. Tusa collapses on the ground, right arms totally numb. That demon must have poisoned the dagger. Accepting fate now, whether it's monsters or the poison, dead is dead. Tusa hoping against hope someone finds this notebook. The last line reads, tell our families we're sorry. Finished reading Tusa's diary. Seo Jun-ho's eyes show a flash of pity, flipping through the stained pages. Is that it? No, still a few pages left. Seo Jun-ho keeps reading intensely. Tusa's trembling hands scrawled the final words. If the rest of the team had lived, could we have made it? Writing, filled with rage. This is all that demon's fault. Teeth clenched tight, eyes glaring with fury. Those cursed demons. Praying now. O Shiva. Tusa collapses. Let this soul become one with the eternal spirit. Breathing getting weaker. And let all those sinners be dragged to hell. Someone, anyone. I beg you, avenge this dying warrior. Seo Jun-ho stays silent for a sec, processing. Voice calm. Thanks. Got it. Interpreting it clearly. Monster count scales with the number of players. Came here solo, so there weren't many. Made it through pretty easily. Closing eyes, face serious.
If I had come with 3 others, Seo Jun-ho cuts that thought off. Just saying it feels disgusting. Ugh, don't even want to think about it. Squatting next to Tusa's body, gonna take this along, looking at the bow, and this deciding to borrow it for a bit.
Kneeling down, speaking from the heart. Not taking this as payment or anything, making a promise to Tusa, but I will definitely drag those cursed demons down for you. Slowly standing up. See you later. Turning around to leave, sending a final goodbye. India's young hero. At the Player Association building, Shim Deok-gyu's voice booms with joy. You were right, slapping the newspaper down on the table hard. Deok-gyu laughs loud, face lighting up. We didn't say a word, and now the whole world knows. Seo Jun-ho sits on the bed, holding a head that's throbbing with exhaustion. Told you that would happen.
So tired, I'm telling you. I really wanted to tell them at the entrance. Frowning, fists clenched tight. Just drop it for now. Why show up so damn early? Could have just hit me up on Vita. Shim Deok-gyu laughs and shakes his head. Gotta do it in person to be polite, man.
Tone gets serious. Plus, the Indian government's got a message for you. Deok-gyu keeps talking. They want to say thanks for the diary. He continues. Their families got notified. Seo Jun-ho just shrugs it off. For real? That's good. Deok steps up. Dude, come on. You could act a little happy about it. Answering straight up, I am happy, obviously. Pointing at the newspapers on the table, but it's a bummer. Leaving these here for you. Confused look. What's a bummer? Shim Deok-gyu explains, Tempest. It was made for national defense, but ended up in Tusa's inventory. Seo Jun-ho realizes what's up. Oh, that. Sitting up in bed, lifting the weapon. Here, check it out. The whole room lights up with crazy blue energy from the thing. Deok's jaw drops. Are you freaking insane? Rushing over, screaming in Seo Jun-ho's face, why the hell do you have that? Tilting head, covering ears. Ouch, my ears. Deok-gyu panics. Shouldn't you be hiding that? You know it belongs to India. Seo Jun-ho looks awkward. Just borrowing it for a bit, holding head, stressed out. So what's the excuse? Gonna tell him Tusa transferred it from beyond the grave? Shim Deok-gyu shrugs coldly. Whatever, figure it out yourself. Seo Jun-ho insists. Not gonna use it carelessly, so don't be such a drama queen. Deok-gyu roars. Drama queen, my ass. They think it's lost. Seo Jun-ho tries to explain. No, that's not what I mean. Surprised, huh? Explaining. It's bait for the fiend. Deok-gyu asks quietly. But didn't that guy die in the gate? Seo Jun-ho figures there's no way just one guy was after the bow. Confident. That creep definitely saw the news by now, but no way is he stupid enough to believe him. The guy being talked about watches the screen, eyes cold as ice. Seo Jun-ho's voice gets hard. He's a psycho who cares more about weapons than his own life. He knows I've got it, and he's gonna come hunting. Dak nods. Yeah, you're right. Checking the watch, thinking of one guy specifically. Deok drops the name, Bao Fiend Singer. Seo Jun-ho speaks clearly, famous for that Bao collection. Even other fiends talk about him. Pretty slick. Continuing. But that's why he's wanted all over the globe. Deok analyzes logically. Didn't meet the level requirements, so couldn't enter the Garden of Love personally. Seo Jun-ho says, probably. And if he comes after me, sharp observation. He'll team up with other fiends to catch me at the next uncleared gate. He's gotta be way stronger than Tusa was. Deok-gyu gasps. What? That's too dangerous. Just give it back. Seo Jun-ho calms down. Chill out. If we start prepping now, it's no big deal. Besides, smirking arrogantly, you think I'm an easy target? Shim Deok-gyu puts hands in pockets, looking down, hesitant. Answering awkwardly, of course not, you. But Shim Deok-gyu steps closer, hand on Seo Jun-ho's shoulder. Sincerely, just want you to stay safe, man. Seo Jun-ho smiles, getting it. Strong affirmation. Who do you think I am? I'm the one and only Seo Jun-ho.
Reassuring smile. Don't stress. Won't be like 25 years ago. Reluctant reply. Fine. Deok-gyu sighs. Sigh, you haven't changed a bit. Seo Jun-ho replies. Well, I'm still me. Notifications blowing up on Deok-gyu's watch. Picking up.
Yeah. Shim Deok-gyu here. Got it. Sorry. Gotta refuse. Sighing. Fed up. Yeah. Send him away. Seo Jun-ho has no clue what's going on. Asking, what's up? Deok-gyu sounds bored. Reporters swarming like flies on crap. Explaining, heard you cleared the gates and now. They want interviews. Sudden request. Shim Dak-gu, don't kick him out. Surprised. Why not? Seo Jun-ho speaks up. If we're gonna fight fiends, we should at least pick the arena. Bold move. Let's hold a press conference. The place is packed. A reporter speaks up. Association player Seo Jun-ho. His first gate was Curse of the Dawn. Adding, next was the Garden of Love. Been forever since we've seen a rookie like this. A female reporter sounds impressed.
Korea might be birthing another superstar player like Kim Woo-jung and Shin Sang-hyun, getting tons of praise. Plus, the guy knows how to grab attention. Even among gems, he shines the brightest, cheering erupts. He's here. Get the shot. What the? The reporter gasps.
Huh? Walking on stage in slippers. Totally not dressed for the public eye. Crowd starts gossiping about Seo Jun-ho. Is that seriously the guy who swept 2 uncleared gates? Did he wander in by mistake? Seo Jun-ho thinks. Quite a sight. Should have at least changed clothes. Huh? Thinking internally, but I dressed up so much as a ghost. Now it's just a drag. Remembering Sim Deok-gu's words, you seriously only washed your face. Actually, do whatever, you're allowed. Yawning while speaking. I'm Seo Jun-ho. I'll be running this press con for 30 minutes starting now. Reporter looks shocked, then hands shoot up everywhere. Please give us the deets on your experience in the gates. How'd it feel going in? Any special reason you debuted with uncleared gates? Seo Jun-ho answers loud and clear. Let's start with Curse of the Dawn. Reporter sitting nearby is confused. What is this? Feels like he's done this before. Got way more experience than he looks. Glancing at the watch. Announcing, I'll take one last question. Someone shouts it out. Decided on your next gate yet? Seo Jun-ho smiles, kinda careless and chill. Nope. There's one I want, but my level's too low.
Reporter gets curious. Where's that? Seo Jun-ho answers confidently. West Sea Gate. Shocked murmurs erupt. What? Flashes blinding Seo Jun-ho. Wait, ask him again. Seo Jun-ho, you talking about the West Sea Gate? Questions kept flying in about that last unconquered gate in Korea. Pull this off, and that's a hat trick, sweeping 3 of those impossible gates. Never happened before, right? But the guy just smiles, totally chill, and goes, yeah, pretty much. Left those reporters looking like deer in headlights.
Shocked reporter asks, word on the street is there's a boss monster inside. Got a comment? Another one jumps in to grill Jun-ho too. The association's even thinking of ranking it tier 1. Not biting off more than you can chew. Starting to get annoying now. Well, duh, they're being negative. Boss monsters are beasts. Totally different league compared to regular trash mobs. Insanely strong. Some even enslave other monsters and play king. But Jun-ho just flashes a grin, heads up high, and drops this line. If I fight a boss, I win. Back home, seeing headlines everywhere. News, boss monsters. Doesn't matter, victory is in the bag. Shocking words from player Seo Jun-ho. Confidence or arrogance. People freaking out over a little swagger. Can't find the storm in the maze, my most respected player is somewhere out there. Shin Sang-hyun reads the hot takes, looking confused. All this noise for a rookie? I'll win anyway. Secretary chimes in about Jun-ho's wild statement. Just shows how big of a deal those unconquered gates are. Shin cracks up. Been ages since the first floor sounded this interesting. Secretary asks, want me to hit him up if you're interested? Nah. Pass. Not that interested yet. Shin looks up slowly. If something crazy happens once, people call it fate. Happens twice, that's skill. Drops a sugar cube into the coffee, acting all philosophical. But gotta wait for the 3rd time before judging. No point memorizing names that are gonna fade away before then.
Secretary freezes up, shaking a bit. Got it. If Seo Jun-ho pulls another miracle, the guy gets a personal invite from Shin Sang-hyun. That's the Guildmaster of Goblin, top dogs in Korea. Meanwhile, Jun-ho's zoning out reading files, rejecting everything. Skip this one too.
Sim Deok-gu's confused. What about this? Not bad, but meh. Skip. These all commission requests anyway. Grinning, Deok-gu says. It's the press conference. Dude, you're famous now. Then frowns at a request, muttering, tons of experience. Decent difficulty, fat paycheck. Hard to find a gig with a full combo. Jun-ho suddenly looks up. Honestly, let's ditch these and pick the last one. Deok-gu shuts that down. No way. Your first gig sets the precedent. Hands over another file to check out. How about this? Dad looking for a cure for his daughter's terminal illness. Deok-gu gets serious. Key ingredient is an ash fox core. Jun-ho pauses. Ash fox. Haven't heard that name in ages. Deok-gu remembers. You clashed with one when you were a rookie, didn't you? Yeah. Almost died. Deok-gu clicks a remote. Easier if I just show you. It's the national level gate. Celestial Fox. Say what? Daokgu projects the stats. Burning Sands. Level requirement 5 to 15. Party of 30. Objective. Wipe out all the ash foxes. Difficulty. Hard.
Diokgu points at the screen. Popped up 3 months ago, so it's not officially listed as unconquered yet. But the monster's already chewed up 7 squads. Jun-ho gets tense. Requirements are stricter than the Fox Gate I cleared back when I was Specter. Gonna be tougher than before.
Sim Diokgu just laughs. Not as hard as you think. Players got better, and gear stats are way higher now. That cracks Jun-ho up. Since I got back, haven't seen a single decent player. But hey, I trust you. Grabs the request form. Fine. You want to see my junior skills? Let's do it. Actually, this request is from a friend of mine. Curious now. Friend? Who? Daekgu drops the bomb. Know the Me Group? He's the CEO. Son of Manhwa UK. Nope. Second son, Choi Pil-ho. Just then, someone knocks on the door. Girl in high heels struts in. Chairman, you asked for me? Daekgu doesn't waste time. Congrats, Cha Si-eun. Starting today, you're Jun-ho's secretary and manager. Glancing at Jun-ho, thinking famous rookie or not, looks sketchy if the chairman handles all my crap personally. She walks up. I'm Cha Si-eun. Let's get along. Jun-ho shakes her hand, polite for once. Yeah, likewise. Daekgu jumps in. Seo Jun-ho. I'm gonna chat with the Me Group boss, so you deal with Cha Si-eun. She's a pro, so you better rely on her. She nods, all formal. Thanks for the compliment. Then he shoos them off. Get going. I'm expecting big things. Both go. Roger that. In the car, Cha Si-eun gets curious. Seo Jun-ho, you know about the Me Group? Nods his head. Yeah, #1 in Korea. She fills him in. Famous for squeaky clean taxes and keeping the royal family's secrets. Life was perfect until tragedy hit. Choi Pil-ho's eldest daughter got 9 yin severance, congenital disease for people with insane yin energy. Only fix is jamming something with massive yang energy into her body to keep her ticking. One cure. An ash fox core. 29 years ago, Specter the goat back then hunted one and proved it works. I totally idolized Specter, by the way. Jun-ho rubs his nose. Awkward. Si-eun catches it in the mirror. Why you looking so embarrassed? Jun-ho stammers. Nah, just touched by the story. Car stops. Jun-ho stands at the gate. Place hasn't changed a bit. Si-eun blinks. You've been here before? Catches him off guard. Like a long time ago. She steps up. Wait here. I'll head in first. But someone walks out. You player Seo Jun-ho. An old man and some bodyguards throw the doors open from the inside. Wearing a gentle smile, the old guy speaks up. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've been waiting for you. The name's Choi Pil-ho. Cha Si-eun looks a bit rattled. Thinking, he came in person? Seo Jun-ho, also thrown off, replies, yeah, I'm Seo Jun-ho. It's an honor to be welcomed by you personally. Right then, Choi Pil-ho bursts out laughing and grabs Jun-ho's hand. You're the hero who swept through those unconquered gates for the safety of the people. I'm the one who's honored. Seo Jun-ho is shaken, eyes going wide. His hand is trembling, but that shaking is actually coming from Choi Pil-ho gripping it. The old man sobs. This is my only wish. Tears are welling up in Choi Pil-ho's eyes. Please. He bows deep, begging, please save my beloved Hoon from that cursed disease. Seo Jun-ho heads inside and asks, all right, let's talk business. You need a fox core, right? Choi Pil-ho nods solemnly. That's right. After researching every scrap of info I could find, I discovered a case in France where someone fully recovered. They said it was thanks to a fox core. Wearing that gentle smile again, the old man says, I'll be straight with you. The commission fee is 15 billion. And I'll provide any items or materials you need for the gate. And anything else you ask for, as long as it's within my power. Hearing that, Cha Si-eun freezes, assessing the situation. That fee is massive. Surely Jun-ho will agree. But right then, Jun-ho speaks up, voice cold as ice. I'm sorry, but I'll have to refuse. Both of them are totally shocked. Si-eun yells out in panic. Mr. Seo, Jun-ho. The old man closes his eyes, struggling. Then Choi Pil-ho sighs, making a decision. 25. No, I'll give you 30 billion. Is that still not enough? Seo Jun-ho raises a hand to stop him.
I'm not asking you to raise the price. 10 billion is more than enough. Cha Si-eun looks over in surprise, and Choi Pil-ho's face is just as blank. Confused, the client asks, may I ask why? So Jun-ho explains, back when Specter accepted the request from that French client, he only took 100 million.
The client was ready to give up their entire fortune to save their daughter, but Specter refused and only asked for 100 million. My reason is the same as his. He remembers saying back then that you shouldn't take advantage of people trying to save their family. Sunset is starting to fall. Cha Si-yoon suggests, "I'll park the car. You go on ahead." Jun-ho doesn't say much, just replies, "Got it." That's when she asks curiously, "Did you hear that story about Specter from the association chairman?" The question makes Jun-ho freeze up. "Ah. Well, Chairman Sim Dae-gyu is Specter's best friend, after all. Do you believe that story?" Secretary Cha. "Specter was famous for being cold and robotic." She immediately answers, "No, actually. A kind person like him would definitely do that." Seo Jun-ho looks at her blankly and asks, He was a kind person? Specter?" Cha Si-yoon smiles and replies, "I think so. And I'm even more sure after hearing what you just said. Specter saw his parents die right in front of his eyes. If that wasn't the case, I think he would have named a price. Someone who couldn't save their own family wouldn't want others to go through that same pain." Jun-ho lets out a sigh. Wow, nobody knows the truth but him. Once inside, Sim Dae-gyu grins and asks, "So, how's Miss Cha Si-yoon?" Seo Jun-ho nods and replies, "We've only been together for 2 hours, but she's really good at summarizing info." He immediately acknowledges Cha Si-yoon's talent. You'll realize her true value soon enough. With her skills alone, she could have worked at a famous guild or a major corporation. She decided to work here just because the association is looking after Specter. Seo Jun-ho pauses for a second, then asks, "Where exactly are we?" That makes Dae-gyu laugh. "Dude, don't change the subject just, cause you're embarrassed." He places his hand on the touchscreen, and the door slowly slides open. Sim Dae-gyu starts explaining. "If you want to take down a monster on the level of that fox, you gotta bring something useful." The entire room inside is packed with modern equipment. He walks in, introducing the gear. "Over the last 25 years, our tech has improved insanely. We've created weapons made from materials you couldn't even imagine, and it's changed the traditions of the players." Dae-gyu grabs a sword and tosses it to Jun-ho, then makes a suggestion. "Try pumping some magic into that sword." The request leaves him a bit confused. Into the sword? But Seo Jun-ho pushes his magic into it anyway. A strong light wraps around the blade, surprising him. Sim Dae-gyu explains, "If you use even a tiny bit of magic, an artificial sword aura appears. It can easily pierce an orc's hide." He points around the room, introducing items one by one. "And that thing creates a shield if you channel magic into it." "Oh, and over there are magic bombs." Seo Jun-ho listens, looking a bit disappointed. "So, players these days only use these kinds of weapons?" Sim Dae-gyu pauses for a sec, then shrugs. "Yeah. High-tech weapons are super effective, so why not?" Jun-ho keeps pressing him. "Even the rankers?" Sim Dae-gyu hesitates. "I'm not sure. Rankers usually use custom-designed weapons." Then Jun-ho frowns, judging the gear. "This stuff is nothing but toys." Remembering his fight with the Frost Queen, Seo Jun-ho speaks cautiously. When facing a real predator, these things would be totally useless, especially against monsters that can tear right through a player's magic. Then he asks Sim Dae-gyu thoughtfully, "Why do you think weak monsters appear at lower levels?" He doesn't quite get it but answers honestly, "Because you die if you met a stronger monster?" Jun-ho nods. "Exactly. It's ironic. When it comes to stuff like this, the system is actually really fair. Players have to grow by facing opponents with similar stats that they can actually beat, so they can handle stronger enemies later using the power and experience they've gained." Dae-gyu starts to catch on. "You don't think these weapons work against powerful monsters?" Seo Jun-ho replies indifferently, "Yup." But then he laughs and explains, "You're right. Players who only rely on high-tech weapons will never achieve anything great. These weapons are only good for clearing gates at a matching level." Dae-gyu looks at him and exclaims, "Oh, really?" In the corner of the room, weapons are piled up in a large crate. Seo Jun-ho walks over curiously, pulls out a sword, and asks, "What's this?" Sim Dae-gyu glances over and answers, "That sword was made from new materials too, but it wasn't particularly useful, so I tossed it." Immediately, Jun-ho channels his internal energy into it. Really? He swings the sword, releasing a surprisingly massive wave of power. The whole room shakes a little. Sim Dae-gyu stares blankly, totally shocked by the sight. Seo Jun-ho turns back to him with a mocking grin. The world has really gotten interesting. The growth of players is being held back by this pile of toys. Outside, the sun's blazing high. Tons of cameras are pointed dead ahead. Over there, a gate is cracking open. Cha Si-yoon sits in the car. Sizing up the crowd looks like a swarm of reporters and players. Everyone's hyped about the Red Fox Corps, Seo Jun-ho included. A squad of 27 is heading in. Some are guild plants, but Seo Jun-ho, just chilling, sipping hot tea. Surprised, Jun-ho goes, "This hits the spot." Si-yoon smiles all bright, asking, "It's lavender. You dig it?" Jun-ho gently sets the cup down. I want another cup when I get back. Oh, and wake up earlier tomorrow. Seo blinks, totally confused. Earlier, then the assistant sees that confident smirk. After crushing it today, I'm gonna get buried in requests. Moment boots hit the pavement, reporters swarm like vultures. Seo Jun-ho, is it true the Miho group personally hired you? First time teaming up, right? How's it feel? The Red Fox is a nightmare boss. You sure you can take it down?
Nearby players start getting salty. Look at him, total teacher's pet. Regulars like us always get shoved to the side. He's the hotshot rookie right now, so of course he gets the headlines. They just keep talking trash and complaining.
That twig actually swept 2 uncleared gates? Yeah, right. Look at that gear. Looks like garbage. Maybe hiding the good stuff in inventory. But seriously, entering with that times weapon, whatever. Interview's done. Cha Min-woo gets serious, gear up. Around the guy, other players are locked and loaded. Min-woo takes point, marching forward. The squad files into the gate. Showtime. 11:28 a.m. Scorching sand dunes. First step in, and feet just sink right into the grit. Complaints start flying. Damn it, a desert? How are we gonna fight in this mess? It's boiling. Cha Min-woo raises a voice. Listen up. Everyone's confused. Who's the loudmouth? Min-woo flashes a cocky grin. Let me introduce myself. I'm Cha Min-woo, from Korea's 13th ranked guild, Summer. That drops some jaws. Summer? The Summer Guild is here. That place is for elites only. Min-woo waves a hand, breaking it down. Come on now. You know you can't do much solo in a place like this. With a crew this big, we don't want infighting or stupid risks, right? So here's a proposal. A player nearby mutters, barely caring. A proposal? Cha Min-woo holds up a finger. 1,000,001. My guild pays a cool million to anyone following our lead during the raid. However, we take the Red Fox core. That hits everyone hard. Say what? They start screaming. You're after the core? You're tossing us pennies for a fortune. How you gonna grab that core without Summer's help anyway? Min-woo smooths it over. We're being generous here. Change your mind later? Offer drops to 500 grand. That flips the switch. I'm in. Hey Kim, me too. If we join, you guys got water, right? Just then, Seo Jun-ho walks right past. Min-woo stares at the back of the rookie, confused. Player Seo Jun-ho, not joining the party? Jun-ho tosses a glance. Nah, I'm rolling solo. Min-woo's left speechless. A guy nearby scoffs. Knew it, rumors are hype. Calls himself a genius but going solo here. Don't waste time on that loser. Captain, Min-woo snaps back. Who said I cared? Then shouts. All right, move out. Jun-ho keeps marching forward. Sun and heat wrap around the body like a blanket while the guy thinks. Red Fox. Half monster, half myth. A boss that sprouts 9 tails after 1,000 years. Once it gets 9, it ascends to become a celestial fox and watches over its kind. More tails mean commanding more fire foxes. No clue how many tails this one has, so gotta scout a good spot. Suddenly, Cha Min-woo feels a tremor, rips a sword out, pointing forward. Sand spikes shoot up. A pack of fire foxes bursts from the dunes. Min-woo yells, incoming. Fire foxes. Then quickly adds, don't panic. Stick to the plan, Vice Captain, give me a count. Vice Captain shouts, about 30. The beasts roar, charging with jaws wide open. Players grip their weapons, waiting for the impact. A moment later, Min-woo screams, now. The plan kicks in. Everyone blasts magic at the device behind them. 4 pylons slam down, firing energy beams at the pack. One gets close and ZAP body twisted from the shock. The rest get fried too. Players watch. Hearts pounding. Did it work? Min-woo smirks internally. Watch and learn. Monsters these days ain't like the old days with weak gear and traps. A shield goes up. This is tech from the 2nd floor. Vice Captain shouts. Half of them are toasted. Captain Cha, we'll bag the Red Fox in no time. Min-woo laughs. Less talking, more killing. Another player fires off attacks. Man, I was sweating about the Red Fox, but this is a cakewalk. Bald guy next to that player grins. That's cause we rolled with the Summer Guild. Suddenly, a massive shadow swallows them whole. Huh? Baldy looks up. Why'd it get dark? Eyes bug out. A magnificent red fox looms over them. Baldy screams, it's the Red Fox. The beast lands right on top of the dead pack. The bodies of those fire foxes are piled up all over the ground, bleeding out into the sand. And let me tell ya, that made the fox weasel absolutely furious.
It looked up and let out a roar that shook the whole place. System alert popped up. Boss of the burning dunes, the fox weasel, is here. The bald player looked up, started counting, and just screamed. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. Does that thing seriously have 9 tails? No way, it's a nine-tailed fox. The one the ghost barely beat was only a six-tailed one. Cha Min-woo up front shouted to keep everyone calm.
Stay cool. Hold formation and focus fire. But the players in the back were shaking like leaves. Cha Min-woo. We got Cha Min-woo and the Chonghae Guild on our side. We actually have a shot. Cha Min-woo gripped the sword tight, analyzing the situation. Doesn't matter what kind of monster that is, aim for the heart and head, and it's toast. Looking at the fox weasel, Min-woo was super confident. The trap I set up is way stronger than anything we've ever done. You step in that, you ain't getting out. A hopeful smile crossed Min-woo's face. Today's the day I take down the fox weasel and surpass the ghost. Right then, the beast opened its eyes wide and stared right at him. It opened its mouth aggressively and blasted out a massive wave of fire. Sparks flew everywhere toward the players, and everyone hit the sand to dodge. Cha Min-woo looked around, totally helpless. The pillars nearby were smashed to pieces. Min-woo gritted teeth and hissed, "None of our weapons are working." Min-woo fell into total despair. Traps, tactics, nothing worked. Looking at the fox weasel, all direction was lost. How the hell are we supposed to hunt this monster? It's impossible. Meanwhile, the fox weasel started charging up another fire blast. Cha Min-woo lowered the head, accepting the truth. Ah, so this is how I die. But right then, a shadow stepped in front. Seo Jun-ho. When did Jun-ho even get here? Min-woo looked up, totally confused. Seo Jun-ho. Then Cha Min-woo screamed, "What are you doing? Move!" But Seo Jun-ho just casually drew the sword and said, "I'll be fine." That made Min-woo panic hard. The fox weasel lifted its head, gathered energy for a fireball, and launched that massive sphere of energy forward. Cha Min-woo turned away from the blinding light, thinking it was the end. But instantly, Seo Jun-ho slashed that fireball right in half with one strike. Jun-ho's face was laser-focused, zero emotion. Cha Min-woo's eyes went wide, couldn't believe what was happening. But the hand holding Jun-ho's sword, it was trembling slightly. Jun-ho looked down at the hand, thinking, they were done for from the start. Looking at everyone covered in wounds waiting for help, Jun-ho wondered, is just this enough to be satisfied? Seo Jun-ho spoke coldly, take the survivors and get out. Cha Min-woo got helped up and asked worriedly, what about you? Turning back, Jun-ho asked, me? Seo Jun-ho pointed the sword forward with a confident grin. Obviously, I'm gonna take care of that thing. The fox weasel dug its claws into the sand and roared at the sky again. Seo Jun-ho warned one more time, go. The person next to Min-woo urged, Captain, let's move. So everyone bailed, leaving Seo Jun-ho alone inside. A satisfied smile crept onto Jun-ho's face.
Now that the people who just get in the way are gone, Seo Jun-ho turned to the fox weasel, smiling like a challenger. Shall we have some fun? It ground its teeth in rage, and every single tail on that fox weasel lit up with massive flames. Seo Jun-ho launched into the air, weaving through the fireballs to push forward.
But right after, a whole new wave of fireballs came flying straight at Jun-ho. Quickly turning, Jun-ho created ice to block. The thick layer of ice tanked some of the energy. Jun-ho held the ground, stressed, thinking, just like I thought, it's not gonna let me get close. But Jun-ho still slickly dodged the attacks, skating along the ice toward the fox weasel. The beast's eyes suddenly turned dangerous, locking onto Jun-ho. Then the fox weasel looked up and charged a way bigger fireball. Seo Jun-ho's eyes went wide. A giant fireball. Jun-ho froze, analyzing. Can't survive a direct hit from that. But the giant fireball flew straight at Seo Jun-ho anyway. It exploded the second it touched the ground. White smoke and sand blasted everywhere. After a sec, the black smoke faded, and the fox weasel stood there watching, nose twitching like it sensed something. Right then, Seo Jun-ho dashed in with a sword slashed straight at the fox weasel. A few clumps of fur fell off, and the beast realized Seo Jun-ho was right above it. Then Jun-ho landed right on its nose. Hup. Seo Jun-ho jumped high again, just as the fox weasel breathed fire. Creating ice steps to keep moving, Seo Jun-ho tried every angle to get close. The fox weasel's power goes up with the number of tails. Pushing ice magic into the sword, Seo Jun-ho made a tense decision. So what happens if the tail count goes down? No sooner thought than done.
Jun-ho swung the sword directly at a tail. The fox weasel howled in pain as the tail turned to ice. Seo Jun-ho smiled, totally satisfied. Clearly, the power drops too. Night had fallen. Outside the gate, tons of reporters were camped out waiting. One guy slurping noodles looked inside, worried.
Slurp. It's been 10 hours since the players went in. The group before this survived 2 days. The guy next to him heard that and slapped him upside the head. You bastard, don't talk trash. He looked at the gate and warned, the only thing we can do is pray they come back safe. Inside, Jun-ho kept creating shattering ice shards. They kept stabbing into the fox weasel's tails, making it scream in pain. Seo Jun-ho stood back and mocked it. This is the first time you felt pain. Huh. Jun-ho lowered the head, voice dark. You don't have any natural predators or rivals. You just hunt tons of players. Never imagined you'd become the prey, right? Hearing that, the fox weasel frowned, pissed off and tense. It slashed those sharp claws at Jun-ho. A critical hit would have been game over. But it swiped at empty air and had to look around frantically. Right then, Seo Jun-ho popped up from below, shocking it. Jun-ho swung the sword aggressively. Where are you looking? And then, the blade slashed straight across the fox weasel's eyes. Blood sprayed everywhere, and it turned away howling. The fox weasel started launching a barrage of fireballs again. It kept firing them, while Seo Jun-ho charged straight in, sword ready. Jun-ho swung the blade at the fox weasel again. This time, the sword sliced right across that big nose. Seo Jun-ho quickly jumped back. The fox weasel looked up and created another energy ball. It seemed like it was pouring every last bit of hope into this final attack. Seo Jun-ho looks up with this twisted smirk. What a tragedy. Why struggle when you know you're gonna die anyway? Just give it up. Reaching out, ice energy starts crackling. You know what? Clench. Just like that, the ice slams into the fox dog. Must hurt like hell. Too late, buddy. The fox dog gets wiped out mid-scream. Seo Jun-ho lets out a heavy sigh, totally drained, and just face plants into the ground. While Jun-ho is passed out on the sand, the system pings. You defeated the fox dog. Sweet loot dropped. The fox dog's core. Outside, the sun is coming up. Reporters rush in like vultures. Whoa, they're out. No way did the team actually clear the dungeon. The gate turns green. Everyone is losing their minds. Only took 13 hours. That is faster than the last team took to fail. News feeds are blowing up. Players are walking out of the green gate. The reporter screams. First one out is Cha Min-woo from the Chongcheon Guild. Seeing Min-woo carrying someone, reporter Cha Si-yoon rushes over. We need an interview. Get the injured over here. Stat. Rescue teams roll in with stretchers. Players who aren't totally wrecked get ambushed for interviews. Jun-ho is out cold on a stretcher. A medic patching up Cha Min-woo asks, first aid is done. Heading to the hospital? Min-woo looks up. No. Pauses, glancing at the cameras. Gotta explain something first. Meanwhile, the crowd is chanting Cha Min-woo. Cha Min-woo. Cameras are flashing everywhere, blinding the guy. Did you really lead the raid? Did you clear the dungeon? Give us a statement. Questions keep firing. Did the fox dog really have 9 tails? Was it tough? You are trending #1 right now. You always said you wanted to be a hero. How does it feel? Cha Min-woo just stands there, dead silent. Looks over at Seo Jun-ho, confused. So this is what it feels like. Praise is addictive, even when it is for the wrong guy. Min-woo flashes back to school days. Today, class, we are talking about hopes and dreams. The teacher smiles. Cha Min-woo, why don't you go first? Kid Min-woo grins huge. I want to be a great hero like the Specter when I grow up. Back in reality, head hangs low. Min-woo faces the reporters. I am not the one who should be standing here. I am going to tell you what really went down inside that gate. Time skips. Seo Jun-ho wakes up, sees an IV bag. Hospital? Huh? Cha Si-yoon walks in. You awake? Jun-ho turns. Secretary Cha, it is 6 in the morning at Hanguk Hospital. How you feeling? Jun-ho sits up, rubbing that head. I am good. Si-yoon nods. Checked your commission requests while you were out. You were right about the early bird stuff. Jun-ho swings legs off the bed. For real? Si-yoon freaks out. Where are you going? Jun-ho drags the IV pole along, chill as ever. Gotta see Chairman Choi Pil-ho. Bet the old man is waiting outside alone. Si-yoon yells after Jun-ho. See Jun-ho, you aren't recovered. Jun-ho sighs. Chill, just passed out from exhaustion. Grinning like an idiot. I will rest after seeing the real patient. Let's bounce. Next thing, Jun-ho is back at Pil-ho's place. The old man is stoked to see Jun-ho. So grateful you came, but you good? Heard you passed out in the gate. Jun-ho scratches head, laughing it off. Yeah, just tired. Basically took a nap. Pil-ho relaxes. If you say so. Leads Jun-ho to a door. My daughter's room. Jun-ho pushes inside. Sees the IV in that arm. Medical machines are beeping like crazy. Looking grim. Condition is worse than expected. Jun-ho pulls an energy orb from the inventory. Gotta make this quick. The energy radiating off it totally freaks Pil-ho out. Jun-ho quickly shoves the orb back in the inventory. Whoops. Forgot about the heat. Dangerous for normal folks to be near the core. Mind waiting outside? Pil-ho backs up, nervous. Should have asked earlier, but is using something that dangerous on my daughter actually safe? I am freaking out here. Jun-ho explains fast. Not everyone can handle it, sure. But I know the method the Specter used, so don't sweat it. Pil-ho calms down. Ah, So Chairman Shim Deok-gu told you? Heard the chairman was tight with the Specter. Jun-ho nods. Yep, that is right. The old man grabs Jun-ho's hands, relieved. Pil-ho begs, please, save my daughter. Jun-ho gives a chill smile. Won't take long. The dad leaves, shutting the door. Jun-ho steps up to the bed. Whips out the foxdog core. She is worse off than the last patient I fixed.
Gotta use the core's heat to melt this ice curse. Suddenly, Junho's eyes go wide. A system notification pops up. Concentrated yin energy detected. You can absorb it with frost skill. Junho blinks. Say what? The system keeps going.
Magic stats will increase upon absorption. Jun-ho is totally confused. What the hell? Frost is practically flawless ultimate offense and defense. You telling me it can boost my stats by eating yin energy too?
Staring at the panel. Even Watcher of Darkness S couldn't do that. Mind blown. Since when could Frost do this? What if the Watcher of Darkness finds a similar curse in the ancient dungeon on the second floor?
Hesitates, then nods. Definitely worth a shot. Looks at the girl, determined. But I will figure that out later. Gotta focus on curing this 9 yin syndrome first. If I don't hurry, she is toast. Reaches out. Need to drain all that yin energy. Jun-ho focuses. Pours the energy straight into that body. Seo Jun-ho slowly recalled his days as the Specter. Back then, I used positive energy from the core to brute force the curse. The patient took a huge hit, but I had no choice. Then, he continued his moves with way more confidence. This time's gonna be different. I'm not kicking out the negative energy. I'm absorbing a piece of it. His face was full of tension, trying to keep the balance. This way is safely safer than using a core. Outside, Choi Pil-ho was praying, worried sick. Cha Si-yoon was standing there waiting too. Suddenly, she tapped the chairman's shoulder. Turns out, Jun-ho had opened the door. Pil-ho quickly looked up, voice shaking. How did it go? Seo Jun-ho wiped the sweat dripping down his face. Then he flashed a hype grin. It's a success. She's fully recovered and 0 side effects. Hearing that, Choi Pil-ho burst into tears. He was so happy he dropped to his knees. A bit later, they hopped in the car. Cha Si-yoon quickly chimed in. Your vacation starts the second we get back to the association. For now, you should avoid strenuous exercise. Seo Jun-ho replied, sounding helpless.
Yeah. He leaned forward, smiling. I think I pulled this off thanks to you. Secretary Cha Si-yoon, thank you. That left her speechless. Then Choi Pil-ho spoke up. I thought a lot about how to pay you back. First, I thought about raising the cash reward, but I figured you wouldn't want that.
Seo Jun-ho answered casually. I just did what I had to do. The old man continued. Your words are enough, so I've decided on this. If you ever need help, the Miho Group will support you at any cost. The #1 company in Korea, Miho Group. You could say, there's nowhere in Korea their influence hasn't reached. But their real weapon, Choi Pil-ho's eldest son, is the guild master of Singer. They're ranked 5th in the country. If I can get their backup when I need it, that's a massive advantage. Jun-ho bowed happily, playing the polite card. I'll make sure to use that favor carefully so I don't trash Miho's reputation. Choi Pil-ho laughed. Just speak up whenever. Seo Jun-ho, you're my family's lifesaver. Scene shifts back to the association. Shim Deok-gu laughed cheerfully. I just got off the phone with Chairman Choi Pil-ho. He was losing his mind cause his daughter is recovering. Then he asked with concern, how's your body holding up? Seo Jun-ho leaned back on the sofa. Just a mild muscle pain. Shim Deok-gu gasped, totally shocked. Geez, are you secretly chugging some magic potion? The guy explained while tapping on his screen. No way. I leveled up a ton and got a bunch of recovery skills. That's it. Anyway, let's talk business. Right then, he pulled out the jackal core, leaving Shim Deok-gu stunned. He was surprised by the massive energy coming from it. Is that the jackal core? Seo Jun-ho replied casually. Yup. I didn't use it on the chairman's daughter. He calmly explained why. I absorbed some of the negative energy using my frost skill. The big guy slammed the table and stood up. That's even possible. Seo Jun-ho sat back down, chill as ever. The system told me so. Plus, it boosted my magic stats.
Then he coated the jackal core in a layer of ice. I found something cool. The frost skill can absorb negative energy from any target. Shim Deok-gu leaned in, curious. If it can do that, Seo Jun-ho cut him off. Not just diseases like 9 yin severance. I can probably absorb energy from items too.
Deok-gu tilted his head, a bit confused. I was wondering what you meant. Turns out, you just want me to find suitable items, right? He flashed a teasing grin. That's our Shim. Deok-gu, good boy. But there's one potential problem. The energy from 9 yin severance was labeled as intermediate. Back then, the system said, you sense an intermediate energy source. Shim Deok-gu fell into deep thought. An incurable disease is only intermediate, so absorbing regular items won't do anything. Jun-ho confirmed it instantly. Probably, He started putting the pieces together. I get the gist. I'll hunt for suitable items. You investigate, Cha Min-woo. Suddenly, Seo Jun-ho laughed nostalgically. The player market. Been a while, huh? Hearing that, the friend quickly warned him. Don't go running around causing trouble. That made him jump. Why do you think I'd do that? The player market. It's a hub gathering branches from Korea and all over the world. You can get tons of stuff at the entrance. It's also where info gets traded. Normal people flock here too, so it's always packed. Walking down the street, Seo Jun-ho wondered idly, how long till I get to the Insadong branch? Insadong Street is way more crowded than it used to be. He looked around and sighed. After the gates appeared, people struggled to survive, so this place used to be pretty desolate. Seo Jun-ho smiled with satisfaction. It's good to see this. Then he snapped back to reality. But today, the place I need to hit up is the black market. A concert was playing in the theater. Freeze! Freeze! No one's melting anymore. Seo Jun-ho slowly walked in and looked for row 8, seat G10. Found it. This special seat in the player market theater doubles as a teleporter to the black market. He sat down, totally chill. The market's teleportation skill is no joke. Skya used to ask, confused. In an era of infinite growth, powered by gate items.
Teleportation still gives people motion sickness? She'd complain, annoyed. I'd rather just use my own magic to move. Thinking about that, he just smiled. Soon. While teleporting, he prayed, I want to see you guys again, real soon.
In a flash, Seo Jun-ho arrived at the underground city, the black market. This place is totally different from the player market. If you aren't a graded customer, you can't even get a ticket. This place is like a hub where player markets from all over the world converge. Suddenly, someone screamed aggressively. Hey kid, watch where you're going. Sorry. A bunch of other people were whispering too. Heard the news? Haven't seen the Specter anywhere lately. How long is the association gonna hide that monster? In the black market, there are no guides and no civilian customers. This is the underworld where normal social rules mean nothing. Suddenly, someone asked, Look, isn't that Seo Jun-ho, the guy who woke up from the uncleared gate? He started feeling uneasy. Obviously, my safety isn't guaranteed here. He eyed the people around him. Seo Jun-ho was totally confident, figuring the odds of running into a player who could actually threaten him were super low. He silently confirmed that all the actually good players had already climbed up to the higher floors. As for the scrubs down here, either they weren't strong enough to hit the second floor, or they couldn't handle the heat and came crawling back. Right now, taking them all on would be a total breeze. Facing these low-tier players, he coldly looked up at the guy in front of him and ordered, Move. But those two thugs just stood there like idiots, not moving an inch. A moment later, the guy got intimidated and quietly stepped aside. Seo Jun-ho was a bit surprised by that, thinking, Oh? Tell him to move and he actually moves? As soon as he stepped inside, the shopkeeper greeted him, Welcome. But the second he saw Seo Jun-ho, he squealed, Whoa, look who it is. The most famous guy in Korea is actually here. But he just calmly replied, I'm here to see the artifacts. The shopkeeper pointed to a nearby counter, guiding him. The artifacts are all on that shelf in the corner. Help yourself. Seo Jun-ho walked over to inspect them, silently judging, This isn't what I'm looking for, but isn't this all rare high-end stuff? The system kept popping up with artifact info. Causes the opponent to feel low-grade frost energy. Causes the opponent to feel low-grade yin energy. Causes the opponent to feel mild freezing energy. Even for a lower-level player, having these items would definitely boost magic power. Suddenly, he spoke up. Hey, I heard a rumor. Seo Jun-ho's eyes were filled with killing intent. As he questioned the shopkeeper, I heard there's a private room in this shop holding some insanely valuable items that a trainee sold by mistake. That statement clearly shook the guy. The shopkeeper immediately slammed his hand on the table and shouted, That's a total lie. Who told you that crap? Seo Jun-ho smiled and confirmed, Hey, I know it's true. That's why I'm here. He realized right then that this guy was a terrible liar. Immediately, Jun-ho pulled out an item to make an offer. If you let me take a peek, I'll buy a few items on display, plus I'll give you this thing to keep your mouth shut. The shopkeeper finally caved, standing up while complaining. God, what loudmouth leaked that info? He punched the code into the panel, and as the door opened, the shopkeeper spoke up. After you. He stepped aside to reveal the artifacts, introducing them. These are all the top-tier artifacts our shop has. Jun-ho quietly looked around, silently assessing everything. They were preserved really well, but there weren't any dark attribute artifacts at all. Then again, dark artifacts are pretty rare, right? Suddenly, one thing caught his attention. Oh, ice attribute. The shopkeeper immediately screamed, Hey, don't touch that. He started explaining, totally stressed out. It's cursed by a powerful spell, so anyone who uses it gets frozen solid. But when Seo Jun-ho put it on, absolutely nothing happened, leaving the shopkeeper standing there like a total idiot. This was the glove sealing the Ice Queen's resentment. The system quickly displayed its ability, causes the opponent to feel low-grade frost energy. It can purify malice through absorption. Seo Jun-ho smiled slightly, thinking, if this is mid-tier, then the frost energy is compatible with the entire 9-yin severed pulse. He felt pretty satisfied. This could help recover magic power just like that other time. Having decided, Jun-ho spoke up, I'm buying this. And those artifacts from earlier too. The shopkeeper was sweating bullets, stammering, Pay. Thank you. After buying the gear, Seo Jun-ho headed over to the bar. The bartender turned around, looking a bit surprised. The players inside also noticed this new face. Jun-ho casually sat at the counter and made a request. Get me a teleport to Insean Market and pour me a drink. Cleaning a glass, the guy explained. Yes, sir, but you'll have to wait 10 minutes to use the teleport system. During that wait, he ended up in the crosshairs of the guys behind him. Someone walked up to Seo Jun-ho and called out, Hey. The thug stepped closer, his voice dripping with mockery. Who do we have here? Isn't this the famous player Seo Jun-ho? We've heard so much about you. Listen up, talented junior. All the seniors in the industry think you're gonna die in a very special way. Jun-ho just kept drinking his water calmly, telling himself, right, nothing left for me in the black market, gotta get out of here fast. Recognition is incredibly important to players like Bloodblade, Kim. Whatever. Yeah, never heard of that guy. It has a huge impact on accepting requests or getting into guilds. But if you just talk about gate achievements, it's hard to get that level of recognition. That's why some cowards use this time's cheap method. Seeing he wasn't answering, one guy furiously threw a cup. Jang Myung-jang aggressively pointed his sword at him, demanding, Your senior is talking to you, and you dare glare at me. The rest of the gang started getting heated, shouting threats. You useless piece of trash, we're gonna teach you a lesson today. It's thanks to me clearing the path that you punks could grow up normal. Got it? The guy excitedly pointed at himself, boasting, If I could just speak through this body about all the experience from my 5 glorious years. That made Seo Jun-ho burst out laughing. He bent over, clutching his stomach, shaking with laughter. The thugs looked a bit confused and stepped back. What the hell? This guy's crazy. Seo Jun-ho snorted coldly. Is that so? Clearing the path. He looked up at them, mocking. That was the work of the players.
Of the first generation, not street trash like you guys. Then he stood up straight and fired back. You losers only dare to bully the newbies. Getting your name on one line of a cheap tabloid, isn't that all you've actually done? That made the thug's face turn pale as he cursed. You bastard! Immediately, Seo Jun-ho turned to challenge them. Stop barking and come hit me. With no weapon in hand, he stood tall and threatened. I have to teach you thugs a lesson so I can finally feel better. In an instant, Seo Jun-ho was surrounded by the mob. The crowd around them started whispering sarcastically, Hey, isn't that Seo Jun-ho?
He's been getting popular lately, right? Yeah. If he gets beaten to a pulp today, he'll probably be on the news immediately. An old man watching from afar couldn't help but comment, bullying a newbie just to polish your reputation. Truly pathetic. The thug just smirked, challenging him, keep talking trash. After the beatdown, everyone will know the result anyway. He looked at him, secretly gloating. Seo Jun-ho, the guy who beat the Firefox, actually lost to the Gangnam Trio. Seo Jun-ho suddenly asked the bartender, How much longer until the teleport is ready? The guy awkwardly replied, 4 minutes left. Right then, Seo Jun-ho stomped his foot and stepped forward. 4 minutes? He flashed a provocative smile. Just enough for a quick warm-up. Jang Myung-jang spun the scythe in his hand, showing off, then slashed the blade violently forward. Jang Myung-jang spoke with total disdain. I am Jang Myung-jang of the Gangnam Trio. You should be honored to fight me.
But wait, what's that dagger he's holding? Seo Jun-ho calmly explained. I just picked it up to test its power. Oh, this thing? Then he cracked a smile full of contempt. Why use a knife for 3 measly bugs? That comment makes the guy snap. Jang Myung-jang charges straight at Jun-ho, screaming, You bastard!
Seo Jun-ho's eyes cut sharp. Just a slight head tilt, and the attack misses by a mile. Right after, Jun-ho grabs the dude's sword. Yanks Jang Myung-jang forward so hard the punk stumbles face first. Jun-ho takes the opening, slams an elbow right into the guy's face. The players watching just drop their jaws in shock. Dead silence. Nobody makes a sound. 2 hits and Jang Myung-jang is flat on his back, blood spilling from nose and mouth. The thug in the hat curses. Hey idiot, you picked a fight and messed up. The guy next to him starts sweating, wondering, can I even take this kid? Suddenly, the guy unloads a bunch of throwing stars at Jun-ho. Power and speed are no joke, but Jun-ho spins and dodges every single one. Seeing Jun-ho not attacking, the guy yells, "Fight me," and slashes right at Seo Jun-ho. Doesn't matter how many times the guy swings, Jun-ho blocks it all. The last thug watches from the back, judging. Just a newbie who killed a few monsters, anyway. Never killed a human, though. People who hold swords still hesitate. That split-second hesitation is why you're gonna die. The guy laughs at his own joke. Get it now? That's the gap between us and trash like you. We never played fair from the start, arrogant prick. But reality hits hard. The thug is the one getting pushed back. In a flash, Jun-ho stomps on the guy's shoulder joint, snapping the arm. The thug just screams and shakes in pain. Seo Jun-ho turns cold eyes on the last one. Blood drains from that guy's face. What the hell is going on? A total rookie just wrecked my crew? Still, the guy keeps fighting. No way. Throws a barrage of stars, but Seo Jun-ho dodges them one by one. Walking straight forward, Jun-ho thinks coldly. Back in the Shadow Elf days, reading breathing patterns let me take down countless demons. Dodging and attacking, Jun-ho closes the distance in a blink. The thug backs up, mouth hanging open in shock. Seo Jun-ho swings a dagger. Your breathing is way too loud. Stabs right through the guy's palms. Pain turns the thug's words into gibberish. Pinned to the wall, screaming his head off. Seo Jun-ho walks over to Jeon Myung-jang lying on the ground.
Drops a cold question. Don't need to see my face anymore, right? The guy's eyes go wide with terror. Flips over, trembling. Of course. Won't even look at your shadow ever again. Hearing that, Seo Jun-ho walks away. Suddenly, the crowd screams out.
He won. Everyone's shouting, super hyped. A newbie beat players with 5 years of experience. Insane. Call the reporters. Seo Jun-ho. Seo Jun-ho. Hearing the chanting, Jun-ho feels confused. This world is weird. People kill just to satisfy greed. Instead of caring about the injured, the crowd praises the winner. Suddenly, Bender speaks up. Teleport system ready. Only 3 ways to survive in this crazy world. Go mad with them, become emotionless, or live in solitude. Jun-ho steps into the transporter. Walks out, stretches lazily, sighs helplessly, and looks up at the sky. Mutters, "Miss you guys so much." Meanwhile, the photo of Seo Jun-ho pinning the thug to the wall goes viral. In Ha reports from the car, photo just dropped from the black market. Rumor says 30 players level 20 or higher got crushed by one overwhelming force. This guy has serious potential. What do you think, princess? Gong Ju-ha just nibbles her ice cream, humming in thought, finally smiles and asks, "What's the name?" Seo Jun-ho squints, suffering through it. Smile. Stares at the girl's phone, wondering, why am I doing this? Can't even hide. She smiles. Excuse me. Suddenly, the crowd gets angry. How long you gonna take? We're waiting. Seo Jun-ho looks up and freaks out. What? Alarm bells ring in his head. Won't get home before dinner at this rate. Someone calls out. Player Seo Jun-ho turns to see Gong Ju-ha and In-ho waiting. She lowers her shades, grinning. Can we talk? Seo Jun-ho is confused. Who is this? Assessing the bright orange hair and intense heat energy. That power. Can feel it just standing here. Only one person fits. Member of the Big Six. Princess of DCI, Gong Ju-ha. She hands over a card. Right, here's my business card. I'm not a weirdo. Jun-ho thinks, knew it. Takes the card, smiling internally. Scouted by Dokebi, that feels good. Gong Ju-ha invites, can we hit up a cafe nearby to talk? Jun-ho agrees instantly. Sounds good, let's go. Thinking, gotta escape this. The line starts screaming. What? He's leaving? It's Seo Jun-ho. Famous life. Escape success. Inside Cafe Eden, Gong Ju-ha sighs. Man, I'm sweating. Takes off the shades and mask. Hate going out. Hate the heat, but gotta wear this stuff. Jun-ho asks, don't you have fire powers? She fans herself. That's the issue. I like cold things. Rumor says even demons are scared of her. Is this normal-looking girl really the DCI princess? In-ho brings water. Here, princess. She thanks him. Jun-ho takes his water, says thanks, then gets straight to the point. So, what does the Dokebi Guild want with me? She didn't hesitate for a second. Wanna roll with us? That caught Jun-ho off guard. Spoke like it was no biggie. Dokebi ain't some random flea market. Gong Ju-ha casually sipped some water. Vice Master said to snag you just like this. Going by the book takes freaking forever. Chin up, pointing right at Jun-ho. Was gonna decide after checking the vibes, and congrats, you pass. But say, Jun-ho, still totally lost. Pass how? Gong Ju-ha thought for a sec. First off, the achievements. Definitely enough for a personal visit.
Getting praise didn't even faze Jun-ho. Just thought, true that. No one else at this level's pulled off what I have. Then Ju-ha kept going. Top-tier scores in strategy, close combat, and future potential too. Hearing that sparked a realization.
So the market incident got back to you. Gong Ju-ha looked up with a smirk. Loved it. Great moves. Just one last thing to check though, is the main skill really just D-rank weapon mastery? Seo Jun-ho slowly set the coffee down. Yup, that's right. Well, on the fake profile anyway. Gong Ju-ha didn't even blink. In that case, I want you even more. Then came the sales pitch. Think about it. Only got a D-rank skill but already slaying at this level. Imagine having a bigger arsenal. Join the guild, and access to tons of 6 skill books is unlocked. Plus, our coordinators will cook up a custom training routine. Jun-ho eyed the book on the table. Sounds dope. Started weighing the options. Massive perks, resources, plus the pay and support blow the association out of the water. That's why all the heavy hitters bail on the association. Big guilds are big for a reason. Gong Ju-ha kept the pressure on. Top of the list. We're one of the strongest guilds worldwide. Got way more intel on the second floor than the association too. Wouldn't rolling with us be better than sticking around there? Smiling with total confidence. Inner thoughts screaming, no way this gets rejected. It's Dokkaebi, after all, and the captain showed up personally. But then Seo Jun-ho bowed his head. I'm gonna have to pass. Gong Ju-ha waved a hand, not listening. Yeah, go ahead and speak. Then the words actually hit, slammed the table and shot up. Say what? Why? Seo Jun-ho already figured out joining Dokkaebi. Sure, cash and fame would pile up, but nothing's free in this world. Their orders are law, and grinding their missions would be mandatory. Good for now, but eventually, total shackles. Gong Ju-ha just stared, clueless. Did you miss what I said? Seo Jun-ho dropped the reason fast. Look, Dokkaebi made a killer offer, but ever hear that saying? Better to be the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon? She threw her hands up in surrender. Ah, got it. Gong Ju-ha's opinion shifted. Snakehead over dragon tail. Smarter than he looks. Jumping to Dokkaebi now would mean grinding to rank up anyway. A place packed with elites? Competition among the best is brutal. But she wasn't quitting yet. So, seriously, not joining us? The answer was still cold. Sorry. Gong Ju-ha stood up. Well, nothing I can do then. Can't exactly drag you in. Some advice though, watch your back. Seo Jun-ho laughed, teasing. Planning revenge? Unbelievable. She immediately yelled, No, we aren't trashy like that. Gong Ju-ha got serious. Demons are getting active lately. Even on the first floor. Turned to look at her. You mean they're plotting something? Gong Ju-ha wasn't 100% sure. Could be. Bet the association's clueless. That's why I'm spilling the tea. If you get jumped without knowing, I'd be bummed. Seo Jun-ho gave a genuine smile. Thanks. She waved while walking off. Catch you later, Mr. Snakehead. The nickname was kind of funny. Mr. Snakehead. Huh. Back at the association, Jun-ho filled Sim Deok-gu in. Deok-gu looked rattled. Demons moving again? Jun-ho nodded. Dokkaebi's got no reason to lie to me. Gotta be real. The room went dead silent. A beat later, Deok-gu spoke up, voice low. Knew their intel was faster, but this is next level. He turned to Jun-ho. BTW. No regrets turning them down? Gong Ju-ha really went all out trying to recruit you. Jun-ho sat up, chill as ever. Not really. Sure, the cash and fame would have been sweet, but I ain't really into that stuff. Looking at Sim Deok-gu, he asked. Why the long face? You want me to ditch you? Deok-gu looked bummed. Head down. Nah. Just thought they'd be better for you. Jun-ho's face turned bright red. Let out a heavy sigh. Guilds are strict. You and the association let me do whatever I want, so chill. Sim Deok-gu looked ready to bawl his eyes out. Happily handed over a contract. Alright, let's renew this bad boy in the morning. I'm moving you to the penthouse too. Jun-ho looked at him, confused. Right now, I appreciate it, but is that cool? Zero hesitation. Deok-gu shoved the contract forward. Duh. You're wanted by the big six. Our budget isn't peanuts, you know. And for intel, we'll just have to catch up. Jun-ho smiled. Signed the paper and said, Thanks, man. Once that was done. So, which floor am I taking? Deok-gu answered fast. Floor 77. Seo Jun-ho turned to leave. Cool. Gonna start packing then. Stop before walking out. Oh, right. Schedule the West Sea Gate ambush for 1 week from now. Sim Deok-gu looked puzzled. 1 week? That long? Then it clicked. Wait. You hunting demons? Seo Jun-ho waved a hand, calm as ice. Yup. Set the bait, then you wait. Flashed a small smile. That's how you catch a big fish. The news ticker lit up. Seo Jun-ho attempting the East Sea Gate. The anchor wouldn't shut up about an unprecedented event. If he pulls this off, Korea becomes the world's first safe zone. No more unconquered gates left. The Korean Player Association confirmed they're renewing Jun-ho's contract. Gotta keep that partnership tight. Word is, Seo Jun-ho turned down the DC Kabi Guild just to stick with the association. Yeah, Cha Si-yoon said the rookie's planning to take on the East Sea Gate. The whole world's watching, dying to see what happens. Meanwhile, in some creepy dark corner, Signer's sitting all alone.
Suddenly, the guy calls out, "Get over here." Guff pops up, looking all confused like, "You called, boss?" Then some info flashes in front of Guff, making things even more confusing. Guff stammers, "This person," Signer cuts in. "It's gotta be the one with the storm item." Hearing that, Guff starts shaking and asks again.
They said it was in Tusa's bag. The guy replies casually, "Of course, they hid it from the public. Whoever found proof that Tusa got wasted by a demon is gonna be on guard against us." Guff asks, "Should I head down to the first floor?" But Zur shuts that down fast. "Nah, we don't have the proof yet. And it ain't worth risking a fight with the association, especially not right now." "Right. Who else can we use?" Guff answers immediately. "If it's the first floor, how about the Dark Brothers? The ones we were gonna use for the Las Vegas match? They're thirsty for power, even if they're total standouts among the Sky people." Signer makes the call. "Send them to the East Sea Gate then. Doesn't matter if they take out Seo Jun-ho or not." Just as the words come out, Signer spins around. Something off in the distance totally shakes the guy up. A mountain just explodes out of nowhere. Eyes full of murder, Signer turns away and sighs. The Sword Saint is the real deal. "Get ready to move." Guff vanishes instantly, shouting, "Roger that." Signer clenches a fist, totally annoyed. Head down and worried, thinking, Sword Saint Kim Woo-dong of the Nine Heavens. Even if the guy's an archer, I can't even touch him. If it wasn't for that jerk, I would have grabbed the storm already. He's mocking me. In the dead silence, Signer swears aggressively. "Seo Jun-ho, Signer, am gonna stalk you until your luck runs dry." Seo Jun-ho looks up at the status window, confused. Did he sell me out? Those Americans. The Dark Brothers joining as medics? That's super sus. Maybe I should ask Secretary Cha Min-woo about him. Then suddenly, head snaps up, eyes wide open. A huge burst of power flares up, then just fades away. Standing in the middle of that energy, the thought hits. Gonna spread this energy into the ground to train my magic. It's kinda sketchy, but the method Skya taught gives the best results. The energy shapes into a little tail poking up. Seo Jun-ho touches it happily. It's like it's saying hello. Then the vibe switches, eyes getting intense and calculating. I won't be able to use shadow guards in the East Sea Gate. East Sea Gate. The island of the Forgotten Dragon. Just looking at the name, the boss is totally gonna be a dragon. Dragons are high-tier monsters, super strong. The clear condition is beating the nameless dragon. That's a boss no newbie can even touch. Seo Jun-ho gets deep in thought. Fought him a few times before, but it's a bad match cause I can't fly. Gotta either cling to the thing and fight on its back, or drag it down to the ground. Then some info pops up, making him pause. Turns out it's from Seo. Dang, that girl is fast. The Dark Brothers, Vincent and Espa. A two-player team from the US. They specialize in escorting VIPs, veterans with 200 successful missions in the bag. They're a special case since both brothers awaken shadow skills. Here's what they said when asked about hitting up the East Sea Gate. Cameras everywhere pointing at him, asking why they're going to the East Sea Gate. They answer in perfect sync. We can feel Seo Jun-ho's insane determination. Reporters keep pressing. You mean this is going to be a guaranteed win? Vincent laughs, teasing. Just call it admiration. The guy keeps pulling off the impossible. Espa smiles and adds, we're honored to help him wipe out the last unconquered gate in Korea. Watching it all on the phone, Seo Jun-ho laughs to himself. Can I even use this thing? High up in the sky, a bunch of birds are soaring around. While down below, it's a smelly trash heap. The sign on the fence clearly says, Dangerous, Restricted Area, Gate Zone. It's the day of the East Sea Gate raid. Shim Deok-gu looks at the screen, judging hard. Local reporters are normal, but there are foreign reporters everywhere too. Everyone's super hyped about this. Breathing heavy, he asks, Aren't you nervous, Seo Jun-ho? The guy replies casually, I'm terrified. Out of habit, Shim Deok-gu replies, Yeah, you're not. Then he jumps, screaming, Wait, you're nervous? Seo Jun-ho holds up the phone to explain. This trash game keeps me on edge. Shim Deok-gu turns and complains. I told you to buy a new phone. Why are you still using that brick? How old is that thing? He throws a roll of paper at him, yelling, Why are you distracting yourself anyway? This is a gate with 500 people watching. Seo Jun-ho just shrugs, I ain't distracted or nervous. I took down the Frost Queen. Why would I freak out over some nameless dragon that doesn't even have a proper name? Shim Deok-gu thinks about it. Yeah, makes sense. But you're not going alone. The Dark Brothers. No one else joined, which means they're working with the demons. They're strong. I'm worried about them being the ones watching your back. Well, we still don't have solid proof. But I can feel it. I want to cancel this raid. That's how bad the vibes are. Seo Jun-ho whispers back. Chill out. Even if they attack me, I got a plan. When they meet, Vincent sounds super hyped, Seo Jun-ho. Espa happily reaches out a hand. We're huge fans. The guy keeps getting in his face. We heard you wiped out 2 unconquered gates. Vincent chimes in. With that skinny frame?
Totally wicked. Seo Jun-ho just smiles. No big deal. The guy scratches his head, acting all shy. Whoa, so polite. Didn't think you'd speak English with us? He replies cheerfully. I got a friend in the UK. Espa shoots a glance at Vincent. Said the Vita translation feature is kinda laggy, so I was worried. The guy smiles back, reassuring. Well, it should be fine. Then Espa turns to Jun-ho. The last unconquered gate in Korea. We know what it means, and we're gonna go all out. Hearing that, he smiles back. Don't worry, I'm ready for anything. Reporters are hyping up players from all over the world, showing everyone acting all buddy-buddy. If this works, Korea becomes the safest spot on Earth. But when do players freak out the most inside a gate?
It's right when stepping inside. Not knowing what monsters or messed up rules are waiting keeps senses on high alert. But that's risky. Focusing too hard on the fight ahead makes it easy to miss attacks coming from behind. Ezva looks savage, thinking that's the perfect opening. But then, nothing happens. Leaves Vincent totally confused. Ezva suddenly tenses up, yelling, Hold on. Vincent stares at Seo Jun-ho's back, feeling pure terror. Is that really an opening? Jun-ho glares back with a dark look. Ezva turns pale, totally shook. Then everything just quiets down. Frustrated, Ezva thinks, damn it, missed the chance. Vincent looks up, asking, Is that an island? Ezva turns back, whispering, We blew it. Gotta wait for another shot. Then instantly switches to a fake smile, talking to Jun-ho. Pretty windy, huh? Never expected a place like this inside a gate. Vincent scans the area, nervous. Where's this nameless dragon or whatever? Don't see any monsters around. Then yells out, Say Jun-ho, see anything? Jun-ho looks down, acting a bit anxious. Something's off. Master, this gate doesn't even have a proper name, but feels like a 1-star. A massive whirlwind hits, and everything starts fading away. The brothers freeze. Jun-ho looks down, acting confused too. Vincent snaps out of it, looking up and screaming, What the hell? A giant monster appears, eyes popping out with pure rage, staring right at the trio. Ezva asks, Is that the nameless dragon? Vincent's losing it. Look at the size of that thing. Ezva tries to stay cool. Target located. How do we hunt it? Say Jun-ho. But when Ezva looks over, Jun-ho is gone. Panic sets in. That bastard. Suddenly, a warning comes from behind. No way. You punks can't even sense my presence? Munmu's massive shadow swallows both of them. It lets out a furious roar, sparks flying everywhere. The system pings. The forgotten dragon has appeared. Munmu arches back and roars again, blasting a massive lightning bolt right where they were standing. From the shadows, Jun-ho watches the two scramble like rats. Jun-ho stands up casual. All right, spill it. You guys working with the fiends, right? Meanwhile, those two are running for their lives. Esfa turns back, cursing, damn it, stops running and powers up the Shadow Soldier skill. Then yells out, Vincent, I'll distract the dragon. You go find Seo Jun-ho. Vincent asks nervously, you good on your own? Esfa screams back, who do you think I am?
Find him and drag him back here. Vincent takes off. Got it. Esva faces Moonmoo head-on, attacking and screaming like a maniac. You filthy bug! On the other side, Vincent runs, fuming inside. Shit.
When was the last time we screwed up this bad? If this ends like the Las Vegas auction, we are toasted. Suddenly, Vincent freezes. Someone stepped right in front of him, grinding teeth, thinking, just a newbie who can't even hide his aura. Yells out, hey, you there? Gripping the sword tight. My brother's fighting the dragon. We need backup. After a pause, Vincent slashes violently. Quit playing games and follow me, but the blade hits nothing but air. Looks down, terrified. Vincent starts panicking. The trees make it dark. This should be home turf for shadow skills. The vibe gets super gloomy, making him hesitate. What's with this bad feeling?
It gets pitch black. Vincent's freaking out. What the hell? His mana was huge a second ago. Looks around frantically, but the signal is totally gone. Suddenly, Jun-ho pops up right behind him. So you really are with the fiends. What a waste.
Vincent spins around and jumps back. Mind racing. Since when was he standing there? Stammers, said Jun-ho. What are you talking about? Jun-ho rips off the mask without hesitating. I'm speaking English, aren't I? You should understand. You're a fiend. Stop faking it. Vincent tries to act cool. God, are you just framing me because you're salty I attacked you? I only did it because you betrayed us first. Jun-ho looks at him, bored. Solid excuse, gotta admit. But maybe hide those creepy red eyes next time? Only fiends have eyes like that. Hearing this, Vincent scrambles to cover his face. Did I lose control? No one's ever suspected me, so I got sloppy. Jun-ho keeps pressing. What's the matter? Can't keep a lid on it. Vincent finally shows his true colors. You think I'm gonna wet myself and run just cause I got caught? That's for cowards. Drops the sword and summons dark energy. Demons are rare inside gates, but if you kill one and drink its blood, you turn into a fiend. The trade-off? You turn numb and savage, but get to use demonic chi. Every time I use it, I get this crazy high. Dark energy explodes around him. Vincent sneers. Let's start by chopping off those useless legs of yours, huh? He swings his hand, firing sharp spikes straight at Jun-ho. But Jun-ho doesn't even flinch. Jun-ho looks down, face shadowed. Suddenly, looks up, staring right through him. He coldly triggers his skill, Night Walk.
Vincent is shook, screams out, "Where'd he go?" In a split second, Jun-ho is already standing right behind him. Seo Jun-ho started talking slowly. At first, I could only hide a fraction of my aura. Just showing up was enough to make that guy flinch. Hey, you?
Everything went dead silent in a heartbeat. Seo Jun-ho spoke up again. But once I got used to it, I mastered other stuff too. Senses, sound, scent, mana, aura. So, what do you think is next? Over on the other side, Manhwa was hovering in the air. Esva was fighting while totally seething inside. Damn it. This thing won't even fly below the clouds. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind him. Vincent popped up screaming in panic, while Esva just stared back calmly. Vincent, why the hell are you back alone? Where's Seo Jun-ho? Vincent rushed to explain. That guy. Something is seriously weird about him. He knows we're the dark forces. I used magic, but I still couldn't find him. That bastard, he's been sandbagging this whole time. Esva looked confused. Wait, then how did you escape? If he's really that strong, why would he let you go? Vincent kept screaming. No, what I saw was real. Hearing that, Esva snapped furiously. You moron. You just got played. Why wouldn't he take the chance to wipe us out while we're split up? Whatever, we lost him anyway. Just forget it and help me. I need someone to attack the Void Dragon while I distract it. Vincent asked, confused. What? Is it really that strong? Esva replied. Not just strong, it's a nightmare to deal with because ground attacks are totally useless. However, dragons have a weak point called the reverse scale. It's called that because the scales there grow in the opposite direction. Hearing this, Vincent pumped up with confidence. Alright, then I'll use Shadow Step to get up there. But right then, Manhwa struck. The dragon opened its massive maw and unleashed a huge blast of lightning. Esva screamed, dodge it, now, but the pressure from the attack was too insane. Everything around got blown away. Esva coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Ugh, damn it. I took damage because my shadow soldiers got wiped out. Seeing this, Vincent yelled in panic. Bro. But Esva's eyes were glowing red as he pointed forward. Forget about me, just focus on your target. Vincent hesitated for a second. Got it. He quickly charged up a skill. Vincent was super tense, trying to lock onto the target. Then he swung his arm, launching the attack straight at Manhwa. Boom. An explosion went off right in front of the dragon's face. But the impact was pathetic. Esva collapsed, shouting, Tisk, missed, but at least it flew lower now. Using Shadow Step repeatedly, in a flash, Vincent landed right on Manhwa's back, his eyes burning with rage. Vincent looked up, assessing the situation. Is it higher up? A moment later, he spotted a scale growing the wrong way. Found it. Vincent rushed toward it. He quickly grabbed the reverse scale. His hand was shaking from the exertion. A moment later, he ripped the scale out. I did it, but right then, Vincent saw lightning sparking up and froze. Huh? No way. A bolt of electricity slammed down, leaving Esva down below completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Seo Jun-ho was just chilling in a corner, watching the show. He scoffed coldly, bunch of morons. Esva looked up, wondering, what the hell is happening? Suddenly, Vincent fell from the sky, covered in wounds, making Esva panic. Vincent? Gritting his teeth in pain, Vincent managed to say, Bro, we're screwed. It's all ruined. Esva was totally lost. What are you talking about? Meanwhile, Manhwa roared furiously at them. Another bolt of lightning struck the exact same spot. Seo Jun-ho watched it all with a bored look. You dare touch the reverse scale. You get what you deserve. That's the mistake rookies always make when fighting the dragon tribe for the first time. Sure, the reverse scale is a weak point, but if you touch it, they feel threatened and go berserk way more vicious than usual. Trying to fight a dragon raging over its reverse scale, you guys lack experience. Seo Jun-ho thought to himself, assessing the situation. So, should I just use times that times now? He raised his bow. Hey, demon guy, don't die just yet. Buy me some time so I can take the shot. Vincent was still trying to scramble away. Screw you. Esva shouted back, totally stressed out. Stop calling me. You're distracting me. Panic started to set in. When is this gonna end? Does this nameless dragon really have that much power? We're in trouble. Suddenly, an arrow flew at the speed of light, piercing straight into Manhwa. The dragon screamed in pain. Seo was stunned. Is this? Vincent was just as confused. Seo Jun-ho? The two of them looked at each other, totally lost. Seo clenched his fist, thinking, right. If we die, Seo Jun-ho loses too. He can't take down a nameless dragon solo. This is something all three of us have to do. He turned to Vincent with a plan. If Seo Jun-ho keeps attacking, the dragon will focus on him. That's our chance to escape. Here it comes again. Just hold on a little longer. Behind them, Seo Jun-ho smiled, impressed. Oh wow. You guys got a lot faster. Not even fighting back, just running for your lives. Huh. Is this nameless dragon looking at me again? Sorry, but that rosy future you're dreaming of, hopeless. Because this place is just a mirage, not an oasis. Seo Jun-ho raised his bow again, channeling a bit of power into the arrow. Seo Jun-ho was locked and loaded. A moment later, he let the arrow fly. Then he drew the bowstring again, took careful aim, and fired one more time. Seo Jun-ho's power was insane. He figured the dragon would go down with this. Meanwhile, Seo ran and shouted, "Let's grab the hounds and bounce." Inside, he was fuming. That bastard Seo Jun-ho, why did he suddenly stop? But behind them, Seo Jun-ho was grinning. Open your eyes and watch this. He sat right in front of them, mocking. Why are you guys playing shooter games instead of doing your hunting job? Huh. Seeing him, Vincent screamed in rage. You lunatic, why are you here? Seo roared too. You were supposed to be providing cover fire from the back. Seo Jun-ho casually pointed and said, I did shoot. They looked up at the empty sky and screamed in panic. The dragon we couldn't even touch. He took it down that easily. Turns out, Seo Jun-ho's arrows had nailed Manhwa not just once, but both shots landed perfectly. Finally, the dragon crashed down. Manhwa's body was riddled with arrows. Looking at the corpse, they were totally shook. They turned to look at Seo Jun-ho, thinking, holy crap, I can't believe this. Heard Seo Jun-ho's main weapon was a sword, so what's with this? Jun-ho just casually asked. Awesome, right? Standing there, looking totally full of himself, storm creating Bao, mixing that ability with raw power. No wonder the sinners are obsessed with this thing. The two of them glanced at each other, then instantly switched up their vibe. Hey, we're hunting buddies, right? Let's just talk. Vincent chimed in all friendly like too. You know we're just small fry. I'll spill everything. Signer locations, info, whatever, so just let us go, okay? Jun-ho didn't even flinch. Get lost. Not negotiating with you people. Thinking deep down, you've seen way too much. Can't let you live. Hearing that, they got pissed. Ugh. Vincent screamed out in panic. You seriously gonna wipe us out? Then lunged straight at Jun-ho. With a look of pure determination, Jun-ho took the guy out in a split second. Before kicking the bucket, Vincent still didn't get it. Huh. Since when? Seo screamed from behind. Vincent, having lost all reason, just charged in demanding answers. That bastard didn't even get close to Seo Jun-ho, who dodged easily and countered, pierced right through the guy without a shred of mercy. Eyes wide with disbelief, the guy mumbled, why did you? Seo Jun-ho whispered coldly in the ear. If scum like you get a next life, spend the whole thing repenting. Seo used every last bit of strength to ask, how did you do it? Seo Jun-ho answered casually, then turned to look at Manhwa, whose body was lying on the ground, wrecked and in pain. Standing in the middle of the freezing battlefield, Seo Jun-ho slowly walked over. What's with that look? Coldly raising the sword high. Jun-ho just said coldly, see ya. Swung the sword and drove it down hard, burying the tip deep into Manhwa's head. Eyes still open, but the breath was almost gone, life fading out, couldn't hold on anymore. Manhwa closed eyes for good. System chimed in. You have defeated the nameless dragon. Seo Jun-ho replied flatly, I'll die later. Totally satisfied, finally got to test that skill. Feeling proud, the skill I got from the shadow curse. Confession of the dead. Thinking through the flow of info. It lets me see the dead host's memories. Speaking slowly. Alright then, Seo Jun-ho raised the voice to order. Confess. Interface updated. You've recalled Vincent's memories. Confession of the dead has started. Placing a hand lightly on the forehead, absorbing the memory stream. Seo Jun-ho sounded amused. Is that so? Touching the screen, sharp as a movie. Huh. Got some cool features too. Excitedly waiting, let's see. Search for your most recent memories. Fragments of memory started popping up. A man sitting on the floor, crying and begging. Why are you doing this to me? A blood-curdling scream rang out as he was murdered, along with tons of others sharing the same miserable fate. I'll give you all the money I have. Just let me go, man. Dad, please, let him go. Witnessing such painful scenes, he choked out, "Stop." Seo Jun-ho shook his head, sounding regretful. "I let them off way too easy." Ordering, "Search. Show me anything related to the Monster Union." Immediately showed an image of Esva standing in front of a laundromat, opening the door and walking in. Surrounded by old washing machines, a messenger stood stiffly under the light, holding an iron. Speaking coldly, "There's an order to infiltrate the Korean Rookie Player Association at the East Sea Gate." Esva asked in shock, "What?" "We were just prepping for the auction in Las Vegas." The messenger replied indifferently, "What's the point of telling me? I'm just the messenger." Seo Jun-ho hit the rewind button. "So that's where they got the order on me." Wondering to himself, is this one of the spots the Monster Union hangs out at? Seo Jun-ho spoke up, sounding hesitant. "Any other useful info?" Checking more. A voice came from the screen. "Ha, those guys are brothers." The mysterious person continued, "Ah, I like the look in their eyes." Coldly saying, "I'll turn them into specimens on the second floor." Making a promise, "I'll give you power above everyone else." Suddenly froze, eyes wide, not believing what was right in front. Jun-ho clutched the head in shock. All the info hit at once, almost unbearable. System warned, skill level, too low. You cannot recall all memories. Skill deactivated for user safety. Choking up, whispered, "Who was that in the last memory fragment?" Seo Jun-ho wondered, "A monster higher level than this trash? Damn it, need to level up the skill, if I want more info." Jun-ho whispered in admission, "Right." Looking towards Manhwa, "This skill isn't limited to just humans." Seo Jun-ho continued deducing, "This powerful creature can't even be compared to the Cinder Fox, so it must have a name matching its level." Ordered sharply, "Show me." Seo Jun-ho was curious what kind of person this creature used to be. A blurry image of a monk appeared, speaking calmly. "It has been 5 years since the war between the three kingdoms ended. Do you hear the praise from the people? About your reign of peace?" A man's voice asked questioningly, "You speak of a reign of peace. We know better than anyone." Continuing, "That war has not yet seen its end." The king spoke bitterly. "That great and mighty dynasty still targets my northern lands, so what meaning does a peaceful empire have?" He gasped in pain. "My body is still." The monk cried out worriedly, "Your Majesty." He rasped weakly, "Biosa. Do you know the legend of the divine dragon that protects that prosperous dynasty?" Skeptical about the story's truth, "But it's surely just superstitious rumors. Is this what troubles me?" The king looked up at his kingdom. "If that great dynasty truly has a divine dragon, then my people need a divine dragon to protect them too." The king instructed the monk, "When my day comes, cremate me and scatter my ashes in the East Sea. I will become a true dragon to protect this dynasty." He shouted in panic, "Your Majesty, how can you cast aside your reincarnation and karma like that?" Pouring out the words buried in his heart, "I have lived too corruptly in this life alone. At some point, I will fall and become a monster." Questioning his own destiny, "Is that my fate?" Back in reality, he stood silently by Manhwa's corpse. Seo Jun-ho connected the dots. This nameless dragon used to be human. And if this guy turned into the true dragon protecting this place, does that mean he's King Manhwa of Silla? Then boom, system alert. New notification displayed. You witnessed a slice of history through a dead man's confession. Your skill level just skyrocketed. Jun-ho felt like trash for killing an ancestor. He dropped to his knees, paying his respects, and prayed from the heart. "This land is safe now. Please, rest in peace."
Sunlight hit the dragon scales, making them sparkle like crazy. A soul floated out of Cha Si-yoon's body. Jun-ho looked up, watching it go. The spirit turned back. "Thank you." System notifications blew up. Completed the hidden quest. Nameless Dragon Island. Acquired item. Flute of the Tidal Breath.
Earn title, Ascension Helper. System update, you cracked the hidden code of the Nameless Dragon Land. Jun-ho was shook. That was a hidden code. He sank into thought. Not just a level up, but a unique item too. Didn't think I'd score loot this sick. Jun-ho stared at the horizon. Making a mistake like that wasn't so bad after all. Press conference. East Sea Gate cleared. Crowd going wild. A guy with glasses asked, "Why is Seo Jun-ho coming out alone?" Person next to him asked, "Does that mean those brothers are dead?" Brown-haired reporter scoffed, "I don't buy that the Shadow Brothers kicked the bucket." Neighbor got serious. "Doesn't matter how awesome your class is, death happens in a split second. They're no exception." Crowd cheered. "Whoa, it's starting." Another yelled, "Go get a quote." Jun-ho stood there on stage, looking ice cold and alone. Voice full of fake sadness. "The reason I came out alone is..." Everyone waiting on the answer. Jun-ho admitted painfully, "It's all my fault." Sounding heartbroken, he explained, "We got lost in the gate's maze. Not just that, it threw us way off from the entrance." Choked up. "By the time I found the exit, the Nameless Dragon had already wiped out the Shadow Brothers in battle. If only I got out faster." Looking devastated. I'll never forget them. Total morning vibes. The Shadow Brothers. Singer was watching Jun-ho's speech on a screen. They sacrificed themselves bravely. He grumbled, pissed off. Lucky little brat. Subordinate asked, Mr. Singer, what do we do about the auction now? No answer. I'm the one who decided to let the Shadow Brothers go. Singer sank into thought. Gotta make the first move fast. At any cost. He asked, weren't the guards sent to the second floor? Yeah. Bosses said sending them to floor 1 was a waste. He barked, send him down. Subordinate bowed. Yes, sir. Hesitated. But the CEO said. Singer snapped back. You forget. The Monster Union only cares about results. Auction mission has to succeed. Nothing stops us. Chuckled darkly. Might get a beating for this later, but better than losing my head. Get the guards to the Las Vegas auction, whatever it takes. Jun-ho called out helplessly, Secretary Cha. He sighed, looking at the mountain of paperwork. Why didn't you sort the personal requests this time? She confirmed. I did already. Jun-ho was shocked. This mountain is just the personal requests? Seo nodded. Yep, fallout from clearing the East Sea Gate. Jun-ho leaned back, smiling awkwardly. But I said I only helped a tiny bit. Seo replied softly. The report says. Getting philosophical. For a player, luck is also a skill. Seo hesitated. Ah. Leaned in close. I know. But we need to fix your hair first. Jun-ho frowned, confused and sweating a little. Hesitant. Don't think that's necessary. Not like I'm a celeb or anything. Seo insisted. Oh yes, it is. Your head looked like a bird's nest in the press photos. She pulled up a hologram on her watch, showing famous players. Profiles of the current top players. Teasing tone. Their stats aren't as good as yours, but at least they don't look as dirty. Asked calmly, you have a day off, right? Jun-ho sighed. Yeah. She handed over a business card.
Check out this salon. Looked at him with puppy eyes. Go now. Like, right now. Jun-ho groaned internally. Man, I miss wearing a mask. Spoke kindly. Fine. You can head out early, too. Seon gasped. Really? Jun-ho leaned on the stack of papers.
Yeah. You went through the trouble of sorting all this junk. She beamed, eyes sparkling with pure joy. Bowed deep. Thank you. Have a great day. Ran out the door, yelling back, Jun-ho, don't forget the haircut. Sweat dropped. She's hyped. Huh. Touched his hair. Is it really that long? Looked out the window. Guess I should trim it a bit. Bundled up and stepped out. Fancy salon isn't bad, but things were way easier when I was just a Specter. Walked slowly, sighing. Even with the mask off, any salon would do. Looked up at a giant billboard. But things are kinda different now. Stood there, frozen, eyes glued to it. Gotta keep learning, everywhere I go. Doorbell jingled as he walked in. Jun-ho looked around, feeling a bit let down. As usual, nobody here. Slowly pulled down his mask. Grabbed a book off the shelf. Makes me wonder if they're plotting something. Smiled, satisfied, and hummed a tune. Back at my regular spot. Remembered something and ordered noodles. Walked into the reading area, spotting a girl. Sitting with her back turned, loose bun. Blowing on a steaming bowl of ramen. Eyed the overflowing ramen bowl. Thought to himself, isn't that a bit much for just reading a novel? Thought about how people run into their teachers after years. Realized she looked familiar. No way. Heard a voice calling out, Secretary Cha Si-yoon. Hearing me call her name made Cha Si-yoon jump so hard she spit her food everywhere. She looked over, stuttering, Seo Jun-ho. The clock said 7:25. Jun-ho just sat there reading, chill as ever. Well, maybe a little sweat dripping down the temple showed some nerves. Seo Jun-ho turned to Cha Si-yoon and said straight up, you can glare at me all you want, but I ain't going anywhere. Her face went super serious, eyes narrowing with suspicion. Cha Si-yoon slammed that book down on the table, pissed off. Face bright red from embarrassment, she shouted a defense. I don't feel like there's anything wrong with reading what adults want to read. Even great figures from the past said the whole world can be found inside a book. Jun-ho said, you're absolutely right, but pointed at the book she was holding. Seems like the one the librarian is reading doesn't exactly contain the whole world, does it? Cha Si-yoon gritted her teeth and asked, Mr. Seo Jun-ho, what kind of high and mighty book have you read that gives you the right to diss this one? He replied calmly, of course I have. Looking at the cover, Seo Jun-ho thought to himself, asterisk. Honestly, the stuff I'm reading is pretty much the same. Asterisk. Tried to smooth things over? Let's call it a draw then. She made a demand, show me the title, and we'll call it even. Seo Jun-ho covered half his face with the book, eyes shifting awkwardly. Cha Si-yoon giggled. Totally winning this one, see. It's no different from mine, is it?
Seo Jun-ho sat across from her and cleared his throat loudly. Time just flew by and the clock hit 8:40. Slammed the book on the table, Seo Jun-ho stretched out and grinned like a maniac. Man, that was awesome. Looked over at Cha Si-yoon. You finished too, Ms. Librarian?
She held the book with a beaming smile. Yeah, it was totally addictive. Gave her a warm look. Seo Jun-ho said straight up, I'm actually kinda surprised though. Cha Si-yoon replied surprised, you mean about me coming to a comic book room? He laughed and gave props. Yeah, I heard you're super elite, so I figured your class and this place were, like, worlds apart. Cha Si-yoon looked down, voice getting all thoughtful. Usually, that's what everyone thinks. Then she just casually went on. But I love coming here because I can just chill and read without anyone bothering me. Cha Si-yoon shared with hype. Plus, I like the feeling of flipping actual pages way more than reading ebooks. Seo Jun-ho spread his hands out like asterisk, exactly, asterisk. So you must love the smell of books too, right? Cha Si-yoon closed her eyes, vibing with it. Yes, old books have this scent. It's super classy, like they carry the flavor of time. The watch on her wrist started beeping like crazy. Cha Si-yoon stood up. It's this late already? I gotta bounce. Seo Jun-ho offered to help. Want me to grab a taxi for you? She smoothly turned it down. Nah, don't worry about it. My place is super close. He waved goodbye. Catch you tomorrow. Seo Jun-ho thought to himself, asterisk secretary Cha Si-yoon really lives life hardcore. Asterisk told himself he couldn't slack off in the player association building either. Sim Daeok freaked out. Huh? Going to the States? He kept pressing. Don't tell me you're going to the Shadow Guard brothers' funeral. Seo Jun-ho chilled on the sofa, asked back casually, why would I go there? Sim Daeok leaned in. Then what are you going to America for? Seo Jun-ho didn't hide a thing. I found the secret meeting spot of the fiends from those Shadow Guard guys. He screamed in surprise, what? For real? Sim Daeok was totally losing it. Where is it? Replied smoothly, it's a secret. I'm going solo. Sim Daeok leaned back, looking uneasy. I'm worried about this. Seo Jun-ho looked a bit shocked. Worried about me? Yeah. Closed his eyes, rubbing his forehead. No, for the fiends. I need to interrogate them for info, but I'm terrified you're just gonna wipe them all out. Jun-ho stated confidently, I'll bring back all the info, so don't sweat it. Sim Daeok thought silently, asterisk. He looks like a scrub, but he actually knows some pretty useful stuff. Asterisk. He leaned forward, voice getting serious. Fine, I'll trust you on this. But if you ever need backup, just tell me. Jun-ho looked at the screen and said, I always need your help, man. Here, take this. Dumped a pile of bones right onto the table in front of Sim Daeok. Pointed at the big pile of bones, asking, what kind of bones are these? Seo Jun-ho explained the source, dragon bones I got from the gear shop. I already used half. Added, use the rest to ask Kun Noah to make me a sword. Sim Daeok pointed at his watch, calm response. All right, I'll give him a call. You want to tell him anything else? He threw out some ideas, like length or weight or whatever. Seo Jun-ho replied casually, just tell him, I want a sword exactly like the old days. Sim Daeok mentioned that the old man is turning 100 years old the day after tomorrow. You think he still remembers? Seo Jun-ho added, then tell him this too. Turned his head with a smirk. If he can't even remember that, he should just retire. The quiet room was bathed in dim blue light from the city outside. Seo Jun-ho, totally exhausted, flopped onto the soft bed. Tapped his watch to open the message interface. Seo Jun-ho sent her a request. Secretary Cha Si-yoon, can you change my flight to Las Vegas? Move it to tomorrow. Lay on his side, grinning with satisfaction when she agreed. Seo Jun-ho checked his inventory interface. Let's see here. Touched an item, the magic flute that wipes away all worldly troubles and brings back peace. It's called the Flute of 10,000 Waves. System screen popped up. Item will be destroyed after 3 uses. Jun-ho commented, getting destroyed after just 3 uses is kinda harsh. Had to admit its power though, but this item is seriously OP. Seo Jun-ho evaluated the title himself. Plus, there's the Ascension Assistant to help level up stats. Maybe not spring opener level, but it's enough. Voice sounded super hyped. Finally lived to see the day where my magic power has the highest score of all my stats. Seo Jun-ho felt totally satisfied inside. With this growth speed, he got lost in the fantasy that the day he could use sword arts wasn't far off. Sword arts were techniques that demanded a serious understanding of magic power. You'll definitely have high magic points, get enlightened, and be able to use it right away. Jun-ho thought confidently, asterisk. Who knows, maybe this time I'll use it even faster than in the past, asterisk. Calculated in his head that with his current stats, hunting on the 2nd floor wouldn't be a problem if he learned sword arts and made it to the 3rd floor. Seo Jun-ho's eyes were sharp and cold, wide open in the darkness, full of ambition. Still, had that doubt inside, asterisk. Can I be considered on the same level as the 9 heavens, those absolute powerhouses, asterisk? Jun-ho asked himself silently, asterisk. It's been 25 years, just how strong are the big shots these days? Asterisk. Looked up at the sky, hesitated, then Seo Jun-ho let out a sigh. Those fiends are still just a ragtag bunch, right? Sat quietly on the edge of the bed, looking out the big window. Asterisk. Really looking forward to it. Asterisk. In one of the most modern, bustling cities in the world called Las Vegas, the place for gambling and entertainment, Vegas is up 24/7, basically Sin City. Jun-ho walks along, groaning. How much longer? My body aches just sitting around. Sad vibes kicking in. If Skya were here, we'd teleport instantly. Skya, really miss you, pal. Seo Jun-ho checks out the noisy crowd. Yanks the cap down low, blocking the blinding sun hitting the face. Seo Jun-ho figures it out. Is this why everyone's gathering? A huge glowing orb reads, MGM Grand Hotel Artifact Auction. Adds a note, it's an artifact auction for celebs from all over. Seo Jun-ho ducks the head, letting out a heavy sigh. Taps the watch, admitting, don't know squat about auctions anyway. Map pops up in mid-air, way further than expected. Tells self, wrap this up fast and chill. Spots a laundromat with a beat-up sign. A hand inside is mashing a remote, but the AC stays dead on the wall. Fiend slams the table, screaming, damn it, when is the repair guy coming? Whining like a brat, nothing works right. Shadow Brothers failed, and now the AC is busted. Head in hands, total misery. Thought the crazy surveillance squad could be ignored. Neighbor Fiend asks, crazy? Have I met him? Yeah. Because of him, haven't smelled blood in ages. Guy wiped out my superior. Jaw drops in shock. Huh? Laundromat door bursts open with a bang. Freaking out, pulling hair, sweating buckets. Panic voice, hello. Surveillance team is here. Sniper sneers, what's this? Grits teeth, why is it so hot? Wanna die? Two fiends bow like maniacs. Sorry. Really sorry. Sniper barks, teach, bring the instructions. Snatches the paper from the fiend, eyeing it with suspicion. Scowls, yelling, look at this. Can we really change the mission? Big guy gasps, unbelievable. So Cha Seun's plan to hit the second floor is toast? Sniper tosses the paper over. Don't believe it? Look yourself. Big guy reads the note intently. Crushes the paper in rage. Sniper looks at the demon. General, you know the higher-ups officially blocked us. In order to track that thing, right? Complains Exner wasn't even our boss to begin with. Both freeze, waiting for the demon's order. Eyes cold and calm. Ignoring the sniper's whining. Holds out a hand to Cha Seun, who gets the hint.
Cha Seun smooths out the paper, hands it over to the demon with both hands, super respectful, takes the paper and poof, burns it instantly. Voice full of power. Any orders besides this? Fiend shakes. N? No, sir. Face stays cold, turns to leave, ordering Sniper and Cha Seun to move out. Shutter slams down with a deafening crash. Fiend collapses on the floor, gasping for air.
Other Fiend asks nervously, you okay? That was the surveillance squad. Acts dumb, scary. But that captain looked kinda cool. Fiend snaps. Are you blind? Why get mad at me? Tone gets serious. Listen, only saying this once. Listen close. Grimaces. People call the 9 best players the 9 heavens. And that surveillance captain is the demon. Dude is one of the 9 heavens and a top exec in the organization. Disciple of Nazad Hallow. Other Fiend's eyes bug out, stuttering. 6 months ago, the Witch of Skoton. The demon who caused the massacre in Turkey was him. Yup. Screams in terror. Lunatic. Grabs a chair. Rumor says the squad had 5 people. 2 pissed him off, so he turned them into skeletons. Shadow at the door makes both Fiends jump and scream. Ha. Fiend asks, what is it? Scared me. Is it the AC repair? Whining, why so late? Dying of heat here. Seo Jun-ho asks, surprise, AC. Holds a hand out, confident, I can help with that. Fiend raises hands, enjoying the breeze. Oh, so cool. You're a player. Shivering now. Can you stop though? Freezing. Other guy joins in, yeah, quit joking. We were nice, so cut it out. Seo Jun-ho smirks, rejecting it flat out. Can't stop. Not joking. Takes off the cap, coldly stating, stupid fiends should just die quietly. 2 fiends turn pale and cold, eyes rolling back lifeless. Took him down easy. Jun-ho sneers internally. Just small fry for passing messages. Checks the watch calmly. If it was the surveillance squad, things would have been different. Someone picks up. Hello? Surprise, Shim Daekyu. Voice crackles, annoyed. Hey crazy bastard. Dio Goose scolds. It's 2 a.m. here. Seo Jun-ho whispers. Sorry to wake you. Need a favor. Shim Daekyu worries. You in trouble? Want to hit the Vegas auction coming up, but can't get in without an invite. Seo Jun-ho demands, get me one. Shim Daekyu sighs. Who do you think the Korean Player Association president is? Ha. Still agrees to help. Of course, I can find one. Room number and hotel? Seo Jun-ho looks around, thinking. Turns out this hotel is the auction spot for tomorrow. Focusing on the mission, gotta scope out the situation here first. Jun-ho reasons, probably don't need that outfit Dio-gu sent, right? Sighs. That top-tier silk suit from the Silk King. Even prepped expensive gear like that. Remembers Dio-gu saying, sent the invite and a suit for the auction. Gotta show him we aren't pushovers. Feels unnecessary. Just going to watch an auction. Man. Thoughts fading, Seo Jun-ho looked up, totally surprised. A casino? Standing at the entrance, Jun-ho mumbled. Guess checking it out wouldn't hurt. Seo Jun-ho strolled through security when In-ho shouted from behind. Hold up. Sounding shocked, In-ho asked. Wait, are you player Seo Jun-ho? Turning around, Jun-ho narrowed eyes in suspicion. Who's asking? In-ho smiled and introduced. We actually met back in Insadong. I'm In-ho from the DCAB Guild. Do you remember me? Jun-ho clicked. Oh, right. The guy standing next to team leader Gong Ju-ha back then, yeah? Yeah, I remember. Seo Jun-ho thought, asterisk servant In-ho and Princess Ju-ha, that's an interesting combo. Asterisk. Scratching head awkwardly, Jun-ho added, sorry for not recognizing you sooner, my bad. In-ho laughed it off, it's all good. So, what brings you all the way out to Las Vegas? Jun-ho kept it real. Well, came for the auction tomorrow. But sitting around the hotel felt like a waste. So just wandering around. What about you, In-ho? The guy sounded proud. Me? Or rather, the team got hired to handle security for the auction. Currently on patrol with Cha Min-woo. In-ho asked curiously. Gotta ask though, was Seo Jun-ho planning to hit up the casino? Jun-ho admitted, yeah, since I'm here figured checking out the casino would be cool. But then the alarm went off. In-ho led the way while explaining, I can sort that out, just follow me. That alarm is because the casino changed how they run things. In-ho explained the reason, since the world's changed so much. A lot of players use that to rip off the house. Seo Jun-ho hesitated. You mean players using their abilities to cheat? In-ho confirmed, exactly. As the casino doors slowly creaked open, In-ho revealed. So the hotel created a separate casino just for players. Adding on, In-ho said, in here, players can use their abilities however they want. And obviously, the dealers are players too. Seo Jun-ho wondered, wouldn't that give high-level players a massive advantage? In-ho gave a wry smile admitting, not necessarily. In-ho emphasized, strength and levels don't really matter here. Take our princess for example hasn't won a single game yet. Gong Ju-ha slammed the table, screaming in frustration. It was definitely number 2. This is totally rigged. Slumping onto the table, Ju-ha wailed. I don't believe it. Seo Jun-ho analyzed sharply. Asterisk. It's not a scam. It's not about luck or fighting either. This game just favors players with crazy good eyesight. Asterisk. Sitting down next to Ju-ha, Jun-ho struck up a conversation. Is this actually fun? Gong Ju-ha lifted a head. Asking back. Fun. Clenching fists in despair, Ju-ha groaned. Can't even count how many times I've lost. Then, looking up with a fierce glare. So yeah, of course it's fun. You jerk. Suddenly, Ju-ha's attitude flipped. Wait, what's this? Did you come all this way just to see me? Oh, you finally decided to become my minion, didn't you? Seo Jun-ho stammered. No, that's not it. Gong Ju-ha grinned. Oh, just kidding. Totally joking. Wait, so you really didn't come for that? Jun-ho explained the situation. Here for the auction tomorrow. Just wanted to blow off some steam, and In-ho actually got me in. Nodding, Ju-ha replied, oh, gotcha. Then offered to help. Well, if anything goes down, just holler. I'm basically the head of security here. Seo Jun-ho replied politely, thanks, appreciate it. But internally, asterisk, says the person gambling during work hours. Asterisk, Jun-ho asked seriously. Is this game really that hard? Gong Ju-ha replied instantly, duh. The dealer's skills are insane. Heard he's a pro dealer from the second floor. Seo Jun-ho asked, you don't know who it is? Gong Ju-ha shrugged. Nope, they all wear the same mask. Asterisk, makes sense. Asterisk Jun-ho thought, asterisk keeps the dealer's abilities secret. Asterisk Seo Jun-ho shoved all the chips onto the table. Gong Ju-ha gasped, going all in on the first round. Are you crazy? At first, the dealer's speed feels weird, so it's hard to track. Jun-ho teased. Oh, so you're used to the speed now, but still losing your shirt? The dealer calmly interrupted. Shall we begin? Seo Jun-ho nodded. Let's go. The dealer got to work, shuffling the 3 bells back and forth. The hand movements got faster and faster until stopping. Make your choice. Gong Ju-ha's eyes went wide, shouting excitedly, ah, I got it this time. Pointing to the left bell, Ju-ha insisted, it's definitely the left one. I saw it clearly. Smirking, Gong Ju-ha asked, should I bet too? Seo Jun-ho advised, I honestly think team leader Gong should retire from gambling. Gong Ju-ha pouted, tilting a head. Huh, why? Jun-ho stayed silent, thinking, asterisk. Because I don't want to say it to your face, but you suck at this. Asterisk. The middle one, Jun-ho decided. The dealer looked surprised. Congratulations, the dealer announced. Whoa. Gong Joo-ha jumped up, totally shocked. Is that beginner's luck? Joo-ha turned with a smile. But I heard that only happens once, so you probably shouldn't push it.
Adding on, Joo-ha said, "Of course I haven't had that luck yet, so I gotta keep grinding." What a tragic story, Seo Jun-ho thought, sympathizing. Maybe I should just leave? Suddenly, a woman's voice cut through the air.
Hey baby, she challenged. Let's settle this with a game. The guy snapped back, annoyed. I told you to stop calling me baby. Seo Jun-ho didn't expect that. Asterisk. Wow. Running into them here? Asterisk. It was satisfying. Asterisk saves the trouble of hunting them down. Asterisk Seo Jun-ho calculated carefully. Asterisk but can't fight them without proof. They're with the dark forces. Since there's no way to prove it right now, I just gotta trap them. Asterisk turning to Gong Joo-ha, Jun-ho said with hype. This game's actually way more fun than I thought. I'm gonna stick around for a few more rounds. Joo-ha shivered helplessly. Asterisk. Looks like he's hooked. Asterisk. The dealer announced. Since we have 3 players, we'll use 5 cups. The dealer placed 5 cups on the table and started shuffling. Sniper and Baby watched every move like hawks. Finishing up, the dealer stepped back. Make your choice. Sniper said with total confidence, I'll take the center cup. Seo Jun-ho frowned, voice sharp and decisive. I'm taking the first one on the right. Cha Si-yoon stared straight ahead, cold as ice. And I'll take the last one on the right. The dealer slowly flipped the cup, announcing with glee. 2 people picked the first one on the right. Different seats, different methods. Congrats to both of you. Gong Joo-ha stood there, eyes blazing, totally shook. That's sick. Guess luck really is a skill. Sniper sat nearby, grinding teeth in pure rage. Seo Jun-ho sized up the skinny guy. She snapped at Cha Si-yoon. Don't get cocky. The guy looked annoyed. Don't push me. Coming to a conclusion seemed tougher than the woman next to him thought. A huge reward for Seo Jun-ho was sitting right on the table. Gong Joo-ha was impressed. Hey Snake, head, you got a talent for this? How are you so good? Seo Jun-ho smiled softly, acting humble. Learned it from a friend. He remembered Rupert's words. How to spot visual tricks. Simple. Look at the person, not just the surface appearance. His voice turned serious. Doesn't matter if you're weaker or stronger. What matters is grasping the essence of the trick. The dealer tilted his head. All right, shuffling the bells now. Moves were blindingly fast, creating streaks of light that left Gong Joo-ha totally confused.
Seo Jun-ho stayed calm, realized the cup wasn't the target. The thing to watch was the dealer using illusion magic. He and Cha Si-yoon picked at the same time. Second bell on the left. The dealer announced. That is the correct answer.
The dealer bowed. We're swapping dealers, please wait here. He leaned toward Gong. Joo-ha. Captain Gong. Since we're free, want to see a cool artifact? Seo Jun-ho reached into his pocket and pulled it out. Gong Joo-ha's jaw dropped, stuttering. That is, she gasped. A compass? Seo Jun-ho told her. Chairman Sim Dak-yu gave me this. Enchant it, and it points to special people. She asked blankly. Special people? He replied calmly. Of course, those people aren't here right now. His answer left Gong Joo-ha confused. Huh? She asked curiously. Is the needle pointing at those guys? Seo Jun-ho checked the compass. So weird. Can't be. Why is it acting up? He stood up and pushed the chair back. Gonna hit the restroom real quick. Gong Joo-ha said impatiently. Hurry back. I can't handle the suspense. Cha Si-yoon stood up to follow. I'm going to the restroom too. Sniper asked with a hidden meaning. Taking long? He replied coldly. No. Cha Si-yoon promised. Just 5 minutes. Seo Jun-ho sprinted like crazy into a dark alley. Ran full speed to the dead end. Seo Jun-ho stood there, seemingly lost, when a figure appeared. Cha Si-yoon spoke nonchalantly. This doesn't look like a restroom. Deep down, he suspected. Can that compass detect fiends? He knows we're fiends, that's why he ran. Seo Jun-ho suddenly raised the compass high and smashed it on the ground, shattered into pieces. Seeing that action, Cha Si-yoon wondered. It's an artifact, not a disposable toy. Why break so easily? That thing wasn't an artifact. He shouted a question. Did you lure me here? Seo Jun-ho was confident, felt it back in the casino. I've got a sharp eye. He stared, probing. What do you know about us? Seo Jun-ho kept provoking. Let's see. Probably your whole schedule for tomorrow. Cha Si-yoon gritted his teeth, face full of killing intent. Then no need to drag this out. He lunged at Seo Jun-ho instantly. Luckily, he dodged in time. Cha Si-yoon aggressively launched a second attack. Seo Jun-ho was shocked. Too fast. Had to admit, it wasn't just raw strength. He analyzed silently. Acceleration ability 2? The guy declared arrogantly. I figured out your power. Spoke with contempt. Surrender and die quietly, because you can't dodge my next hit. Seo Jun-ho stayed silent and calm, slowly closing his eyes to focus. He wondered, did that guy realize he can't match my speed just by looking? Not a bad choice. Seo Jun-ho strategized. One-hit kill spots are the head and heart. The head looks the most exposed, so he wisely decided to aim for the head. Seo Jun-ho resolved internally to land a blow right on the heart. Released a thick white smoke. Cha Si-yoon's eyes went wide. Smoke? He growled. When Cha Si-yoon rushed in, face twisted in rage, Seo Jun-ho's blade was already pointing at his heart. Seo Jun-ho gloated. Sorry to break it to you, but that was just bait. Cha Si-yoon fell to his knees, groaning in pain. Asterisk, gasp asterisk. If I predict your attack, it doesn't matter if I'm slower, right? Seo Jun-ho mocked. With your personality, if I leave my head exposed, I knew you'd go straight for my heart. He spoke sarcastically. Tiska tiske, what's the use of being fast? I knew exactly what you wanted to do. Cha Si-yoon screamed in helpless rage. Shut up, you bastard. Seo Jun-ho easily caught the arm. Half of Cha Si-yoon's arm was frozen solid. While he was distracted, Seo Jun-ho counterattacked instantly, smiled and said casually, being too careful isn't always good. Anyway, Sniper stood by the window, deep in thought, spoke up with a sigh. Hate to admit this, but that Cha Si-yoon is way stronger than me in 1v1 melee. Sniper turned around sadly. He hasn't come back yet, so I guess he's getting beat up bad. She gritted her teeth, feeling helpless. Idiot, said he'd be back in 5, but decided to shoulder everything alone. A moment later, Demon asked, what's he look like? Sniper reported immediately. Asian guy, hanging with Gong Ju-ha from the Goblin Guild, so he's probably with them. Hearing that, he thought for a bit and opened the info panel. Profiles of players currently in Las Vegas. Sniper walked over to look and shouted, found him. She looked up at Seo Jun-ho's info, eyes wide in shock. Sniper pointed immediately. That's him. Definitely. Demon closed everything else, leaving only Seo Jun-ho's info on display. He taps the screen, squinting at the info. Weird. A total newbie debuted like 2 months ago. No way they beat my subordinate. More info pops up, and the fiend is totally shocked. He yells out, confused, this guy. He's connected to the Shadow Brothers. Sniper hears that and goes, for real. Seriously. So that's the guy who entered the gate with the Shadow Brothers. The fiend starts freaking out, thinking, maybe this punk got close to us on purpose. If that's the case, the Shadow Brothers didn't just die. This guy took him out. Then, getting serious, the boss warns, from now on, put Seo Jun-ho on the hit list. Dangerous target. The fiend orders coldly, see him, kill him. Meanwhile, over at another skyscraper, Seo Jun-ho steps out looking sharp in a suit, walks up to the entrance, but security stops the guy quickly. Hold up. Need to see an invite, sir. Seo Jun-ho casually flashes a black card. The guard's eyes go wide, immediately gesturing, my bad. Please, go right in. Seo Jun-ho is a bit surprised, asking, huh? No pat down? The guard explains, yeah, this spot's just for regular ticket checks. VIP gates over there. Seo Jun-ho walks in confused, thinking, I'm a VIP. Did Captain Gong Ju-ha pull some strings? Then, glancing over, there she is. Gong Ju-ha's walking and holding something, complaining, I'm literally dying of heat. Seo Jun-ho thinks, speak of the devil. She hands a cooler to the staff, demanding, fill this up, lots of ice. Like 20 cups. Just then, Seo Jun-ho walks up calling out, Captain Gong Ju-ha. Hearing her name, she spins around. Gong Ju-ha glares, annoyed. Who the hell are you? Wait, are you that snake head who said, bathroom break and bailed? Seo Jun-ho blinks. You waited for me. That just makes her explode. You hear yourself right now? Keep your word, man. I stayed up all night wondering what that ice compass was. What is it? Seriously. What? Seo Jun-ho is totally lost, my bad. But Gong Ju-ha just gets madder, yelling, you think my bad cuts it. So, the guy offers, I'll treat you to dinner next time. Gong Ju-ha huffs, turning away, better be something expensive. Seo Jun-ho sighs in relief, asking, by the way, what's with the box? She answers, oh, cooler for drinks and ice cream. Then she looks up, warning, hey snakehead, better prep yourself. Once the auction starts, the heat and the arguing gonna last forever. Jun-ho nods, lots of fire types here, so yeah, it's hot. Gong Ju-ha doesn't deny it. Exactly. I'm getting hotter by the second, always burning up. Then she says, anyway, have fun at the auction. I gotta wait for my iced tea, so you go ahead. Seo Jun-ho agrees, alright, catching you later. Before leaving, the guy glances back, thinking it'd be nice to have a chill moment with Captain Gong Ju-ha for once. Gong Ju-ha hugs the cooler, walking in shocked. Whoa! Looking around, she gasps. This auction hall is huge. And the seats are way up top for security. Really? Those high seats are usually for celebs, like the Queen of England or the French guild people. Kinda stressful. But with the stage this close, I can rush in. If anything goes down, she starts looking for the seat. A 14, right here. Sitting down, she chirps. Hi, excuse me. Then Gong Ju-ha freezes. It's Seo Jun-ho right next to her. Snakehead. She whispers frantically. There's seats over there. The system assigns these spots. You can't just sit here. Seo Jun-ho turns, confused. Isn't this a 13? That's what my invite says. Gong Ju-ha grabs the ticket to check. She's freaking out inside. What? A VIP ticket? That's higher level than mine. How did this newbie who debuted barely 2 months ago get this ticket? Gong Ju-ha turns to the guy, totally confused. Did you use your casino winnings to buy this? Seo Jun-ho looks lost, so she explains, I mean, you're dressed to kill, but you didn't spend much. How'd you score VIP? Seo Jun-ho scratches his head. Oh, this? Guildmaster Shim Gu gave it to me. Sorted out my clothes in room 2. Then it clicks. Oh, so that's it. She laughs. Didn't expect that strict chairman to pick you as his successor. Nice one. Seo Jun-ho gets awkward. Huh. Successor? Nah. Gong Ju-ha waves it off. Don't play dumb. You think I'm stupid? That invite is only for key power players. Meaning you're here, as the chairman's assistant, right? The guy just scratches his head helplessly. Why is she asking that out of nowhere? Saying no would be weird. Seo Jun-ho forces a laugh. I'm feeling the pressure. Inside, he's just as confused. Basically, that jerk sent the clothes for this reason. Just wait till I get back to Korea. Gong Ju-ha chats him up again. So, what are you buying today? He answers coolly, haven't decided. You? She smiles. Dead serious. Same. I'm just here to play. Pros gotta finish their missions perfectly, right? Seo Jun-ho silently judges. Not really something a gambler should say while on the clock. Then she complains again. Ugh, so hot. He suddenly feels relieved. Lucky she's here. I was planning to take out the minions by myself. Right now, I can't take the fiend alone. Like it or not, once the fight starts, I'm gonna need the Goblin Guild's help. If the rumors about Captain Gong Ju-ha aren't just hype, she can protect the breath of heaven. And everyone at the auction. The lights cut out, startling Gong Ju-ha. Starting already? Spotlight hits the stage, and the MC kicks things off. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the wait. The ultra-exclusive Las Vegas auction begins now. The MC's voice booms. Congrats to guest of 14. You've won the Ice Crown. He continues. Next up, Gong Ju-ha comments. That's interesting. She wonders cheerfully. Got anything fresher? Meanwhile, Gong Ju-ha thinks, this guy's snatching up anything with ice attributes. Seeing this, Seo Jun-ho turns and asks, Captain Gong Ju-ha, didn't you just say pros need to take their work seriously? Sweating bullets, the explanation came out. Real pros gotta be versatile, that's just how it works. Crossing arms and glancing over. So, that's the deal. Suddenly Gong Ju-ha asked, Yo snakehead, not buying anything, Seo Jun-ho replied, Dunno. Gonna see if anything clicks. She took a guess. Guess gear ain't really the vibe here, huh? Immediately confirming, actually, love him. But a thought popped up. Problem is, nothing hits the spot like the old stuff. Seo Jun-ho thought to himself, only snagged a Mi-J necklace so far. Gong Ju-ha saw it and wondered, why buy a Mi-J necklace anyway? Pretty sure it just boosts stamina recovery. Buying it as a gift, then came another guess. Girlfriend? Squinting at the question. Shouldn't asking if there is one come first. Gong Ju-ha grinned. For mom then? Seo Jun-ho dropped a line that froze the conversation. Mom passed away. Covering face, the reply came. All right, shutting up now. Seeing that, he quickly offered comfort. Just getting a gift for a niece, don't sweat it. Meanwhile, the host gestured. Now, introducing an item that hasn't surfaced in ages. If any guests down there hit up past auctions, bet this bad boy looks familiar. The item hit the stage, and the intro started. Lot 84. The mysterious orb. The second Jun-ho saw the thing on stage, froze completely. A thought flashed. Out of all skills, why is keen intuition kicking in? Is it reacting to that ball? A guy in the back whispered to a neighbor. Rewards from a level 2 gate are useless. Over 20 years and nobody's figured out what this ball even does. The other replied. Exactly. Someone said they'd figure it out years ago, then bailed on buying it, right? Putting it up again means they probably gave up. The man looked curious. So who bought this useless junk? Seo Jun-ho raised a brow, thinking, that explains it. Staring at the button in hand, wondering, don't know why keen intuition triggered. But it hasn't failed yet. so trust it this time. Gong Ju-ha noticed and asked. Snakehead, want that ball? The host announced. Lot 84 sold for 6 grand. Seo Jun-ho squinted. Yeah, just suddenly felt it was interesting. Then speaking up, today's auction, the host continued, finally arriving at lot 85. Next came the intro for a top-tier magic orb found in an ancient dungeon on the 2nd floor. And then the host announced, Breath of Heaven. Gong Ju-ha gasped at the sight. So beautiful. Continuing, plus, it's packed with magic. Rumors say the energy radiating from inside could power a whole city, and that ain't no lie. Seo Jun-ho crossed arms, wondering, so, what's a magic orb like that cost? Hand on chin, thinking. Price is gonna be insane. But then, Gong Ju-ha added. Actually, depends on the numbers the big shots throw out. Agreeing with that. Same time, Seo Jun-ho thought, with that crazy price tag. Suddenly Gong Ju-ha frowned, startled.
Then jumped up. Seo Jun-ho looked serious, thinking, time for them to swipe it. An excited voice rang out. 450 million, another bidder at 470. Numbers keep climbing. 500, 550, someone hit 600 million.
Suddenly, the ceiling right above the host collapsed. Looking up, startled, just hearing a massive boom, terrified screams echoing through the auction house. People yelling, help! The host sat on the floor, totally dazed.
Meanwhile, In-ho let out a breath, reaching out to use the power, creating a barrier. In-ho shouted, everyone's safe. Gong Ju-ha looked thrilled, seeing the face. In-ho! Seo Jun-ho frowned, on guard, thinking.
Put up a barrier that wide in no time. Watching things trying to smash through from outside. Thinking. Title of Guardian Knight ain't just for show. Sweating, looking up in panic. Only fiends would pull something this crazy. What the hell did that skeleton summon? Seo Jun-ho guessed. The bone mage who caused the turkey massacre. That power ain't normal. Thought crossed the mind, if the organization's gonna handle it, gotta share intel. Gong Ju-ha thought, totally possible. Then ordered sternly. Listen up, prioritize evacuating guests. If guests are still here, protect the loot, then pointing at In-ho. In-ho, guard the breath of heaven, then find the bone mage. Immediately accepting. Yes, Captain. Turning to the side, Snakehead's gonna pitch in too, but nobody was there. Gong Ju-ha grumbled. What the? Where'd he go again? Same as last time. Seriously, this guy. A voice startled the moment. Hold on, a bodyguard shouted. No, it's panic time, but keep it down and move orderly. Continuing. Barriers up so it's safe for now. But the crowd was going nuts. A bidder growled, safe my ass. Yelling, it's already broken, where's the safety? Let me out of here, hurry. Crowd scrambled for the door, pushing and shouting, move, don't push. Gong Ju-ha stomped a foot, muttering, this guy and that guy, total pain in the neck. Concentrating energy in hand, frowning and letting out a breath, then punching a hole right through the stone wall. After blasting a hole in the wall, pointing, signaling everyone to move and evacuate that way. In-ho ran over, worried. Gong Ju-ha, this building ain't cheap. Smashing walls like that, what needs to be done? The scolding came. Lives on the line and acting stingy? Not cool. Laughing, suggesting, think it's a solid idea. Just leave my name off the incident report, yeah? Glancing back with a wry smile, Gong Ju-ha quipped, seriously, that actually hurts my feelings. Right then, a black hole popped open on the wall. A bullet shot out, slamming straight into In-ho's left shoulder. Gong Ju-ha just froze, totally spacing out for a second. As In-ho collapsed, Ju-ha screamed, In-ho. Cracks instantly web across the barrier before a massive chunk just shattered. Startled, Ju-ha thought, asterisk, In-ho's down and the mana shield is gone. Asterisk brows furrowing, the girl gritted her teeth in pure rage. I was planning to stall and charge up mana for the shield, Ju-ha growled. Then, smirking with wild excitement, she barked, don't you dare get in my way. The skeleton army charged forward with full force. Not backing down, Ju-ha glared and dashed straight into the horde. A massive burst of energy blasted through the building wall, shooting outside. The skeletons were getting torched by Ju-ha's intense flames. A blinding yellow light ripped through the dark night. Far away, a woman watched in total disbelief. No way, the sniper wondered, stunned. Is that seriously human power? Asterisk rank B firepower. One of the world's strongest. Asterisk the sniper thought. Asterisk, definitely don't want to face a monster like that, head on. Asterisk, blowing a bubble with her gum, the woman told herself. Sniper rifles are meant for sniping, after all. Through her scope, the chaos inside the auction house came into view. There was Gong Ju-ha, soloing that mob of skeletons. Right next to In-ho lay the breath of heaven. Spotting the item, the sniper got excited and locked on. A small black hole manifested right over the woman's hand. The auction items slowly emerged from the portal. Smirking at the prize, the sniper whispered, "This is it. The breath of heaven." A sudden beeping made the sniper jump. Answering the call fast, the woman said, "Yeah, boss." The voice on the other end asked if the item was secured. The sniper replied smugly, "Who do you think I am?" "Of course I got it." The boss gave the order. "Good work. Head to point B." Chirping a happy, "Copy that," the sniper hung up and muttered, "Mission was a piece of cake. Too bad I didn't get to waste Seo Jun-ho." Suddenly, looking down in surprise at a figure, the sniper mumbled, "That runner. It's none other than Seo Jun-ho." Face lighting up with wild excitement, the woman whispered, "Seo Jun-ho." Raising the rifle to aim with a smirk, the sniper thought, "Lucky me." Voice dropping with thrill, the woman added, "Won't hurt a bit. One shot to scoop those brains out." The sniper fired a round into the black hole in front of the barrel. Countless portals opened up, with one popping right next to Jun-ho's temple. But Jun-ho leaned forward instantly, dodging the shot. "Missed," the sniper shrieked, totally shocked. "I warped the bullet to guarantee a hit." The woman thought. Dodging should be impossible. Gritting teeth, the sniper refused to quit. Not missing this time. Two more black holes appeared above Seo Jun-ho. Glancing up coldly, the man activated Time's spectral walk. A massive boom rang out instantly.
The bullet's trajectory was thrown off. "Bullshit," the sniper yelled, panicked. Biting her lip, the woman thought, "A sniper of my caliber missing? He's just a rookie." Suddenly, the sniper realized where Jun-ho was heading. Ice energy erupted from the ground right there.
Half the sniper's body was instantly frozen solid. Terrified, the woman whipped her head around. A blurry figure radiated raw power. Seo Jun-ho's cold face appeared, looking at the sniper with pure contempt. "You," the woman screamed in rage. "You bastard! What are you doing?" Jun-ho walked forward calmly. "What am I doing?" By then, the sniper was completely frozen in ice. "Your life has zero value now," Seo Jun-ho declared coldly. "After tonight, your crew will be wiped off the face of the earth." Meanwhile, back inside the building, raging flames consumed everything, with shattered skulls littering the floor. "So hot," Juha complained. Fire exploding from her hands, the girl yelled, "It's freaking boiling in here." "It's fine," Juha told herself, trying to stay chill. "After this, I'm booking a vacation to the North Pole." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. "Princess," someone shouted, "we got a major problem. We lost the signal for the breath of heaven." Juha jolted. "Say what?" "Someone must have swiped it during the chaos," the teammate explained loudly. "We're scanning the crowd for suspects now. Any bastard who touches the breath of heaven has to step over my dead body first." Juha thought. Suddenly, someone cried out, "Leader, boss." One by one, the team members behind were getting taken out. Juha spun around, sweat dripping down, hesitating in shock. A heavy foot stepped forward. Juha stared as armored skeletons marched closer. Frowning, the girl demanded, "What the hell are these things?" Juha and a teammate were completely surrounded. Seeing their appearance, the girl wondered in confusion. Black skeletons, Juha glanced back, thinking, my squad members were all handpicked by me for their skills. They must be exhausted from the earlier fights to get taken down so easily. Suddenly, the teammate spoke up seriously. "Princess, something's weird." "What is it?" Juha asked. The teammate hesitated. "The gear those things are using. It looks super familiar." Juha glanced back, confused. "What do you mean?" 3 years ago, the teammate asked. "Remember the missing players case that rocked the second floor?" Sweating, Juha asked. "You mean the players who vanished without a trace?" "What about it?" The teammate frowned, sharing a theory. "Their gear, their fighting styles. Everything." The teammate confirmed grimly. "It's exactly what these black skeletons are using." Juha stayed silent, but a look of pure horror washed over the girl's face. "So these black skeletons are..." Suddenly, the villain's past orders echoed in memory. "I'll ambush the auction and distract Gong Juha. While she's busy, you guys steal the breath of heaven." The lackeys had agreed instantly. "Roger that." Then came the instructions. "Let's make the chair a hotel room point B. Once you have the item, regroup there. Stay the hell away from dangerous players." Jun-ho stared at the lifeless sniper, baffled. This guy's memories? Empty. Zero intel on the Fiend Association. The watch captain didn't share info with the grunts? Typical. Jun-ho was sure of it. The skeleton mage, demon, gotta read that memory. According to the guard's intel, those skeletons attacking the auction house are the sacrifices for Nazit-ho. So, Nazit-ho's disciple demon is the puppet master here. And that coward's hiding way off-site, far from the auction action. Probably rigged the hideout with a ton of magic traps. Charging in blind would be suicide. Need a way to sneak in unnoticed. Then Jun-ho spotted the watch on the sniper's wrist. Bingo, an idea sparked. Aha. Meanwhile, magic circles lit up in Demon's room. The mage checked the watch screen. A message incoming. Mission complete, but I've got a tail. Demon read it, confused, asked about the goods. The reply, dropping it in the alley by the hotel. Demon frowned, thinking hard. Not Seo Jun-ho, not the Goblin Guild. Then who? A third party crashing the party? Ugh. Annoying. Asterisk, snap, asterisk. The magic circles instantly flared up. Black smoke shot into the dark alley. A foot landed softly. Demon stared, startled. That's the organization's mark. Turned around. Yeah, magic energy, pooling right there. Eyes locked onto a trash can. Saves me the trouble of searching. Reached out, popped the lid. Demon smirked at the glowing object inside. A supreme magic core. The breath of heaven. But wait, are cores supposed to be this freezing? Magic levels are lower than expected too. Boom. The breath of heaven detonated. Panic set in. Demon grabbed the arm in agony. It was frozen solid, gritting teeth. A magic condensation trap, glancing around wildly. And how did they fake the organization's mark? No, stay chill. Defense first. The trap setters gotta be close. Demon unleashed full power. The ground cracked open. A skull rose up, dragging more horrors with it. Didn't want to waste energy, Demon growled.
A skeleton army rose up behind, smirking now. But go ahead, try me. Suddenly, a voice. Not bad, Jun-ho sounded bored. As long as the target isn't defenseless. Demon whipped around, glaring.
Too slow. Jun-ho thrust the sword forward. Impact. Demon coughed up a nasty spray of blood. Since when? Then it clicked. Jun-ho had timed the attack perfectly for the skill casting moment.
Total defeat. The skeleton army vanished. Demon slumped against the wall, a bloody mess. What's your name? Demon wheezed. Jun-ho just stared coldly. You ever answer the questions of the people you killed?
Silence. Head bowed. Jun-ho swung the sword down. Yet you have the nerve to ask me that. A skull image faded away. Gong Ju-ha watched, eyes wide with shock. The skeletons. They're dust? Someone gasped. Ju-ha wondered, did the mage cancel the summon? Or maybe Jun-ho took Demon out. A system window popped up. Jun-ho narrowed eyes, up 2 levels, better than expected. Must be because Demon's level or skill rank was way higher. If that trap hadn't worked, I'd be toast right now. Jun-ho reached out. Hope you know something useful. A vision appeared, people watching, judging, summoning, rare talent. I like this class. The voices kept going. Been a while since we saw a high-grade prospect like this. Be grateful, kid. Nazat-ho likes your style. The voice continued. You're the new captain of the Hound squad. The man smirked. Our endgame is dominating the tower. He went on. Details are on the 2nd floor. Jun-ho frowned. System error. Cannot fully replay memory. Skill level too low. Forcibly terminating for safety. Asterisk, T. Asterisk. Again, Jun-ho was annoyed. Crucial memories are always locked. Staring at the corpse, thinking hard. Fragmented bits, but enough to confirm a few things. Then, a curse escaped Jun-ho's lips. Scumbags. Exploiting orphans to breed mages? Fail the training, and they toss you out like trash before you even level up. Treated like products. Jun-ho clenched a fist. What else are they hiding? One of the players from the Amado orphanage caused the downfall of Turkey. Gotta wipe these monsters out before they do more damage. And that name. Nazat-ho. Is that the same name from the Shadow Brothers' memories? Could be. Don't know how many leaders they've got, so can't be sure yet. Jun-ho kicked the corpse. Hey, Nazat-ho, you actually care about your students. Just wait. I'll rip this weed out by the roots and send the whole lot of you to hell. Next morning, the sun blazed down. Gong Ju-ha held her head, sighing, totally exhausted. Still nothing? The partner replied, sorry, nothing yet. Meanwhile, Gong Ju-ha frowned, thinking, where the heck did the guy who swiped the breath of heaven go? If the fight lasted just a bit longer, could have tracked the magic and found the location. Suddenly asked, what time is it? Someone answered, 7 in the morning. Gong Ju-ha clutched head in frustration, thinking, ugh, so annoying. If not for this mess, would be cozy in a warm hotel bed right now. Suddenly, In-ho spoke up. Princess, take a look at this. Handed over a box, saying, someone sent a gift. Gong Ju-ha wondered, huh? A fan? The guy hesitated. Maybe. Flipped hair with a smug look. Why do they keep sending stuff? He even wrote a notice telling him not to bring gifts unless it's a signing event. Meanwhile, In-ho broke into a cold sweat. Gong Ju-ha saw the expression and frowned. Is it something freaky? Immediate denial followed. No, that's not it. Checked it beforehand. Then In-ho realized, was super surprised though. The thing inside the box is the actual breath of heaven. Gong Joo-ha stared wide-eyed, stammering, "Gee, give it here." Squinted to inspect. "Wow, nice work. Looks exactly like the real breath of heaven." In-ho stated firmly, "It is real." Hearing that, the brain just froze. Gong Joo-ha screamed in disbelief. "Say what?" Sweating and questioning. "The real deal. But that skeleton mage controller stole it." In-ho explained softly. "That's why I said I was surprised. The whole thing feels kinda weird." Then asked, "There's a note in English inside too. Wanna read it?" Took down 2 other demons besides the skeleton mage. Retrieved the breath of heaven. The skeleton mage is lying in the alley behind Hotel 20. From a passing fan. "Read it." Thought for a moment, then Gong Joo-ha asked, "My fan says everything is taken care of." In-ho replied, "That's right, totally confused. But I didn't do anything." In-ho sighed with a light laugh. "Whatever, thanks to that, we avoid a penalty. Just thinking about losing it was terrifying." Gong Joo-ha leaned back in the chair. "Don't know who it is, but seriously grateful." Then asked, "Can you find out who?" "Want to say thanks." The guy hesitated. Was curious too, so tried tracking the mage's trail. Then In-ho realized, but that person left 0 traces. A true pro did this. Guess the skill level is at least ranker tier, but still can't guess the identity. Gong Joo-ha wondered, who could it be? So curious. Suddenly stood up, pointing forward. Gong Joo-ha yelled, "Stop right there." Seo Jun-ho smiled and spoke, "Captain Gong, good morning." Crossed arms and growled, "Hey, snakehead." Then Gong Joo-ha started scolding, "How could you do that? Running away alone in an emergency?" Seriously. Wondered, running away? Seo Jun-ho sweated, stammering about yesterday while thinking internally. Okay, it does look like running away. Gong Joo-ha kept nagging, and last time, used the bathroom excuse to bolt, right? A serial offender? Huh. If there's power, use it right. Didn't stop there. The Specter even said it before. Player power exists to protect civilians, Jun-ho casually asked. I said that? Gong Joo-ha repeated. Said what? It's not like times your times the Specter.
Realized, right? I am the Specter. Seo Jun-ho sweated, thinking, did I spout that cheesy nonsense? Most interviews back then were scripted, so don't really remember. Still lecturing the guy, so from now on, if something happens, don't run away.
Protect the safety of the people. Got it. Bowed slightly. Yes, we'll keep that in mind. Yesterday was a mistake. Gong Joo-ha grinned. Good that you know. Showed off the letter with a grin. By the way, snakehead, guess what this is? Jun-ho immediately replied, don't know. Gong Joo-ha spoke confidently. No. Well, a fan slaughtered the skeleton mage and the culprit from last night, then sent the breath of heaven back. Continued. In-ho says it has to be a ranker, but super curious who it is. Seo Jun-ho rubbed chin, thinking, maybe not a ranker.
Gong Joo-ha insisted, no, impossible. Told them to investigate, but they couldn't find a single trace from the mage or the alley. In-ho is a ranker and found nothing, so if that person isn't a ranker, must be a player on the same level.
Just a slight smile, Seo Jun-ho thought. A method to completely wipe all traces using magic, all thanks to Skaya's teaching. Gong Joo-ha looked at the letter, analyzing. But this English handwriting looks so natural. Maybe came from an English-speaking country?
Suddenly asked, do you need to know right now? Seo Jun-ho smiled. If they wanted to be known, they would have come forward. Startled, true, right? Trying to find them might be kinda rude. Suddenly, Gong Joo-ha wondered, wait, auction's over. What are you doing here? Snakehead. Seo Jun-ho replied calmly. Came to pick up auction items. Heard you brought them here. Pointed in another direction. Just go to that table over there. Answered cheerfully, thanks. Then Gong Joo-ha asked, heading back to Korea after this?
Seo Jun-ho nodded. Yeah, confessed honestly, pretty sad to say goodbye. Then Gong Joo-ha offered, let me ask again, want to join our guild? Without hesitation, replied firmly. And I'll answer again. I strictly refuse. Looked annoyed, again. Then Gong Joo-ha smiled. So the next reunion is on the 2nd floor. Huh? Seo Jun-ho chuckled. Won't take long. Covering mouth. Everyone talks big like that. Grinned. You'll see, Gong Joo-ha noted. Confident. Held out a hand. Fine then. Then Gong Joo-ha made an offer cheerfully. If you actually hit the 2nd floor within half a year, I've got a gift for you, Jun-ho asked back. And if not, answered calmly, then you have to grant my request. Chicken head. Thought to himself. Still hasn't given up, bringing up the guild again. Motive is way too obvious. Seo Jun-ho grabbed the hand, declaring, all right, deal. In front of the auction items, someone at the counter announced, winning items include the Mi-J stamina recovery pill and this mysterious orb. At the same time, Seo Jun-ho thought, What the hell is this thing? My gut's going crazy over it. Couldn't even appraise it. Maybe if I pump some magic into it. Tried it, but zero reaction. Jun-ho whispered. Seriously? That's it? Lame. But squinting closer, the thought continued there actually was a reaction. Guess I'll stash it in the inventory and keep feeding it energy. Whether it breaks or grows, something's gonna happen. Turning to the other item, a voice spoke up. Found it. The box was sitting in front of a wooden door on the second floor, right at the residential border. A guy bent down and grabbed it. Reading the label, the guy wondered. Teleport delivery from the first floor. Who pulls a stunt like this? But opening the box revealed the item and a note. Stay healthy. I'll be up in 6 months. Your uncle. Reading that, the guy muttered. Uncle? Looking up, the confusion lingered. Uncle wants to take it slow? Meanwhile, under a clear blue sky, Seo Jun-ho was dragging luggage around. Hopping in the car, Jun-ho squinted, breaking a sweat. Cha Si-yoon was driving today. Seeing the blank look, Si-yoon smiled. Something wrong? Startled, the reply came quick. Nah, nothing. Scratching the back of the head, Jun-ho added. Just didn't expect you to pick me up. Si-yoon turned back with a soft smile. As a secretary, picking up Seo Jun-ho is part of the gig. If there's nowhere else to stop, let's head to the association. Suddenly, Jun-ho said, Wait, hold on. Handing something over, Jun-ho said, Got a present for you. Didn't know what to get, so picked up a book. Hope it's not lame. Peeking inside, Cha Si-yoon gasped. Is this the S of the Gate? And it's the hardcover edition. You know this novel? Grabbed it, because it was the last one on the bestseller shelf. Si-yoon's face basically lit up with excitement. I've been trying to buy this every single day but couldn't snag one. A small smile formed. Awesome. Worried you'd hate it. Go ahead and read it now, Jun-ho suggested. Si-yoon looked confused, but it's work hours. Got something urgent to handle. Si-yoon hesitated. No. Jun-ho leaned back, grinning. Then who cares?
Jet lag's kicking my butt, so I'm gonna crash for a bit. Just wake me when we get to the association. Still hesitating, Si-yoon glanced back. Sleep well, Si-yoon whispered. By the time the sky turned sunset orange, Seo Jun-ho was slamming something on a table. Here, for you. Shim Deo-gu looked puzzled.
Is it expensive? What is it? I quit drinking, you know. Then came the news, contacted Arthur. Going up to the second floor soon. Really? That's good. Arthur, 25 years. Must have been rough for the kid, but he grew up fine. Deo-gu sighed. But ever since reaching the second floor border, haven't seen you once. Jun-ho asked, surprised. You seen the kid lately? Yeah. Whenever he visits the Earth District, he stops by. Always talks about missing you. Then came the probe. Captain Gong Ju-ha from Dokkaebi said that invite you gave me wasn't just a regular letter. Shim Deo-gu burst out laughing. Oh yeah, you figured it out? Crossing arms with a grin. Gotta let the whole world know how much I love you, right? Can't let anyone else mess with you. Then do me a favor, Jun-ho said. I need to find a kindergarten. Shim Deo-gu looked confused. Why a kindergarten? Voice dropping low, Jun-ho said, I found out their secret. Silence took over the room. Deo-gu looked down, expression darkening. Tell me, is it true? Taking orphans and turning them into monsters? Raising an eyebrow, the reply came, yeah, but all I know is it's somewhere overseas. Shim Deo-gu slammed the table, cursing, those sick bastards. Do they have no limits? Watching Deo-gu pour a drink, Jun-ho flinched. Thought you quit. Clicking tongue in anger, Deo-gu yelled, screw that. I need a drink. Dropping some ice in, Jun-ho said, hold up. Deo-gu put the glass down and sighed. Right, Kun-noa called for you. Called me? Fiddling with the glass, Deo-gu explained. Before you went to the States, you asked for a sword, remember? It's done tomorrow, and he wants to hand it over personally. With your status now, meeting him won't be an issue. A thought crossed Jun-ho's mind. My rep is big enough to handle requests from the Dokkaebi Guild now anyway, Deo-gu suggested. Head out early tomorrow. Jun-ho turned to leave. All right. Hitting the sack. Waving with a smirk, Deo-gu teased. Dying to see Kun-noa, kid. Then the voice dropped. Gotta do what I can. Meanwhile, looking up, Jun-ho noted, 25 years and it still looks the same. An old, beat-up shop stood there. Pushing the door open, a thought popped up. Wait, didn't Kun-noa's grandson inherit this place? A curious smile formed. Hear that hammering? Kid must have learned well. Wonder how that crybaby turned out. Just then, a massive hammer smashed down. Loud bangs echoed. A muscular arm with dark skin came into view. The ripped guy turned around. Who are you? Staring at the guy, shock took over. Jun-ho thought, totally confused. This is Kun-noa's grandson. What the hell happened in 25 years? Pan exclaimed. Your player Seo Jun-ho, right? The association let us know. Follow me. Following Pan, eyes drifted to something glowing on the table. Pan pointed to a seat. Jun-ho figured Kuno must be upstairs. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "God damn it." A deep voice grumbled, "Why is it so hard to meet you?" Seeing who it was, Seo Jun-ho grinned, "Long time no see, Kunoa." A grumpy old man stood there. Pan asked, "Isn't this your first time meeting?" Kunoa hesitated, "Guess so." Then he barked, "Pan, go get the guests some agare tea." Seo Jun-ho looked surprised. "You mean times that times thing?" Kunoa suddenly dropped the serious act. "Don't make me say it twice, old man." Seo Jun-ho squinted, checking if the guy was for real. "That kid still listens to you, huh?" Kunoa let out a sigh, cause Jun-ho just didn't get it. Once that brat decides not to listen, nobody can tell him what to do. Then Jun-ho pointed his thumb back. "Bet you yelled at him a ton. Looks like he actually improved. Saw him hammering earlier." "Stamina is insane." Kunoa spoke up. "Still got a long way to go." Hearing that, Seo Jun-ho burst out laughing. "Still get all weird when you have to praise someone, huh?" Suddenly, Jun-ho shrugged with a grin. "By the way, ain't you gonna welcome me back?" Not happy that I didn't kick the bucket and came back to life, Kunoa immediately shouted, "I'm happy, okay?" But then, Kunoa's eyes narrowed a bit. Then the old dwarf put a hand on Seo Jun-ho's shoulder and grumbled, "I've taken enough insults for one day." Jun-ho grinned hearing that. "Thanks. Glad to see you haven't changed a bit." Kunoa just frowned, looking confused. "But why did you do it?" Jun-ho started sweating bullets and shot back. "How am I supposed to answer that?" The old man squinted, totally curious. "I heard the news from Shim-gu, but I haven't heard the reason from your own mouth. Why go back to being a player?" Seo Jun-ho raised an eyebrow. "Well, couldn't exactly avoid it, could I?" Then Jun-ho snapped his fingers. Boom! A burst of energy appeared, making Kunoa jump. The old guy's eyes practically popped out of his head. Kunoa got serious and asked, "That's Frost's power, right?" Kunoa lowered his voice, asking slowly, "With the power you got from the Frost Queen, can you bring your teammates back to life?" Seo Jun-ho nodded. "Yeah, so I'm gonna try harder from now on." Jun-ho smiled and said, "Anyway, we agreed to stick together forever, remember? We even got a contract." Kunoa stared at him in silence for a moment. "But the guy I signed a contract with is the Specter, not some rookie named Seo Jun-ho." Seo Jun-ho felt totally roasted by that comment. But Kunoa cracked up, laughing immediately. "Just kidding, kid." The old man started teasing him again. "Haven't seen that stupid look on your face in ages. Just wanted to see it again." Hearing that, Seo Jun-ho's face looked even sour. "So you didn't call me here for the sword, you just wanted to hang out?"
Kunoa stood up and kept talking. "You mean the thing you asked me to make with the nameless dragon's bones? Of course I finished it." Jun-ho went whoa in surprise. "I just asked you recently? Done already?" Kunoa walked over to the sword rack. "You forget already?" He lifted it up and said, "I picked up my hammer again just for you."
Kunoa handed the sword over. "And you're gonna wield this sword for my sake. That was the promise between us, remember?" Seo Jun-ho stood there, stunned. But Jun-ho quickly flipped the switch to troll mode. "Oh my god. Are you sure I actually said that?" Kunoa yelled right in Jun-ho's face. "Just check the weapon." Jun-ho grabbed it and pulled it out of the sheath. He stared at it, judging the feel. Fits his hand perfectly. For the last 25 years, Kunoa had been thinking of him. Kunoa kept talking. "By the way, who the hell just hands over a few scraps of bone and forces someone to make a weapon these days?" The old dwarf sat down on his chair. "I had to mix in some new materials. You know, check it out. The magic conductivity and durability are way up." Seo Jun-ho replied, "Let me test it." He immediately commanded the system. "Appraised Black Dragon Fang Sword. Special Sword. This weapon is tough as nails, won't dull or rust easily. Critical wounds caused by this blade are extremely hard to heal. A determined hunter can track their opponent's location if they get blood on the blade." Seo Jun-ho read it and couldn't help grinning. Hell yeah. Now this times is what a sword should be. Way better than the junk rolling around in the association's warehouse. Thinking that, Jun-ho showered him with praise. "Your skills are just as good as the old days, huh?" Kunoa snapped back, annoyed. "Just as good as the old days? Listen here, you punk. I've leveled up a ton in 25 years. Show some respect to a retired old man who spends his days playing Go." Jun-ho looked confused. "Go? You? Play Go? You never beat me once." Kunoa got so mad he practically exploded. "You think I still suck like I did back then?"
"I could take you down easily now." Just then, Pan brought out some tea. He set it on the table and said, "Here is some tea for you both." Seo Jun-ho paused the conversation. "Thanks, kid," Pan replied. "No problem." Kunoa immediately nagged, "That's precious tea. Don't you dare spill it." Jun-ho took a sip and retorted, "Kunoa, seriously? I've drunk so many types of tea before."
Jun-ho froze mid-sentence because it tasted insane. Skunoa asked him. Well, not like the stuff you usually drink, right? Seo Jun-ho pressed. What kind of tea is this? Skunoa acted all secretive. You think I'd just tell you that easily? He immediately set a trap. Beat me at Go, and I'll spill the beans. Jun-ho gave a sly grin. Fine. I'm not gonna go easy on you. Just as expected, after playing for a bit, Skunoa lost his cool and threw the pieces, ruining the board. He jumped up and shouted, That same move again? Jun-ho teased, Whoa, chill out. I won, so talk. And that was me going easy on you. Skunoa sat back down, fuming, and started with a question. Have you ever heard of the demi-humans? Seo Jun-ho replied, You mean monsters that stand on two legs and look kinda like humans, like orcs or elves? Skunoa continued, That used to be true, but ever since the second floor opened up, the definition of demi-human has changed. The creatures we call demi-humans now have intelligence and can communicate with us. Jun-ho's jaw dropped in shock. Hold up, so we can actually have a conversation with an orc? The orcs I know just grunt all day. Skunoa explained, Well, among demi-humans, there are still tribes with lower intelligence. Not every creature out there can talk to us. Jun-ho looked surprised. Really? Then he asked. But why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? He answered, Didn't you want to know about the tea? He added, This era's tea was grown by the elves themselves. Jun-ho started to piece it together. So if I go up to the second floor, I can find this tea, right? Skunoa scoffed. Unless you have a connection with the intelligent elves, you couldn't find it even if you spent 100 million. Hearing that, Seo Jun-ho opened his inventory. That's a shame. Hey, can you take a look at this for me? He pulled out a mysterious ball and asked, Do you know what this is? Skunoa replied, Hey, I'm not the sage of the astrology tower. How am I supposed to know everything? He thought for a moment. But this orb, it looks like something from the elves. Seo Jun-ho jumped and shouted, Huh? How do you know? Skunoa told him. Long story short, I met the elder of the elf tribe.
Hearing that, Jun-ho connected the dots. He asked Skunoa, So, you've been to the second floor? The old dwarf shook his head. No. Because he trusted him, Skunoa shared the secret. They came down here. Hearing that, Seo Jun-ho froze, not sure if he should believe it. Damn, creatures from the second floor can come down to the lower floors?
Skunoa warned him first, don't go blabbing this to anyone. He took a sip of tea and continued, This is a top-level secret. Seo Jun-ho said, I got it. Just keep talking. Kun-noa explains further. Elves are tripping mysterious but special. They're definitely intelligent creatures standing right in front of us. But facing them feels like staring at nature itself. Water, earth, wind. Gives off the exact same vibe as this orb. Seo Jun-ho picks it up, realization hitting. So that's it. This thing belongs to the elves, right? The old man agrees, curious. Go find the place where you can meet him. Kun-noa adds, among elf gear. Some stuff runs on energy from the world tree. Get lucky, and you might find something. Hearing that, Seo Jun-ho stands up, giving a little bow. Cool. I'll ask the secretary if there's a way to meet him. Seeing the guy stand up, the old man looks a bit bummed. Leaving already? Kun-noa acts tough but still drops a warning. Don't wander off too far. Pan sees him leaving and adds, Don't get too sad. Hands over a small box. Grandpa sucks at showing feelings. Seo Jun-ho laughs. It's cool. I get it. What's this? Pan answers, Garrett tea. Grandpa said to give it to you. Never seen him care about outsiders like that. Must really like you. Seo Jun-ho replies, Tell him thanks for me. Pan's about to say more, but stops dead, waving it off. Nah, never mind. You'll find out soon enough. Seo Jun-ho replies, Guess I'll see then. On the way back, chats with Cha Si-yoon. Seo Jun-ho asks, confused, dark elves? She explains, Yeah, the traders of the world tree. Monsters that live in packs. Dungeons with them are crazy hard to raid. Seo Jun-ho tests his info. Get lucky. And we might score the legendary Elysia elixir at their village, right? She praises. Solid summary. Cha Si-yoon adds, The current dark elf gate is in a primeval forest in England. Interested? Seo Jun-ho answers, Yeah, let's roll with that for now. She sends a notification. Then you gotta see this. The info says, The Jung Guild is joining the forest raid. Seo Jun-ho reads it, thinking, asterisk. The Jung Guild? The ones from the Fire Fox raid? Asterisk. Cha Si-yoon continues, Plus, tons of players from all over the world are coming. Jun-ho freaks out. Wait, the whole world? What's the deal with this gate? She explains, It's in Grandem. Clear condition is beating the Dark Elf Chieftain. Only level 20 to 30 players allowed. Also, raid limit is 200 people. Seo Jun-ho gasps, totally lost. Oh my god. Scene cuts to a gloomy forest, raining like crazy classic villain vibes. Under the old trees sits a small wooden shack. Suddenly, someone smashes a plate of dry bread against the wall. Shattered.
Signer's voice gets serious. You saying the Hound Squad got wiped? Continues, don't give me that crap. The minion mumbles, it's true, not just the Bone Spirit Summoner, but all the underlings are missing in action.
Not 100% sure, but they probably got hit trying to take out Seo Jun-ho. Sanger clutches his head, cursing, damn it, this is huge. Nazat Hallow treats his disciples like treasures, already got the Sword Saint on his tail. Now this? Thinking it over, asks, how's the association reacting? Minion answers, I reported Seo Jun-ho, but dunno if they'll buy that the Hound Squad got wiped by some brat who debuted 2 months ago. Sudden knock on the door shuts him up. Signer mutters, uninvited guests? Door opens, and they both nearly crap themselves. Outside, pouring rain and thunder signaling someone's rage. Nazat Hallow steps in, asking straight up, you Signer? Both drop to their knees without being told. Nazat speaks, read your report.
You sure Seo Jun-ho took out my disciple? Signer replies, looks like it, though I have no clue how it went down. Barely finished speaking when something grabs his throat, slamming him into the back wall hard enough to crack it. Nazad's demonic aura has him tight.
The old man growls, don't know. Think I came all this way for that garbage excuse. Signer struggles against the aura, veins popping, screaming. I really don't know, but give me a shot. I'll drag Seo Jun-ho right to you. Nazat frowns, thinks for a sec, then finally retracts the magic, dropping Signer. Signer faceplants on the floor. Nazat declares, you got half a year. Within that time, drag Seo Jun-ho here. Rubbing his red raw neck, he says, but to bring Seo Jun-ho to the second floor to meet you, Master Nazat, he's got to be at least level 30.
Guy's barely been a player for long. How's that possible in 6 months? Nazad replies coldly. Don't get it twisted. Making it possible is the only thing saving your sorry life. Signer waits till the old man's gone to curse. Damn it. Turns to the minion. Find a guide.
Shocked, he shouts, a guide? You mean the ones who can hack the dimensional elevator without the player association noticing? Minion stammers, Lord Signer, you don't mean, knowing what's coming. He confirms it immediately. Exactly. Signer scrambles up. Distract Kim Woo-jung. I'm going down to the first floor myself. Time passes. Seo Jun-ho's on a plane to England. Destination, Grandam, England, home of the Dark Elf Gate. Calls Cha Si-yoon from the hotel. She asks, made it to the hotel safe?
Seo Jun-ho replies, yeah, safe and sound thanks to Secretary Cha. Cha Si-yoon wonders, still 3 days until the raid starts, why the rush? He answers, figured I'd hit some small nearby gates. You know, warm up a bit. Back when he heard the raid count, he freaked. 200 people? Even Cha Si-yoon noticed how serious he got. Yes, something wrong? Reason being, Seo Jun-ho knows that after players and gates appeared, the system just popped up out of nowhere.
That so-called system is fair. Raid difficulty is always balanced, no advantage for players or monsters. If 200 players can enter, the difficulty is going to be insane to match. Deep in thought, he knows he can't just. Protecting 200 players fighting monsters? Doable. But this gate's going to be a way tougher raid than usual. Just like that, 3 days flew by. Tons of members showed up early, waiting for the dungeon to open. They were separated from the civilians by this super sketchy fence. Mi-jae looked totally hyped, staring at the crowd. Check out the killer aura radiating from those players. Whoa, Mi-jae gasped. Every strong player is swarming here. Doesn't matter where they're from. Look at all that gear. Never seen that stuff in this country before. Mi turned to Cha Min-woo. Hey Captain, check it out. But Min-woo was just scanning the area, looking for something, totally ignoring me calling out. Captain Cha Min-woo. Mi-jae loomed behind Min-woo, using a creepy ghost voice. You're looking for player Seo Jun-ho right now, aren't ya? Min-woo jumped, totally busted. Seeing the captain get all awkward, Mi kept teasing. You've been stretching your neck waiting forever, huh? Cha Min-woo tried to play it cool but looked nervous. What can I do? During the Nine-Tailed Fox raid, everyone saw those insane attacks from Seo Jun-ho. Min-woo admitted, I was so shocked. Honestly felt ashamed for picking the easy, safe path for myself. Then Min-woo got all confident. Anyway, this raid, I'm going to show that person how much I've leveled up. Suddenly, Mi poked her head out and yelled. Oh, hey Captain. Mi-jae cheered, spotting someone messing around over there. Player Seo Jun-ho is right over there. Just like Mi saw, Jun-ho was signing up. Cha Min-woo called out, Jun-ho, Mr. Seo Jun-ho. Min-woo approached the idol like, super formally. Jun-ho, whoa, aren't you the one who joined the Nine-Tailed Fox hunt back then? Jun-ho nodded, kinda humble. You actually remember me? I'm Cha Min-woo from the Trongji Guild. Min-woo grinned. I heard you helped me out after the raid. Thanks for that. Cha Min-woo replied, no way, we should be thanking times you asterisk. Also, I actually came to make an offer, not just say hi. Seo Jun-ho looked surprised. An offer? Minwoo said. Yeah. Are you currently managed by any guild? Cha Minwoo made the offer with total good vibes. Have you joined a team yet? If not, want to raid with Trongji this time? Jun-ho started calculating silently. Trongji isn't bad, and soloing this gate wouldn't be efficient anyway. Jun-ho decided fast, no reason to say no. Cha Min-woo grabbed Jun-ho's hand. Awesome. At 11:02 a.m. The entrance to the Wild Forest gate started glowing super bright. All the players focused on it. Some dude in a purple shirt was grinning with excitement, but everyone else looked pretty stressed. Jun-ho, Cha Min-woo, and me were ready too, and together they stepped into the gate. The four of them popped up in another world behind the door. Trees everywhere, with warm morning sunlight streaming down. Checking out the situation, Seo Jun-ho wondered, why is everyone split up? Jun-ho asked out loud, isn't there a strategy meeting for the raid participants? Che Min-woo gasped, huh? Then quickly added, oh, people use terminals these days, so there's no need to meet up. After entering the gate, Seo Jun-ho was totally confused. Terminals? Cha Min-woo pulled out this high-tech gadget and explained, it's so players can communicate from far away. So they made this device to build a magical communication network. Oh, so that's why everyone scattered as soon as they walked in. That cracked me Jay up. What the heck? Did you take a time machine from the past or something? Making Min-woo scream in embarrassment. Mi-jae, don't be so rude. Cha Min-woo finally remembered something and turned around. It's a bit late for intros, but these are our Trongji members. Min-woo called out, Choi Jin-pyo. That guy's the team healer. Jin-pyo also records everything inside the gate for feedback after the raid. Choi Jin-pyo nodded, like nice to meet ya, then turned to the only girl in the group. And this is me. She's a spoiler. Mi stepped up and said, it'll be faster if I just let you experience my ability firsthand. Jun-ho still didn't get it. Mi got up close, rubbing her chin. Let me read your fortune. Mi-jae's eyes went wide and started glowing. Seo Jun-ho jumped back, thinking, asterisk, she's not looking at me, is she? Asterisk. Suddenly, Mi screamed excitedly, you're totally awesome, scaring the crap out of Jun-ho. Mi kept shouting, you can solo this? Seo Jun-ho gasped in confusion. Wait, do you have the power to predict the future? Cha Min-woo nodded. Yeah. Mi can see the near future of a target, but the cooldown takes forever. But there's a catch. Mi has to tell the person what she saw, no matter what. Mi-jae grinned, showing teeth. If I don't, I get seriously hurt. Jun-ho thought about it. Future prediction is a super rare ability. Even in the darkest times, less than 10 people had it. So if it's you? Suddenly, Mi yelled, just so you know, making Seo Jun-ho's eyes bug out. My power is just a prediction anyway. I can't see too far ahead, and sometimes I'm totally off. Future's got variables, you know. Cha Min-woo chimed in. Still, if we can see the future, we can move smarter. Min-woo added, we can spot dangers before they happen. Jun-ho nodded. True that. Then Cha Min-woo smiled till his eyes were shut and kept going. So, I've got a physical enhancement ability. And wait, Mr. Seo Jun-ho, your power is weapon usage, right? The squad's balance then, pretty solid. Finally, Min-woo announced, let's move out slowly. We gotta find a good spot to camp and set up the comms network. Seo Jun-ho replied, got it. 5 hours later, someone was stomping a sharp stake hard into the ground. While working, Cha Min-woo explained, if we plant this device, it creates a magic network. Jun-ho nodded, going, oh. Immediately, the map screen beeped. Team Sony here, we're moving east but haven't found a single trace. Someone else added, same with us. Did the Dark Elves get scared and hide? Min-woo spoke up too. Guild Trongji is also searching the east sector, so.
Hit us up if you spot any Dark Elves. Someone on the other end replied, Roger that. Cha Min-woo rubbed his chin. With this scouting speed, Mi guessed, no team has found a trace of the Dark Elves yet, so maybe there aren't many of them. While the three were figuring it out, Seo Jun-ho spoke up. This is kinda weird. Jun-ho figured since the gate area was so huge, saying there were only a few enemies was jumping the gun. 200 players were scattered and searching. Can't find a single trace of them, which is totally sketchy. Mi fixes that hair again. Maybe those freaks are just hiding because they're scared? Seo Jun-ho seems to know exactly what's going on. Dark Elves are monsters with insane pride. Even if the tribe leader orders them to lay low, they ain't gonna sit back and watch someone rummage through their turf. No way. Turning to Cha Si-eun, the question pops out, hey, with the time limit, that ability is off the table right now, isn't it?
So, back when using that power on this guy, any idea what time the fight with those Dark Elves happened? Mi looks up, thinking hard. Can't really pin down the exact time. It was pitch black everywhere, so probably nighttime. Hearing that, everyone just stares at Seo Jun-ho, but the guy stays quiet, deep in thought. After a long pause, Seo Jun-ho finally speaks up. Interesting. Totally confusing everyone. Cha Min-woo goes, huh? Seo Jun-ho picks some items on the system screen and pulls them out right in front of the crew. Another shocked, huh? Seo Jun-ho looks up. Those dark elves are probably planning a night raid. No matter how hard we search right now, we aren't finding him. Mi's got a question about that. A night raid? Then shouldn't the others be warned? The reply comes quick. Sharing info based on future possibilities? They probably won't buy it. Best to just shut our eyes for a bit and take turns resting first. Watching the sky turn orange, Seo Jun-ho drops a warning. It's gonna be a super busy night. Darkness falls completely, pitch black sky, and a fire gets lit. The black-haired player wraps up in a blanket, hugging knees and whining. It's freezing out here. What if the Dark Elves actually raid tonight? The purple-haired one starts shaking. Dark Elf night raid? Don't joke around. That guy thinks they're just rotten creatures, unable to resist the temptation of power, just gnawing on the world tree's roots. Word is, they don't even have intelligence, so talking to each other isn't even a thing. Purple Hair still laughs arrogantly. How could things like that pull off a complex military plan? Hearing that, the other kid just responds helplessly. Yeah, suddenly, a massive shadow looms right in front of Purple Hair. The guy jumps up, swinging the staff down hard. Black Hair is shaking with fear. Senior. In the pitch-black darkness, a glowing eye pops out. A venomous wolf steps forward. Purple Shirt isn't scared one bit. What the heck? It's just a wolf. The staff gets lowered. Hey, chill out. These things aren't a threat. They're easy to tame and terrified of fire. Voice still shaking, the kid can't help it. Still, I'm worried because there's so many of them. Black Hair looks doubtful. By the way, are they actually afraid of fire? Staring at the beast getting closer, frozen in place. Suddenly, Purple Shirt notices something and looks straight up. Eyes go wide with shock, totally forgetting how to speak. Seeing that, Black Hair calls out, confused. Senior? It takes a moment before the guy finally speaks. Wake the others up. The kid goes, huh? Purple Shirt spins around and screams, wake the others up now. Face red with rage, the voice echoes loud. Right now, up high, a dark elf is riding a venomous wolf. In a corner of the forest, Seo Jun-ho snaps eyes open. Without hesitation, the guy bolts upright. Seo Jun-ho looks towards the noise. Me, sipping tea, looks over in surprise. You're awake? She says nothing's happened yet. Go back to sleep. But the question comes, how are the other groups doing? Mi-jae checks the watch. The night watch reports in every 30 minutes. It's time for the call right now. But the map is dead silent, which is totally confusing. Huh, that's weird. Can the magic network glitch out? Mi-jae checks the watch again, still no call. Seo Jun-ho stands up. Then they definitely aren't calling. Blue eyes flash with a realization they probably found their way here too. Jun-ho curses. Those bastards. Activating the Night Hunter effect, senses get razor sharp. Seo Jun-ho spots the dark elves and venomous wolves hiding high up in the trees. A smirk forms. Dumb dark elves. Riding home raised wolves for a night raid? Think that's fun? Seo Jun-ho draws the sword and calls out. Captain, Cha Si-yoon, wake up now. Mi jumps up. Shocked. In the middle of the night? But I don't see anything. Looking around frantically. What the hell is it? At that moment, a venomous wolf opens its massive maw, ready to swallow Mi-jae whole. Hearing a noise, she spins around right into that drooling, gaping mouth. Instantly, Seo Jun-ho swings the sword past it, sending fresh blood spraying everywhere. The dark elf on its back gets hit by fire, screaming in agony. Watching them writhe in the fire, the thought hits, that looks disgusting. Seo Jun-ho looks at Mi-jae, still frozen on the ground, thinking, can't rely on this toy sword Kun Noah made forever. Telling her to wake the others, Seo Jun-ho calmly faces the uninvited guests. We're surrounded. Just then, the pack of dark elves on wolves rush in, looking totally hyped. They swing sharp weapons, but Seo Jun-ho leans back, dodging it all. Another venomous wolf roars fiercely. One swing of the sword, and 2 or 3 dark elves and wolves get sliced in half. But they don't quit. Another dark elf keeps rushing with a sword. Seo Jun-ho's sharp eyes glance back. Right arm swings out, glowing red veins and sharp claws suddenly appear. Armor defense activated. The whole body gets covered in a protective layer, with those red veins still pulsing. The dark elf keeps trying to stab Seo Jun-ho, but no matter how hard it tries, it can't break through. Seeing that, a smirk appears, just as expected. This is the black armor, a special item. This armor is insanely light, thanks to weight reduction magic. It also blocks anyone low level from tracking the wearer down. Seo Jun-ho slashes right through the dark elf. Feeling pretty good about it. Loving the features of this black armor made by Pan from the Kwon family workshop. Flashback to getting the gear. Anyway, that kid Sim Deok-gyu gave full permission to use it. Armor made from the bones of a nameless dragon. coming with a handwritten note. This is what Chairman Sim Dauk-gu left for you. It's just called Black Armor. Hope you dig it. Back to reality, Jun-ho spins around to face the Dark Elves and Wolves. Gotta go thank that guy after this fight. The Dark Elves are super cautious, watching and waiting for the next move. Finally, a smile breaks out. You scumbags. Standing right here, I can practically hear your heads rolling on the ground. Whatever, the plan is already set. Just gotta let one of them slip away, then chase him down into the woods. Jun-ho glanced at Min-woo, who was busy covering for Jin-pyo. If the plan is to use Confession of the Dead without getting caught by the squad, this is the only play. Shot a look at the Dark Elf like giving an order. Come on, just one of you show your face. I'll send you straight to hell. Nice and easy. Barely finished the thought when the gray-haired freak lunged with a sharp blade. But before it could do squat, Jun-ho swung. Slash. Blood sprayed all over the long-haired one, leaving it jaw-dropped in terror. Jun-ho, covered in gore himself, just smirked. All right, just one left to go. Better run fast before it's too late. The sky is still pitch black, trees are dead silent. After taking out the long-haired trash,
Jun-ho had to admit that Chieftain's skills were on another level. Still, managed to use Confession of the Dead. Checking the corpse revealed a few things. Word is, elves that chew on World Tree roots lose their minds instead of getting stronger. But this guy, still sharp as a tack.
did the math. Even without the chief, 1,000 Dark Elves are plenty to wreck the other players. Plus, can't sleep on the chief's bodyguards. Those Dark Knights are no joke. Jun-ho pushed through the brush, heading back to the old path. The guild crew had been waiting. Hearing the noise, Min-woo spun around. Oh, Jun-ho, you're back? Everyone looked beat. Mei and Jin-pyo were wiping blood and sweat off their faces. Jun-ho nodded. Yeah, one tried to bail, so had to chase it down. Min-woo replied, Man, you called it, Jun-ho. Getting jumped in the middle of the night like this. I was too busy fighting that udok to back you up. My bad. Jun-ho glanced at the pile of dead udoks. Don't sweat it, nothing to apologize for. Figured the guild handled the beasts just fine. Everyone did their part perfectly. But then Jun-ho wondered, how are things looking at the other camps? Mi-jae looked worried. Can't reach anyone. If they aren't in a heavy fight with the elves, they're probably already. Hearing that, Jun-ho spun around. We gotta move. Now. Min-woo was confused. What for? Jun-ho stayed chill. To save them, obviously. The scene shifts to another part of the woods.
Players were clashing with Dark Elves and their udok mounts. Those things were beasts, charging in and pinning people to the dirt. A blonde girl got stomped on the chest by an udok, helpless and shaking in terror. Just as the enemy raised a blade to strike,
She kept mumbling. Someone, please. I don't want to die here. But the spear came down anyway. Except, it missed, slamming into the ground. Inches from the blonde girl's face, she stared, wide-eyed. A blood-soaked dark elf dropped off the udok, while the beast looked totally confused.
Didn't take long for Jun-ho to drop from the sky, landing right on the udok. The thing was still drooling over its prey when, bam, blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain. Taking the chance, the blonde girl scrambled back, getting away from the massive carcass. Seeing him, she stammered, Seo Jun-ho?
She asked, Did you come cause you heard my so's? Her squad ran over too. Leader, you okay? She sat up fast. You guys, you are alive. A teammate nodded. Yeah, these guys saved our skins too. Hearing that, she bowed deep to Jun-ho. Seriously, thank you. You are the savior of Team Blue 1. He shook his head. Too formal. Guys, how bad are the losses? She grit her teeth. We lost 6 people. It's all on me. How am I supposed to avenge them now? She started shaking and crying. Jun-ho just stood there, face dark and silent. Min-woo walked up. Too late. I ran so fast, too. Seeing the crew arrive, Jun-ho turned. Since everyone is here, our group is heading east. Need Team Blue 1 to head north. She blinked, surprised. North? Jun-ho nodded. Other groups are still fighting the elves. Gear up and go help them. We gotta keep casualties low. He did the mental math. The village still has 500 elves. Half joined the night raid. If we survive tonight, we have got a shot at winning. To win, all the scattered players need to group up. He told them, head north. Round up everyone you find.
Once you are done, head east. She hesitated. Yeah, but we Jun-ho cut her off. I know you lost people. You are short on fighters. But if we get picked off one by one, the whole raid team is gonna get wiped out.
Jun-ho hit her where it hurts. How you gonna get revenge like that? Your dreams go up in smoke too, right? That woke her up. Revenge for the fallen. She finally spoke. Thanks for the wake-up call. From now on, Team Blue 1 follows the orders of the Korean god, Jun-ho. Meanwhile, under a big tree, a blue-haired player, beat up and bloody, was resting. Leaning against the bark, suddenly, a sharp pain hit, making him scream. The wound on his leg was spreading. Nasty green bite mark. The blue-haired guy cursed. Damn dark elves. Poison their arrows. His screams echoed through the woods. Damn it, you filthy trash. Just then, a pack of uduks showed up, drawn by the noise. Blue eyes glowing, growling like crazy. He struggled to lift his gun. As a proud member of Team Bravo, an uduk jumped, jaws wide open. He shouted, "I am taking you bastards with me." But the beast bit into his arm before he could pull the trigger. Fighting the pain, he jammed the gun barrel right against the uduk's head. Bang! The shot shook the whole forest, leaves flying everywhere. His body trembled, couldn't move an inch. Damn, no strength left to even hold the gun. The dead uduk lay there, his vision blurred as more of them charged in. Thought, is this it? Am I dead? Closed his eyes for a second, then opened them. The uduk pack was turning tail to run, but they couldn't escape the sword blast that sliced right through them. One slash, and the head was gone, clean off. The kid just stood there, staring like an idiot at the horror show unfolding right in front of him. It was Seo Jun-ho, obviously. He just sliced through a toxic tumor, sending blood spraying everywhere. Blue Hair asked Marco, "Who's that?" Right then, Beardy pushed through the bushes and stepped out. "You're here?" Scared the crap out of the kid. Once Blue Hair realized who it was, they got super hype. "Senior, you're actually alive. I thought we were done for." Holding the kid back, Beardy warned, "Hey, don't move." While propping the kid up, Beardy admitted, "I'm only breathing right now because of Seo Jun-ho. That guy helped me track you down too. Gotta get you patched up before we link back up with the squad." The gratitude was real. Without Jun-ho, this whole raid would have been a total wipeout for him too. Speaking of, Seo Jun-ho looked absolutely badass, holding a blood-soaked sword and casually wiping splatter off his face. Beardy figured they would have all been slaughtered last night if things went differently. Time flew by, and morning finally broke. In a chill spot, sturdy tents were already pitched. Seo Jun-ho, Cha Min-woo, and Mi-jae were huddled in a corner slurping instant noodles. Jun-ho thought, well, we survived the first hurdle. Sure, last night's ambush messed us up, but we still got 150 survivors. Jun-ho was running the numbers in his head. Plus, those dark elves, they lost nearly half their army. No way they dare step out of their territory now. Those freaks are going to be too busy trying to save their own skins. Seo Jun-ho figured they needed to strike first. Only problem, Beardy and Blondie were screaming at each other right in front of everyone. Beardy yelled, "We gotta move now." But the other guy insisted keeping everyone alive was priority number one. "We don't have a healer who can cure that poison. We're barely hanging on here." Turns out, someone was nearby trying to treat Blue Hair's wounds. But Beardy wasn't backing down on his opinion. "We need to finish this raid fast, so we can get the kid back to a real healer." Blondie tried to chill things out. "I get how you feel, but launching an attack when the other squads aren't ready, that's insane. We can't sacrifice the entire raid party just for one injured guy." Beardy snapped. "Excuse me?" Seo Jun-ho sighed, already feeling a headache coming on. How are they supposed to attack when everyone's at each other's throats? Suddenly, Cha Min-woo chimed in. "What's your take, Seo Jun-ho?" Asking for an opinion on whether to stick to the plan once everyone's geared up. Between the two options, which one actually works right now? The arguing pair turned to look. Jun-ho shrugged. "I think both sides have pros and cons." Then Jun-ho dropped the bomb. "But personally, I think attacking right now is the best play." Beardy fist pumped, shouting, "Exactly." But Jun-ho wasn't done yet. "However, you gotta be ready to risk the whole army just to save one guy." As everyone gaped in shock, he added, "I'm not denying that risk exists. We have to hit them now because the longer we wait, the more screwed we are." Blondie looked skeptical. "How can you be so sure?" Seo Jun-ho replied, "It's not rocket science. Just look at how those dark elves operate." He broke it down. "You're probably picturing some low-risk strategy with a fully prepped army, but let's be real, after last night's raid, we know this forest isn't playing around."
Jun-ho pointed out, those dark elves are supposed to be brainless, yet they coordinate like a disciplined military unit. That means something big is calling the shots. His voice cut through the tension. Whatever that thing is, it's controlling the dark elves. Either it's smart, or it's so strong, they're terrified into obeying it.
That explains the night raid. Gates are always unpredictable, anyway. Orange Hair raised a hand. "Okay, so let's say there are about 500 of those creeps left. What about the wolves? Killing one isn't hard, but..." Seo Jun-ho cut in instantly. "Don't sweat it. They're all gone." That made everyone's jaw drop. "Say what?" he repeated. "Remember when we saved that last guy?" Seo Jun-ho asked. "You guys saw the size of the wolf chasing him, right? That wasn't a full-grown beast. It was just a pup. In other words, the dark elves are out of adult wolves. They're desperate enough to send puppies to hunt us down. They can't launch another massive raid like last night." That news cheered everyone up. But before the mood got too high, he dropped another reality check. Big night raids are out, sure, but small ones? Guaranteed. Once they regroup, they'll just snipe poison arrows into our tents and bail. They'll keep doing it. We'll run out of food, sleep like crap, lose people, and eventually burn out. He finally looked up at them. They're waiting for us to weaken. The second they know they can win, they'll swarm us. Blondie frowned. I get it now. You make a solid point. Blondie bowed slightly. Sorry about earlier. I was just freaking out a bit. Beardy waved it off. Nah, man, my bad too. I wasn't thinking about the big picture. Seeing everyone play nice, Seo Jun-ho exhaled in relief. Finally, some actual teamwork. Suddenly he turned to Mi-jae, who looked up mid-bite. Seo Jun-ho said, "Come with me for a sec." They walked deeper into the woods. Mi-jae rubbed her shoulders. So, what's the deal? He asked. Can you use your clairvoyance right now? She nodded. Yeah, let me take a look. Seo Jun-ho gave the green light. Mi-jae's big eyes started glowing. Then she spoke up. Looks like you found their village. You're heading east tomorrow to wipe out the Dark Elves. She saw the battle clearly. Just like he said, their numbers were thin. Suddenly, Mi-jae frowned. Wait. One of them. It's radiating some seriously evil energy. And he's got 5 fully geared guys guarding him. Seo Jun-ho guessed. Asterisk. Is she talking about the clan leader and those Dark Elf Knights? Asterisk. Asterisk, I already checked the enemy intel yesterday, so that's nothing new. Asterisk, he nodded. Thanks. Now go tell the others what you saw. Asterisk, I was hoping for something else, but whatever. Asterisk, Mi-jae looked a bit curious. Okay, but hey, Seo Jun-ho? She hesitated. What's that vibe? I feel something. Icy. Is that your gear? Seo Jun-ho replied. Yeah, runs pretty cold. Head back to camp first. I need some quiet time to think. Mi-jae replied. Got it. She turned and walked away. He stood rooted to the spot, wondering, asterisk, is that clan leader stronger than I anticipated? Asterisk. Seo Jun-ho summoned a small ice block, thinking, is it really worth burning ice energy for this? The sky was getting bright, sunlight starting to hit the forest. The cloak player announced that last night, our guild's scout team spotted their base. The vice chief and Dark Elven Knights are actually real. The scout said the Dark Elves at the entrance lost their minds and are just wandering around. What's wild is that the scouts saw Dark Elves lined up in formation around the throne where the chief sits. The player with orange hair chipped in, we gotta move before the elves at the gate get organized. The player with glasses added, like Jun-ho said, the smart play is to prep for an attack as soon as possible. Over there, Jun-ho started stretching, loosening up those muscles. Didn't say a word for a while, just focused on warming up. Everyone just waited until Jun-ho finally spoke up. Is everyone ready yet? The others were jaw-dropped, but Cha Min-woo just laughed, knowing exactly how Seo Jun-ho operates. A bit later, everyone gathered up, forming neat lines. They shouted in unison, except for the 147 people who were injured.
And can't fight. The rest of us are totally ready. Weapons in hand, spirits high, and obviously, Seo Jun-ho is standing right at the front. Jun-ho's eyes sharpened. Let's roll then. The group headed deep into the forest. The vibe got way darker, cold wind howling, until the group stood in front of some massive trees.
The armored player guessed, is this the Dark Elf village? Since the Dark Elves take damage from sunlight due to the World Tree's curse, they usually dig tunnels and live underground to hide from the sun. So, connecting surface outposts to the main cave and smaller underground tunnels is totally normal.
Seo Jun-ho stood by a huge tree root. Underneath, it was dug out into a massive cave entrance. Cha Min-woo gaped, but the long-haired player was shocked that there was only one way in. This is the first time I've seen a setup like this. Jun-ho figured, anyway, the chief of this place seems pretty sketchy and cunning.
Seo Jun-ho guessed, if there's only one route, it definitely gives them some kind of advantage. But on the flip side, if we don't deal with all the Dark Elves inside, we can't get to the chief anyway. Everyone frowned, on guard. Jun-ho announced. Well, let's go in then. Inside, torches were lined up neatly on the walls. Everyone followed one another, walking up the long stairs. Suddenly, Cha Min-woo sensed something. It was the Dark Elf gathering spot. Their numbers were huge. Up high was a big throne with the chief, and knights were guarding below. Their eyes looked totally soulless, just standing there in rows. The pink-haired player whispered, I thought we'd be fighting in a tight space, like an ant tunnel. The healer was shocked too. I didn't expect there'd be such a massive space inside here. That means an all-out war is definitely gonna pop off. They quickly spotted over 500 Dark Elves and the guy sitting at the far end. Closer up, 5 fully armored knights were standing guard. The Dark Elf looked lazy, sitting up high, looking down like it was waiting for them. The players frowned, getting nervous. Suddenly, Seo Jun-ho's voice rang out. Isn't this a good thing? I was worried their defense would surround us. But with this layout, we can just smash them head on. Jun-ho hyped them up. Let's go, guys. Take him down one by one. The brown-haired player yelled helplessly. Seo Jun-ho. But Jun-ho didn't care, still doing something else. Oh, right? Jun-ho guessed the chief of a big tribe like this might have elixirs, right? That comment instantly hyped everyone up. They gasped, huh? There are elixirs too? That secret potion from the elf tribe that can revive someone who's dying? Jun-ho smirked. If there are elixirs, usually we split the loot based on how hard everyone fights, right? Oh, I'm just saying, of course. The whole place went dead silent for a second. Then someone screamed, BCW team charge. Iron Bar team, get ready to breach. Jun-ho glanced over thinking, now you guys have some guts. The dark elves were still standing still down there. Right then, the booming noise made them jump and spin around. The white-haired elf gritted its teeth in fear as the raid team stormed in like a hurricane. They slashed hard with their swords, sending blood flying everywhere.
But there were strong dark elves blocking the attacks, laughing confidently. Both sides clashed wildly, no one backing down. Blood sprayed all around. A familiar sword aura from Seo Jun-ho flashed by. A dark elf's head said goodbye to its neck. Another slash, and its body was split in two.
Jun-ho kept swinging his sword, making the player behind him scream. What the hell? How is he so fast? The brown-haired player muttered, I heard he hasn't been a player for that long. The black-haired player cursed, damn it, this is my limit. I can't keep up anymore. Over here, Minwoo wasn't slacking either, rushing in with sword and shield. An elf slashed, Minwoo blocked. Suddenly, a whole bunch of them swarmed in to jump Cha Minwoo. Just then, a sword slash wiped out those elves, revealing Minwoo's terrified face. Seo Jun-ho appeared. Captain Cha Minwoo, it's gonna get super dangerous from here, so fall back. Cha Minwoo panted heavily. But are you planning to go through there alone? That's totally insane. But Jun-ho just replied coldly, I always do crazy stuff like this. That answer left Minwoo completely stunned, watching that lonely back walk away. Cha Minwoo whispered, I know it's greedy to want to stand by your side. He looked a bit gloomy, but the road we gotta walk is still hella long. Cha Minwoo turned to leave but didn't forget to say, next time, I definitely won't get left behind. Hearing that, Seo Jun-ho glanced back. Jun-ho watched him go, thinking for a sec, then smiled. Already looking forward to our next meeting? Just then, a pair of skinny legs stepped into his view. Seo Jun-ho looked up, going, oh, it's the Dark Elven Knights, he commented. Black Knights, huh? You guys look way different from those puny little elves. Seo Jun-ho activated his armor. Sharp claws popped out. Well, then, I'll. A glowing red sword appeared. Use a weapon that actually fits for fighting you guys. Dark Knights. They used to be elf knights protecting the kingdom before they got corrupted. Besides traditional elf sword skills, they also use power from powerful spirits. If they weren't corrupted, there's no way I could handle them with my current skills. See, Jun-ho warned, voice dropping cold. Cancel those spirit contracts, and you losers stand zero chance. Just sword skills. Bring on the whole army, I'm ready for anyone.
Totally cocky, acting like the best swordsman in existence. Never seen anyone better than me. The Elven Knight didn't waste breath replying, just screamed and swung that sword down hard. Seo Jun-ho jumped, dodging the smash that shattered the ground. Floating above, looking down at the dust and chaos.
Dark Elven Knight gritted teeth, staring daggers at the target. Another swing comes in. Seo Jun-ho leaned back, dodging again, eyes narrowing and glancing aside. That sword aura suddenly looped around and came back. The weapon slammed into the ground, cracking the earth and sending debris flying everywhere.
Glancing at that sharp blade, Seo Jun-ho thought, one hit from that, and even Cha Si-eun would be toast. The Dark Elven Knight's weapon swung up again. Definitely a battle where one mistake means game over. Rocks floating all around, while Seo Jun-ho smirked, actually looking forward to the thrill.
As the arm came down, a sword slashed right through it. Losing a limb just like that total shock. The Dark Elven Knight screamed out, severed arm hit the dirt. Clutching the stump in pain, the knight got stomped on Seo Jun-ho, stepping hard, right on the foot. Sword ready. No way. Where do you think you're going? Then the blade pierced right through, blood spraying everywhere. The knight collapsed, leaving the other four totally stunned. Seo Jun-ho looked bored. Couldn't dodge that? If that's it, this is super disappointing. Wiping off blood. I mean, try a little harder to be aggressive. Just then, a scream grabbed Seo Jun-ho's attention. Everyone's still trying to hold on, but the blue shirt player got stabbed through the gut by a dark elf. Impressive effort, though. Another dark elf got excited, drawing a bow and firing. Brown-haired girl couldn't dodge in time, took the arrow straight on. Screamed in pain. Cha Minwoo saw it and shouted the update. Man down, looking around frantically. Where's the injured? Support them. Choi Jin-pyo was healing someone and yelled, wait a sec. Still treating the wounded over here. Two people lying on the ground waiting. Cha Min-woo gritted teeth. Damn it, too many of them. Still tons of dark elves, all clutching swords. Nervous voice. How many are left? The hat-wearing player flipped a book, mumbling. 1 versus 4. 100 people fighting 500 is already insane. They're saving stamina by rotating the frontline defense. The middle-aged player frowned. Think we took down 100, but at this rate, we'll tire out first. Suggested attacking non-stop so they can't switch turns. Both looked over to listen. Suddenly, growling sounds from behind. Hat guy noticed even the dark elves looking confused, checking everywhere. Totally confused why the sudden change. As the growling got closer, the dark elves looked genuinely terrified. Finally, they panicked and ran, screaming their heads off. Middle-aged players swung the sword down, totally baffled. What are they doing? Why run all of a sudden? Turns out it was the Dark Elven Knight smashing down, debris flying. Everyone shocked. Dark Elven Knight. Sword aura slashed instantly, hitting 2 dark elves who screamed out.
But the knight kept killing cold-faced. Middle-aged player stood there stunned. Doesn't care about its own troops, just hacking them down? Why? Looking through the fleeing crowd, finally saw the Elven Knight chasing Seo Jun-ho. Realization hit the middle-aged player.
That player is Seo Jun-ho. Hat guy chimed in. Right, bringing the Dark Elven Knights to the middle of the battlefield to break their formation and help us. Depressed tone. Not just setting the table, but spoon-feeding us the win. Middle-aged guy cursed, annoyed. Damn it, and here I thought I was doing pretty good. Cha Min-woo yelled. Calm down. Life or death situation. Who cares about pride? Frowning while making the announcement. This is our shot. Use it to wipe out their camp completely. As soon as the words dropped, everyone charged. Swords, magic, no rest at all.
Seeing that, Seo Jun-ho thought with satisfaction, bit of work, but totally worth it. Right then, Dark Elven Knight slashed from behind. Seo Jun-ho blocked it, armor clashing loud in the air. Saw the confused look on the Dark Elven Knight's face. Don't look at me like that. Chasing me must be exhausting.
Pulled back, ready to strike, eyes sharp. Let me send you off peacefully. Meanwhile, up on the high platform, the Dark Elf leader sat lazily on the big throne, chin on hand, but getting pissed off now. Watching the knight fail, muttered, can't even watch this trash. They used to be flashy, smart, and majestic creatures. Below, the knight screamed in agony. Now just ugly monsters, look like fallen humans. Past glory is just a memory. The Dark Elven Knight got stabbed right through the stomach by Seo Jun-ho, dragging feet forward, blood dripping from the sword to the ground. Seo Jun-ho looked around. First time in my life, fighting a swarm this big. No cockroaches, huh, the Dark Elf leader snapped. Don't mention those damn bugs in front of me, waving a hand. Even nature's guardians hate roaches? Or is it because you're a dark elf? Seo Jun-ho asked. You know what they look like. What? Discriminating against your own kind. The leader stood up slowly, grabbing a sword. Done talking. Raise your weapon, human. No hesitation. Gripping the hilt with both hands, ready to fight. Seo Jun-ho smiled, super confident. As you wish. The elf clicked his tongue. Such a cheeky human. Facing off, swords out, killing intent filling the air. The dark elf raised the blade. Seo Jun-ho stared right at the movement. That stance. Definitely the traditional elf swordsmanship. Borrowing power from nature, Zaya Manus. The guy's whole body glowed blue. Seo Jun-ho knew it that sword art is only for elves with spirit power. Fallen dark elves shouldn't be able to use it. Thought barely finished when the dark elf vanished. Instant later, a sword slammed down. Seo Jun-ho blocked, sparks flying from the clash. The dark elf pushed down hard. Seo Jun-ho shoved back, sending the guy flying back a bit. Seo Jun-ho's sword arm is shaking like crazy after blocking that one hit. Makes sense now that sword style got tweaked to match the dark elf's jacked up body. It's an original style created by that freak. Suddenly, Seo Jun-ho grins, actually getting hyped. Looks like reading the opponent's rhythm is possible now. Interesting. The dark elf just replies coldly, you fight with your mouth, human. Then comes a massive overhead slash, but Seo Jun-ho blocks it, sending sparks flying everywhere. Not stopping there, the dark elf swings a horizontal chop, but Jun-ho ducks just in time. With attacks coming in non-stop, it's all about blocking and moving constantly. Everywhere they go, the ground just shatters. Brows furrowed in concentration, feet never stop moving. Once Seo Jun-ho catches the dark elf's tempo, the sword swings down hard. Sure enough, that hit lands perfect. The dark elf stumbles back in pain, blood spraying all over. Thinking it over, fast and strong. Yeah, but not that overwhelming power seen in the dark elf's memories. Over here, the boss starts gasping for air, losing steam. The other dark elves are dropping like flies too. One white-haired grunt gets slashed and hits the dirt. The dark elf looks around and mutters, my tribe. Those idiots kept trusting and following a useless leader like me, right to the bitter end. Memories start flooding back. I just wanted to take them back to the glory days and fix the mistakes I made. Dark memories keep resurfacing. You short-lived fools, if you want that wish granted, go face 1,000 enemies and crush them. The dark elf screams out in hopeless pain. Believing losers get no mercy. I only allow you to win. Over here, Seo Jun-ho senses something's off. Did the aura just change? The dark elf's speed spikes up, appearing right in front in a blink. Seo Jun-ho's eyes go wide, totally caught off guard. Taking a sword slash right to the chest, the impact sends Jun-ho flying into a tree, smashing it to pieces with a burst of sparks. Debris rains down on Jun-ho, pain causing a cough of blood. Suddenly, a dark shadow zips overhead, triggering instincts just as the dark elf slashes. Seo Jun-ho ducks just in time. Battered and bruised, the thought hits. This is it. It's that same terrifying power seen in the dark elf's memories. Pulling a gun from the armor, Seo Jun-ho backs up while unloading clip after clip at the target. A golden sword flash cuts through. The dark elf is right there again, blade pressing in close. Trying to play games with me? Blue and purple energy clash, sending shockwaves everywhere. The tug of war keeps going, shattering the ground around them. Seo Jun-ho's feet start trembling, sliding backward, gritting teeth, thinking. Only holding on thanks to Black Dragon Fang, but can't keep fighting while hiding true power anymore. Seo Jun-ho glances around, too many eyes watching. Everyone's staring wide-eyed at the fight. While distracted, another power surge hits a side kick from the dark elf that Seo Jun-ho can't block. Slammed into the cliff face, shattering the rock.
Broken rocks fly into the air. Seo Jun-ho sits slumped at the base of the cliff, cracks in the stone clearly visible, looking down at the chest wound, frustrated. Damn it, ribs are sticking out. As the smoke clears, the dark elf is already there, sword ready. Seo Jun-ho's armored hand on the ground is shaking a bit.
Urging the body to move. Come on, gotta get up. The enemy closes in, sword raised, and without a second thought, the dark elf slashes down. Just then, chains catch the blade, surrounded by a ton of people holding on tight. Turns out Cha Min-woo is calling the shots. Covers Seo Jun-ho. Now, a long-haired player signals, fire, fire. Another yells, give it everything you've got. Jun-ho stares at the scene, totally speechless. Choi Jin-pyo shows up next to the spot. Ribs are busted. Healing's gonna take at least 30 minutes. A messy-haired player walks over. I'll help heal. Another sits down. Me. I'll help too. My healing skill is low tier, but better than nothing, right? Suddenly, the guy speaks up. We were in the back, but we saw everything. That makes Jun-ho jump, blurting out, what? Choi Jin-pyo answers. You took out all those hellish dark elf knights and went after the chief solo. You gave us the motivation to fight. The messy-haired player admits, debuted less than 3 months ago and already this strong? Crazy.
Meanwhile, we were scared to death, just attacking a bit to save face. Looking around, they update the situation. Enemy count is down to about 100, so we could finally come help. Now we just gotta take down the chief. Everyone is struggling to hold the dark elf back. Seeing that, Jun-ho snaps up.
Choi Jin-pyo yells, hey, you shouldn't be moving yet. Reaching for the sword hilt, the words come out, 10 minutes. Seo Jun-ho forces the body up, smirking. Just buy me 10 more minutes. Purple energy starts rising from the blade. Everyone spreads out. Some use chains to lock down the dark elf sword. A mob holds the body while others attack from the outside, everyone pushing their limits. 10 minutes. The gray-haired player looks up, facing the enemy. Seeing that dark elf's face, the thought crosses the mind. This guy is a cunning monster.
Just now, fighting the chief, that guy was on par with him. The black-haired player holds on tight. If it's him, we might actually take the chief down. Just gotta hold out for 10 minutes. Suddenly, something shifts. A player screams out, hey, move!
Someone yells, watch out. Cha Min-woo spins around, startled. The dark elf breaks the chains, sending everyone nearby flying. Completely free now, the boss glares at them with pure rage. Cha Min-woo catches a white-haired player. Thanks. Sorry. The reply comes, we're betting our lives on this fight, you know. Glancing at the dark elf looking way too dangerous, but that monster is only betting a few short moments. So even if I die here today, I'm protecting my pride. The white-haired player shouts, everyone, get it together. Take him down. The dark elf's face twists in anger. These bugs cling like leeches. They regain morale and charge with swords raised. But the boss just stands there, dropping 2 people with a single swing. An arrow flies in from nowhere. The dark elf leans back to dodge. Why keep holding back? Someone screams, get the wounded out of here. The blonde player blocks with a shield, yelling, hang in there. Teeth gritted, thinking, gotta kill this thing fast. Too rushed? Even the dark elf doesn't get it. What's there to be afraid of? Purple light starts spreading behind everyone. Seo Jun-ho finishes healing up, face looking sharp. The Dark Elf spots Jun-ho through the crowd and freezes for a sec. The grip on the Dark Elf's sword tightens, veins popping. The blonde player calculates less than 3 minutes left. The armored player shouts, "It's fine, can still hold on." Then whoosh. Blue sword aura slashes through, instantly wiping out 2 teammates. Eyes wide in horror, watching them drop. The black-haired player gets sliced across the chest, sword snapped in half, blood spraying everywhere. The blonde player turns pale, realizing the mistake. Thought this was over? Wrong. The Dark Elf is still on a rampage. This level 1 boss hits as hard as an entire army. Killing 100 minions means nothing if the main boss is still breathing. One player clutches a head in terror, shaking, can't handle watching teammates die. Another, covered in wounds, struggles to stand back up. Just when hope is gone, Seo Jun-ho's voice cuts in. "Yo, you little cockroach. Done messing around yet?" The Dark Elf's eyes flash. Jun-ho taunts, "Cat got your tongue?" Asking a question here, done messing around, stepping closer, standing tall. "Good work, everyone. Thanks. Leave this trash to me." The black-haired player worries, soloing it, for real. The brunette chimes in. "Shouldn't we team up?" Seo Jun-ho glances over. "I'm good. Just handle the minions. Everything's calculated. Powers have been kept hidden for this." The Dark Elf raises the blade, grinding teeth. Trash. Swinging down, die together. At that exact moment, Jun-ho's purple light explodes.
Dust and debris fly everywhere, blinding everyone. Cha Min-woo screams, "Seo Jun-ho!" Slowly, the smoke clears. In the middle of the chaos, a purple sphere stands totally intact. Everyone's shocked. What is that? Someone bangs on the barrier, yelling.
"Is this a chief-level skill? Jun-ho, you okay?" Sounds coming from inside. Cha Min-woo looks up, it's Jun-ho's voice echoing out. "Definitely not my gear. Got stuck. Seriously." Frowning, caught in a trap, Cha Min-woo panics outside. Try breaking it from the outside. Seo Jun-ho listens closely. Luckily, they trust the act. Finally, the Dark Elf speaks up. "What is this barrier?" "Oh right, almost forgot the enemy exists." The Dark Elf guesses, hiding true power. Jun-ho replies, "Just showed one skill, that's all." "Why so tense?" "Got plenty more hidden up the sleeve." Snowflakes start falling from above. A massive surge of energy crashes down, blindingly bright. Even the Dark Elf is confused. The ground turns into solid ice. Even the sword in hand freezes over. The elf gasps. "What the?" Sensing danger, looking up, sharp ice shards are launching straight at the target. Not just ice wrapped in dark aura too. Seo Jun-ho's voice rings out again. "So, after the enemy you thought was beaten recovers stamina, they unlock a new skill? Is that it?" Dark aura merging with the ice spikes. "This is phase 2, showing true greed, right?" Jun-ho rests a hand, resting the sword on a shoulder. "Every time a boss monster looks down on humans, is this how it feels?" The Dark Elf breathes out steam, gasping. "You?" Scene shifts, back before the raid. A hallway with tons of doors, a loud voice calls, Hey. Seo Jun-ho." Shim Daku chases after Jun-ho. "Done training already? You good?" "Just got defrosted not long ago, remember? Walking without stopping, pressing the elevator button." "Enough. Gotta test out this frost skill." Combat style was already perfect back in the Sunset era. Want to develop it even more? Seo Jun-ho thinks for a second.
Everyone got it wrong, stating firmly, "Still got a long way to go." Dio-gu goes silent, then sighs. Ahem. Fine. So, how's this frost skill gonna work? Jun-ho holds up 3 fingers, breaking it down into 3 main parts, listing them out.
First, practicality. Creating a frozen zone. Explaining, use the icy terrain to get the upper hand, then drain the enemy's stamina bit by bit. Strike before they adapt, tapping a chest with a sharp nail. Second, use it visually. Boost armor defense with ice. Only for blocking attacks when the blink skill messes up, obviously. Looking up at the sharp ice spikes. And finally, pumping energy into attacks using frost.
Done talking. The ice spikes launch at the Dark Elf all at once. The enemy jumps away fast. Spikes smash into the icy ground, shattering everywhere. Jun-ho isn't worried, drawing the sword. Night Watch mana efficiency sucks. Wrapping solid objects in frost mist boosts mana power big time.
The Dark Elf slashes away the incoming ice blocks. Like a magic swordsman? Why hide this power? Got personal reasons. Besides, aren't you hiding power too? The elf doesn't deny it. My power just burns souls to borrow from corrupted spirits. Can't use it all the time. That skill is mysterious, dangerous. Swinging the sword, thinking. But with this energy, nothing changes. Staring intensely at the opponent. Jun-ho looks bored. 10 minutes? Nah, just 5. Making the final call. Yeah, 5 minutes is enough. The Dark Elf is confused. 5 minutes for what? Laughing loudly, then answering. Time for Cha Si-yoon to wreck you. Right then, huge cracks spider-webbed across the ice where that guy was standing. The dark elf just busted out laughing, like total maniac style. Mocking me, he goes, "You're funny, kid. Seriously, you are way underestimating me." Dark aura started pouring off Seo Jun-ho. "Don't twist my words, man. I was complimenting you." His whole body was basically wrapped in this black smoke, only his eyes were still glowing bright. "Even if I'm not what I used to be, starting now, I reckon I can go all out and end you in 5 minutes flat." Seeing this, the dark elf was shook. "Wait, is that what I think it is on Seo Jun-ho's blade?" He was confused. "Sword aura," but then he tried to calm himself down. "Nah. Master-level sword aura would burn way brighter than that. This punk is just pumping magic power into his sword." He was sure of it. With that kid's current magic levels, manifesting sword aura is impossible. But the power radiating off it feels just as terrifying. The dark elf couldn't help frowning and screaming, "What the hell kind of skill is this?" Jun-ho just smiled. "Oh, this?" He looked like he was taking a trip down memory lane. Maybe 27, 29 years ago. He started the story. "I went up against a boss monster called the iron-shelled turtle at the gate. Its skin and shell were so tough, even sword aura couldn't scratch it. I was so desperate I actually asked myself, am I gonna die here?" Back then, Seo Jun-ho fought tooth and nail, but with death staring me in the face, I hated it. I loathed it, and in that moment, I didn't choose sword aura at all. And this skill right here, it's the one I remembered back then. He knew his magic was buffing the sword. Seo Jun-ho's whole body was wrapped in dark aura, making the shadowy energy clash violently. Hearing that, a laugh echoed from somewhere. "Not bad. Out of all the trash skills I've seen, this one takes the cake. Sunset, this is Ramad." Back then, he smiled happily and even gave it a fancy name like that. Ramad. Seo Jun-ho swung his sword again, realizing that facing death opens the path to life. He unleashed 2 moves in a row. Mortal sword aura and death begets life. The 2 massive energies smashed into each other.
Suddenly, the dark elf's eyes bugged out in shock. Right in front of him were layers upon layers of ice, forcing him to collapse onto the frozen ground. Blood started trickling from the corner of his mouth. 5 minutes, that was actually a solid guess. A sword was pierced right through the middle of his chest. Seo Jun-ho asked, "Got any last words?" But the guy just gently pointed at his own neck. "End it all." Suddenly, Jun-ho popped open the system window. "Fine, I'll grant your wish. Just answer me one thing first." Seo Jun-ho pulled out an item that looked like a rock. "You know what this is?"
The dark elf gasped. "What is that? A spirit egg? Does that mean it'll hatch into a spirit tomorrow?" Hearing that, Jun-ho sat down. "A spirit egg, huh? So it really hatches?" He explained. "Any place where the world tree's power remains will birth a spirit." The dark elf ripped the necklace off his own neck and tossed it down to Seo Jun-ho. "It's not much, but those beads still hold the power of the ancient tree. If you channel magic into that egg, it'll hatch." He replied, "Oh, thanks, dude." Then Seo Jun-ho tried to squeeze out more. "You got nothing else for me? Like, say, the sword, Alicia?" Even the dark elf looked done with him. He couldn't help crying out, "Did I seriously lose to a human like this?" Jun-ho wasn't happy. "What are you whining for? If you don't have it, just say you don't have it." Seo Jun-ho stood up and yanked the sword out of the dark elf's body. The guy whispered, "Oh, world tree, if you can still hear my prayer." He remembered the beautiful days of the past. "Please, just let him take my life. Have mercy on my poor subordinates." The scene shifted to another place, where buildings were packed close together. Someone was screaming, "Who's there? Is it you?" A guy got slammed into a wall, covered in blood, staring ahead in terror. Steiner stomped on the guy. "What's this? Who are you? Do you know where you are?" He glanced over. "Where is Beefinder?" Back at the battle behind the gate, Seo Jun-ho stood there in silence. The dark elf chief was eliminated. He looked at the spirit egg in his hand, thinking, is this thing actually a spirit egg? Seo Jun-ho remembered that making a pact with a spirit means using powerful abilities without burning mana. Back in the day, his magic was always running on fumes. Friend or foe, I used to get so jealous whenever I saw them with one. He cheered up instantly. So now I can actually make a pact with a spirit. Seo Jun-ho grinned and let out a breath. Phew. In one hand was the egg, in the other, the dark elf's necklace. Spirits say they'll only make a pact with someone who vibes with their power. This egg is 100% a dark spirit. Seo Jun-ho mumbled. Dark spirit. An image popped up in his first fantasy. He imagined himself playing around with it. Dark spirit. That was fantasy number 2. Then, Seo Jun-ho shouted, "Dark spirit," and crushed the pendant of the necklace the dark elf gave him. Blinding blue light burst out from it. He stared right at it. "I can feel the energy of the forest, even if it's a bit weak." Seo Jun-ho turned back to the egg. If I let my magic soak into this thing. As he let the two energies merge, cracks on the shell became super clear and started glowing bright. Seo Jun-ho looked down at it, totally hyped, just waiting. Outside the barrier, everyone was still standing there, waiting for any movement from inside. Choi Jin-pyo asked Marco, all the leftover dark elves are wiped out. So how come player Seo Jun-ho isn't back yet? He was worried. Do you think something happened? Not knowing what's going on in there is freaking me out. Suddenly, a system screen popped up in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked. The orange-haired player just stared at it, eyes wide as saucers. The screen announced, asterisk, you have cleared the primeval forest gate asterisk. She stammered, success. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and cheered. Player Seo Jun-ho actually took him down.
We can go home. The brown-haired player grinned from ear to ear. When we were fighting the chief, I thought we were toast. Getting out of here alive is all thanks to player Seo Jun-ho. The player next to him nodded. For real, I can't believe he took on the chief solo. Meanwhile, Cha Min-woo was still staring at the barrier. And seeing a change, he shouted, "The barrier's opening!" Seo Jun-ho slowly walked out. His face was gloomy, and he looked weak, totally different from his vibe earlier. Everyone called out worriedly, "Jun-ho!" The pink-haired player rushed over to support him. "You did great. You're not hurt anywhere, are you?"
She said if he was, they needed to heal him. As soon as possible, he just replied, "I'm fine." Seo Jun-ho kept walking ahead, all alone. You guys worked hard too. The pink-haired player guessed, doesn't look like he's hurt bad, but he looks kinda off, right? Cha Min-woo just watched without saying a word. He was curious, just how intense was that fight with the chieftain to make him look so drained? The next day, the sky was crystal clear as the plane spread its wings and soared high above. The screen displayed, attack on the primeval forest gate complete. Seo Jun-ho tiredly turned it off. Being MVP doesn't get you jack squat anyway. Sighing deeply, it's all just fleeting. Useless. Seo Jun-ho stared out the window, mumbling, is it greedy to hope a dark spirit pops out of this egg? Never really held a grudge against ice spirits before. Saori was glued to the glass, staring outside in a daze. She tried breathing a puff of air onto the plane window.
Saori spoke up. The skills of the people here are truly magical, flying through the sky without using a lick of mana. Seo Jun-ho snapped back, "Hey, I told you not to talk until I'm done thinking." She yelled back angrily, "Listen here, I am having a monologue. You're so weird. You should just stay quiet too."
Seo Jun-ho recalled the image of that Frost Queen and wondered, that monster froze my teammates and made the whole world tremble. So how did she end up becoming my spirit? I even sent her to the afterlife already. Saori kept rambling on, switching through so many generations of wheeled vehicles, now soaring through the air without a car at all. And I think I've given you enough time to think, haven't I? She chimed in. Ugh, told you to zip it. She spun around immediately. Hey, were you eavesdropping on my monologue again? Seo Jun-ho held his head in exhaustion. Where the heck did she crawl out from? Saori crossed her arms and introduced herself. I was summoned because I'm the spirit most compatible with your mana. That means the attribute that suits you best is frost. Seo Jun-ho looked up, annoyed. Don't make me laugh. I've been using Watchdogs of Darkness for 5 years, and as for the frost skill, I only used it for barely 3 months. She remained nonchalant. But the spirit that popped out of the egg is me. So stop being stubborn and be a good boy and sign the spirit contract with me. Seo Jun-ho raised an eyebrow. Sign it? Think about what you did to humanity before bringing that up. Saori was confused. What exactly did I do to make you react so violently? Suddenly, he got irritated. You seriously don't know? She pursed her lips, waiting. Seo Jun-ho blurted out, stammering you. Then he thought to himself, wait, what actually did she do? Pausing for a sec, Seo Jun-ho finally remembered she froze the entire Pacific Ocean. Hearing that, Saori gasped in mild surprise. Huh? So you're mourning the fish that lived there? Cold sweat trickled down his face. Because the Pacific froze, the climate went totally haywire. Even so, he thought internally, although there are opinions that say global warming balanced out the abnormal temperatures back to normal, Seo Jun-ho told himself. But that's beside the point. There's still something incredibly cruel she did. You froze me and my teammates. Saori couldn't help but retort. You know the truth. Why pretend? I wasn't the one who froze them. On the contrary, I can use my power to thaw them out. She scoffed. Meaning, I haven't done anything to deserve your insults. I even felt pity for them because they had to die. Realizing his mistake, Seo Jun-ho coughed lightly. So annoying. Just look out the window. Then he turned away and tapped something on his watch. Seo Jun-ho was sending a text. Shim Deok-gyu replied super fast. He asked, think about it, what crimes did the Frost Queen commit? Deok-gyu was confused. What the hell are you talking about all of a sudden? Seo Jun-ho urged. It's urgent. Hurry up. He was helpless. Seriously. She's the one who did that to the 5 heroes, including you. He asked again. Anything else? Shim Deokgu replied. Who knows? Does there have to be something else? Unnoticed, Seori was standing behind Seo Jun-ho and suddenly spoke up. That machine is pretty cool, huh? Getting opinions from others that fast. He glanced over. Good. It used to be good. So if we sign, what's in it for me? She was incredibly arrogant. I will become your guide and personally tutor you. Hearing that, Seo Jun-ho stayed still for a moment before spinning around. I admit you're strong, but you still lost to me. Seori put a hand on her chin. Actually, when you beat me, I was weakened and lost power. He exclaimed in shock. Huh. Weakened? Are you trying to sell me snake oil? She didn't get it. Snake oil. I'm not a merchant. Seori explained. This body used to be the queen of the Frost Kingdom, Niflheim, and was also the cruel monarch ruling over all the ice in this world. I swear on my life that what I'm saying is no lie. This time, it was Seo Jun-ho's turn to be stunned, thinking this was a binding oath where mages wagered all their power. So you were really weakened? He asked. Weakened to what extent? She replied, about 1%. Her words made Seo Jun-ho snap instantly. Quit your BS. Swear on your life right now. But Seori shook her head stubbornly. Don't wanna. Swearing too much ruins the noble dignity of a queen. He sighed, nursing a headache, believing she'd actually swear to anything. Then let's sign the contract, but I have a condition. Seo Jun-ho warned. If you harm me or the people around me, the contract is void immediately. Seori nodded, stating the obvious. She opened a magic circle. Spirits and contractors are soulmates. I couldn't harm you even if I wanted to. Even so, Seo Jun-ho was still conflicted inside.
Don't know if this is the right call, but I gotta do it. The truth is, I'm still not strong enough to raid a 1-star gate. He bit his lip until it bled. But if I get this power, it'll be just enough. So Seo Jun-ho placed his bloody hand into the center of the glowing magic circle.
He was determined to take the power of the Frost Queen turned spirit. The next day, at the Player Association. Inside the training room, Seo, Jun-ho, and Seori were in a massive space. She sighed, geez, this place is boring as hell. He replied, obviously, it's built for training. Seo Jun-ho pulled up the system screen to check something. Seori asked curiously, what are you doing? He didn't hide it. I'm gonna test out some artifacts I looted from the last fight. A ring and a necklace appeared in Seo Jun-ho's hand. The halo ring and the goblin bracelet. Seo Jun-ho clenched his fist, thinking, if I equip all of these, my magic stat will break 100. Then I can easily clear a 1-star gate solo. Seori evaluated, you look stronger than before with that stuff on. He glanced over, didn't ask for your opinion. Now, it's time for you to show me what you've got. She just stayed indifferent. Aren't you the one who knows my power better than anyone? Seo Jun-ho snapped back, annoyed. Well, you're just a spirit now, right? Obviously, things aren't like the old days. Hearing that, Seori thought for a sec. I get your point, she reminded him. But don't forget, you're the one who made a contract with me. As my contractor, you should know exactly how awesome I am. That way, you'll know I deserve better treatment later on. Seori raised a tiny hand, and blue-white energy surged up. The room started filling with that familiar icy aura. Even the ceiling froze over. Seo Jun-ho just stood there, stunned. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he thought, man, feels like my heart is freezing up too. It brought back memories of raiding the Frost Queen's nest. Then, the energy faded. Seori clenched her fist, and the ice vanished instantly. He asked, hey, what are you doing? She kept her head down in silence, then stubbornly turned away. I lost interest. Seo Jun-ho was full of question marks, totally confused. Seori gritted her teeth. I'm not in the mood to use my powers right now. He snapped, furious. Are you messing with me? She continued. Once I get curious about something, I can't focus on anything else. Seo Jun-ho scowled, tearing at his hair in frustration, but eventually just sighed. He switched gears. Fine. So, what's got you so curious? Seori flashed a perfect smile and replied, I want to see the human world. The scene immediately shifted to the busy streets outside, lined with towering skyscrapers, someone holding a low-class certificate. A bunch of thieves and their fans are just low-life animals. 2. Same as Rule 1, but with a number 2. 3. Same as 1 and 2, just adding it to make 3 rules. On the main road, cars were lined up bumper to bumper, while people crossed at the crosswalks. Seori flew around in excitement. Holy cow! Who owns that gigantic castle over there? Seo Jun-ho nodded. Yeah, that's an apartment complex. Then she asked, what is that strange carriage? He answered, that's a car. Seori kept rambling on. Why is everyone staring down at those things in their hands? So weird. Seo Jun-ho lost his patience, gritting his teeth. So damn annoying. Suddenly, he wondered. Wait, can't other people see you? She slumped down. I'm flying around making all this noise and nobody notices. That's sad. Seori added. If you want, I can make myself visible to them. Seo Jun-ho shook his head. Nah, now's not the time. Suddenly, she went quiet. He looked over, confused, and saw Seori trembling. Hey, contractor. Seo Jun-ho was even more puzzled. She pointed excitedly at a black cat and screamed. What is the name of that adorable creature? He asked. The stray cat? Before he could finish, Seori zoomed over to it. Oh, Mr. Stray Cat, let me pet you for a sec. Seo Jun-ho reminded her. Hey, it can't see you anyway. But in the cat's golden eyes, Seori's reflection was crystal clear.
The cat tilted its head, waiting for its prey. The moment she got close, it snapped its jaws, sending a terrified Seori spinning away. It didn't stop there. The cat swiped with its claws, making Seori scream and dodge. She hurriedly flew high up. Why did it suddenly go crazy?
But the cat kept swiping at the air. Seori retreated, collapsing onto Seo Jun-ho's hat, panting hard. She asked, why are such ferocious monsters here? Is it really okay to let that vicious beast wander the streets? He explained. It only avoids biting things bigger than itself. Then he doubled over laughing, leaving Seori totally confused. Seo Jun-ho picked up the cat, and it instantly became docile. Cats only show their weak side to those stronger than them. This made her jaw drop in shock. Seori screamed, furious. That is so annoying. Lead the way. Back to the training room. I'm going to show you my true power. He petted the cat and replied, sure, whatever you say. The two of them headed back to the private training room. They stared at each other with anticipation. Seori waved her hand. Open your eyes and watch closely. Etch my power into your very soul. Seo Jun-ho smiled. Be my guest. As soon as she finished speaking, a magic circle opened up with him at the center. Dozens of sharp spears materialized around the ring. Suddenly, the sharp ice spears shot upward. A thin sheet of ice appeared in the air, but in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive block bristling with sharp icicles.
It didn't stop there. A sharp ice weapon appeared in the corner. No, not just one, but many. Swords, spears, axes, everything. Seo Jun-ho was actually pretty surprised. Looking at the room filled with weapons, he couldn't help but be stunned. At this level, going onto the battlefield solo would be a breeze.
Even so, Seo Jun-ho kept a poker face. Not bad, huh? That made Seori explode. What? You watch all this and the only thing you can say is not bad. She urged him. Look again. I'll show you that even as a spirit, my power is still terrifying. He said confidently, everything you just made. I can already do all of that. Seori wouldn't accept it and snapped back. Bullshit. Did you even look closely? A streak of cold air zipped past Seo Jun-ho, startling him. He looked over at the ice weapons. He thought to himself, refined and maximizing the weapon's efficiency. Efficiency, like a master craftsman made them. The quality is insane. I can't believe she made these in a split second. Honestly, with my current skills, I can't compete. But on the outside, his attitude remained the same.
He spoke up. My answer stands. Eventually, I'll be able to create all of this myself. I just need a little more time. Seo Jun-ho added, what I expect from you is something I can't do. Seori tapped her chin and thought, something you can't do.
After a moment, a light bulb went off in her head. Seori whipped around and asked, you don't mean this? He turned to look. When Seo Jun-ho saw it, his jaw practically hit the floor. She sat cross-legged, looking smug. He shouted, yes, that's it. Seo Jun-ho couldn't control his volume. That is exactly what I wanted.
Even Cha Si-eun, working on the floor above, heard it. She mumbled, sounds like he's training hard. I can feel the vibrations all the way up here. Seo Jun-ho frowned and asked, hey Sim Deok-gu, do you know what the Frost Queen looks like? Sim Deok-gu, who was working, looked over at him in confusion.
He exclaimed, what? The only people who ever saw her were you 5 heroes. Actually, to be precise, you're the only one who actually met her face to face. Seo Jun-ho was a bit surprised. Is that so? No biggie then. Deok-gu Shim is curious. What problem? Jun-ho calls out, you can reveal yourself now. Head full of question marks. Deok-gu asks, who are you talking to? Barely finished speaking when Seori appears, making eyes bug out. Hides behind a chair screaming, girl. Girl. What the hell is that thing? A ghost? She flies closer and scoffs. Is that idiot really your friend? Jun-ho Seo replies, sadly, yeah. Deok-gu can't help snapping back. Jesus, anyone would freak out if a thing like that just popped up. Seori repeats angrily, a thing like that. Voice dropping low. You dare address me like that? Got some nerve. trembling until face turns pale. Finally, Jun-ho steps in. All right, knock it off. Don't touch my friend. Haven't forgotten the contract conditions, right? Shiori finally shuts up and backs off. Still annoyed, puffing out cheeks. If that guy calls me that again, friend or not, won't let it slide. Jun-ho turns helplessly to warn. Gu. Hear that? The queen here thinks everything on earth is beneath her, so watch out. Gu stammers, still totally out of it. Queen? If it's a queen, don't tell me. Tries to calm down. Okay, get a grip. Gu looks at Shiori. So that's the Frost Queen, frowning at the figure sitting on Jun-ho's shoulder, replaying the story about the spirit egg, won at the Las Vegas auction, hatched with help from the chief in the primordial forest. Wait, Gu confirms, so that egg hatched the Frost Queen. Nods in agreement. Sort of get it now. If the person who hates the Frost Queen most is cool with it, then no reason to worry.
Jun-ho says, she'll help me get stronger. She's powerful. Surprised reaction. Really? What rank is she? Gu explains, spirit ranks depend on their power, divided from low to ultimate. Usually, spirits have to reveal it themselves. Hearing that, turns to ask, hey, what rank are you?
But Shiori stays silent, then abruptly looks away. Oh, obviously ultimate rank, but Jun-ho thinks that sounds kinda suspect. Shiori snaps crankily. Don't ask such disrespectful questions. Gu whispers. Looks totally low rank to me. Jun-ho whispers back. Yeah, looks like a bottom-tier spirit. But on the surface, Jun-ho doesn't annoy her. Anyway, this kid is strong. So next time, hitting a higher difficulty. Gate, wondering aloud. The gates you cleared were already high difficulty. If it's even higher. Suddenly, Gu remembers something and hesitates. You planning to enter a 1-star gate? Nods. The primordial forest gate I cleared was 1 star, right? Got way stronger since that raid. Strong enough to solo a 1-star gate now. Taps the watch face. If you say so, then that's that. But floor 1, I mean Earth, only has 3 1-star gates left. Gu starts listing South America, China, and eyes widen in silence. Stares at the screen. Wait, are you really okay? PTSD flaring up again?
Jun-ho's confused. What? Replies. Even if it was PTSD, the one who gave me the trauma is sitting right here. No problem anymore. Shiori doesn't get what Jun-ho's saying. Announces, next gate I'm hitting is Base C in Antarctica. Name's Winter Castle.
Jun-ho heads home. Pitch black outside, no lights on inside. Gu's voice echoes from the phone. So, press conference is at 2 tomorrow. Secretary Seo Jun-ho will pick you up. Replies, got it. Jun-ho cracks open a soda, wondering while looking at Shiori. Don't you need to eat? Arrogant reply, I am a spirit. A noble being. Do not require food or drink like humans. Eyes still glued to the glass window. Jun-ho sounds happy. Really? Save money on food then. Puts the can down. By the way, want to ask you something. Know anything about the dimensional elevator? That elevator. It's the source of this damn world. Thinking seriously. Figuring that out might help survive until the end of this game. Hearing that, she goes silent for a bit, staring outside again.
I have no idea. Walking over in shock, Jun-ho raises voice. Huh? You used to be a floor master. How do you not know anything? Don't hide it. If you just tell me. Shiori turns back. I really don't know. Swear on my life. Honestly explains true. I did know something about this world.
But when I was defeated by you, forgot everything. If I try to remember, my mind just goes blank. Sighs. That sucks. Thinking the system is brutal for wiping her memories. Still, Shiori comforts. Don't be too disappointed. Though the memories you want are gone, I'm famously smarter than humans. Sure to be useful to you later. Jun-ho nods. Alright, that's good. Right, one more thing. Curious. As far as I know, spirits don't use the contractor's magic, so where do you get your power? Don't feel any magic coming from you. Flies over slowly. Really don't know? There's a limit to stupidity, you know, Shiori explains. Spirits need the contractor's mental power to draw strength from the spirit world. In other words, if your mental stats hit rock bottom, I can't use power properly. If your condition is bad, might get recalled to the spirit world. Jun-ho Seo thinks about it. Makes sense. Infinite power with no cost? Impossible, she adds. Just like what I showed you earlier, no matter how elite you are, to fight for real, still need over a month of training. He scoffs arrogantly. A month? Jun-ho says confidently, I'll make you change your mind by the full moon. Time flies fast. Press conference day arrives. At a city high-rise, a slender hand knocks. Come in. It's Seo Jun-ho. Jun-ho Seo. Here's the outfit for the press con. Sees something and looks surprised. Inside, Jun-ho's already dressed sharp. Crisp shirt, dress pants, fixing the tie. Hearing noise, turns with a cool look. Seo Jun-ho walks over, not wearing pajamas today. Prepared this just in case. Jun-ho laughs. Gotta do it right for once. Throws on the suit jacket, adjusts the lapels, and announces, I'm ready to go. What's Secretary Cha Si-yoon think? Chick couldn't even speak, just flashed a thumbs up. Seeing that, Jun-ho goes, let's roll. A bit later, at the press con meeting, player Seo Jun-ho, reporters packed the hall tight. Camera lenses were locked and loaded, aiming right at the stage. Those reporters were prepping super seriously. One reporter had to blurt out, whoa, look at that mob of journalists. Been only 3 months since the last presser, but this crowd is way bigger. Girl next to him replies, cause the guy's growth is totally unprecedented. Black-haired reporter cuts in, I saw Seo Jun-ho in the flesh. At the East Seagate raid press con. Could feel the aura radiating off the guy already, calling Seo Jun-ho a monster. With potential right up there with heavy hitters like Kim Woo-jung and Shin Seon-hyun. Black-haired reporter acts all prophetic. Today, even if Seo Jun-ho says, he's soloing a 1-star gate, wouldn't even be surprised. Just said that, and the reporters nearby were totally stunned. Silver-haired reporter laughs, hey, you're taking it too far. Brown-haired one jumps in too, chill out with the drama, dude. Guy replies, yeah, just saying. Right then, a familiar silhouette hits the stage, shiny dress shoes stepping out, and the spotlight swings down. Reporters sat there staring blankly. Tie knotted perfectly. Seo Jun-ho shows up in a sharp, fitted suit right before everyone's eyes. Someone wonders, not wearing the tracksuit today, huh? Immediately, camera flashes start popping off nonstop. Then the MC announces, let the press conference begin. Keeps it moving, now. Next question. Reporter down below asks, don't know. If Seo Jun-ho plans to enter the Cave of Trials. Jun-ho nods, of course, actually trying to rearrange the schedule to get in there. Answer, left the reporters stunned and confused. Brown-haired reporter thinks, that's the gate any newbie absolutely has to hit at least once. A player with growth speed like Seo Jun-ho, missing out would be a total waste. Understands the Cave of Trials real well. It's a gate sitting in the Tibet Highlands. Just like the name says, players get handed challenges level by level. Also, players rating it get 2 choices after clearing a level. Keep going to the next challenge, or quit halfway and bail out. Different from normal gates cause even if quitting halfway, can still get out safe and sound. Brown-haired reporter figures. Since the system blocks talking about what happens inside, rewards for clearing this gate aren't publicly known details. But tons of players want to raid the Cave of Trials, so there's gotta be a reason. Chick keeps typing on the screen, pretty happy with the info. Scored some postable content today. On the podium, Seo Jun-ho's voice rings out, oh, and one more announcement. After clearing the Cave of Trials, I plan to raid the Winter Castle Gate. Talk about a shocker. Reporters froze like someone hit pause, stammering out, Winter Castle? Flashes go crazy, everyone can't help screaming. Did you just say Winter Castle? Someone yells loudly. That's one of the world's 3 uncleared gates with legendary difficulty. After the Frost Queen, that gate brought terror to humanity again. Reporters keep standing up to confirm. You talking about that Winter Castle Gate? Seo Jun-ho stays chill. Yes, I am. Press conference wraps up. By late afternoon, a private jet takes off. Screen shows the article with the headline, Players say Jun-ho's next target. Is the 1-star gate, Winter Castle. Gate experts wondering if the guy is boasting a bit too early. Player Seo Jun-ho claims to enter the Cave of Trials, but can the dude surpass Kim Woo-jung's 9th floor record or what? Seo Jun-ho rests head on hands, scrolling, news just keeps popping up. Sikshori asks worriedly, you okay? Never mind the 1-star gate. Most people think. Rating the Cave of Trials is still way too early. Jun-ho replies, entry condition for the cave is player level 25 to 30.
However, there's another condition others don't know well. Seo Jun-ho explains, that is, the harder the challenge is cleared, the more valuable the reward the Cave of Trials gives, but the gate difficulty is fixed. Meaning, Jun-ho explains, if entering at a lower level, even completing the same challenge,
person with the lower level gets the higher value loot. Now she gets it. Aha, isn't that awesome then? Seo Jun-ho says, only good if entering the gate a second time is accepted. Still, starts thinking seriously. Players who already got rewards inside can't enter a second time. I went into the Cave of Trials back in the past as Specter. Jun-ho looks out at the beautiful evening sky again, and obviously received the reward inside 25 years ago. But now all stats have been reset, so might actually be able to enter a second time. A bit later, Jet lands on some private rooftop pad, grabs the jacket, steps off the plane. Seo Jun-ho gazes into the distance, sparkling city spread out in front. Determined. That's right, gonna take on that challenge one more time. Seo Jun-ho remembers the others. To meet the frozen teammates again. Dot feels a bit of hope, eyes lighting up like seeing something. Vision of the past self appears, identity known as Specter. Smiles, slightly looking at it, thinking, surpass my past self. Suddenly calls out, hey, Frost. Sayori curious, calling me for what? Jun-ho asks, help me train when we get back. Yeah, making her totally shocked. Training. Pauses a sec. Sayori realizes, flies closer, meaning you're asking me to teach you, right? Jun-ho replies, cause you're better at using frost aura than me. Learning that from you isn't exactly a waste. Sayori screams out super excited. Sounds like I'm about to become your master. Hurting Junho's ears. Cheeks blushing happily, commands, lead the way. With the responsibility of a monarch, I'll personally teach you. Jun-ho feels pretty helpless. I ain't a servant or disciple or anything, but thanks for the thought. Sayori warned, you're gonna have to grind like crazy. Jun-ho shot back, fine, looking forward to it. Both of them just kept moving forward. Meanwhile, at the Winter Castle gate, that thing was still standing tall. Jun-ho's 4 teammates were still stuck there, frozen solid. Everyone just stood there, couldn't move an inch. On the ground, there was still a bottle of wine and 5 full glasses for the crew. Got back on the night of October 14th. Next morning, at the Korean Player Association building, inside the training room, everything was covered in a layer of ice. Ice blocks all over the floor, ice swords stuck in the ground. Boom! Another loud crash, and another sword lay broken right there. Another huge crash. Jun-ho slammed the sword down onto the icy floor hard, dripping sweat, looking totally drained, and the sword in hand, frozen solid too. Glanced up at Sayori sitting all high and mighty. Well, Sayori? She pursed her lips a bit before grinning with praise. Finally managed to do something useful. This is getting interesting. Half a month ago, Sayori was breaking it down. Right now, can control 2 elements. First is darkness. Second is my ice. Jun-ho was confused. Why act like I don't know that? That just made Sayori look bored. You're so simple-minded, Sayori explained. When using an attribute, gotta understand it fully. The better the understanding, the slicker the technique. Then she held up a finger. Let me ask you this. What do you think darkness energy is like? Eyes went wide, thinking. Darkness energy is violent and arrogant, indifferent and full of hate. Sayori looked pretty pleased. Good answer. What about ice energy? Jun-ho answered without even thinking. Cold rocks. Made her face go totally dark with rage. But, fair enough. Makes sense since ice has only been practiced for 3 months. Listen up. Sayori kindly explained in detail. Ice is colder and more elegant than any other energy. It's a comprehensive energy. Jun-ho nodded. Got it. Means it's super balanced. She confirmed it. Exactly. Like, darkness, fire, and wind have high attack but suck at defense. Water and earth are good for defense but lack attack power. Sayori turned to Jun-ho again. Ice users used to be lone wolves on the battlefield. She asked, can guess why, right? Flashback to when Sayori first made that room of ice aura swords. She announced, now, gonna teach you myself how to use ice energy. Sayori snapped her fingers. But before that, she created a beautiful yet incredibly sharp sword. Jun-ho assessed it, that's 1 sharp blade. Sayori introduced it as the treasure sword of the Ice Kingdom, Niflheim, Fragarek. She ordered, try making something similar, then I'll teach you. Hearing that, Jun-ho quickly yelled, wait, but I don't want to know how to make ice weapons. Sayori just chilled on her ice throne. Tradition says you gotta be excellent at all skills. If can't even do that much, not gonna teach you. Jun-ho opened his mouth in frustration and screamed, that's not fair. But hearing no reply, just got mad and yelled. Hey, Sayori. A long while later, Jun-ho held a sword, sighing with relief. Is this sword okay? Held it up. Look at it. Well, Sayori leaned down to inspect it closely, then waved a hand, snapping it in 2. Not good enough. Jun-ho got real pissed and shouted. Again.
She critiqued loudly. Blade's not sharp enough, weight is trash. Call this imitating a national treasure? Veins popped, head lowered, voice gritty. You've broken so many already. Even so, Jun-ho sat there redoing it, mouth still complaining. Why does this suck so much? Still, Sayori was actually pretty pleased with him.
Impressive. After 34 minutes, managed to simulate 64% of Fragarek. She recalled the power from 28 years ago. So strong she couldn't believe this was a human from Earth. Sayori hesitated. Might be creating a monster here, but then smiled happily. Sayori thought to herself, watching the progress, then pointed out a flaw on the sword. Here, blades tilted 5 degrees. She figured it was a pretty fun process. A bit later, Sayori stared at the newly made sword and commented, this one's passable. She stammered. Only took 15 minutes. Jun-ho scratched his head. Tried my best. Asked, So this one passes, right? Seori seemed to think about it, then kicked the sword, breaking it. Seo Jun-ho screamed in anger. Again? Unlike him, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Oh, the sword was fine. Just broke it, 'cause I was annoyed." Made his face go totally dark. Suddenly, Seori flew over, placing a hand on Seo Jun-ho's head like comforting a kid. Looking at the dark circles under his eyes, she said, "Enough weapon training. Must be tired after staying up 2 days straight practicing. Go to sleep. Promise when you wake up, I'll teach you how to use ice energy." But the kindness wasn't bought. Seo Jun-ho looked terrified. "You're acting suspicious. Not gonna make me make spears next, are you?" She snapped. "Suddenly want to change my mind." Hearing that, he pointed a finger. "If you go back on your word." Seo Jun-ho's whole body swayed until collapsing, still mumbling, "I won't." Before finishing the sentence, was already snoring. Seori conjured a thick blanket, and while covering him, mumbled, "Talented and persistent, the gods really are unfair." Seori hoped, "Get stronger. Strong enough to protect those precious to you." Next morning, up in the blue sky, a huge hawk with sharp claws was soaring, wings spread wide, gliding through the vast air.
This is the Tibetan Plateau. Tons of tourists here. The Cave of Trials Gate. Jamba showed up, sticking his tongue out. "Greetings, player Seo Jun-ho. This humble monk is Jamba. I manage this place. Welcome to the Cave of Trials. Note, sticking the tongue out is a traditional Tibetan greeting here."
He proactively announced. The player association contacted this monk beforehand. Meanwhile, Seori was rambling. "Look, he's sticking his tongue out at you." Jamba, totally clueless, continued. "They said the benefactor wishes to challenge the Cave of Trials." Just then, a screen popped up with a bunch of names on it.
He introduced, "This is the record of those who have cleared the Cave of Trials before." Seo Jun-ho looked and figured, seems like 25 years later, still no one's beaten me. Screen showed the info. Cave of Trials requires level 25 to 30 to enter.
Party leader, unlimited. Clear requirements, unlimited. Difficulty, unlimited. Jamba said, aside from those who entered, nobody knows what dangers are lurking inside. Standing from afar, may the Fo Yen wind bless the benefactor. Hope the benefactor returns safely. The massive cave entrance appeared right before his eyes.
Jun-ho and Seori head inside, and it gets pitch black. Suddenly, this massive glowing gate pops up. Looking up, Jun-ho gasps. Been 25 years. Jun-ho doesn't hesitate. Let's roll. Seori is right on his tail. Out of nowhere, a bolt of lightning flashes and, bam, hits the gate, scaring the crap out of them.
Screen shows an error. Second entry detected. Manager authorization required. Jun-ho's totally lost. Say what? Seori's jaw drops. Before they can even react, electricity explodes everywhere, dust flying all over. Then, a black door appears in the middle of this huge room. This dude in a fancy priest outfit and a tall hat speaks up. "Greetings." He walks over and takes off the hat to introduce himself. "I'm the manager of the first floor dimensional elevator. Name's Gray." Jun-ho shook. "First floor manager? So, you're God?" Gray puts the hat back on. "Of course not. I'm just a servant entrusted with this place." Jun-ho doesn't buy it. "If you manage the first floor Earth, that makes you practically God, doesn't it?" He nods. "True. But my authority is limited to the floor's features, like the gates and monsters on floor 1.
Gray admits, it is nice seeing some familiar faces after so long. He calls out the player name, Specter. A bit late, but welcome back. The words leave them stunned. Jun-ho pauses for a sec before replying, "Thanks."
Seori's still reeling. "Wait, you said faces? You know who I am?" Gray chuckles. "Naturally. You are the Queen of Niflheim, the supreme ruler of cold." Seori. Jun-ho asks, "So what is this place?" Seori's still wondering how this guy knows her. He explains, "This is a virtual space I created." Gray flips open this thick book. "As you can see, there is a tiny problem." He starts reading. 28 years, 7 months, 16 days, and 32 minutes ago, you cleared the Cave of Trials, correct, Specter?" The book has Jun-ho's photo, ID, everything. Gray asks, "You know the rules. Once you claim the reward, you can't enter again. Changing your name doesn't change your soul." Jun-ho counters, "But what if I don't have the reward anymore?" Meaning? Jun-ho spells it out, "I possess 0 rewards from the Cave of Trials right now." Hearing that, Gray bows his head, thinking it over. Then suddenly looks up, confirming it's the truth. Instantly, the vibe in the room changes. Jun-ho feels it. This pressure. Is this the manager's power? Gray confirms, "You really don't possess the reward." Jun-ho pushes, "By the rules, I can totally enter." Gray pulls out some item. "That is for me to decide." Gray taps the cane on the floor. "It's not about breaking rules," he says, "it's about fairness. You've been here once. You know the challenges. That's unfair to other players." Jun-ho waits, then suggests, adjust the difficulty then. If you crank it up, wouldn't that make it fair? Gray looks grim. Are you certain you can handle it? Jun-ho's confident. Yeah, long as I can get in. The manager seems intrigued. Can't tell if you're cunning or just sincere. Gray snaps his fingers. Fine, you've entertained me so I'll allow it. The space starts shifting again. Jun-ho watches as Gray turns to leave. Good luck. But Sayori suddenly yells. Wait, you seem to know a lot about me.
She asks, do you know why I lost my memories? Gray glances back. Who knows? Can't say. He drops a final, have fun, and vanishes. The space turns back into the cave. Jun-ho takes a breath. This damp air, I'm really back in the cave of trials.
Sayori comments, sigh. That guy is hard to read. Jun-ho asks, did you seriously lose your memory? She puffs out her cheeks, annoyed. That's why I'm so helpless. Zero memories of the floors. But she adds, whatever. Coming here on that hot air balloon was nice though. The screen flashes, asterisk welcome player. See Jun-ho. Asterisk Jun-ho grins. I'm just glad it went smoother than expected. And hey, it's a plane, not a hot air balloon. He looks up, eyes sharp. The screen updates. Level 1, magic trial starting now. Break the orbs using magic. Jun-ho asks, ready? Sayori looks around, confident. Isn't this too easy? Wrapped in blue light, he replies. Well, at times is times level 1. Jun-ho instantly slashes through, destroying every magic orb. Think of it like a tutorial level, he explains. System announces, asterisk magic trial cleared. Asterisk Sayori scoffs. Not bad. But me? I would have done it in under a second. Jun-ho frowns. Quit capping. Right then, the system chimes in. Asterisk say next for gravity trial. Or stop to quit and claim rewards. Asterisk. He shouts. Straight to level 2. Immediately, the ground starts shaking, startling them both. Sayori gasps. What kind of trial is this? Why make me do this pose? Jun-ho's shaking like a leaf. The second trial changes gravity every minute. Ugh, feels twice as heavy now. Sayori asks, what are the other 8 trials? As the floor sinks, he replies, stuff most people consider basics. Suddenly, Jun-ho's floating midair. See, I'm lighter now. She quickly adds, hey, don't waste this chance. Huh. Jun-ho blinks. Sayori scolds. You won't get many chances to experience extreme conditions like this. Start training. Jun-ho just keeps spinning freely. Where are you going, he wonders. In this state. I don't know if you call it easy. Before he finishes, bam, he gets slammed into the ground, shattering the rock. Ow, damn it. Even Sayori's freaking out. Jun-ho pushes himself up, hands trembling. He strains every muscle. Doesn't mean. I can't do it. She thinks for a second. Next up, I think you should run a bit. Jun-ho groans, easy for you to say. He stumbles, losing balance, dripping sweat. Finally, totally drained, he collapses. It's over. With dark circles under his eyes, he complains, geez, how high did he crank the difficulty? Sayori passes him a bit of energy. Good job. The system pops up again. Asterisk say next to proceed, or stop to quit and claim rewards. Asterisk Sayori was stressing out. You look beat. Take a break. Jun-ho shot back, nah, better to just power through while I've got the energy. Jun-ho thought to himself, the harder the dungeon kicks your butt, the sweeter the loot. Keep this up, and the rewards are going to be insane. Sayori wondered, what's the next trial? Jun-ho replied, shadow trial. His eyes narrowed. Asterisk illusions. Asterisk. That brought back some old memories. Last time, fought like a maniac to save friends from monsters. Jun-ho clenched the sword, teeth gritting. Gotta remember, these ghosts aren't Cha-seon or Mom. Seo Jun-ho leaped up, slashing down on the monster. Took half a day, but finally wrapped it up. Turning to Sayori, the guy figured this time it'd be another illusion. The intense stare confused the Frost Queen. While Sayori stood there clueless, Jun-ho was actually hoping Sayori times would be the one to show up in the illusion. Snow and ice started swirling, figured as much. But nothing's ever that easy. Jun-ho propped himself up while Sayori watched every move, totally anxious. Jun-ho grabbed the sword as the ice morphed into 4 figures. Mio's image cleared up first. Seo Jun-ho. The other 3 came into focus, and a familiar voice rang out. You want to keep surviving all on your own? Traitor. Knew it. Jun-ho frowned, gripping the sword hilt tight. Yeah, figured it'd be something like this. Seo Jun-ho stood there silent, listening to the teammates' accusations. Why'd you ditch us? Stay calm even as the angry voice screamed, traitor. Skaya scowled and yelled, liar. Sayori rushed forward to help. Don't listen to them. But Seo Jun-ho cut in, I know. They're just fakes.
His expression went dark. Right up to the end, those idiots were still trying to make me laugh. Seo Jun-ho remembered that moment clearly, even when they all knew they were gonna die. Raising the sword, Jun-ho shouted in rage, "I'm not gonna let you trash their memories like that." First up, Rahmad, insane destruction power and regeneration. Skaya, the all-rounder in attack and defense magic. Gilberto, with god-tier long-range support. And Mio, who could appear with a sword at your throat in a blink. Seo Jun-ho knew taking them all on at once was a death wish. Turn to Saori. Can you lock down Skaya and Rahmad?
Saori nodded. Doable, but it's gotta drain a ton of your mental energy. Jun-ho didn't hesitate. No problem. How long can you hold him? Saori guessed. About 30 seconds. He smirked. That's plenty. Jun-ho planned to take out Gilberto and Mio first. Both were squishy on defense. Sword in hand, Jun-ho charged. Saori made a move too, pushing both hands forward and screaming, "Soldiers of mine! Awaken from the frozen earth and crush the enemy." The quiet ice surface suddenly cracked with a boom, reassembling itself into massive, jacked warriors. Skaya yelled, "Incoming!" Everyone scatter, and whipped out a staff. The ice warriors didn't waste a second, rushing in for the kill. Skaya summoned a magic circle as a shield. Seo Jun-ho started feeling the drain immediately, gritting teeth, asterisk. Damn it, my mental energy is tanking way too fast. Asterisk. A giant foot stomped down, shaking the whole area. While Jun-ho was momentarily stunned, Rahmad charged in, weapon ready. Rahmad swung a massive fist covered in flames, screaming, "It's over!" Saori frantically shouted back, "Freeze!" A stream of ice shot past Seo Jun-ho straight at Rahmad, freezing the big guy solid. Saori urged, "Don't worry about me. Just do what you gotta do." Seo Jun-ho gave props, "Nice one. Just hold on a little longer." Right then, an attack slammed down right at Jun-ho's feet.
It was Gilberto. Pulling the hat low, the sniper said, "I'll end you with the next shot." Seo Jun-ho smirked. Even for a fake, it managed to replicate Gilberto's magic bullets perfectly. Staring at the massive hole blasted in the ground, Jun-ho knew for sure. One hit from that, and it's game over. Dead instantly.
Seo Jun-ho was back in the crosshairs. Gilberto's finger was already on the trigger. Suddenly, the target vanished from the scope, making the sniper flinch. Where'd he go? Instantly, black aura erupted everywhere, engulfing Gilberto. Did the guy realize he walked right into a trap? The black mist of night walk faded, revealing Jun-ho's face. He slashed down hard from behind Gilberto, making the sniper cry out in pain. The hat flew off, and Gilberto hit the dirt. Seo Jun-ho was relieved. Asterisk. Thank God. Didn't think I could pull that move off again. Asterisk Gilberto down. Next target, Mio. Then came Mio's scream, "How dare you kill him?" Jun-ho just stared back, quietly saying her name. Mio. She glared back with pure hatred. Jun-ho remembered she was called the greatest swordsman for a reason. Only a moron would try to beat her in a straight-up sword fight. But Mio roared, "You're gonna pay for killing my teammate with your life," and charged like a maniac. Seo Jun-ho gritted his teeth, calculating the odds. There was one chance exploit how messed up she was over Gilberto's death. Mio drew the blade while running, swinging a decisive horizontal slash right at him. Seo Jun-ho gripped his hilt tight, waiting for the opening. Then he swung back, countering with a slash of his own. Mio took the full hit and went limp, dropping to her knees on the ice, while Seo Jun-ho stood tall. Clutching her chest, she trembled. "How could you do this to us?" As the words faded, the illusion shattered into nothing. Jun-ho's eyes were sharp, brows furrowed. This whole trial was seriously messed up from start to finish. Over on the side, cracks started showing on the ice warriors, but Skaya's magic circle was still going strong. The ice-trapping Rahmad was cracking all over, freaking Saori out. His hand had already broken free. From a distance, Seo Jun-ho heard it and whipped around in horror. Asterisk, that sound. Asterisk, Rahmad was free, walking through the dust, shaking off the remaining ice shards from his massive hand. He scoffed. "You really think?" Rahmad tightened his grip on the magic restraints. "You can hold me back with this cheap trash?" Saori screamed, almost out of strength. "Contractor, I can't hold on anymore." Skaya thrust the staff forward, blue light flashing, and the ice warriors were instantly blasted into pieces. Ice shards rained down, flying straight at Saori and making her panic. A massive chunk slammed down, cracking the frozen ground beneath. Saori flinched, shielding herself and waiting for the impact. When Seo Jun-ho's familiar voice rang out, "Thanks, Saori," she instantly snapped her head toward the sound. Blocking for Saori and himself, Jun-ho grins. "Good job." Just then, Rahmad rushes in, eyes glowing red like a maniac. That guy swings a fist at Jun-ho, but the shield blocks the fiery punch. Rahmad pushes down with insane strength and screams.
"Hey brat, totally hyped up. Think you can dodge me?" Skaya charges in from a distance, swinging her staff to create a ton of magic circles. Rahmad! Skaya yells while controlling the magic. Idiot, told you not to get tangled up. Magic blasts down at Jun-ho, but the guy jumps away to dodge.
Jun-ho pants, exhausted. Damn it, those two are a perfect combo. Glances over at the muscular dude. Raman's perfect tanking plus Skaya's long-range attacks. They're the most terrifying duo ever. Seo Jun-ho closes eyes, calculating. To beat that pair, gotta use every ounce of strength. Power gathers in the body. Seo Jun-ho mutters, strengthen. Suddenly, eyes pop open. Seo Jun-ho swings a sword straight down on Ramad, catching the guy off guard. But Ramad still marvels, slashed a straight line right on my chest. Huh. Still calm actually sounds excited, feels pretty fresh. Huge hand curls into a fist. But is that all you got? Ramad throws another fire punch. Seo Jun-ho leans to dodge, gritting teeth and backing off. Just as thought, didn't do a thing. That region speed is crazy. Over there, Skaya starts casting too. Won't miss this time. As Skaya finishes talking, Seo Jun-ho books it in the opposite direction. Magic chases constantly. Everywhere it hits gets wrecked, shattering rocks. Seo Jun-ho keeps running. Meanwhile, figuring that with Ramon's endless region, constant attacks won't work. Can't use normal strats. Gotta let him hit me. Ramon stares at Seo Jun-ho's back and yells angrily.
So boring. How long you gonna keep running? I'm tired of this. Stand still and end it here. Face red with rage. You arrogant bastard. Just then, Seo Jun-ho dashes, vanishing on the spot. Reappears right in Ramad's sight. The big guy stares at Jun-ho's movement.
Just letting Ramad punch right into the stomach feels like it's piercing through the body. Seo Jun-ho coughs up fresh blood, pain-racking everywhere. Total monster. Didn't think he could smash all the ice shields and actually hurt me. Knowing this. But this is the chance. While Raman is still in punching stance, Seo Jun-ho slams a fist back into the guy with just as much force. Raman stays indifferent, useless. But gotta admit, you're tough. Giving me a thrill right to the end. Smirking, Jun-ho says, you're wrong. Seo Jun-ho slowly draws the sword, yelling, you're the one getting finished. Jun-ho figures this is just the rule of life. Thrusts the sword straight into the middle of Raman's chest. Shocked, the guy spits blood in pain, watching Ramad collapse right there. Seeing that, Skaya screams, Ramad, but freezes before getting there. Brows furrowed, eyes wide in disbelief. Seo Jun-ho mutters, now it's just Skaya. Skaya collapses to her knees, 4 people down to 1, eyes turning almost completely white.
I'll kill you! Swear I'll kill you! Saori flies over to warn. Contractor, that killing intent looks super dangerous. Seo Jun-ho nods. Cause she's the last one. Knows to beat a berserk Skaya, gotta use every last bit of strength left.
Seo Jun-ho pulls out a weapon. Bring it on. Swings the death scythe. Jun-ho thinks, to get past the destruction beam and the 7-layer mana shield protecting her. Only one thing can do it. Certain, it's darkness and it's contempt. The two clash, killing intent everywhere. Seo Jun-ho panting hard. This weapon drains too much mana. But it's the only choice. Swings the scythe down. Die. Skaya. She gets hit while still dazed. Magic flies up, circles back. Jun-ho gathers it on the scythe and leaps up to swing again. Slashing down without hesitation, staring at the illusion. Glad you're just a fake. Her body starts fading. Seo Jun-ho whispers, if you were the real Skaya, I probably would have lost. But the illusion cries, Seo Jun-ho will keep waiting for you. Then vanishes completely. Only blue smoke remains. System pops up a notification. You have cleared the Phantom Trial. Same old message. If you want to proceed to the next challenge, say advance. Saori stands there pouting. Even though you finished, feels super heavy. System repeats itself. If you want to proceed to the next challenge, say advance. Seo Jun-ho grinds out. Don't need to say it. Let's go. Face set with determination, sharp eyes. Then Seo Jun-ho passes out. Eyes flickering, seeing a blurry Saori. She keeps shaking. Seo Jun-ho. Wake up, contractor. Eyes open dark circles, spirit totally drained. Saori sighs in relief. You slept for 30 hours straight. Thought you were dead. Seo Jun-ho mumbles, less than expected. Thought I'd be out for at least 2 days. Arms crossed, she says, that death scythe move is powerful, but the backlash is nasty. Nodding. Even if they were illusions, I got to fight 5 great heroes. Small price to pay. Saori asks curiously, how many trials left? Cracking neck. Don't know exactly. Then adds, but don't think it'll stop at level 10. Manager said he changed the content and difficulty, so nothing's certain. Face darkening. So there are like 6 more of these annoying trials. Seo Jun-ho guesses the cave dungeon gets more dangerous with every step. Trials have been simple so far, but how long can I keep this up? Seeing that, Shiori worries a bit. You okay? Seo Jun-ho hops on the system to buy some necessary gear, putting on a shirt while listening to her ramble. Anyway, opponents were your old teammates. Been a while since you saw them. Seo Jun-ho replies, they're just illusions. Suddenly remembers something, scratches head with a bit of regret. Didn't get to see Cha see you in this time. Hearing that, Shiori gasps. Huh? How'd your parents show up in the illusion? Junho's just like, 'cause they're dead, duh. That hit her so hard she practically froze in place. Shaking, head down, she stammers, my bad. Seriously. He stays cold. Whatever. Not like it happened yesterday. Shiori pats Junho's shoulder with her tiny hand, trying to comfort him. She totally gets it. My folks died when I was 6, so I know how it feels.
That actually shocked him, mouth hanging open a bit. After a sec, he goes, when it rains, it pours, huh? Then they walk toward the glowing gate, the entrance to the break room. Standing in the damp cave, Jun-ho yells, start the 4th trial. The system snaps back, preparing.
Level 4 pops up on the screen. Insomnia. Warning, once this starts, no sleeping for 10 days. Start, he shouts. The countdown timer hits 240 hours. Time starts ticking away 239 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Level 4, Insomnia, is live.
Jun-ho sits on a big chunk of ice, bored out of his mind, staring at the clock. 219 hours, 19 minutes, 24 seconds left. When the timer hits 219 hours, 14 minutes, 20 seconds, Sayori mumbles, it's been over 20 hours. Worried, she asks, you holding up? He replies, so far so good.
Sayori pulls something out and hands it to Jun-ho. You gotta be starving. Take it. But he refuses. Nah. Being hungry keeps me awake. She suggests, why not try a cold shower? 60 more hours fly by. Jun-ho sits there, chin resting on hand, face buried in knees. Sayori nudges from the side. Contractor, don't fall asleep. Yeah, he mumbles, not even looking up. Dark circles under Jun-ho's eyes are getting scary deep. Sayori, wake me up. Got it, she says. Bam. A slushy puddle of melted ice gets slapped right onto his face. 98 hours down, 142 hours, 49 minutes to go. Jun-ho bangs his head against a rock. Looking in the mirror, he doesn't even recognize the reflection. Totally wrecked. Only one thought left. Sleep. Jun-ho eyes the soft mattress. A hot bath and lying down, that would be heaven. His eyes start drooping when Sayori's voice cuts through. Contractor. Did you just doze off while washing your face? Jun-ho shakes his head. Hell no. She crosses her arms, staring him down. The countdown shows only 24 hours left. Come on, Sayori cheers. Just 24 hours. Jun-ho nods. Wait, what's the reward for level 9 again? Oh right, heroes will A, and all stats plus 10. Jun-ho thinks of Mio and Gilberto. Yeah, that reward is totally worth the suffering. Gotta reach at least level 9 this time. Thinking of the squad, determination kicks in. Half conscious, Jun-ho mumbles, I promise, I'll save you guys. Contractor, Sayori yells, snapping him back. Jun-ho looks around, panicked. Did I fall asleep? Did I actually sleep? She shakes her head, pointing at the screen. Nope. Look, timer hit 0. 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Jun-ho sits there, frozen. Jaw drops, then he just flops onto the ground. I won, he gasps. Sayori nods. Yep, you did it. Suddenly confident, he goes, piece of cake. The system chimes in. You have passed the insomnia trial. Then the usual spiel. Insomnia trial complete. To start the next trial, say continue. To leave and claim rewards, say stop. Next level, taste. Jun-ho thinks for a sec, then says, continue. He knows this is going to be a long ride. After a break, the sensory trials continue, pushing human limits on taste, smell, sight, and hearing. Same question pops up every round. To start the next trial, say continue. To leave and claim rewards, say stop. Jun-ho stares at the text. Except for touch, every other sense is getting absolutely hammered.
Next up, silence. He sits in meditation, sweating buckets. Jun-ho closes his eyes. Noise and quiet merge into total stillness. If base trials can combine, that means more crazy new ones are coming. He frowns. Gotta deal with all this mess.
I'll finish this, for sure. Beside him, Sayori's doodling on the ground with a stick. It says, hungry? Jun-ho shakes his head. Ever since he taught her Morse code, she's been obsessed. He goes back to thinking. Next trial, the void.
Most players quit right here. Jun-ho gets it. The void, it's a primal fear nobody shakes off easily. Stuck in total darkness, stripped of all 5 senses, humans get weak. If your mind isn't tough enough, you lose yourself in the nothingness forever.
Jun-ho remembers the past, how he used to run away. Just then, the system pings. You have passed the void trial. Same old message follows. To start the next trial, say continue. To leave and claim rewards, say stop. Level 9, void, and level 10. Time will run at the same time. Eyes popping out, he yells. Say what? The system flashes red warnings. Please exit. Failure may result in erasure of existence. Jun-ho starts sweating. The void was bad enough. Now they're adding time, trapped in endless nothingness, feeling nothing, not even time passing. He bites his lip, shaking. He traces a message on the ground for Seori. The message reads, I'll be back. Jun-ho steels himself. To beat this gate, you gotta bet it all.
She nods, smiling with total trust. Good luck. Don't worry. I'll be waiting right here. His tired eyes sharpen. I got this. Instantly, the system announces, Level 9 and 10, void in time, initiating.
Jun-ho pushes against the ground. Black aura surges up, swallowing him into total darkness. He can't feel a thing, not Seori's power, not even his own. Jun-ho frowns. I'm Seo Jun-ho. He tells himself he can beat this. I'll make it. Time is still ticking. Seo Jun-ho is totally wondering. Who knows how long it's been since dropping into this place? Can't feel the passage of time, can't even feel one's own existence. Just nothing. Flashback to standing in front of that gate. How did things get this messed up? Needed to master that ice skill as soon as possible, but maybe getting too greedy was the problem. Seo Jun-ho feels like running away all over again. It's like being back at that system notification moment. Level 9, the unknown trial. Level 10, the time trial. Both happening at the exact same time. A shocked. Say what? Curious about the self like last time. Nah, forget that. The choice was made. It's all about power now. Seo Jun-ho accepts it, even if it means risking life and limb. Made this choice because there is zero doubt about crushing this challenge. Was so cocky back then. If I get in the cave, I'll do it. Seo Jun-ho grits teeth and screams, I am not gonna die in this hellhole. The eyes roll back, turning completely white. I'm Specter. I'm Seo Jun-ho. Meanwhile, outside, Seori is still standing guard over the unconscious body. Suddenly, a finger twitches. Eyes snap open from a deep sleep. Seori cheers, welcome back. Seo Jun-ho rubs the eyes, asking, how long has it been? Seori answers, 10 days. Seo Jun-ho bolts up. This damn cave. Felt like a whole month passed. Only 10 days. Seriously, Seori rubs her chin, looking a bit unsure. But hey, contractor. Seori feels like something changed. Seo Jun-ho glances around, checking things out before trying to calm her down. No big deal. Just took a little nap. Standing up, eyes closed, the body feels lighter than before. Let's see what we got. Powerful energy flows through Seo Jun-ho's veins. It's shocking, looking down, stunned. My magic loss rate is 0%. Even as Specter, it was at 3%. That means being on the same level as Skea, that natural-born genius. Perfect magic control. Now Jun-ho gets curious. So what does this actually mean? Slowly drawing the sword, taking a stance, staring intently at the blade. Brows furrow, eyes get sharp. Seo Jun-ho unleashes a powerful slash. The impact is insane. Cave walls crack and come crashing down. Debris everywhere, dust choking the air. When the smoke clears, a massive cavern is revealed. Seori comments, your aura is way stronger than before. A nod, and I thought I was perfect before. Then, the system chimes in. You have passed the unknown trial and the time trial. Calculating dungeon rewards. Jun-ho is hyped. Finally, payday, but waiting and waiting. Nothing's happening. Confused, Jun-ho bangs on the system screen. Hey, why is nothing popping up? You lagging or what? Why is it so slow? Seori joins in and punches the screen too. Instantly, a message zaps back with angry lightning. Don't rush me. Still calculating the loot. Manager Gray? A quick reply. Got it. Seori wonders, how massive is this reward if the manager has to step in personally? Numbers start rolling on the screen, spinning like crazy. Finally, it stops. Seo Jun-ho, level 29. Title, The Bringer of Spring. Assistant Seori. New title, Limit Breaker. Virtual Intuition up from B to A. Hero's Wisdom up from A to S. Strength, 94 plus 20. Agility, 100 plus 20. Speed, 96 plus 20. Magic, 120 plus 20. Seo Jun-ho checks it out. All stats increase by 20. That's double the reward from the 9th floor. Suddenly, something catches the eye. Seo Jun-ho remembers saying, adjust the difficulty. If the difficulty goes up, shouldn't the rewards balance out? Realization hits. The dungeon reward matches the struggle. Back then, Gray said mysteriously, I don't know if you're smart or just blunt. Seo Jun-ho gets it now. Gray totally saw this coming. And there's one more special title. Time Breaker. A title for shattering limits in the trial cave. The effect, Every level up grants a random stat +1. Turning to the side, Shiori, yeah, pinch my cheek. She doesn't hesitate, pinching hard. Ow, that hurts. Definitely not a dream. Seo Jun-ho thinks about that +1 stat. Sounds simple, but it's huge. By level 130, that's 100 extra points total. Imagine standing on a peak, looking down at everyone else left in the dust. The longer this goes on, the wider the gap gets. Seeing the spacing out, Shiori yells, "Hey contractor, stop mumbling to yourself. Let's bounce. I am so sick of this cave." Seo Jun-ho snaps back. "Yeah, let's roll. Stay here any longer and I'll lose my mind." The two head for the gate. Got delayed, but lucky overall. "Shiori, I was born in the wrong era." She asks, "Why are you talking nonsense again?" Outside the cave, Jampa and a guard are waiting. Jampa's worried. It's been a month. No sign of coming out. Did something happen? Suddenly, heavy pressure blasts out, making jaws drop. The guard points inside, shouting, "Master Jampa." The rankings changed, the board shows. Rank 1, Seo Jun-ho, 10th floor. Rank 2, Specter, 9th floor. Tied for second, Ramad, 9th floor. Jampa gasps, "Oh my god." Looking at the board, thinking, "We have a new legend." The names are listed out. Rank 1, Seo Jun-ho, 10th floor. Rank 2, Specter, 9th floor. Tied for second, Ramad, 9th floor.
3 more tied for second. Wei Hak, 9th floor, Shin Sang-hyun, 9th floor, and Kim Woo-jung, 9th floor. Meanwhile, in a crowded neighborhood, kids are playing. A figure in a heavy cloak stands in front of a house. Knocks calmly. Not too fast, not too slow. The door opens almost instantly.
Torres Milo bows low. "It is an honor to welcome you to this humble abode." The cloaked figure replies, "Long time no see. So it is Zezer. This place doesn't look very fun." The old man laughs. "We aren't doing this for fun. We are preparing for the second descent of the Heavenly Demon." That news makes the guy jump. "The Heavenly Demon," Exer calls out, "Torres Milo." Amidst the playing children, Exer snaps, furious. "How dare you speak his name in front of these brats?" Torres Milo just snaps his fingers. "But if you don't trust me." Instantly, the kids freeze like puppets. Every single one is under total control.
The noisy street goes dead silent. The kids line up in a specific formation. The old man says, "Just take a look." Cha Si-yun frowns. Kids are freaking scary, but Torres Milo is still smiling like a creep. They're all being trained to be top-tier fiends, just like the boss, Lord Zier.
Another snap of the fingers echoes, and the kids go back to normal, playing around. The guy opens the door wide. "Come on in." Then, next day, clear blue skies in Rome, Italy, beautiful country. Scenes packed, tourists everywhere snapping pics. Shiori's super hyped, shouting out, "Check it, contractor." They're praising that guy on TV. Seo Jun-ho speaks up, "Don't zone out. A reminder, here to find paradise and destroy it. Hit the busy spots where Torres Milo hangs out." Hearing that brings a question. Searching all the way out here in this far-off foreign land. Only way to figure out what Torres Milo actually is. Jun-ho's helpless too, no other choice. Rewind a few days, Shim Deok-gu looking totally grossed out. "Oh my god, my precious Seo Jun-ho is here." Jun-ho backs off, freaked out. "What's wrong?" "So gross." Getting closer. "Come here, bring it in for a hug." "Son." After clearing that dungeon, sponsorship cash is raining down. If that ain't precious, what is? "Just came to wonder, why the summons?" Shim Deok-gu clears the throat, says, "Looked into that orphanage found in Paris last time." Words make Seo Jun-ho jump a bit. Shim Deok-gu explains. Skeleton mage attacked the auction house. In those ruins, tons of kids were being raised to become fiends like that guy. Presses a button on the remote. Can't confirm the exact spot, but dug up some related info. Screen shows a pic of Torres Milo. Deok-gu introduces, "This guy's Torres Milo. Was an active player on the second floor but retired." A slight frown appears. Doing fine for a while, then suddenly felt weak and quit. Not exactly rare, but the behavior after retiring, pretty sus. Shim Deok-gu hits the remote again. Check the next pic. Torres Milo leading some kids. Jun-ho asks, "Kids?" Investigators snap this by accident. Locals say the guy's seen near Rome a lot, but where the dude lives or what he does, no clue. Sometimes brings kids to downtown spots, that's all. But here's the shady part. The kids with Torres Milo, always different ones. Frowning now, definitely weird. But if linked to an orphanage, isn't that too obvious? Shim Deok-gu nods. Got stuck there too. So dug through every crime report in Rome from the last few years. Opens up a chart, look. From the day Torres Milo hits the streets, missing person reports roll in within a week. Every time. Jun-ho thinks it over, then replies, "Gotta investigate this." Deokgyu adds more info. Shows up downtown once every 2 months. Next week hits the 2-month mark exactly. Finding Torres Milo in Rome is top priority. Sitting on a fountain, bummed out. Finding nothing. Shiori jumps into comfort. First day, don't stress. Call it quits for now and go rest. Seo Jun-ho glances up, guess so. Just wandering and chatting. A kid with a hat pulled low bumps right into the target. Ah, sorry. Jun-ho is exhausted. Head back, deep sigh, then a strong grip on the kid's hand. Immediately, the kid struggles and yells, "What are you doing?" The reply, "What am I doing?" Seo Jun-ho snaps, "Hand over the loot, now." Words shock the kid into gritting teeth. It's Marco. From the pocket, a familiar watch drops out. Marco's annoyed. "Titch, thought I scored." "What are you staring at?" "Want an apology?" Jun-ho shakes the head. "No, just debating whether to drag you to the cops or not." Scared the kid half to death. Marco stares at Seo Jun-ho, confused just one sentence, but terrifying. Leaning right into the face. "You belong to a gang or something." Marco's mouth drops, yelling, "So what if I am?" Seo Jun-ho nods, perfect. Taking the chance to ask, "Know this area well, huh? Guard up." "So what?" Cut to Marco's stuffing face like a maniac while Seo Jun-ho just sits there, watching the feast. Can't help but say, "Name's Marco, right? Slow down, gonna get a stomachache." Suddenly stops eating. Seo Jun-ho asks, "What, want more?" Marco waves hands frantically. "No, I'm full." Leans forward, hugging the bread tight. "It's just only I got to eat." Hearing that, no hesitation, waving the waiter over. Seo Jun-ho looks at the menu. "Pack one of everything on here." "How many in the gang?" Marco answers obediently, 16. Turning to the waiter again, 16 orders then. Makes the kid totally shy. Seo Jun-ho digs deeper. "Where's the house?" "Parents?" Marco shakes the head. "None. Kids with the same deal just crash together in this warehouse place." A question comes. "No adults there. Call it an orphanage, right?" Realization hits. "Ah, a priest visits once a month." Seo Jun-ho's curious. "Priest?" Marco's not super clear. Definitely a bishop from the Vatican." Explains. "They wash away sins, make people pure, and take them to paradise." Seo Jun-ho's shocked again. "Paradise?" Marco keeps going. "Priest says you can study, wear cool clothes, and eat 3 full meals a day." Then, looking downcast. "But I don't want to go to paradise." Marco's guarded. "The priest's there. Give me the creeps." Mumbling, creepy, and scary. Sensitive types always get that vibe when facing real villains. Seo Jun-ho asks, "Met the kids from there?" A nod. Didn't see faces, but Marco suddenly cheers up. "Sometimes, if we ask, the priest brings letters those kids wrote. Sounds like they're living the good life." A smile forms. "Is that so? Damn, nice people." Seo Jun-ho's curious. "When do the priests visit again?" The answer, "About 2 days." "Why want to meet him?" Jun-ho cooks up a story. "Actually, got a younger brother lost a long time ago. Just wondering if I could get some help finding the brat." Even Shiori has to say, straight up lying, "Wow." Marco's totally down though. "If that's the reason, I got you. I'll help you meet the priest." Instructions given. "So when the priest shows, let me know. Payment will be solid." A nod. "For sure." Time skips to night at the Vatican. Inside the massive, epic church. A priest walks the hall, lamp in hand. This is the current Pope, Francis XII. Spots something. An uninvited guest. In the middle of the night, Francis looks at the figure standing in the shadows. "Who are you?" The figure shifted stance, revealing the face, making the old man scream in shock. You're Francis?" he stammered, unsure. The shadow fiend, Seo Jun-ho, slid the old mask back on. The old man rushed over. "Clearly, I heard sir was recovering," he replied. "Just laying around gets tiring. Stoked to see ya after 25 years. Francis was overjoyed. "I'm the one who never expected to see sir again." Seems this old man's prayers finally reached the heavens. Bowing deep, felt ashamed to say it. "But we're living good. Thanks to the peace the 5 heroes built." Jun-ho stayed serious. "What's to be ashamed of? Busted my ass for this peace." Suddenly remembered the goal. "Francis, gotta ask something." Curious about what? Seo Jun-ho asked about Marco. "Know any orphanage called Paradise?" Shaking the head. "Paradise? Never heard of it." Then remembered Marco's words, supposedly, in the Vatican. Jun-ho thought, even impersonating direct affiliates, getting pissed off. Ballsy bastards posing as priests to kidnap kids, no different from fiends. Turn to leave. "Is that so? If you don't know, forget it." Francis looked down, apologizing for being useless. Stepping onto the windowsill, suddenly remembered. "Ah," warning Francis. "Might be a big fire near Rome in a few days. Have the fire trucks ready." Confused? A fire? Without another word, Jun-ho took off. "All right, I'm out," Francis shouted. "No? Wait, running to the window, no trace left. Sir always vanishes out of nowhere. Marco's family home, a beat-up house deep in the woods. Marco reminded them, make sure to eat well. Going out for a bit, be right back. Okay, the kids replied. Yeah. Seo Jun-ho stretched, walking out from inside. Slept like the dead. Seeing that, the kid frowned. Got a proper hotel. Why crash here? Acting chill. Why not? Comfy and cozy here. Plus, the kids are cute. Seo Jun-ho took off the glasses. We can just roll together. Marco hesitated. Is that okay? But the reply came. Counting on ya today, my #1 guide. They headed out together, walking single file on the trail. Seori spoke up. Contractor. That kid walks real light. Seo Jun-ho nodded. Felt that too. Mask and glasses fully covering the face. Seo Jun-ho couldn't help asking. Trying to become a player? Huh. Marco jumped. Face turning red, spun around. Whoa. How'd you know? You a player too? Smirking, totally full of it.
At my level, can tell just by how people walk. Seeing that, Marco coughed awkwardly and admitted, yeah, training to be a player. Jun-ho warned, that path ain't easy. But the kid stayed firm. Gotta keep moving forward though.
Don't have parents to lean on. Thinking of the little ones at home, best choice to protect the fam. Then let something slip. Plus, the priest said Paradise has player training, so he'll help out. That info was a shocker. Player training course? Seori heard it loud and clear. Contractor, this is. Seo Jun-ho nodded. Yeah, a scam to lure talented kids, Marco added. Priest is coming, planning to stop by Paradise to study. Get certified, hit the gates, make bank. Super excited. And someday, gonna be a legendary player like Seori. Paused, then blurted, isn't she dead? Just pretend to forget her. Marco stayed cheerful. So what? I've been through stuff too. True, never met her anyway. Seeing that pout, Seo Jun-ho felt helpless. Little punk. Reached a small alley, rain dripping from the roof. Marco pointed, that way leads to the priest's church. Suddenly stopped dead. It was Torres Milo leading a girl away. Seeing the girl, Marco shouted, Anna? Curious, who's Anna? Loudly explained, she's family. Went to Paradise 2 months ago. Jun-ho's eyes scanned the pair, starting to calculate. Marking the day Torres Milo hit that center. For a whole week, missing person reports kept popping up. Recalling the screen Sim Diak Du showed, comparing the images. Serious tone. Found him. Marco lost it and ran over. Anna. Torres Milo asked. Someone you know? Dull Eyes replied. Leader of the family I used to stay with. Ordered to greet warmly.
Anna nodded. Yes. Eyes shifted, becoming bright again, hugging the boy. Brother Marco. Been so long, happily asked. Anna, you doing okay? Torres Milo faked a kind look. Hello, Marco. Heard a lot about you. Marco hesitated. Hello, father. Did you leave the kids at home to come here? Jun-ho's voice cut in. Finally found ya. Grabbed the kid, looking annoyed. Hey, brat, finished talking before running off. Thought I lost ya. Torres Milo kept smiling. You who are you?
Thinking internally. Sunglasses and a mask. Trying to hide the face. Seo Jun-ho scratched the head, laughing. Ah, forgot to introduce myself. Just a tourist, named Seo Jun-ho. Kid's my guide. Torres Milo relaxed a bit. I see. I'm Torres Milo. Extended a hand. Pleasure to meet you. Torres Milo. Reached out too. Yes, pleasure to meet you. Seo Jun-ho. But the grip was crushingly strong, radiating pressure, making the man frown. This bastard. What's the deal? Could it be? Torres Milo played it off. Quite a grip you got there. Are you a player? Scratched the head, acting shy. Oh, how'd you know? Yep, level 27 player. Hearing that, gritted teeth thinking, level 27, just a pest, not worth touching. While Torres Milo schemed, Seo Jun-ho asked, by the way, Marco, is this guy from Paradise? Terrified the man, but Marco nodded. Yeah, met him before with Father Seon. Hastily interrupted, wait, hold on. Torres Milo looked confused. Said you were a tourist, right? How do you know about Paradise? Face went dark and dangerous. Actually, came here looking for a lost brother from 15 years ago. Seori couldn't watch, starting this crap again. Seeing Torres Milo starting to buy the story, Seo Jun-ho kept running his mouth. I asked around about my sibling everywhere and found this place called the Garden of Eden. So, can I see the list of people who came here? He made up an excuse to refuse. Bummer. Our orphanage doesn't have any kids over 15. Suddenly, Torres Milo thought to himself. Hold up. If I let him go this easily, he might spill the beans about the Garden of Eden to the outside world. So he suggested, no worries, let's go there together. Torres Milo reckoned checking personally would be faster. I'm glad to help you out, too. Anna looked at Marco. You coming along? He agreed. Sure, everyone really misses you. Seo Jun-ho was playing his part perfectly too. Torres Milo, thanks a lot. They went to a fancy church area. The place was massive. Marco ran around all excited. Is this whole place the Garden of Eden's grounds? Torres Milo laughed hard. Yep, pretty big, huh? He walked up to a red-haired woman. Hello, director. She nodded back. Hello, sir. This woman was the orphanage director. They acted like nothing was up and walked past each other. But right before splitting up, Torres Milo gave an order. Check if anyone's tailing us. The director obeyed and headed straight for the main gate, then to a huge building. Seo Jun-ho got curious. Is that building the dorms? He introduced. Dorms, classrooms, church. Everything's right here. Then Torres Milo pointed to a room on the side. And this lecture hall is, where we train kids dreaming of becoming players. Marco looked inside, totally stoked. The kids were practicing with swords, but those soulless eyes were enough to freak anyone out. Torres Milo suggested, let's take a peek inside. As he walked past, a henchman reported, no tails behind us, sir. Torres Milo said coldly, thanks. Suddenly, he clapped his hands loud. All right, just had a great idea. Torres Milo called out, hey, Seo Jun-ho. They looked over. He looked dangerous, like a veteran player. Torres Milo said, can you teach the juniors a few moves? The kids were already waiting. Before Seo Jun-ho could answer, Torres Milo shouted, come on, attention please. Today I invited an active player named Seo Jun-ho to join us. He scratched his head, acting shy. The man introduced. As a senior, he wants to teach you guys a few tricks. Assistant instructors, get in here too. The director led the way, followed by a mob holding swords. Now a crowd of adults and kids stood facing Jun-ho and Marco. Marco tugged his arm. Hey, why does this feel weird? He praised. Sharp kid. The eyes of the children here were glowing red, like they were being controlled. Even the director's crew had the exact same eyes. Marco backed away in fear, screaming, their eyes are all. Seo Jun-ho looked at Torres Milo and instructed, look closely and remember. Those red eyes are key proof they're fiends. Then the man showed his true colors. You're pretty clever, suddenly bringing up the Garden of Eden to me. He asked, did you feed those kids demon blood? Torres Milo answered like it was obvious. You saw it. How else do you become a fiend without drinking demon blood? He suddenly went psycho. Of course, they all refused at first. I killed a few as an example, so the rest drank it in a hurry while crying their eyes out. Hearing this, Marco fell to his knees in despair, gasping. What? Tears started rolling down his face. So that meant. Marco looked at his siblings Anna, Lynn, then his little brothers Leo, Du. All those kids made him blame himself. I didn't know anything about this. They cried and didn't want to go, but I still forced them. Marco gritted his teeth and roared, you scumbag. You're worse than an animal. He rushed forward, throwing a punch. But the director instantly blocked him to protect Torres Milo, then slammed a fist into Marco's gut. His eyes bulged in pain. Just as expected, Marco coughed up fresh blood, then crashed to the ground, unable to fight back. Torres Milo pointed at him with delight, laughing hard. Look at that pathetic kid. Marco's whole body shook, trying to force himself up, fist clenched tight. You bastards. Marco used all his strength to shout. One day, the Specter will punish you. Torres Milo scoffed. If you said that 25 years ago, we might have been scared. He continued casually, but now he's just hiding to recover or whatever. Even if he comes back, no fiend gives a damn about him anymore. No one noticed Seo Jun-ho walking closer step by step, but those words plunged Marco into despair again, tears welling up. He stood in front of the kid, calling, Marco. The sunglasses fell to the ground. Players are people who, even when watching their most precious ones die right before their eyes, still have to endure it and move forward. A ghost mask appeared in Seo Jun-ho's hand, so if you want to be a real player,
You gotta hold your weapon tight till the end, even against enemies way stronger than you. He put the mask on himself. But since you're not a player yet, Seo Jun-ho turned and said, I'll help you this time. He appeared as the shadow. Marco was still dazed. What is going on?
He stared at the back of the man, wondering, why is he wearing the night watchman's mask? It's a lie. Why would someone so legendary come here to help me? But anyway, if you really are the night watchman. Marco's tears poured down as he screamed, please, save my siblings. Torres Milo didn't buy it. Turning to mock his minion, he's the Specter. The black-haired guy laughed hard. Sounds about right. Calling himself the Specter just because his name's Seo Jun-ho. A fiend stepped forward, coming out like it's a movie scene. Huh? He pointed at Seo Jun-ho's chest. If you're the Specter, my head's gonna fly off in 5 seconds, right? He replied softly. Won't even take 5. The fiend gasped in panic. What? You arrogant little instantly, a sword cut right through him. The fiend's red eyes flashed before turning lifeless. He lost all strength and crumpled to his knees, while Seo Jun-ho had already glided past him. Seeing this, the directors group dropped their jaws in fear and backed away. Huh, they screamed in terror, the Night Watchman? That's definitely the power of darkness. Torres Milo retreated to a safe corner, pointing his finger to give orders.
Why are you just standing there staring? Go kill him now! They quickly launched themselves forward. He gritted his teeth. The Night Watchman. Is he seriously the Specter? Torres Milo quietly tapped the screen on his watch. Probably just some guy using tricks like the Specter, but he's definitely a skilled player.
The old man looked back. At first, Jun-ho played the fool, acting like some total nobody. But that guy, he could actually put times in real danger. But if there were signs of demonic archers and swordsmen, things would be totally different. Over there, a mob of fiends rushed Jun-ho with swords drawn, but the guy just stood there, totally chill.
He raised a hand high, then, snap. Just a gentle finger snap. A beast summoned from the shadows popped up, jaws wide, growling like crazy. And it wasn't just one. A whole pack split up to chase down those fiends. The fiends turned tail and ran. The gray-haired one was fuming, shouting, "Damn it! All that with just a finger snap?"
Don't bother fighting him. Everyone, scatter. They split up fast, trying to mess with the shadow beast's attacks. Jun-ho watched, curious, trying to create a diversion to call for backup. Huh, total waste of time. Standing there, Jun-ho sensed that while their magic power had spiked compared to 25 years ago, the energy loss recorded in the training cave was literally 0%. My magic's got no limits now. A fiend in white tried to make a break for it, but Jun-ho just stood in the corner, watching the pathetic attempt. Eyes flashing sharp, tracking every move. That's when Torres Milo felt real fear kicking in. This guy is a legit fiend hunter. The old man looked ready to collapse. So the legend about 100 fiends falling here. It's true. Even so, Torres tried to cling to hope, screaming, "Damn it, you useless trash." Turning to the kid fiends, Torres barked, "Go catch that guy right now. Stall for time until Laborin gets here." The little girls took the order, and the whole group of kids swarmed toward Jun-ho. Using kids as shields? Seriously. Jun-ho unleashed a menacing aura, shouting, "Back off," while I'm still asking nicely. Power slammed into Shu, making the kid shake violently. A scream echoed through the space as shadows swallowed Shu whole, leaving the kid collapsing to the ground. Seeing that, Torres was terrified. Didn't expect Jun-ho to be so ruthless. The old man bolted, thinking, "Damn it. I knew those brats were just weak, useless trash, running and plotting at the same time. When the hell is that bastard Labyrinth showing up?" Torres sprinted forward like a madman. "At this rate, I'm dead meat." Suddenly, Torres tripped over something, jumped, and face-planted hard. Scrambling up, the guy cursed, "Damn it. Can't trip and get stuck in a mess like this." Totally missed the fact that the leg was covered in blood. Torres glanced back at the spot of the fall, then grabbed the leg where a foot used to be and screamed bloody murder. "Pathetic scum." Jun-ho stepped closer, voice cold. Staring down at the mess, Jun-ho asked, "Did you ever, even once, think about how those kids felt being forced into becoming monsters?" Torres nodded frantically. Yes, of course." Jun-ho replied, "Oh, really?" Then swung a hand, unleashing a wave of, "That's great then." The dark energy slashed into Torres like sharp swords. Jun-ho's voice dropped to 0 degrees. "Now, dying won't feel unfair to you, will it?" Torres coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Still gasping and choking out a weak, "Help me." Jun-ho's sharp hand was already right behind the guy. Slamming Torres' head into the dirt, Jun-ho ripped off the mask and shouted, "Pay back every single life of the kids who died for you. Right now." Time seemed to rewind way back. Someone's blood-soaked hands spoke out. "This is demon blood." Torres grabbed it, looking totally hyped.
Thinking, if I get that demon power, I can crush all those losers who look down on me. Staring at the blood drops, Torres was in pure ecstasy. Finally, my chance. The face twisted with excitement. Back in reality, Jun-ho and Seori stood at a distance, watching the system screen. Opposite them was Torres Milo. Jun-ho's voice was flat. Instead of grinding to level up your actual skills, you got jealous of other people's power and chose to become a monster. Seori turned, curious. "Contractor, is this the drama you were talking about?" Jun-ho shook his head. "Nope." Then pointed at the screen to explain.
"This is the skill, Confession of the Dead. Lets us snag info from the dead guy's memories." She peeked in. "That's a dope ability." Jun-ho hit the start button. If this guy was the manager of the Garden of Eden, there's gotta be tons of dirt on the Fiend Association. Memories started playing on screen, just a bunch of kids playing together. A bearded dude was standing by the window, watching them. Jun-ho and Siri stood in the corner like silent spectators. The bearded guy glanced back, asking, "You're Torres Milo, the current boss of the Garden of Eden?" Torres knelt on the floor. "Yeah." The man turned and walked over. "Good." A bunch of images flashed on the screen. The man praised Torres. "I'm actually digging your mind manipulation skills. The power that caused all those second-rate players to vanish and that whole town incident." But Torres was sweating bullets, crushed by the pressure.
Thinking, I feel like I'm being threatened by something way out of my league. Suddenly, the bearded man reached out, truly a tasty piece of prey. Then he reassured him, "No need to freak out, I just have a taste for your abilities." This was the bearded chef, Aja. A small yellow orb appeared in Aja's hand.
He popped it into his mouth. After savoring it, Aja commented, "Now that's a killer flavor. Wonder what made it so interesting. With the ingredients I've got, I can probably whip it up." Looking down at the terrified Torres, he added, "Thanks anyway. I think I've got a solid recipe now. Since you gave me such awesome ingredients, I'll let you in on why the Garden of Eden was built." Meanwhile, outside the window, it was getting late, but that old voice kept droning on. "A gourmet dish can only be made with the freshest top-tier ingredients. For example, demons." Aja's eyes drifted to the yard. "Or those little trash bags running around the playground. You think those brats can turn into powerful demons just by drinking demon blood? Nope. Even if you pump them full of demon blood, the best you'll get is a half-demon," he continued. "That's why in 24 years, the Garden of Eden only produced 5 quality true blood demons. The garden wasn't originally built to crank out strong demons anyway." Aja's memory flashed back 24 years. Demons hiding in the shadows reached the second frontier and set up an organization.
But they were terrified of the 5 heroes waking up from the eternal ice and wiping them out. It was all because of the fear those icemen instilled in them. The leader's solution back then was to build a Garden of Eden. The guy clenched a fist, determined, "We need power."
He shouted, "The peak power those 5 heroes possess. The overwhelming force I saw with my own eyes." The leader declared they'd get the strongest attributes and create their own night demons, fading back to Torres Milo's memories. At that moment, he gasped in shock. "So that's the play?" Torres Milo asked, full of curiosity. "You established Paradise just to cook up a second night fiend?" Agia confirmed it. "That's right." He broke it down. "Think of this place as a factory designed to select the kids who've awakened as demons. I'm gonna gather those raw materials, mix them all together, and use the ultimate palette to recreate abilities just like the Night Fiend." Even Agia himself was getting a little hype about the prospect. "If we can snag even half the Night Fiend's power, hell, even a fraction of a fraction, we're talking about creating the strongest monster in existence." He brought up Esfa and Vincent. "Sure, we managed to create some knockoffs that came close, but let's be real, they were just crude trash." Then Agia dropped a hint. "But there's a better way to use Paradise, especially now that the real Night Fiend is actually back." His eyes narrowed, looking incredibly shady. "I'm heading back to the second floor to wait for him. What comes will come. I'm actually looking forward to this meeting." Meanwhile, Seo Jun-ho snapped back to reality in the cathedral. Dark energy was swirling tightly around Torres Milo's body. Jun-ho's hands were trembling. He grabbed his face, totally unable to believe it. "So that's the reason? That's why they hunted those kids and turned them into demons? Just to create a second Night Fiend?" Seo Jun-ho stood in front of a small, cracked pit, staring at the screen and muttering to himself. "You mean to tell me they kidnapped those kids and turned them into ghouls just to manufacture a second Specter?" As soon as he said it, he slumped over, feeling completely defeated. Seo Jun-ho remembered the kids forced to drink demon blood. That meant thousands of children had been dragged here and turned into ghouls against their will. Thinking about them being trained by those fiends, he clenched his fists so hard they turned white. "This is all my fault." Furious, Jun-ho slammed his shadow mask onto the ground. Smash! It hit the floor and shattered into pieces, flying everywhere. Sayori rushed over to comfort him. "Contractor, this isn't your fault." He hesitated. "I know. I know that." But Jun-ho held his head, gritting his teeth. "I just can't stop feeling guilty, damn it. Once a player turns into a ghoul, there is no going back. They can never be human again. I know that better than anyone." Images of innocent kids turning into monsters flashed through his mind. Seo Jun-ho made up his mind right then and there. He was going to end this tragedy with his own hands. Back in the large training room, Marco went around shaking everyone. "Anna, Leo." He helped Anna up. "Wake up," trying to rouse Leo with his other hand. "Why is everyone passed out like this?" Just then, the big doors opened and Jun-ho walked in. Marco's face lit up. "Specter." He was holding Anna. "They won't wake up."
"Do you think they have brain damage or something? We gotta get them to a hospital, stat." Then he remembered something, and tears started streaming down his face. Oh, right, the ghoul blood. We have to suck it out. He stared at them, freezing up, his voice trembling.
If we get it out, they'll go back to normal, right? Marco couldn't stop crying, looking up at Seo Jun-ho. Please, he begged. Save my brothers and sisters. Jun-ho could only pat his head. I'm so sorry. But Seo Jun-ho had to drop the hard truth. It was impossible. He tried to explain it as gently as he could. I get how you feel right now. But there's a reason society rejects ghouls. Jun-ho explained. If a normal person drinks ghoul blood, two things happen. If they can't adapt, they die. If they survive, they turn into a ghoul. Suddenly, a voice called out. Brother. Both of them spun around immediately. Marco screamed, totally losing it. Anna. Are you okay? Then the other kids started stirring. Big bro. Marco cheered, absolutely thrilled. Leo, you too? Everyone's okay. Marco hugged Anna tight, overwhelmed. Thank God. I thought something bad happened to you guys. Then she whispered. Marco, something feels weird. Anna's eyes were bloodshot and creepy. I love you, Marco, but why do I want to kill you? She extended her hand nails, sharp as claws. Before he could process it, she slashed at him. But a strong hand grabbed Marco's collar. Seo Jun-ho yanked him back just in time, making Anna miss her strike.
He knew the deal. All ghouls are violent and bloodthirsty. No matter what the cost, their instincts drive them to slaughter everything right then and there. He looked at Anna's face, veins popping out, twisted and distorted. These were people who drank the blood and turned themselves into monsters.
Seo Jun-ho frowned, feeling helpless. I'm really sorry, kid. Just as he spoke, dark energy swirled around her as she charged like a maniac. Everything went pitch black. Suddenly, the system pinged. Demonic energy detected at lowest level. He gasped, what the hell? The system continued. You can use Night Watchguard to absorb the dark energy. Jun-ho was stunned. Asterisk, I can absorb dark energy. Is this like curing a sore throat by swallowing ice energy or something? Asterisk. But right then, Anna got wrapped up in the black mist, screaming in pain. She was trapped right in the center of it. He still couldn't believe it. No way. I've never heard of Night Watchguard doing that. Then Jun-ho remembered Ajya's words. Asterisk, if you put ghoul blood into a non-human creature. Asterisk, asterisk, they'll only turn into half-demons. Asterisk, he shook his head. Can't be. But then Jun-ho realized, if a non-human gets transformed, it means there's still a chance to save them. Small footsteps appeared behind him. Someone called out, Specter. Seo Jun-ho glanced back, surprised. It was Marco, trying to act tough. No matter what happens, please let me handle things for my brothers and sisters. He looked at the kids, their eyes empty. I sent them to paradise and look what happened. But Jun-ho didn't rush, just asked, Are you serious? This memory is gonna haunt you for life. Marco grabbed his pant leg, shouting, Mr. Player. Tears were pouring down his face like rain. Holding on to what I have and moving forward is what you taught me. Seeing that, both Jun-ho and Seori smiled. He walked over and patted Marco's head. Cool kid. Seori chimed in too, totally cool. Marco looked confused, not getting what was going on. Seo Jun-ho said, Not many players shed tears for others, you know. You're gonna be a great player. But then he turned back. However, you're too young to carry such a heavy burden. Seo Jun-ho waved his hand toward Anna, who was still pinned down. A sphere of dark energy materialized. Meanwhile, in another room, the clock struck 10. Sign pushed himself up slowly. What time is it? He checked his watch and freaked out. What? I slept for 17 hours. Sign frowned, clutching his face. Damn it. Guess that chase with Kim Woo-jung drained me more than I thought. I'm gonna pay him back double for this someday. Asterisk. Suddenly, noticed the smartwatch sitting nearby. A message just popped up. Come to the assembly hall. Got some stuff to show you. Sign immediately lost it, growling. Torres Milo, you dirty bastard. Doesn't even know where this is, yet dares to bark orders. Better be worth it, or else. I'll end you myself. Changed clothes, shoved hands in pockets, and headed down to the training room. The sight downstairs caught Cha Si-yoon off guard. Brows furrowed tight, something was definitely wrong. Seeing workers hauling stuff out, Cha Si-yoon yelled, What the hell is this? But they just kept packing up Paradise's equipment like nothing happened. Looked around, the fiends were gone too. Cha Si-yoon gritted teeth hard enough to crack them. What the actual hell is going on here? Next morning at the Vatican, that massive, beautiful castle came into view. Guards were staring in one direction, looking terrified. Seo Jun-ho sat on the bench wearing the mask, while Marco was shaking like a leaf. Everyone's staring at you, Specter, Marco whispered. Ignore him. If you want to roll with me, better get used to it. That's what was said, but looking around, Seo Jun-ho had to think twice. The vibe is way worse than 25 years ago. Just then, a servant approached. Lord Specter, Checkups for all 217 rescued children are complete. The results. Marco clasped hands together, praying. The servant bowed. All children tested negative for fiend blood. Thank you for planting hope in this barren land. Hearing that, Marco's jaw dropped in pure joy, cheeks flushing red. Suddenly, someone walked out. Lord Specter. It was Francis. I can't thank you enough for saving hundreds of lives. If you agree, I'd like to go public with this incident. Warn people about the fiends. Seo Jun-ho nodded. Do what you want. Then, remembering something. Since you're so grateful, can I ask for a favor? Francis looked puzzled. What do you need? The kid I brought. Anna. She's asleep right now. With the children resting in intensive care, Seo Jun-ho briefly explained their situation. No parents, no guardians. That's exactly why they were targeted. Crimes like this happen in holy cities because the church failed to protect these kids. You realize that, right? Francis nodded. It is true. Shocking, Marco. Francis took full blame. The church will take full responsibility. Marco teared up, totally moved. Really? Slapped Marco on the back. Hear that, Marco? With the Holy Temple's education, you won't have to slave away at part-time jobs anymore. Choked up, the kid cried. Specter. Seo Jun-ho leaned down, teasing. Crying again? Marco, you're a dude. Stop leaking water everywhere. Marco froze, embarrassed, then snapped back, shouting, I'm not crying. Just got dust in my eye. It's irritation, okay? Got it? Francis and the others just smiled helplessly. Then came time to say goodbye. Marco wiped the tears away. From now on, I'll work my butt off to become a top player and be your subordinate. Was rambling on about paying you back when Seo Jun-ho cut in. Sorry, kid, I don't do subordinates. Marco's eyes welled up again immediately. Just as Marco was about to yell, a big hand landed on that head. Seo Jun-ho grinned, eyes crinkling. No subordinates, but I do take teammates. My standards are high, though. So if you want to run with me, you better grind hard. Hearing that, the kid cheered up instantly. Yes, and just like that, the Vatican castle faded into the distance. A few days later, breaking news flashed on the screen. An orphanage in Rome exposed as a front for breeding fiends. Victims from the Garden of Eden have all been rescued safely. Furthermore, the Garden of Eden's illegal drug ring was dismantled by one of the 5 heroes, Specter. Watching the news, Sign screamed in rage, Specter. You bastard, ruining our plans. Grabbed head in frustration. If I'd awakened sooner, I could have taken care of that, Specter punk. Slippery as an eel, just like Seo Jun-ho. Sign lost it and smashed the screen. Roared out, just you wait. Missed you this time, but once I deal with Seo Jun-ho, you're dead meat. Next day, at the Korean Player Association, someone bowed from afar. Welcome, Lord Specter. Seo Jun-ho, masked up, replied, good work. Suddenly, a mix of noises drifted in from the balcony. Seo Jun-ho frowned. Why is it so loud out there? Turned towards the noise. Stepped outside, shielding eyes from the sun. The first thing that hit Seo Jun-ho was a giant sign saying, Dear Specter. Huge balloons and welcome back banners. Below, a massive crowd packed the streets, celebrating Specter's return. Stood there, looking down at the sea of people. A kid on his dad's shoulders spotted Jun-ho and screamed, Hey, there's Specter. The crowd erupted. It's really him. It's Specter. Jun-ho just stood there, eyes wide, totally clueless. Shim Deok-gu appeared out of nowhere. Police estimated over 500,000 people. Shim Deok-gu, what the hell is this? Glanced over. Can't figure it out? Shim Deok-gu explained. They gathered here just to see you. Jun-ho listened, gazing down at the excited young faces. They're grateful you came back. Hearing that, silence. Didn't know how to respond. An official walked up. Lord Specter, I'll escort you to the association. Everyone was buzzing. Thank you for coming back. A spiky-haired guy chimed in. Thank you, Specter. Seeing that, Jun-ho stepped into the cleared path. Eyes narrowed, thinking, someday, I want you guys to see this view too. Then, why besides Seo Jun-ho spoke up. I've arranged the press conference just as you asked. Wait, got a question here. Just a hunch, but this presser isn't just to announce cooperation between you and the association, is it? Seo Jun-ho got curious, asking, Sim Deok-gu, remember when I first woke up? Deok-gu looked confused. When you first woke up? Jun-ho answered his own question. The world seemed so peaceful back then. You guys did a pretty good job. Thought the world finally got the peace we always wanted. Jun-ho clutched the mask tight, but looking closer, realized that wasn't the case at all. Turns out, while the 5 heroes were gone, fiends started popping up and preying on the weak. 25 years ago, the fiends weren't running wild like this. Deok-gu shot back. That's cause the 5 heroes were born to stop him. But now, it's just you carrying the whole load. Jun-ho nodded. I know. My strength isn't what it used to be. Thought at first, just need to get strong enough to bring the team back. Voice cracked a bit there, but reality sucks. The Fiends don't need downtime like they used to. That's why they pulled that crap, to make people like me. They need someone to play the hero against the monsters. Deokyu jumped out of the seat, shouting, "Wait, are you seriously trying to go back to being Specter?" Deokyu warned, "Jun-ho, you know why the Nine Heavens and other guilds don't want to be the next Specter? Because the one leading the charge gets a target painted on their back. Being a hero doesn't just attract enemies. If you go back, doesn't matter how it ends. Everyone's gonna blame you. And if you don't show up exactly when they want, expect a storm of hate and criticism."
Memories of old teammates flashed in Junho's mind. They were calling out. "Sorry I'm late," Junho whispered. Deokgu insisted the team had already sacrificed enough. "Time to rest," Deokgu said. Junho let out a heavy sigh. "I know, didn't want this burden either. But the problem is there's nobody else left."
Skills might be rusty, but the name still carries weight. Suddenly, the Frost Queen popped up. "Contractor, that's a huge decision you just made. I'll acknowledge that courage." Junho just bowed his head in silence. Thinking back on how bad things were, there was no way this was ending peacefully. It was about the orphans. Deokgu rubbed his forehead, frustrated. "Seriously?" Then he walked over and patted Junho's shoulder. "I'm out. Do whatever you want, you idiot." Then asked, "So what's the plan?" While Deokgu was still dazed, Junho spoke up. "Crank the volume to the max. Make sure Specter's voice shakes the second floor." Time flew by. Press conference day. The banner screamed Specter press conference. Reporters packed the place. A captain with glasses stared straight ahead, looking dead serious. Longtime fans were there too, and Ho was rocking those dark shades as usual. Looks like the VPs and captains of the Big Six all showed up. Lots of big shots. Probably going to be a massive power struggle soon. Seeing the silence, In-ho turned around. "Princess," Gong Ju-ha just laughed. Girl was hyped. "Can't believe I'm going to see Specter in the flesh." In-ho sighed, "Oh my god, please chill out." The host announced Specter and President Deokgu would be out any second. "Please be patient." Just then, the doors swung open. Seo Jun-ho walked in first, ice-cold expression locked in. Headed straight for the seat, Deokgu trailed behind. Camera flashes went crazy. Jun-ho grabbed the mic. Deokgu announced, "Press conference starts now. We'll take a few questions." Hands shot up everywhere. He pointed. "Yeah, you go ahead." Reporter stood up. "Everyone knows Specter's been on ice for 24 years. Is this a rumor or some conspiracy theory? So, can you prove you're actually Specter right now?" A curly-haired reporter, who'd interviewed Jun-ho before, got annoyed. "What's he talking about?" A female reporter looked confused. "Prove it? Is he nuts?" But Jun-ho didn't even flinch, just pushed off the table and stood up.
"Fine," slowly drew the sword. "If that's what you want." A massive slash came crashing down. The pressure was insane. Glasses-wearing captain frowned. "Sword of light." The pink-haired captain's jaw dropped. "Incredible."
Blue-haired captain was buzzing. 25 years later. That's the power. Jun-ho sheathed the blade. The reporter muttered, "Thank you." Another guy asked, "After the Rome incident and everything else, are you planning to return to the battlefield?" Pause for a second. "Actually, I was planning to retire." Jun-ho stood there, staring into the flashing lights. "When I woke up, a friend told me the peace we have is thanks to the sacrifices my team made. I was proud. Hell, I even cried. Felt relieved, thinking the world didn't need us anymore." Then he brought up the kids in Rome. "But after seeing the horror of paradise, I realized it's not time to rest yet." Images of innocent kids kept flashing in his mind. Jun-ho's voice boomed. "Did you know? In the last 24 years, nearly 6,000 kids have been kidnapped and slaughtered by fiends." Reporters started buzzing. "That many? How?" Jun-ho kept going. "Nobody knew. Because nobody cared."
"We could have stopped it if anyone actually paid attention." Jun-ho clenched his fist. "All players, all guilds, we need to work together." He was dead set on wiping the fiends out for good. Even Ju-ha and In-ho looked stunned, faces getting serious.
Room went dead silent. Even the cameramen froze. Jun-ho spoke up again. "And one last thing. The news was broadcasting live everywhere. Everyone was watching. Giant screens on buildings lit up with the press conference. Just announced the comeback. Press con wrapped. Seo Jun-ho heads back to the usual spot, flops on the couch, and starts doom scrolling. Just swiping through the feed, casual style. Articles are popping off everywhere. Rookie Seo Jun-ho is getting major props from Specter. Then there's Specter saying, "Not back to 100% yet, but this is enough." The whole room went dead silent when Specter dropped the bomb. All players and guilds gotta work together. Comment section is blowing up, maxed out at 99+. Specter's the real deal. Thousands of fiends past level 100, no sweat. Wiping out those fiends is a cakewalk for Specter. Total silence. We all lost it when that light sword came out. Is Specter's magic still OP like before? Jun-ho thinks, satisfied. Asterisk, nice, looks like that grabbed plenty of attention. Asterisk, suddenly, Seori screams, contractor, scared the crap out of Jun-ho. Rushing to check on things, what's wrong? She points at the TV, finished season 1. Put on season 2, now. Grabbing the remote with total attitude, scowling. Already showed you how to work this thing. Why not do it yourself instead of sitting there screaming all day? But Seori just commands with that tone, contractor, I'm parched. Go make my afternoon tea. Jun-ho snaps back, do I look like a servant? Then she pulls the puppy dog eyes. Plie ass, contractor? Ugh, fine, going to get it. Yeah, it's an honor to serve. Pouring water like a total psycho. Asterisk ha. Think you can just boss people around. Asterisk handing the glass to Seori, waiting for the show. Now it's time to try this. It's what we drink when we're thirsty. She looks super hyped.
What is this? It looks so pure and refreshing. Jun-ho turns away. How is it? Face dark, waiting for the moment. Seori takes a big sip through the straw. Next second, she's flying around like a pinball, crashing into everything while Jun-ho just watches.
Soaked to the bone, Seori yells. Contractor, this drink attacked me. Jun-ho's laughing so hard there are tears. Holding up the soda bottle to explain. It's carbonated. Guess it's not really the right vibe. She finally gets it. Seori's shaking a fist, grinding teeth. Asterisk, I won't forget this grudge. Asterisk. Then Jun-ho goes, oh, right, gotta bounce for a bit to handle some business. Just stay here and watch TV. Seori acts all high and mighty, blushing while sitting properly. Mercy is a key virtue for Seori. I'll let this slide for now. Jun-ho judges silently. Asterisk, she's so basic. Asterisk. Later, heading out, stopping the elevator at the 7th floor. Doors open, thinking asterisk. After wrecking those fiends in the heavens, level hit 29. Asterisk magic is way stronger now. Asterisk grinning. Satisfied. Asterisk. Might be time to bust out the old moves. Asterisk. Just then, the watch buzzes. Call from Sim Deok-gu. Picking up, Hyung, what's good? Deok-gu asks, where you at? Jun-ho goes, me? Heading to the training room, Deok-gu eyes the crowd, hesitating. Sorry, but can you get over here, like, right now? It's not just a couple of people, it's a whole packed table. Deok-gu drops the news. All the Big Six captains want to sit down. That confuses Jun-ho. Asterisk, why is the Big Six looking for me all of a sudden? Asterisk asking, did they come for Specter? Nope, Deok-gu says. They're here for Seo Jun-ho. That's a shock. They want Jun-ho, not Specter. Flashback to those faces at the press conference. Thinking back, that press con was super last minute, but the captains showed up instantly. Didn't look like they were rushing, either. Based on that serious vibe, Jun-ho guesses they were already camping on the first floor to scout. After thinking it over, asking, why not just kick them out? There's more to it, right? Sim Deok-gu rubs his forehead, total headache. Wanted to, trust me. But knowing those guys, they're a bunch of savages. They'd rather destroy what they can't have than let someone else get it. Hearing that, Jun-ho gets interested. If that's the vibe, got a killer idea. In the waiting room, the Big Six captains are sitting there looking dead serious. Then, steady footsteps approach. Sup, it's Seo Jun-ho, obviously, walking in all cocky. What brings the mighty Big Six captains to a dump like this? The pink-haired captain just keeps arms crossed. Obviously, we want to recruit you, since you took first place in the trial dungeon. Jun-ho asks, and the rest? The captain with glasses replies, same goal here. Seo Jun-ho shrugs. Sorry, but just gonna say, can't move to another organization. Personal reasons. The blue-haired captain makes a huge offer. If it's about the cancellation fee, don't sweat it. Our guild will cover the whole thing. Still, Jun-ho shakes his head and slams a sword onto the table. That's not it. The captain stares at the weapon, totally stunned. Asterisk, is that the Fiend Hunter sword? Asterisk. The blue-haired captain recognizes it. It's the weapon Specter used in the Antarctica Gate. Seo Jun-ho speaks up. Pretty sure everyone knows what this is.
Specter gave this as proof. Since declaring war on the Fiends, Specter's been scouting for allies on the 2nd floor, puffing out the chest, looking super proud. And I was chosen as the official representative. Curly hair in the corner thinks, no way Specter is building a private army?
Gong Ju-ha's jaw drops. Asterisk. Had no idea Jun-ho was tight enough with Specter to be the rep. Asterisk. She starts plotting. Asterisk. If we join forces with Specter and help wipe out the fiends, our public image will skyrocket. Then Jun-ho will definitely join the guild. Asterisk. Seo Jun-ho holds up 3 fingers. Specter has 3 conditions, listing them off. First, to keep things fair and not favor any specific guild. I'm sticking with the association. Second, any guild that agrees to the terms gets access to Specter's intel and gains massive clout on the second floor.
Third, you gotta cough up any info Specter asks for. Obviously, it's a two-way street when you get info back. Specter will publicly announce the guild's contributions. Hearing this, Gong Joo-ha realizes that honestly, whatever the proposal is, the big six,
I have zero choice but to say yes, just to get on Specter's good side, knowing that ever since the press conference, the guilds have been getting roasted and scrutinized because they weren't exactly busting their humps to handle the ghouls, cause all they cared about was their own pockets. But the real kicker, Gong Joo-ha realized, Specter's the one actually calling the shots here. Then it was just a parade of guilds stalling, saying, "My bad, gotta ask the boss," or, "Sorry, can't make that call myself." Total cop-out. Another captain chimed in, "Same here, gotta check with the guild master."
Seo Jun-ho saw things were going the right way, so just waved and walked out. Cool, hit me up when you guys make up your minds. Got somewhere to be, so peace out, leaving them to figure it out. Blue hair captain sighed. We got too greedy and got played like fiddles. Was totally sure that as long as Seo Jun-ho's the face of Specter,
no guild's gonna be able to recruit the guy. Blue hair was still wondering, does that mean Specter actually thinks Seo Jun-ho's got the potential to rival the 5 heroes? Pink hair nodded. Yeah, gotta be why the guy was picked as the rep. Remembered Specter already proved the ability to spot talent. I mean, Gilberto Grimm only had a D-rank skill. Everyone blew Gilberto off. Only one person saw the potential Specter. While Seo Jun-ho was walking down the hall, someone shouted from far away.
Seo Jun-ho! Spun around to look. It was Gong Joo-ha. Seo Jun-ho called out, Captain Gong. Joo-ha scratched that head, acting all shy. Been a while, huh? Joo-ha said, our goodbye was super emotional. Didn't think we'd bump into each other like this. Thought the next time would be on the second floor. Seo Jun-ho nodded.
Yeah, won't be long. Right, that was the promise. Then something clicked. Wait, don't tell me you think you're getting special treatment just cause we're buddies? Denied it instantly. No way. Didn't even want that. Then Joo-ha's face went bright red, acting all bashful. Just wanted to ask, are you tight with Specter? Seo Jun-ho scratched that chin. Of course not, strictly business. Curiosity kicked in. So, have you met the guy in person? Nodded. You saw Specter at the press conference too, right? Joo-ha rushed to explain. No, met meeting outside of all that official stuff.
Seo Jun-ho got it. Oh yeah, met the guy. Felt like Sayori was blowing trumpets right in the ear, while Joo-ha bowed down super respectful like, okay, next time you see Specter, get an autograph for me, please? Seo Jun-ho was shocked. Autograph? But decided to play along.
I'll ask. Joo-ha's eyes sparkled like stars. For real? You serious? Gave strict instructions, please tell Specter to write, to my precious fan, and ask if a heart drawing is possible. Face went dark. Hey. You think Specter's gonna write something that cheesy? Joo-ha tensed up and yelled, it's not like times your time's the one signing. Then added, but if Specter says no, guess that's that. Seo Jun-ho hesitated. I'll give it a shot. Joo-ha lit up. Counting on you. Gonna stash it with the family treasures. Conversation over, Joo-ha spun around and ran off, waving back. Thanks. Looking down at the poster in hand, mumbled, great Korean hero, huh. A bit later, Seo Jun-ho hit the training room. Warming up while checking the system screens. Seo Jun-ho, level 29. Title, Bringer of Spring +2. Strength, 96. Stamina, 112. Speed, 100. Magic, 143. Skimmed it and thought, with this, can regain the stats stacked up to level 60 in the past. And the second floor, moment the footsteps in, gonna face some serious challenges. Even using the Specter name for public hype, still need the lowdown from big guilds like the Big Six. Seo Jun-ho spread that hand open, and to wipe the second floor clean, gotta tweak the old skills. Had a plan to use current magic effectively, but rushing the magic power kills the speed and strength. Seo Jun-ho focused energy into both hands. Only one way to fix this mess. Training. Ceiling lights blazed, sturdy bars all set up. Seo Jun-ho and Sayori stood in the center, looking ready to throw down. Mumbled, 10 level 100 holograms. Illusions popped up one by one. Sayori asked, what kind of training is this supposed to be? Seo Jun-ho shot back. Gotta make sure those old skills work before hitting the second floor. The illusion's legs finished forming. Things swung immediately. Seo Jun-ho leaned back, dodging. Force like the wind blasted the illusion. In a blink, the hand grabbed its shoulder. Sayori hovered nearby, watching. Attack combined with magic, the illusion started fading. Seo Jun-ho noted, Strong, but drains way too much juice. Can't use it right now, running low on energy. Remembered holding back the magic, using it only when absolutely necessary. It leaks out constantly or just in bursts. But the catch is, it's slow and weak. Shiori asked. So, what's the play? Seo Jun-ho had it figured out, developed a technique to fix this. Magic control, mental grit, and focus. Skye used to preach, miss even one of those three, and it's useless. Gotta remember how it feels when magic rips through the body's circuits. Seo Jun-ho replayed it, the feeling of those circuits lighting up. Hand clenched into a fist, magic surged through the veins. Seo Jun-ho's whole body erupted with raw power. Eyes narrowed, body locked into the enhancement stance. Seo Jun-ho threw a punch straight ahead. Invisible force blasted out. Even Shiori jumped and covered up. When the smoke cleared, a massive crater scarred the floor. She gasped. Shiori curled up and yelled, "Contractor." That was sick, but silence. Why just standing there like a statue? Body was still shaking, lips pressed tight. After a bit, Seo Jun-ho chilled out. Call that the aftershock. Just because the body's buffed doesn't mean the processor is faster. Kept it simple, in other words, brain overload. Shiori was impressed. That technique is insane. Seo Jun-ho clenched that fist. So even being Specter can only keep that max boost up for like 10 minutes. Gotta grind until using this in a fight is second nature. Then shouted, "Respawn holograms." The illusions popped back up. Seo Jun-ho dropped into a combat stance, till the Winter Castle gate opens. 1 week flew by at the Korean Player Association. Shiori's hugging a thermometer bigger than her body and screaming, "Contractor, your body temp is dangerously high. Like lethal levels." Seo Jun-ho kicks a dummy, smashing it to bits as debris flies everywhere. Shouts, "Damn it, she keeps nagging. Told you. Use the frost skill to cool down that body heat." Jun-ho yells back. Tried that. The booster nature is already a pain to control. Adding frost on top of that is just. Another heavy punch lands on a dummy's head. As it fades away, Seo Jun-ho pauses. It's seriously hard to control. But Jun-ho knows it has to work somehow. Gonna take at least a few months to be combat ready. She looks confused. You think so? Jun-ho just stares at Shiori. Then asks, "You know something, right?" She grins and nods. "Yup, but not telling." Shiori teases, "You are my contractor, aren't you? Don't you think a contractor should figure this out solo?" Hearing that, Seo Jun-ho snaps back, "Don't need your help, you cheap pint-sized brat." Looking at the chaotic mess, Jun-ho clicks his tongue. Well, at this level, might be usable in the field. Taps the smartwatch screen, contacts the office. "Hello, Secretary Cha Min-woo, need a warp gate." Cha Min-woo answers, "Roger. When and where to, sir?" Jun-ho answers briefly, "Tomorrow, heading to the Winter Castle gate in Antarctica." The next day, Antarctica is buried in ice and snow. Blizzards blowing nonstop. Seo Jun-ho stands there, bundled up tight. The guide next to Jun-ho is shaking like a leaf, snot dripping. We're here." Seeing that, Jun-ho turns. "What did I say? Told you to bring a winter coat." The guide stammers, "Jay, just had to drop you off. Going back now." Just then, the warp gate activates. The guide leaves a final word. Wish player Seo Jun-ho success. As the gate solidifies and the guide vanishes, Shiori can't help but scoff. What a weakling. This weather is perfect for camping, you know? Seo Jun-ho snaps. "What are you talking about? Even with cold resistance, I'm freezing out here." Cracks start appearing in the thick snow, taking one step at a time, hands shoved in pockets for warmth. Shiori floats alongside. Suddenly, Seo Jun-ho looks up, observing the structure. So this is the so-called Winter Castle gate. Seo Jun-ho calls out softly, "Gate info." System screen pops up immediately. Winter Castle, level 80 or lower allowed. Party limit, 30. Objective, defeat the Lord of Winter Castle. Difficulty, brutal. A gate that even second-floor players couldn't clear. Shiori asks, "Need some time to mentally prepare." Answering while walking, been ready for ages. Getting closer to the winter gate, the light inside gets so blinding, Seo Jun-ho has to squeeze his eyes shut. Shielding eyes with a hand, looking ahead. The path is a jagged mess of sharp ice pillars. Looks terrifying, Seo Jun-ho mutters. Objective is to defeat the Winter Castle Lord. But where the hell is the castle? Suddenly, Shiori points northwest. Glancing down at the spirit lounging on the shoulder. "Hey, know where we are?" Shiori replies confidently, "Of course." Calls it the Ice Kingdom, Niflheim. Towering ice structures merge into a massive, magnificent fortress city. Shiori introduces it. "This is the land I once ruled." Jun-ho stares at the splendid scenery, unable to believe it. "This is Niflheim," Shiori nods. "That's right. Definitely my territory. But how does the Ice Palace gate still exist when I'm gone?" Jun-ho replies, guess we'll find out once we get inside. Seo Jun-ho asks, more importantly, remember anything else about that castle? She looks confused. Anything else? Like what? Jun-ho drops a hint. Like who's the current lord? How many guards? Or maybe, any secret passages? Seori screams in anger.
Asking for state secrets now? Seo Jun-ho puts on a sly face. Hurts that you'd take it that way. Thought our fates were linked now. Remember? Together forever. She didn't expect Jun-ho to pull that card.
Seori shrieks in horror. Fine. I'll tell you. Just stop with the gross talk. He sighs. Should have just said so earlier. Floating back a bit. Remember the gate where I appeared? Seo Jun-ho remembers it vividly. Queen's Nest. Don't think I could forget that if I lived another lifetime. Why bring it up? Seori explains. The final dungeon sleeps there. Originally planned to summon all my knights to that spot. Wait. So the knights we fought on the first floor weren't all of them? She nods. Correct. Just a tiny fraction. Failed to transport Niflheim's entire force. Seo Jun-ho gasps. So that means? Seori cuts him off. Recall about 27,000 soldiers in the Ice Palace. Though inside the gate, the number might have dropped a bit. Jun-ho mutters. 27,000. Yeah, that's a lot.
She speculates. Might be that the only one here is Keith Bremen, Seo Jun-ho asks. Who's Keith Bremen? Seori introduces him. My loyal knight and the commander of the Ice Palace. People called him the Sword of the Kingdom. Aside from myself, the strongest knight. Still, Jun-ho wonders just how strong.
Seori ponders, doesn't answer, just holds up one finger. Seo Jun-ho looks confused. What's that? Frowning, saying, I'll last 1 hour? No. Wait, 10 minutes? 1 minute? She explains. With just one finger, Keith could tear someone like you apart. Contractor. That's how strong my knight is. Seo Jun-ho scratches his cheek. Doesn't that make him stronger than you? Seori flares up instantly. How many times do I have to say it? You met me when I was critically weakened. Hearing that, he relaxes. All right, nothing to worry about then. Seo Jun-ho moves to open the castle doors. Sure, Sir Keith is just as weak as you were. Let's go. Entering the first room, he guesses. Looks like the throne room. Isn't the royal color usually red? Looking at the flag symbols, Seori replies. Every nation is different. In my kingdom, white is the color of the crown. Moving to another area. She introduces, this is the Hall of Knights, guarded by the Ice Palace's strongest knight, Keith Bremen. This castle is basically a sanctuary for knights. Rumor has it, just walking down this red carpet makes you a total badass. Seori added that wannabe knights actually come to the Ice Palace to test themselves. Jun-ho was curious. Test themselves? How exactly? Hands on her hips, she shot back. They call it proof of a knight. She explained that beyond that door, there's a massive hall with 100 knights just waiting. You've got to duel them one by one to prove you're tough. Jun-ho grabbed his head and screamed, why the hell are you only telling me this now? That's how I get through the gate. She patted his head. Chill out. We don't have to go in there today. Jun-ho forced a smile. Should have mentioned that sooner, don't you think? Seori looked unsure. Whatever. Even I didn't know how many knights were actually inside. Still, she tried to reassure him. But for the proof of a knight, you gotta fight them one at a time within a time limit. They won't all jump you at once. Jun-ho scratched his head, realizing there was nothing he could do. Freaking out before even going in was pointless, right? Gotta beat them all anyway. But Seori cut him off. Wrong. Once you defeat the Ice Palace Knights and take command, who do you think is left? He started warming up. All right, 100 against 1, including that Knight Commander guy, huh? Jun-ho placed his hand on the massive door, using nearly all his strength to shove it open. Finally, the door creaked open just a crack, revealing a squad of knights instantly. Their aura blades were already glowing against the floor. Jun-ho stood facing an insane number of knights. It was epic, 100 of them lined up perfectly, facing the door like they were waiting for the next victim. Seeing this, Jun-ho asked. They look totally frozen. You sure they're even alive? Seori shook her head. I'm not sure. I can't feel any life from them right now. Suddenly, the massive door behind them slammed shut, making them both jump out of their skin. The knights started moving. Their solid hands gripped their hilts, slowly drawing their blades, and in unison, they swung them out, ready to rumble. The room instantly filled with tension, blades flashing right in front of him. Jun-ho drew his own sword. Damn it. Here we go. Just then, armored boots clanked up the stairs. Someone walked up the red carpet to the high podium, then turned to look down at them. The knight bellowed, I am Horan Simus of the Ice Palace. He shouted, state your business, outsider. Jun-ho started to answer, I'm here to. But Seori suddenly yelled, contractor. She reminded him, the proof of a knight. Tell him you're here to prove your chivalry. He gasped, huh? Seori. She insisted, Trust me, you've got nothing to lose by saying it. She urged him, annoyed. Just do what I say. Hurry, Jun-ho replied. Got it, let's do this. Up top, Horan Simus lost his patience. I'll ask once more. Why are you here? He warned. Answer now, or be treated as an invader. Jun-ho sighed and spoke up. I came here. Seori was super excited. Jun-ho stood tall, thumping his chest to prove his chivalry, but that just made Horan Simus grind his teeth in rage. Outside, the fancy palace looked totally peaceful. The scene shifted to a building inside the castle grounds. Jun-ho and Seori were sitting on the ground by a fire. He sat with his legs crossed, chewing on bread, thinking, 3 months since I stepped through that gate. Jun-ho flashed back to facing Horan Simus and the 100 Knights. One knight shouted, attention, and the whole squad snapped into a solemn stance. It freaked him out. What's with the sudden moves? Seori just waited excitedly. Horan Simus stepped forward. 100 Knights will test the honor of your blade. The battle won't end until one side drops their weapon and surrenders. He shouted the command, First Knight, step forward. The guy yelled, I am Phi, Knight of Niflheim. Phi swung his sword down. Let's begin. Jun-ho grinned. This is going to be fun. So this is how knights roll? Jun-ho shouted back. Straight to the point, I like it. He gripped his hilt and drew his sword. Instantly, the knight charged with his massive sword, blazing with energy. They clashed. Jun-ho thought, none of these guys are low-level scrubs. If they were players, they'd be at least level 100. As Phi leaped into the air, Jun-ho watched closely. They don't have superpowers like players, but their technique is practically perfect. As the attacks kept coming, Jun-ho noted that each one used unique sword skills and moves. Honestly, they might be even more dangerous than players. Back in reality, a stubbly Jun-ho struggled to gnaw on his dry bread. Looking totally done with life, he muttered. Never thought aura could be used in so many ways. Seori was confused. What do you mean? Jun-ho explained, players usually stick to one type of aura and skill. They pump energy into the blade, making it look like fire. But these Winter Palace Knights spin their aura like a drill, some shape it like a spear. Basically, they use tons of variations. Suddenly curious, he asked, does Niflheim have a player system too? She shrugged. Of course not. Jun-ho noted. So, I can't check their stats. Seori nodded. Duh. He continued. Knights don't get stats or skills like players do, but they still got this strong, just by training their bodies and magic their whole lives. Crazy dedication. She asked, Contractor. Got an explanation for your weapon when you use aura? Jun-ho stretched. It's not that hard. To coat the blade in aura, I just pump some energy in and control it to wrap around the blade. Done. Seori knew knights weren't limited by their weapons. What matters is the pride in their hearts. Knights find the weapon they're best with and shape their aura to match their fighting style. Jun-ho looked out the tiny window, mumbling, something that fits them. Thanks to my weapon master's skill, I can use anything instantly. I just picked a sword because it felt familiar. I never had to think about what weapon suits me best. Hearing that, the question popped up, but can't exactly be like them since I've already got my own spirit sword, right? Seori shot back immediately. Of course not. She gave an example. Think of it like being a bottle full of pure water. Add something else, and what happens? Jun-ho answered, it changes color. Seori raised a finger and cheered. Bingo. Can still use it to hold whatever you want. That's the current state of things. Contractor. Slapping a hand on a thigh hard. All right, that's the goal for this gate. She gasped, confused. Goal. Say, Jun-ho had made up his mind. Gonna learn more about weapons and create a new spirit sword.
Just like that, 3 months of training flew by, and now it's time to get back to the challenge. Walking up to open that familiar giant door in the palace again. The moment Seo Jun-ho's figure appeared, a notification rang out. The wandering knight has arrived. Prepare for battle.
The knight's hands still gripped the sword tight, held high. Phi swung down, screaming, bring it on. Standing there, holding the blade, silently assessing the powerful gust of wind. Seo Jun-ho quietly bowed, thinking, but I'm not the same guy who first walked in here. Swinging back to counter, both attacks collided with a blast, pressure flying everywhere, dust kicking up all over the place. As the smoke cleared, scorch marks and a small crack appeared on the great sword. Then Seo Jun-ho's scratch-free body was revealed, but couldn't help trembling a bit, thinking, even though I absorbed the impact by grounding the shock, it still hurts like hell. Pushing off the floor lightly to gain momentum, then launching high into the air. Finally got a handle on that move. Seo Jun-ho slashed down, sending powerful sword energy straight at Phi. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but gasp in shock. Using Phi's move? That kid learns fast. While maintaining the pose, just saying, come on. Seo Jun-ho smirked. Shouldn't you share good things with everyone? Then it was back to trading blows, the sound of weapons clashing, ringing out constantly. But eventually, dropping to the ground, exhausted. Suddenly, someone walked up to announce, "Wandering Knight, you've proved your worth." Hearing the voice, Seo Jun-ho turned to look. It was Horan Simus. "If you're willing, can I get a name?" Extending a hand with good intentions. Slowly lifting the sword hand to grasp Horan Simus's waiting hand, Seo Jun-ho introduced, "Seo Jun-ho. Name's Seo Jun-ho." He nodded, "Seo Jun-ho, right? Cool name. Won't forget it." Horan Simus didn't hide anything, saying, "Out of all the knights I've met, you're the one who left the deepest impression." Then placing a badge in the hand, Seo Jun-ho called out, confused, "What's this?" He answered, "A badge of honor." Horan Simus explained, "It's a symbol, proving that you've shown true chivalry." On top of that, announcing that those who pass this trial can request a private meeting with the castle's lord. Hearing that, Seo Jun-ho clenched a fist. Finally, Fi held out a fist too. Later, Seo Jun-ho, waving to the knights there, "Yeah, thanks everyone." Seo Jun-ho turned and walked back out the heavy door, going into another room shouting in surprise. The vibe here is totally different, feels like heavy pressure crushing down. Suddenly, Seo Jun-ho frowned tight. Something's here. Looking up at the big throne high above, that aura was coming from Kid Bremen, master of the castle, hiding in the shadows. But Siri got emotional, seeing her knight again, crying out, "Kid Bremen." She was sure the strongest warrior, and Kid Bremen himself was radiating intense killing intent. Siori continued, "The greatest in Niflheim." Seo Jun-ho and Siori stood below looking up as Kid Bremen stood to observe them. She spoke up, "Kid Bremen is the best warrior in all of Niflheim. This is definitely my knight." Opening one eye, "Well, looks as strong as the rumors say." "Kid already drew the sword," Siori speculated. "Seems like Lord Kid knows you're a player." Seo Jun-ho nodded. "Judging by that bloodlust dripping off him, I'd guess so too. So, shall we get started?" Suddenly spinning the sword overhead, getting ready to fight. Kid's eyes flashed, sword sharp. Both rushed into clash. Two swords colliding, ringing out constantly. Sword energy shooting everywhere. Seo Jun-ho pulled the blade back, swung it forward slowly, gritting teeth and screaming, throwing two swords from both sides to stab him at the same time. Sensing danger, Kid's eyes flashed with caution again, moving constantly, dodging attacks without a scratch. Seo Jun-ho got annoyed, "Damn it, blocking like it's nothing." Standing there shouting softly, magic boost erupting from under the feet. But Siori warned from the side, "Hey, contractor, if you use that dangerous skill." Seo Jun-ho cut in, "Can't help it. Gotta get serious with this guy." "Siori, how long can I use the boost?" She checked and reported honestly. "Right now, can only hold this state for 1 minute and 2 seconds. Muttering, 1 minute and 2 seconds. Huh. Seo Jun-ho shouted. "Start counting then." Grabbing the spear and charging again. Swinging from every angle, every position. But Kid blocked it easily. Seo Jun-ho tried to force the spear down, but he pushed back just as hard. Suddenly, eyes flashed, sensing imminent danger. Seconds later, an explosion burst out, energy radiating, thick dust blocking the view. Siori cried out worriedly, "Contractor!" The smoke cleared, showing Seo Jun-ho plastered against the stone wall. Glancing down at the spear in hand,
Looks like this thing's useless. The difference in weapons is way too big. But Seo Jun-ho moved, landing gently on the ground. The spear shifted into a different sword. Kid watched every move, dragging the blade, stepping closer one by one.
Suddenly, a thin mist surrounded them. Seo Jun-ho covered the nose immediately. "What's up with this mist?" Siori explained. "Arsenic mist is Lord Kid's skill. Got its own special properties," she warned, "and it blocks your vision too. Can't see his movements clearly. Attacks are gonna be harder to block." Looking around angrily. "Seriously, can't even see a meter in front of my face." Siori started counting again. 42, 41, 40. Seo Jun-ho's hand gripped the hilt tight. "Time is the enemy now. Gotta stop the boost." The mist still surrounded everything. Seo Jun-ho still couldn't see Kid. "Can feel it though. I'm being stared down with murderous intent. Where the hell is he?" Jun-ho wonders. Suddenly, Kid jumps out and swings his sword right at Jun-ho's back. Jun-ho ducks fast, the blade's energy slicing through the air just over his head. Immediately, he flings himself back to get some safe distance. Kit charges in again, looking like he's definitely not going to miss this time. Jun-ho keeps slashing at that armor, but it's doing 0 damage. Then Kit's huge hand reaches out and chokes the life out of him. Coughing up blood and gasping for air, he barely manages to wheeze, "You." But before he can finish, he gets slammed hard against the wall. As Kit's giant sword comes stabbing down, Jun-ho tilts his head just in time to dodge. Even the enemy is shocked by that crazy reaction speed. Siori pops up screaming, "Contractor," and blasts a massive chunk of ice right at Kit. Hearing that, Kit spins around and jumps back to dodge, letting the ice smash harmlessly into the ground. Now he's just standing there, staring them down. Jun-ho struggles to his feet. Damn it. I can't just let him keep attacking like this. He straightens his back and steps forward, magic energy swirling around them. Seori asks, "Hey contractor, why don't you ambush him?" Jun-ho shakes his head. "I can't hide my presence from a guy like that." He grabs a magic potion and pours it over the shoulder wound. Jun-ho is getting a bit worried. This is literally the worst case scenario. I can't think straight because I used too many buffs. He glares at the fog in front of him, totally pissed off. And this damn smoke isn't helping either. Losing in stats and losing the terrain advantage he set up. Seo Jun-ho mutters, "Time to flip the script." Kit stares into the empty space, calculating. He's hiding in the mist. Pretty impressive. Standing still, Kit thinks, but I'm starting to sense his aura. He's close. Suddenly, Kit flinches, realizing something. Kit looks over and spots a shadow in the fog. He charges in, yelling, "Found you." But when the sword hits, Seo Jun-ho vanishes instantly. Kit looks around in shock, confused. What the? Suddenly, a thin layer of ice freezes over his sword. It doesn't stop there, his feet get frozen too. Kit finally realizes it's a trap. But a simple trap like this won't. Seo Jun-ho's voice echoes through the fog. "Hey, do you know how mist is made?" A voice answers back. It's a manifestation of water vapor bonding. Eyes flash behind Kit's back as the voice continues explaining. So, if you just drop the temperature, it turns into ice. Water droplets start falling slowly. Kit realizes what's happening. "I gotta fall back, now." But Seo Jun-ho yells, "Too late." As Kit raises his sword, Jun-ho rushes in, while the whole room gets covered in ice. The sword gets coated in frost, and Kit's entire body freezes solid. Jun-ho looks up at Kit Bremon of Niflheim. He grips his sword hilt tight while Seori waits silently. Then, Jun-ho charges and drives the blade straight into Kit's frozen chest. The ice on Kit's body starts cracking and shattering. Jun-ho frowns in shock. No way. The sword is still stuck in him. Jun-ho is stunned he's not dead yet. Suddenly, Kit looks at Seori. "Forgive me, my queen." Seeing her stand still, Seo Jun-ho nudges her. "He's calling you. Aren't you going to show yourself?" But Seori hesitates. I'm not worthy." She knows a queen is supposed to protect her people. The Knights of the Winter Castle were Niflheim's people too, but I couldn't protect them. Jun-ho asks, "What happened?" Seori reaches out and touches Kit. "Remember this. This is what the loser has to accept." She whispers, crying alone with no one to answer her. A moment later, the system chimes in. "You have completed the Winter Castle mission." It doesn't stop there. "You have received the armory key as a reward. All health restored. Your stats have increased as a reward for your efforts. You have completed the Winter Castle hidden mission, Knight's Glory. Weapon mastery skill rank has increased." Seo Jun-ho scrolls through the screen, satisfied. Pretty generous rewards, huh? "I figured I'd get this stuff if I stayed here for 3 months, he thinks. And thanks to that Knight's Glory mission, my stats just skyrocketed. Everything's looking good. Seori pipes up. "Contractor, your laughing is annoying me. Let's just go see what your reward is." Seo Jun-ho, totally hyped, says, "All right, to the armory we go." He jams the key into the lock. The massive door creaks open, spilling dust and smoke everywhere. Inside, it's packed with sharp weapons. The system announces, "You have opened the Winter Castle Armory." It adds a warning. Once a weapon is selected, you will be automatically teleported out. As soon as he hears that, Seo Jun-ho jumps. "What? Seriously? I only get to pick one times out of all this?" Seori covers her mouth, giggling. "What's wrong?" "Looks like Manager Gray is still keeping an eye on you." He scratches his head, annoyed. "His obsession is creeping me out." Seo Jun-ho scans the room. So, he looks at the bows, thinking, which of these would be the best backup for Black Dragon Fang? Jun-ho reaches out and grabs a weapon, giving it a strong swing. Is this a spear? The spear's info pops up on the system. The Executioner. Rank, unique. Critical. Enemies hit by this weapon suffer from deep wound effect, hindering recovery.
Weight reduction. Enchantments reduce the weapon's weight. Blood contract. Each time this weapon tastes enemy blood, the user restores a portion of health. Seo Jun-ho shouts in surprise, "Blood contract? I didn't see that coming." Seori asks curiously, "Does this weapon catch your eye?"
He nods. "Hell yeah. With blood contract, even if I'm fighting a mob, I can keep regenerating my health." She crosses her arms. "I see. So that's your choice. Let's get moving then. The gate's about to close."
Seo Jun-ho agrees. As they walk down the stairs, he spots a painting on the wall. He stops. "I didn't notice this on the way in. It's a portrait hanging on the wall." "She's beautiful," he murmurs. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Jun-ho leans in, analyzing it.
"Wait a sec. That outfit. That hair. Somehow, they look exactly the same." He suddenly remembers Seori's words. Asterisk, This is the kingdom of Niflheim, my territory. Asterisk. Jun-ho turns around. Seori, that's you in the painting, isn't it? Seori blushes. Embarrassed? I think so. He tells her, come on, take that mask off. Her scream tore through the whole castle. No, quit yapping and get lost. Back at the Korean Player Association, things were frantic. Healers were already patching someone up. Turns out it was Seo Jun-ho. Thanks, he muttered. The other guy stood up, brushing it off. Of course. Seriously though, you did a hell of a lot out there.
Seeing Jun-ho looking totally wrecked, the guy couldn't help himself. Jun-ho, bro, I know this sounds weird, but you look like you just got rescued from a deserted island or something. Jun-ho looked up, rubbing his face. Is it that bad? Do I really look like crap? Cha Si-eun tilted her head, considering. Doesn't matter how you look. Just glad you made it back in one piece. Down below, the whispers started up. Hey, check out that guy, someone muttered. And the girl asking questions. Word is, he smashed through 3 uncleared gates in just 3 months. Another guy frowned. You sure he's actually part of the association like us? Doesn't seem human.
Sensing the vibe, Cha Si-eun stepped in. You must be exhausted. Let's get you home to crash. They headed for the exit together. The door clicked shut behind them. Walking ahead, guilt washed over her. Sorry, I should have taken you somewhere quieter. Seo Jun-ho just smiled and shook his head. No need to apologize, Secretary Cha. I ghosted for 3 months. Their reaction makes total sense. Suddenly, Si-eun froze. Still, it's messed up. She started spilling the tea on the current situation. While you were inside the gate, people got super pissed. Especially the association sponsors. They wouldn't stop demanding answers. Some even demanded their investment money back. The government and the association have been going through hell. Si-eun looked defeated, but we couldn't do anything about it. You're the face of the association. The only one keeping our reputation alive. She hugged her arms, looking small. Even if they don't trust us, we can't just Seo Jun-ho cut her off, Secretary Cha. Whether our rep is good or trash, that's not the point. We don't need to give a damn about what they say or do. Cha Si-eun whipped around, eyes wide. You seriously don't care. They flipped on us in just 3 months. Her voice dropped. If I were in your shoes, I'd be regretful. I'd start asking why I'm even fighting for these people. Secretary Cha, he said, cool as ice. There's something you don't get about me. I never fought for the applause. It's actually the opposite. Memories of old teammates flashed through his mind. The reason I grind so hard is to finish my own mission. He was dead serious. Sorry if that bums you out, but that's the truth. Cha Si-eun thought for a long moment before speaking up. No, I think you're right. She frowned slightly. I should have started living for myself way sooner. But I can't pull it off like you do. My life feels so tied down. I still feel like such an idiot. Hearing that, Seo Jun-ho cracked a smile, the mood lightening. He teased, hey, it's okay to be a little dumb sometimes. Cha Si-eun gasped. Excuse me? What did you just say? But then she let out a breath, smiling for real. She spun around, pretending to be all huffy. Fine then, I guess I'm too dumb to finish my job, like forwarding your message to the Big Six. Seo Jun-ho stood there, totally stunned. Cha Si-eun just waved casually. I'm off. Catch you later. He scrambled after her. Wait, Secretary Cha, hold on. A while later, outside a different room, a subordinate knocked. Come in. The door opened. What's up? The man inside asked. We just got a ping from Night Demon, the subordinate reported. Calculated it. It's been exactly 3 months. Still, he was curious. All right, what's he saying? This was Shin Sang-hyun, guild master of Daokebi. The subordinate relayed the message. He wants intel on the demons, and he wants it sent over within 30 minutes. Shin Sang-hyun didn't hesitate. Send him everything. Anything below medium security clearance. The subordinate blinked. You're not going to think it over? Pretty sure Night Demon sent the exact same demand to the other guilds, the guy speculated. I bumped into members from the Big Six in the elevator earlier. Shin Sang-hyun looked down, mind racing. Asterisk. So he's pitting the guilds against each other? Making us compete for his help. Asterisk. He's sending a message to every major guild out there. He's testing the waters, seeing who's actually willing to play ball. Based on the intel we hand over, he's going to make his next move. It all depends on what he gets. Shin Sang-hyun slammed his hand on the stack of papers. Damn. He's got every single guild dancing in the palm of his hand.
Give him everything, Shin Sang-hyun ordered finally. Top secret, classified, all of it. The subordinate nodded. Yes, sir. A smug smile crept onto Shin Sang-hyun's face. We gotta show him we trust him, show him what Dokebi is really made of. Then, we'll be the only ones he wants to work with.
Back in Seo Jun-ho's room. He'd already sent the blast. Asterisk. Send all requested intel within 30 minutes. Asterisk. He checked the time on his watch. Asterisk, just gotta wait. Asterisk, I gambled with the big six on this one, he thought, using their own guildmaster tricks against them. Right then, his watch pinged. He glanced down immediately. A grin spread across his face. Big organizations. Always so punctual. Didn't even have to wait the full 30. The messages lit up the screen. Asterisk, this is Star Moon. Regarding your offer. Asterisk, asterisk. This is the renowned mercenary guild. Dakebi. Asterisk. Asterisk, Spirit Labyrinth. Heaven Spirit. Asterisk, skimming through them. Seo Jun-ho gave a sly laugh. Trouble with smart people. They overthink everything. He thought back to his 3 months in the Winter Palace. The Big Six probably agreed to cap the intel they'd give me. They had plenty of time to rig it, but throw a little competition in the mix, they'll scramble to offer more than the others just to get me on their side. Seo Jun-ho looked smug. And just like that, I get intel that money can't even buy. Even the Big Six have a long way to go before they catch up. Suddenly, Seol Yi popped into his head, but Seo Jun-ho had made up his mind.
Heading to the second floor, Frainer, in 10 days. Me and Seol Yi need to prep everything we can. Books lay on the table next to a poster of the idol, Yuha. First step, memorize every scrap of intel the Big Six sent. He paused, annoyed. Wait, why does it feel like I'm the only one actually working here?
Next to him, Seol Yi was chilling, munching on cookies. Feeling his glare, she snapped her head around. What? Seo Jun-ho grit his teeth. You look like you're having a blast while I'm doing all the heavy lifting. Seol Yi puffed up, looking dead serious. I am absorbing new culture. It's research, she yelled. Seo Jun-ho shot back instantly. You're definitely just playing around. He did the math. Asterisk. Gonna take at least 4 days to get through all this data. Asterisk. On the table lay a white sheet, scribbled with the index of the Demon Guild. Dakebi, the muscle of the Ruben Empire. Silent Moon, scouting the cities. Helium, religious history. And Silver Star, experts on dealing with monsters in the frontier. Labyrinth handles the most important families, and Heavenly Spirit deals with the nobility. Also found out the massive Ruben Empire is the only one existing in the frontier. In other words, Ruben controls most of the second floor. The Big Six spent the last 25 years creeping into every corner of that empire. Now, there are 3 main factions. Seo Jun-ho starts listing them. First, Silent Moon and Dakebi are allies with the royals. They focus on grabbing power in the palace and have the most nobles on their side. Next up are the aristocrats. Labyrinth and Heavenly Spirit are focused on controlling the rest of the territories. Finally, the third squad is the Silver Star Church. They control the Sun Cathedral, the Empire's official religion. Besides that, Helium started a new mercenary guild, totally separate from the 3 factions. They are active in a ton of fields now. Thinking about the second floor, the Tower of Fran is like a whole new world never experienced before. Jun-ho is actually kinda looking forward to it, wondering what that place is gonna be like. Scene shifts to Shim Deok-gyu's office. Sitting there working, Deok-gyu hears a knock and yells, "Come in." The door swings open fast. Someone just stands right in front of Deok-gyu, forcing the guy to look up. Shim Deok-gyu is confused. Cha Seun just stands there, silent. Curious, asks, "What's up?" Cha Seun pulls something from a pocket and says, "I'm here because I got something to say." A letter gets slapped on the desk. Shim Deok-gyu glances down at it. She announces straight up, "This is my resignation." Kinda curious, figures this must have been decided a while ago. Can I ask why? Cha Seun clasps hands together. "You remember the first day I came here, right?" Deok-gyu answers, "Of course." Both start thinking back to a few years ago. There was a talented healer in Tryon, a zone on the second floor. People called Seun a saintess.
Spent a whole life helping others. But when trouble hit, nobody lifted a finger to help, except for one person. That saintess was Cha Si-eun, and the savior was Deok-gyu. Never forgot that. I respect you as much as I respect Specter.
You were the only one who helped during the bad times. Cha Si-eun recalls Jun-ho's words. I wanted to keep working here, but after talking with Jun-ho, started remembering things. Hands on chest, recalling the passion that used to drive everything in the past. Hearing that, Shim Deok-gyu could only say, congratulations. Actually happy that Si-eun finally found a path. Cha Si-eun replies, thank you. Can I return this magic ring on my last day? Shim Deok-gyu nods, for sure. Changes the way of addressing Si-eun now. Welcome back, player Cha Si-eun. Seems like she has come back to life. A bit later, Shim Deok-gyu's face goes dark hearing shocking news. What? You made the Big Six fight each other? Seo Jun-ho snaps fingers. That's right. And here is all the intel I got from them. Shim Deok-gyu can't believe it. Is there anything you won't do? Opens the info on the screen, and Deok-gyu stares at it, dead serious. After reading, Shim Gu lets out a long sigh, kinda disappointed. Thought we almost caught up to them. But the association still has a long way to go. Seo Jun-ho disagrees. Well, ain't that motivation? Gu nods. True. One day, we will catch them. Jun-ho wonders. So what has the association been doing on the second floor anyway? Gu answers. Recruiting players and reorganizing our intel network. We have been building our rep in the frontier. Even so, Shim Gu knows it. Hard to catch up to people who have been there 25 years. They took all the prime spots while we just set foot in the suburbs. Jun-ho asks curiously. So what if the guild does something huge in a war or something? Frowning, Gu says. You think that is easy? Seo Jun-ho stands up and replies. Who knows? Seo Jun-ho announces, Shim Gu, I am going to the second floor in a week. Shim Gu's eyes pop out in shock, but finally gives in and nods. Alright, mood drops again. Feel so ashamed. If the guild had more rep, could have supported you on the second floor. Seo Jun-ho comforts. You already helped me a ton. Remembers everything Shim Gu did. Thanks to you, got a new identity and easily got my player certification. Plus, you gave me gear, a place to stay, and a bunch of other stuff. Seo Jun-ho says, I couldn't ask for more. Gu covers eyes, tears rolling down cheeks, and mumbles. Thank you. Early morning at a zoo in India, packed with visitors. A kid with bright eyes runs and shouts, Look, a tiger. Behind him, Cha Si-yoon, holding a younger sibling, smiles and warns, Yi-san, slow down, you are gonna fall. Meanwhile, in a corner, a little girl watches silently. Cha Si-yoon and the family joke around the big lion cage, but that little girl's eyes look sad. Nisa clutches a necklace tight. Someone walks up. The woman asks with a smile, Nisa, why don't you go closer and look? Looking at the necklace with a photo of her dad, Nisa whispers, I am good, standing here is enough. Hearing that, the woman's eyes fill with love. She sighs silently, crouches down, and says softly, Nisa, I get it. Pauses, then continues, I know your dad is always watching over us, even if we can't see him anymore. Hearing that, the girl's eyes tear up. Grandma hugs Nisa tight and says, Bet he is watching you right now. Pulling back, smiles and pats her head. He would definitely want you to be happy. Suddenly, Nisa reaches out and touches her grandma's face. Under the morning sun, eyes crinkling in a smile. I think Dad would want you to be happy too. Grandma's eyes go wide, her son's image popping into her mind. Grabs Nisa's hand, smiling through tears. Of course. Then leads the girl away. Come on, let's go. Okay. Nighttime at the Player Association, Seo Jun-ho looks surprised. Secretary Cha Si-yoon, busted. Cha Si-yoon spins around, stammering, Mr. Seo Jun-ho. Seo Jun-ho walks over slowly, asking with concern, What are you still doing hanging around here at this hour? The question makes Cha Si-yoon freeze up, voice shaky. Just helping the president check and organize some docs. Jun-ho looks annoyed. Why is he making you do that? I gotta have a word with him. Cha Si-yoon's awkward laugh echoes down the empty hallway. Seo Jun-ho sighs again. Anyway, it is late, you should hurry home. Cha Si-yoon smiled. K, have a good night. Seo Jun-ho just stood there, watching that silhouette fade away. Then boom, the door behind flew open. Shim Gu poked a head out. You still here? Jun-ho's face went dark, spinning around. Hey, making the secretary work overtime till this late? Seriously? Caught off guard, Gu remembered Si-yoon begging earlier. Please keep my past a secret. Decided to brush that aside. For now, reached into a pocket and pulled something out. Don't sweat the small stuff. Oh, right. Forgot to hand this over earlier. Gu extended a hand. Jun-ho looked suspicious. A slip of paper? Grabbed it. The heck is this? Gu replied. Arthur's address. A face popped into mind. Wait, is that guy the son of Zeus? Gu nodded. Go find him later. Help out with some stuff. Jun-ho looked away, feeling kinda guilty. Think that guy remembers this face? The elevator dinged and stopped. Just stepped out when Gu spun back around. Hold up, got a few questions. Planning to go there as Specter. Elevator doors started closing. Jun-ho gave a little smirk, glanced over. I'll think about it later. I'm out. The whole building was still lit up against the quiet night. Jun-ho put on a mask and walked out, looking around. Kinda hungry. Guess I'll grab a bite somewhere. Slowly walked out of the building. But nearby, a pair of eyes was watching everything from the shadows. Hair and coat flapping in the night breeze.
Eyes glowing bright red in the dark. Signer gritted teeth. Finally showed your face, Seo Jun-ho. Jun-ho walked out of the convenience store with a bag, staff calling out from behind. Thanks, come again. Took the mask off.
And noticed a pure white cat with sparkly eyes walking over. Just a cat? It rubbed against a leg. Jun-ho sighed. Sorry, buddy. Got nothing for you. Hearing that, the cat looked disgusted and walked away. Jun-ho muttered, "Smart cat." Then something in the distance caught the eye.
Looked over and saw a figure standing by the alley out of nowhere. Jun-ho's eyes widened. Almost didn't sense that presence. That's a player and a high-level one too. The guy spoke up first. "Should we take this somewhere else?"
A bow materialized in hand, ready for a fight. "I know you don't want to throw down in a place like this." Jun-ho frowned, staying silent. Just stared each other down. Then, to Singer's shock, Jun-ho dropped a name. Final Horizon. Thought that was a custom sniper weapon. A sword slowly appeared in Jun-ho's hand. Tone dripping with sarcasm. "You're a sniper class. But showing up right in front of the enemy? Did you mess up or something?" "My bad." Singer couldn't help but be impressed. "Impressive. So you know who I am. Makes things easier." Raised the bow high. "You said I made a mistake?" "Yeah. Usually, your judgment is spot on, but that only works when the skill gap is 0 or barely there." Sinner pulled an arrow and aimed straight at the sky. Jun-ho's eyes went wide, jaw dropping. The image of the convenience store flashed by, Sinner's voice echoing, "Now come with me, while I'm still being nice." Seo Jun-ho? The image of Shim Deok Yu stretching appeared, shocking Jun-ho. The voice turned threatening. "Unless you want everyone here to die." In a flash, the two were in a clearing deep in the woods. Sinner clenched a fist. "First off, gotta give you props. Didn't run away, actually followed me here. Got guts." A cold face hidden in the shadows. Held up 2 fingers. "So, I'm giving you 2 choices. 1. Be a good boy, put on these magic ceiling cuffs, and come with me." Jun-ho squinted with a faint smile. "Not interested in that. What's the other one?" Sinner's lip curled up, eyes wide, magic power flaring out. Growled out a threat. 2. I chop off your legs and drag you like a dog. Pupils flashing gold, Jun-ho thought. Just releasing magic and it feels this heavy? Sinner stood there with a bow, wrapped in aura, a level 100 player. Thinking that, Jun-ho suddenly spoke up. "How about I make a 3rd choice?" Sinner looked confused. "Huh." Gripping the sword tight, pointed it forward coldly. "We're conveniently behind this nice cool mountain. Perfect place for your grave." That really ticked Signer off, veins popping on the face. Gritted teeth hard, "You arrogant brat." Signer spun around, drawing the Mijie bow. 3 arrows materialized instantly. "You got a wild imagination." Just like that, 3 arrows charged with red magic shot toward Jun-ho. Sword slashes flashed in the dark night.
Jun-ho spun effortlessly, slashing the arrows into nothing. Singer's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief, watching the shattered pieces slowly fall to the ground. No way. Seeing Jun-ho standing there without a scratch, thinking, a low-level rookie blocked all my arrows with a sword?
Seeing the silence, Jun-ho spoke up. Confused, "Huh." Squinting eyes, looking totally chill. A level 30 player blocking a level 100's arrows. "Yeah, but weird stuff happens in this world, right? I'm just showing you one of those weird things." Signer calmed down. "I admit, I messed up. Guess I underestimated the guy who soloed the first floor of the tower." Gritted teeth again, thinking, seems like no one on the first floor is a match for this guy. If he gets to the 2nd floor, he's gonna get even stronger. The more the thought crossed the mind, the angrier the eyes got. His power is scarier than I imagined. Jun-ho's figure appeared, overflowing with dark aura. Pretty soon, Seo Jun-ho might even rival the 9 heavens. Grip on the bow tightened. "I honestly feel bad for you." Signer flared up mana, pulling back the Mijie bow string. "With that kind of talent, this is as far as you go." Red magic fire surged from the hand. Signer shouted, "I'm gonna tear you apart." Arrow rain. Dozens of magic arrows launched forward.
Jun-ho couldn't react in time, but right as the arrows hit, he jumped up, barely dodging Signer's chaotic barrage. Seo Jun-ho's eyes snapped wide, pupils trembling in pure panic. Did the attack direction just change? Glancing up,
The sky is a mess of chaotic arrows weaving a thick net of demonic energy. Is that jerk controlling the arrows by pumping magic straight into them? Seeing the hesitation, Signer goes full psycho, drawing the bow. "Welcome to my sea of arrows, loser." The shot rips through the wind with insane power, aiming right where Jun-ho was standing. Boom! The ground explodes. Smoke clears, showing a massive crater right next to where the guy is standing. Cold sweat trickles down his cheek. Total disbelief. That destruction came from just ×1 times arrow? Eyeing the lingering magic in the air, Jun-ho thinks. It's not just steering the arrows. The magic is spreading everywhere, thick as fog, making it impossible to dodge. Right now, it's like standing in a zone flooded with Singer's energy. A literal sea of arrows. Realizing this, a burst of blue magic flares up, wrapping around Jun-ho's body. Get hit once, and it's game over. Gotta boost speed. Suddenly, a flash of light cuts through the thick red magic in the sky. Jun-ho frowns, eyes cold as ice, gritting teeth, swinging the sword with everything wham. A blazing arc of light slashes through the air. Signer's eyes go wide. Watching the arrow tip clash with that sword strike, panic sets in. That arrow is packed with my magic. In a split second, Jun-ho unleashes a flurry of slashes, slicing through the arrows and shattering Signer's trap. The archer is stunned. Taken down by a level 30 scrub. Seriously. The ground is trashed, dust everywhere. Signer yells out, "So that's how it is. Gotta admit, I'm kinda surprised you dodged that." Glaring at Jun-ho, who's glowing with power, Signer starts sizing up the threat. Seo Jun-ho, this punk isn't just a lucky newbie. Good thing I caught on. This is an opponent that requires full power to even have a chance of winning. A smirk creeps onto Signer's face, eyes bulging as magic flares up again. I won't be sloppy this time. Suddenly, dark energy blasts across the ground and then vanishes. Feeling the pressure drop, Jun-ho gets confused. The hell? All that chaotic energy just went dead silent. It feels wrong, like standing in the eye of a storm. Signer's face goes dark, pulling out a single arrow. You should feel honored. Gripping the bow tight, pulling back the string. Time to say goodbye for real. Storm arrow, a massive dragon made of pure magic materializes around Signer. Release. The arrow flies, and the dragon charges. The beast rips through the air, screaming as it zeroes in on Jun-ho. Jun-ho doesn't dodge, facing it head-on, blasting magic straight into the ground. Boom, the whole spot blows up, dust settles. Signer is grinning, thinking it's over. Then shock. The red magic is gone, completely gone. Nothing left but a freezing chill and delicate snowflakes drifting in the air. Signer frowns. What is this icy energy? Suddenly, Jun-ho steps out of the shadows. Veil of darkness. Dark energy explodes, wrapping around him like a thick shield. Cold sweat again. Signer grits teeth, clueless on what to do. Watching that shifting magic spread, fear finally kicks in. A dual attribute player, eyes wide with terror. So this punk was hiding his true power? Staring at the ice shards, totally stunned. And the darkness attribute too? No way. From inside the thick layers of ice, a low voice speaks up. I just wanted to show you the price of messing with me. Signer's magic dragon is frozen solid in ice. Jun-ho stands there, smirking. Guess I have no other choice. Eyes flashing cold, a cocky smile spreading across the face. Time to send you to the afterlife. Frowning, telling himself, asterisk, I am absolutely ending Signer right here, right now. Asterisk eyes glowing red. Signer lets out a cold laugh. Didn't think you'd be so chill about this. Guess I'll have to force it out of you. Opening the inventory, an arrow materializes in hand. Suddenly, vortexes pop up everywhere, bristling with arrows ready to fire. Signer spreads arms wide, pumped up. Allow me. Invisible bows materialize, racking up glowing red arrows. The voice booms out, ending your pathetic life with a rain of chaos. Jun-ho lowers his head, whispering, boost. Dark energy radiates out, power levels optimal, ready to engage. Asterisk hesitate, and I'm dead meat before I can finish him. Gotta move before those arrows hit. Asterisk, stomping the ground, launching into the air. Asterisk, I'll get close and slit his throat. Asterisk, Jun-ho tears through the wind, charging straight ahead. Signer waves a hand, unleashing the volley. Walking right into your grave, huh? Heavenly flower rain. Watching the carnage, the excitement is written all over Signer's face.
Dive into this hellish sea of arrows and you won't even leave a corpse behind. But before the sentence finishes, Signer freezes. In the middle of the arrow storm, Jun-ho is charging with insane speed. What the? Seeing that weird smile on Jun-ho's face, Signer gets confused. Hey,
why are you smiling? Jun-ho thinks, asterisk, I've been waiting for this exact moment. Asterisk, instantly, the body turns into black smoke and vanishes. Somehow, Jun-ho is already behind Signer. Asterisk, right when he was sure I was dead and dropped his guard. Asterisk, now. Asterisk, black smoke wraps the body. Jun-ho spins. Shadows shift, sensing the movement. Signer whips around, eyes wild. Seo Jun-ho. Jun-ho pops up right in front, slashing down before the enemy can react. But as the sword comes down, Jun-ho looks confused. Asterisk, how did he react that fast? Asterisk, at that exact moment, sharp claws sprout from Signer's hand hanging by his side. He swings up hard, claws clashing against the sword with a massive clang. Jun-ho immediately jumps back to create distance. Jun-ho is struggling hard to stay up, gasping for air in total disbelief. Damn it, that's regeneration ability. Even if I chop his hand off, the guy heals right back up instantly. Thinking back to those scars on his back, Seo Jun-ho figures it out. That bastard definitely drank demon blood to turn into a fiend, But there's no way a human body can handle all that raw demonic power. Most of them dilute the demon blood with water before chugging it. You see a hand gripping a bowl of thick, dark red blood. But sometimes, you get total psychos who want the full power, so they drink the stuff straight up. Signer's crazy vibe matches that exact image. Usually, though, they just explode and die. Only a tiny few actually survive. Those lucky few get reborn as fiends, able to use the special traits of whoever's blood they drank. On the ground, Signer steps closer, nice and slow. That vanishing trick. You didn't use it from the start, so I'm guessing it's got some kind of limit, huh? He walks forward, a swarm of arrows drenched in red, demonic energy floating behind him. I promised you, didn't I? This time, I'm sending you straight to the other side. Propping himself up on the ground, blood dripping down. Seo Jun-ho thinks he figured out my weakness.
Suddenly he asks, "The other side, huh? We haven't even known each other that long. What a shame." Magic power flares up violently. Signer lowers his gaze and drops his voice. "Of course, if you put on these magic-suppressing cuffs right now, I might just let you live." Seo Jun-ho smirks, looking like he's considering it. A second later, he lets out a cold laugh and points at his own chest.
"Shut your mouth, you son of a bitch." Signer is so pissed off by that attitude he actually laughs, then taps his own neck. "If you want to kill me, you better aim right here at my throat." Got it. Trembling feet push against the ground as Seo Jun-ho forces himself up, stomps down hard, and launches himself into the air. Right then, countless arrows shoot out, while Signer just stands there, arms crossed. Looks like you really don't care if you live or die, huh? A few arrows pierce Seo Jun-ho's body, but he ignores the pain, charging forward and slashing through them. My head hurts so bad. Suddenly, an arrow stabs right into his calf, and blood sprays out instantly. Seo Jun-ho grits his teeth and rips the arrow out. He keeps telling himself to stay focused. The number of arrows starts dropping as he swings his sword, shattering them wave by wave. Focus. Seo Jun-ho. Seeing this, Signer's face turns pale. He grinds his teeth and growls. "You destroyed every single one of my arrows."
His hands clench tight at his sides, totally unwilling to accept this. I clearly saw his stamina hitting the limit. Can he really use that skill again to get close to me? Looking up, he sees Seo Jun-ho charging powerfully through the rain of arrows. Die! The guy's eyes are ice cold, a sharp light flashing in his pupils.
A split second later, a flurry of glowing slashes lights up the air, slicing through every incoming arrow. Jun-ho grits his teeth in pure determination, bringing his sword right to Signer's neck. Signer finally reacts. He's already inside his guard. Eyes widening, Signer swings his arm wildly into the air. "You maniac!" As he yells, his hand clamps onto Seo Jun-ho's throat. Signer squeezes hard, making Jun-ho cough up a mouthful of black blood. He can't hide the excitement on his face, shouting, "Finally, finally, I win." But just as he says it, the body in his grip dissolves into black smoke. The mist swirls around, slowly forming back into Seo Jun-ho's cold, emotionless face. Standing right behind Signer, he whispers, "What you were holding was just my shadow, you moron." Signer's eyes bulge out, bloodshot, as eerie black smoke coils around his body. In an instant, a sharp blade slashes across his chest, sending bright red blood spraying everywhere. Signer stares in shock. Coughing up blood, he collapses to the ground. The black smoke trails off Seo Jun-ho as he lands smoothly behind him. Signer's face goes dark, struggling to push himself up. How is this possible? Turning his head, he meets Jun-ho's icy gaze. "Eat up and clean this place up," Jun-ho commands, summoning his shadow spirits. Black aura pours out, forming two shadow spirits with glowing eyes. Signer trembles, terror flashing across his face. "Now I get it. You." In the dense magic power, the shadow figures seem to merge with Seo Jun-ho. "You're the Night Walker, the enemy of all fiends," Signer screams, pointing a shaking finger at him. "You bastard. You fooled everyone. What the hell is your goal in hiding who you are?" Seo Jun-ho glances down, his face cold and completely emotionless. "My goal?" He pauses, lowering his voice to a whisper. "A dead man walking like you doesn't need to know."
Right then, the shadow energy explodes outwards. Like invisible blades, it tears Signer's body apart while he panics. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the forest. Soon, nothing is left on the ground but a puddle of thick blood. Meanwhile, on the TV, a girl and a guy are hugging and sobbing. Turns out the person who found the lost puppy was actually her long-lost brother.
Seo re-grabs some popcorn, munching as she watches the show. "I missed you so much, brother."